Bit early tonight so I can get some things out of the way, such as first bringing our man Jameson online, and then going over towards picking up Crystal River. So, all right, let's get this going. Hey, good. We're streaming live, so let me try and get Crystal River on. And as well, of course, our man, Mr. Salman Sheikh. As a matter of fact, I'll try Salman Sheikh first, and
All right.
get him on, and then
I'll
we'll
add
go
him.
for Crystal. Yeah, we're doing it simultaneously, but that's fine. Then see if we can score him, and then we'll try and get Crystal River on. Of course, it's always hard to tell with her, but either way, so long as we've got the both of you, then we're pretty much set. Hello, dear brother Salman Sheikh.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Douglas. I come with greetings of peace for you, Brother Jamo, and all of our brothers and sisters of Team Dietrich.
Bless you, sir. Salam alaikum. And yes, we are streaming live. We're going to try and get the young lady Crystal River on. And let's see if she responds. This will be, of course, always iffy because it's just hard to tell with her. And, of course, all we can
All
do
right. So I guess we'll start off then.
I'm just kind
I
of
wa-
waiting for the wheel to spin. I mean, we can
Okay.
kind of like, I guess we can kind of hum and make noise or something. Because I don't want you starting off into something with her to pop on, right? Because that would
Oh,
be,
no, no, no.
that
I
would be
would
odd.
just drop a reminder for everyone to pick up the books.
Thank
You
you.
can, for all of you out there, you can get Vampirology from Amazon. Just type in Douglas Dietrich and Peter Moon. Also, from Skybooks USA, you can get The Roswell Deception and the Demystification of World War II, where you will find out the fact that not only did America get its ass whooped by Japan, uh, but the entire narrative of UFOs and aliens in Area 51 was all bullshit to cover their asses and create what you would call this anti-godly insurgency that we now have, where everyone's hell-bent on worshiping aliens that don't even exist.
Thank you. No, that's beautiful. Only one small correction when it comes to the Vampirology book. It's just me. Yeah, Peter Moon's name
All
is
right.
not on that. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, his name's on the other one. Yeah, I mean, in a sense, he did just very little contribution to it, but more than anything else, he neglected to put half the book in, so we still have to republish
Oh,
that
okay.
eventually.
So
Uh, so,
that's a work in progress then.
yeah, it's a 1.0. Everybody who gets it, you'll get your money's worth in the sense that you'll get the physiology, but the history is what's left out of the book. You'll find a lot of history in there, but half the mystery of how the Soviets locked onto vampires as a real phenomenon is left out. And certainly that needs to be addressed someday. So Crystal River is unavailable, and that will leave the two of us. What we're going to do is just a kind of roundtable between these two gentlemen. And if Crystal River decides to show up, that's fine. Other than that, the two of you being here make everything easier. Honestly, I need the both of you to hold the open hour anyway, the entire opening hour, because I'm really just going to finish this tea, make myself a new pot of tea, and I'm going to, shall we say, work with the hyperlinks, and then try to get my head together so I can say something over the next few hours. Obviously, just heavily involved with my son's community because of what week this is, which is Transgender Awareness and Empowerment Week. There are links, of course, that I left for everyone within the summary of tonight's episode. Everyone, please to review them and avail yourself of those links. One of them is primarily for people in the United Kingdom in terms of practical things that they can do, but it's just as applicable in the spirit of its suggestions to any American. And that would be the second link that I provide when I speak of the Transgender Week in the summary of tonight's episode. As other than that, of course, for people who are already asking, I'm getting some emails. The photographic image that's embedded in live stream of tonight's episode is my surrogate son when he was still a girl. That is prior to his sexual affirmation surgery. And so as for my banner that's on Facebook, our promotional banner for tonight, there is a photograph of myself in drag to call attention to tonight's, this week's theme. I don't usually do drag in blonde because I don't feel it works out as well, but nevertheless, it's one of the reasons why I kind of like did a back shot, which I don't usually do either. And so I guess it's acceptable. And my son, of course, the photograph of him that's also embedded in the promotional banner of tonight's program on Facebook, that's when he was much younger, very shortly after I purchased him off the streets. And probably I will use a photograph of when I did purchase him off the streets, how he looked at that time, while still a girl, of course. I'll probably publish that on Sunday when we do our show, our transmission for Sunday, because that'll be the day right after the Transgender Memorial Day weekend, which of course we're dealing with many of the repercussions of violence against transgender people. And I will come out tonight and say that I haven't talked about this in years, and I mean years, but I'll probably begin tonight with bitching a lot about that house nigger Chappelle and his bullshit concerning his transphobia and his homophobia, and it has its repercussions because of the violence that we're seeing. People like him, in their own way, are contributing to the violence. His verbal violence is contributing to the physical violence, and I'll.
It's never really surprising, being that he's friends with Joe Rogan and Elon Musk.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, how low can you go as far as friends are concerned?
Thank you.
I mean, that.
Yeah, it's disgusting. I was forced to watch a number of his acts because of the week, the Transgender Awareness Week. So my son sat me down, and I had to suffer through a number of them, and they aren't even funny. So I will address some of that tonight amongst all the other issues that we're forced to contend with. So in the meantime, because I have to get my head together on that so I can even speak coherently, fortunately we have Peter Moon coming in at the top of the hour. Then we will, basically that will buy me some time as well. But in the meantime, we have both of you gentlemen. I will ask some of these other men if they want to come on. And if they don't, we'll handle it quite well. The both of you have a lot of catching up to do for all of us. And just my apologies to Salman Sheikh. The first thing I'll tell him is that I'm going to be very distracted. But I do want him to relay everything that's been going on with him and have our man, Mr. Jameson Reese, just kind of, help him with that, respond to him, help him along, kind of interview Salman, if you would, Jameson. And I'm here, but, honestly, I'll be at mute half the time. And to tell you the truth, I'll let you know as soon as I go make my new pot of tea. But, I'm almost at the bottom of this one. So as soon as I deal with the links, I'll go make a new pot. And aside from that, my love to both of you, dear brothers, and to everyone who's in live stream with us. Let's check that. And do remind everyone, of course, about the upvotes because of what we do.
Oh, yes. I definitely have. I even typed that in the chat,
okay,
to remind them to put the upvotes. And, of course, I'm going to be monitoring chat to make sure that our average bots don't pop up in droves.
Thank you. Yes. It's really fucking lame. I mean, this is what we're left with is porn attacks, and what are you gonna do other than what we do? But what we do, it's we report them. And that's all we can do, really. So let me get this on, see if that's on mute. And put an upvote on my own program. Dwayne Dayarl is, I hope I'm pronouncing his name correctly. Dwayne Dayarl is in the chat room with us. He says, "Good evening, all. Good evening, sir. Welcome aboard." And with that, I'll leave these two gentlemen at it. And so glad to have Salman Sheikh back. and delightful that he's.
I'm glad to be back, Brother Douglas. I missed you and JMO very dearly, and I'm glad to be with you all on the show. And yes, I encourage everyone also to give a thumbs up, and because we're under assault by the agents of chaos, and these people are not going to stop because of the truth Brother Douglas is sharing. So please report them and give a thumbs up to all of his transmissions.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Bless you. Marky Milk says, you seem like such a class act, Douglas. Such a pleasure listening. Thank you. Oh, bless you, sir. Deeply appreciate you and all of the listeners who provide us moral support. And of course, Jameson, don't forget when you plug those books, you can put the links in the chat room. That always helps as well. Bless you. And while Jameson takes care of that, Salman Sheikh is going to start on his remarkable journey across the Atlantic and back, and will tell us about all these. One thing I was curious about is the hat that has the double eagle, because that's usually affiliated with the Christian Orthodox nations of Byzantium. Just so people understand, you can tell the Christian Orthodox nations of Byzantium, the ones that follow the Greek liturgical rite and the more Slavonic liturgy, the Eastern Orthodox Church nations, they all have double eagles because one head points west towards Rome and the other points east towards Byzantium. Whereas the Catholicized nations, before they went Protestant, a number of them, but those that were all originally Catholicized, in terms of Western Christianity, they have the head pointing only west towards Rome. In your, shall we say, amateur vernacular, that would be pointed left, whereas the Byzantine Christians have it pointed east and west, both right and left. So when I saw these kinds of double-headed eagles on some of the fezzes or the specialized hats of Freemasonry in some of the orders that Salman Sheikh was with, perhaps you could explain some of that.
Yes, Brother Douglas, definitely. So I'm part of the ancient accepted Scottish Rite of Freemasonry, and with the 32nd and 33rd degree, like I'm a 32nd degree. So with the hats, you have a double-headed eagle, and what the eagle represents is basically one's faith in God, and it tells you that basically God is in all directions. It's basically when you look to the left or to the east or to the west, God and the encompassment of that divinity you will find in each direction in your life. So it's telling you to keep your faith in God and to always know that the higher power is always observing you in your actions in this life. And it reminds you of the mortality of your life, that one day that you are given this human life, but one day you will have to die and be held accountable for your actions. So besides putting the faith in God, it tells you to be responsible for your knowing, your thinking, your doing, how you treat others, how you have treated your family, the people that you love, those that love you, those that put their faith in you. And that's ultimately what it represents in terms of the Masonic path. And that's what I'm doing, and because many of them have kind of forgotten like the true Masonic teachings, and that's where I come in to try to guide them back to the straight path and teach them what is it that is actually there in terms of all of the truth. We find it all of these philosophies and religions and ways of life. So it is kind of all interconnected, because there is a connection that all religions and philosophies share with this oneness, and how you pointed out with the double-headed eagle symbols that you have seen in your journey as well. It's all interconnected with each other, and they share a connected history. And that's what it is basically. And even with my England trip, it's funny, Brother Douglas, because I was in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and a lot of funny thoughts came in my head, especially when Derek Talley sent you that message saying he had cancer, and that popped up in my head.
Yeah.
And all that stuff, I just started cracking up in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. And I asked God to forgive me if there was anything bad associated to that. So that's something I wanted to share.
Bless you. No, I appreciate that. Yeah, and certainly there's nothing bad about that at all, honestly. And, yeah, go on.
Yes, definitely. So I was in the middle of my flight, in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean on my American Airlines flight, and then that scenario popped up in the middle of my head. And I just started cracking up while the lights were off, and I was just having my tea that they had provided me. And I was just sending you love and prayers even on my journey, which in Islam, they tell you that if you pray for somebody while you're traveling, or in the Arabic, they call the word safar, then that means that person will always be loved and protected. Yes. And that's for you, for JMO, and everyone on Team D that's supporting you in this fight against these agents of chaos and these cultists. When I went to England, England was very interesting as well, because I noticed how expensive things had gotten since the last time I was there. And I kind of felt a change in the vibe, I guess, because not only are they suffering from the pandemic, but they're also transitioning to a newer nation after the Brexit thing. So when I was going around, I saw a lot of Russians when I was in London. Everywhere I went, I saw so many Russians. Yeah. And the area that I was specifically staying at, they had a lot of Russian Jews. And the one thing I noticed about London is how internationally diversified it has gotten. It reminded me a lot of a relaxed version of New York City. And it's basically a tourist city. And I really enjoyed myself. I visited the museums, catched up with many of my friends, both general friends and Masonic friends. And I went to Stonehenge too. I said a prayer for you and JMO while I was at Stonehenge also. Wonderful. Because it's a special energy portal. So I'm glad I took advantage of that also. And I realized like the real England that you see, which is like the hills and the mountains and the countrysides, it's basically outside of London. So if you ever go to England, you could spend like 2 to 3 days in London, because that'll be enough time for you to knock everything out in terms of the things that you could do. And then the rest of the time you could spend exploring the other authentic history of England and the countryside and all the beautiful cathedrals and all the history that's there. So I enjoyed doing that as well. And I'm grateful that after 2 years of COVID restrictions, I was able to do that. And it was fairly easy for me to go there, because the only thing that they had required was proof of vaccination and a negative test before traveling. So all of that was good, and it went smoothly, and a negative test on the way back. So everything went smoothly. What I did notice in London, Brother Douglas, even when I was in the London Chinatown, is that everything is cashless. So everything is, they eliminated all cash.
Holy
Everywhere
shit.
I went, to the parks, to the Chinatown, to these other places, nowhere where I went, they accepted cash. So everything was either on your debit or credit card, or if you're using a contactless system, like on your phone or however you're using it. So anybody who goes there, don't bother changing your currency at the money changer exchange systems, because you're not going to get that much back anyway, because they charge a service fee. Just use your card. Keep like a minimum £100 with you if you really need it. But besides that, majority of it is all cash. I mean, it's all on the cards. Yeah. So that's what I noticed, like that everything has kind of changed. Things are moving towards a cashless system. Prices are higher. I seen people in London that were living on boats when I was taking the river cruise. So because it's so expensive to live there, I saw many people that even the tour guide was pointing out that these people live on these boats. So that way it's easier for them to avoid certain expenses of the city. Jesus. And what I did notice about City of London, Brother Douglas, which you pointed out beautifully in your last transmission, that it's basically a city-state within and it has like its own sovereign territory. Yeah. And on the bottom of the City of London, where the Guildhall is, like their main HQ, it's called the City of London Corporation. And on the bottom of it, it's built on top of Roman ruins. Yes. And I toured the building where they have these paintings, and they have a painting of King Herod and Gog and Magog. And I was thinking, like, this is the cult of the king of Edom, the financial capital of the world, where it's built on top of the Roman ruins. So Rome is basically telling you that Rome is eternal with the City of London Corporation. On top of that, you have Gog and Magog and King Herod and all of these paintings, occult paintings inside of this place, and these people walking around dressed as Romans. So I thought you would find that interesting, like when I get back and share that with you. And there's another situation where I was walking across this bridge, and I ran into London's version of Scientology, which I know Peter Moon will like. And and with that lady, they were handing out human rights pamphlets, because I was walking towards the where the Tate Modern Art Facility is, and there's a bridge called the Millennial Bridge, which takes you straight into the city of London. So I walked across that, and there were these three individuals dressed in like sky blue T-shirts, and I was able to kind of like identify that these were Scientologists. So they gave me the pamphlets of the human rights, and the lady was asking me all these nice and friendly questions and said, would you like to come visit us over here? And she gave me her card, and it said community representative of London Scientology. Jeez. And I emailed her, and I sent her the interview that I did with Peter Moon. And then after that, she didn't respond to me.
No surprise. Oh my God. I was about to ask, when you talk about this lady, this is not the British lady we saw you with in photographs who then you later interviewed, right? I mean, there's another British lady that you were also very friendly with, and it looked like the two of you had really hit it off, and you were interviewing her, correct?
Yes. This lady that I saw was a friend who I connected with on Facebook. So I was able to catch up with her and share a friendly and platonic evening with her, going around just enjoying the city and just learning about each other and enjoying each other's company. So I said a few prayers for her because she's going through her own spiritual struggles. And it reminds me of what Brother Douglas said, that women just need somebody to listen to. And that's basically it. This other lady that I connected with, it's through YouTube, where she saw my stuff and I saw her stuff, and we kind of collaborated with each other about like divine feminine and masculine. So the one connection was made through the internet, while the other one was basically just seeing somebody who needed a friend and somebody to just listen to and make that spiritual connection with. And that's what we're lacking today, which Brother Douglas, I'm glad he's reiterating all of these teachings that we're lacking in today's world, about how the trans people are being mistreated, and how the minorities are being mistreated. So many people, it's so much hurt and chaos that's going on in the world. And I'm just glad that there's somebody like Brother Douglas Dietrich that's here fighting against these cultists and these agents of chaos, teaching us this knowledge. And it's up to us to take heed, to just take time to listen to what he's telling you. And I'm grateful, brother, for you, JMO, and everyone on Team Dietrich.
Well, you have no idea how grateful I am for you and your sense of humor. And of course, our man, Mr. Salman Sheikh, knows how much I value him. And, or maybe he doesn't, though I hope he does, really. When he says his prayers for us, when he maintains us in prayer, you have no idea how much that means to me. And, most certainly, he's understands when I'm coming from a sense of humor as well. When we were making jokes about him feeding the birds in the park, and with enough bread to feed a homeless bread line, as I was saying, he does bake very large. I don't even know what you call them. They're not loaves. What are they? They're in a tray, right? It's bread in a tray that you bake, right?
Yeah, so the ingredients that I use are like they're healthy for birds, because there's some kind of breads that are not good for the birds. So this ingredient that I get, the flour and the baking materials that I use, it's all healthy for squirrels and for birds and all those critters that we see in these parks going around. And it just makes me happy, because in the Holy Quran it teaches us that all creation comes from Allah. It's part of that one true source. So no matter what species or what is inhabiting this earth on the exterior and interior, it's all part of that cosmology that's trying to understand itself through itself. So you see God in basically everything. It's part of that oneness, or the Tawheed, which in Islam it's signified about the oneness of the Creator. So that's the Sufi state that I'm trying to achieve, of elevating myself spiritually, mentally, emotionally to that state, so I could make this and leave this world in a better condition, which was given to me. That's what I'm trying to do by serving all creation, because we owe that duty and love to each other, not with just what Sufism teaches us, but this life is too short. This life is too short. We have it today, we don't have it tomorrow. So those that you love, or you need to say anything to anybody, do it while you're still here today. And that's what I'm doing by making sure that the world that's been given to me, I leave it in a better condition than it was given to me in.
Thank you. That was beautiful, as of course is so much of what you say. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to exit stage left for a few minutes, going to make myself another pot of tea. I'm going to be back to talk with both of these wonderful gentlemen. In the meantime, they will hold the stage. I have every confidence they can handle it. I might go around and see if there's other people to bring on. By the way, are you okay there, Jameson? You seem to be breathing.
Yeah. Oh, no, that wasn't me.
Oh, okay.
Was
Okay.
it? No, I don't think so.
Maybe you're unaware of it.
You'd be surprised of how I scarcely breathe half the time. I don't even remember to breathe. I'm like the complete antithesis to Peter Moon.
No. I understand. I'm the same way myself.
That was me, Brother Douglas. I was sipping my tea as well.
Oh, okay, yes.
Imagine your teas. You got to upgrade to some energy drinks, man.
No, don't do that.
No, brother JMO, I drank one protein drink one time, and I think it was at a Rite Aid. I was grabbing some protein bars to keep up my muscles. I grabbed a protein drink. I wanted to try it out, and my heartbeat started racing so rapidly, and I looked at the ingredients, and I realized that this stuff is not good for you, especially these energy drinks and protein drinks. It really damages you in the long run.
Yeah, I have an affinity for poison.
That's what he's aiming at. He's aiming for the toxins. But so what I'll do is I'll be back soon enough. I'm not going to bother calling anyone else. I think both of you gentlemen, our man Solomon has got so much to talk about that he can cover this, and our man Jameson will help him bring that out of him. And Jameson, feel free to share, of course, anything you feel needs to be emphasized. That's important as well. And one last check here at the stream. We seem to be doing well with the stream. And by the way, okay, and people are still not getting the significance of this. It's like people are asking me, I'm not quite sure why this isn't obvious to people concerning my son being transgender and this being Transgender Awareness Week. So I figure he's really the star of the thematic at the moment. So the point is that the last image that I placed up of him on the live stream, which can be seen with the episode preceding tonight's, that's him as a male. He is now gendered male, and technically, as I will kind of allude to later tonight, technically he's a gay male, but a gay transgendered male because he's married to a man. So in terms of the photograph that you see tonight, that's himself as a female, in which of course he was having sex with many men already, and this is because of he was prostituted out by a pimp at the time that I purchased her as a young lady off the street. And obviously my gang, the Tongs, we provided him much more of a much higher quality of living and control over her own finances, etc. And so in a very real sense, helped to raise her. And I might allude to this tonight, but I really don't know if I can. It's very painful to me because many people just have no idea this kind of curve, this kind of learning curve. When you go through life with somebody that you could easily have married, I would have married her had she not had gender dysphoria. And the fact was that I purchased her young enough before she even had breasts, and then they grew out, and then to see her go through the surgery where all that disappears, it's very equivalent to someone you were physically intimate with dying. And if you can imagine that, it's the death of one individual. And I just had to accept that the way that parents accept their children growing up. So it's then you just learn to love your children as an adult, and they may be very different from the children that you had. So I did go through a parenting experience on my own, albeit a highly unconventional one. With that in mind, of course, I'll return the stage to both of these gentlemen. So the entire week for me is very similar to, it's like Asian Lunar New Year, because it's you have these somber moments where you're communing with the ancestors as well as the celebratory aspects. And with that, let me go mute, and I'll probably go cry, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes, maybe 15.
Well, I have to say, regardless of what transmissions we're on, I can't emphasize enough just how much Douglas has gone through overall. He's lived enough to fit 5 or 10 lifetimes, honestly speaking.
Yeah, Brother JMO, that's definitely correct, and it just shows you the type of responsibility that the Creator has bestowed upon him, and just the struggles and the heartbreaks and just some of the things that he has witnessed in his lifetime. And we're just lucky that we have encountered a great brother like Brother Douglas against these agents of chaos and trying to bring peace on this world.
Yeah, that is quite a lot to take on. Now, I can easily say that were I in his position, I would have chosen the anti-gods, although in a real sense I already have. That said, that does not my choice in that regard does not make me against life itself as it is on this planet per se. Rather, I would say that I have my own aims with that, but I would say that, for him to still have faith in what he believes in is it's an incredible amount of strength, and I have to admire that, even though I don't share the same belief system.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. It's interesting because I was reading the Sufi teachings of Imam al-Ghazali, and Imam al-Ghazali basically points out this reality and this cosmology that we're in, that both good and evil come from Allah, the Creator, and how we're all part of this cosmic design and are balanced in this order out of chaos. And we are bestowed with these burdens and responsibilities because the Creator knows that you can handle this. So, with that said, Brother Douglas Dietrich is a very special soul and being who has manifested on this earth because of the responsibilities placed upon him by the divinity to carry out his life's work and to do what he's doing. And even with you, my brother JMO, even these past few months, I missed you a lot, and I realized your perspective when I was looking at studying these different cosmologies and looking into the occult Islamic traditions, the Sufi traditions. So what you're doing is also serving that creation in some way, shape, or form. And for that, I respect you very much.
Well, in all honesty, my desire is to leave creation altogether. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that I see so much injustice here, and the fact that I cannot come to grips with a sort of indifferent being that's a creator, because to be both good and evil requires indifference, distance, separation, and the forces of annihilation, so to speak, are the forces of becoming one with nothingness. So in a real sense, it's a desire to, it's a sort of, I've seen what other people go through. I've seen things that people have gone through that no one should go through. No matter how strong that person was, or no matter what strength, whatever their purpose was on this planet from divinity, all in all, there are just so many things that I see that are just wrong, and I cannot continue to be part of this creation, honestly speaking.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying, and I think it's just all part of this purpose that we're meant to serve. And one thing I realized, Brother JMO, is that in this lifetime, or this realm or simulation, many might call it, we're here as long as we're needed. So however long our purpose is being served for, and when it's done, then somehow, some way, we will find our exit to this next realm, wherever our presence is demanded next. So we're all serving in the grand scheme of things, we're all serving something in some kind of a way, and you are too, because of the type of heart that you have. Even myself, seeing you physically and seeing your heart and the type of being that you are also serving a part of that cosmology, and it's an honor for me to be your brother and friend and share this journey with you and Douglas, to try to basically this know thyself journey, because in Sufism, that's what they stress. where if you know thyself, you know thy Lord, you know thy Lord, you know thyself. We're all basically a part of that being trying to understand itself through itself. And that's the beauty of all of it, through your perception that I get to learn from, through Brother Douglas's. It's all part of that learning journey, that never-ending quest for knowledge and for yourself, for your arcane pursuits. And that's just the beauty of it all, my brother.
Oh yes, there is some beauty in it, and the one of the most beautiful things is choice, the ability to choose what happens. I think we have more say in what happens after death, given certain circumstances, than we realize. I'm not quite sure of how much one's cosmology or what one believes plays into it, but I think it plays a lot. I guess someone who, I suppose this is why I guess one can see life as the art of dying to some extent, and in dying you learn to let go of a lot of things, and you also realize that if you never know when your hour is going to come. I should hope most people would aim for going out as peacefully as possible, so that at least there's not that traumatic shock afterwards, in which the consciousness still lingers and can't come to grips with the fact that it's dead.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And it's interesting you point that out, because the aspect of everyone kind of having their own Elysium, you could say, when I studied all of these religions and philosophies, where they have their own aspect of the underworld. Then they have like this Elysium type environment, this heaven type environment, where whatever you so desire will be given to you, because you lived a good and godly life. And that interpretation, that's also here because of the world that we're in and the type of creation that we're dealing with, in both in a good and evil manner. So that's basically, it depends on the choice of the individual, because the Creator has also given individuals and free will to carry out their life how they wish to do so. And that's exactly what it is. There's truth in all of these paths. Everything is connected in some way. And this light that we share collectively, I guess some people might call it the divine light or the astral light. And it's all part of that connection that we share, of how we're all in totality part of that oneness, and how there's so many different branches of that same tree, whether it's the right-hand path, the arcane pursuits, the left-hand path, and somehow, some way, it's all serving a aspect of know thyself in many ways, which it's interesting for me, because I get to learn that from you with an open mind and an open heart, to see things from a different perspective and realize, oh, right, this is what Brother J-Mo is trying to basically show us and teach us.
Yes. It does seem like the simulation, or whatever this is, learns a lot from itself through us, whether we have a good relationship with it or not. And it does seem, and I can't help but remember what I did take from Michael Aquino, was the fact that it seems like the soul as we have it seems to be divided into 8 parts. And it seems that each part goes its own direction simultaneously after passage, so to speak. So what's God's will become God's, what's the devil's will become the devil's, and so on and so forth. The only thing that's really hard to come to terms with is the idea of reincarnating. I can say that is one of the scariest ideas that has ever been put forth. Honestly speaking, that, I mean, why would anyone really want to return? Even if, let's entertain that. Let's say someone did leave a good life. Let's say, for example, I myself, I'm living a very, very good life, comparatively speaking, compared to the rest of the people on this planet. A majority of people on this planet would kill to have many of the opportunities and situations that I have, and still I would not want to return to this veil of tears.
Yeah, that's definitely right. You know, it's interesting because from my perspective in traditional Islam, they tell you that you only get one life. There is no reincarnation. But from the Sufi occult point of view, they tell you that your soul originally comes from Allah, the Creator, and it takes 50,000 years, or you have to pass through 50,000 veils to be able to return to that source, because that's who you originally are, that being understanding itself through itself and through its creation. So 50,000 veils means 50,000 years. So, and I've encountered those scenarios where it's just interesting, where how does any of this fit? Like, do you just keep coming back and back, like how the Buddha taught us about the wheel of samsara and all those kind of things, and the connections that I made with the Sufi teachings of the 50,000 veils to get back to God, or equivalent to 50,000 years, meaning where one lifetime you could be 50 years old, next lifetime you could die at 70, then 80 or 40, or it's all adding up until you reach that 50,000, and then your soul will stop coming back here. While there are other sources that I've seen, other occult schools of thoughts, which tells you that you come back as 6 males, and then you come back as 6 females, and then ultimately you get in unity with the androgynous being of God, who represents both of those energies. So it's just so much knowledge and truth out there. I think it's just us in our arcane pursuits and in our search for knowledge, and what you're doing, Brother JMO. It's all beautiful relatively, because as the more better you get each day, meaning that you're more getting closer to the truth. And I'm glad that I have a chance to learn from you, from Douglas, and all of these things that we're trying to understand in our journey. That why are we here? What is all of this about? Did I just come here to work and pay bills and pay taxes and die? Or was there more to my life? Is there more to this life than humans just suffering, when there's enough resources at the top to end world hunger and war and poverty 10 times over? Why do we see this suffering? Which is that aspect of the other aspect in myself that tells me that when the time comes, not everyone will make it. And that's a thing that Imam Ghazali, Brother JMO, has pointed out very beautifully. And he says that God placed all 4 elements in man's creation. So man basically possesses divinity, satanic, the beastly, angelic, and the divine. So he tells you that all of those things are within you. You are a manifestation of all of those cosmologies.
Yeah, I seem to in the Klepothic realms, or at least in the left-hand path perspective, they have the view. There's a similar view of the veils, except the veils, like behind all things, the goal is to peel back the veils to reveal Nuit, which is that darkness, that nothingness. And so it's sort of similar to like the veils that would, I guess, cover the face of God, or as the Hebrews called it, Masukael, or the sort of dividing light that first cleaved things into the first creations. And there were those failed creations which would fall under Kemetael, Athael, and Belial. And so this is the 4th creation, supposedly, or the 4th array of creation, based on, I guess, the Hebrew cosmology.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, because even from my perspective, it teaches us about, like, first there was just darkness, because originally that's all there was. It was nothingness and darkness before any creation existed. And that's when, in the Islamic Sufi perspective, they teach us that God or Allah created the light of Muhammad, or Nur Muhammad. So before, people know the 6th century prophet, but in reality, it's that light of Nur Muhammad, which is the light that God made after creating all of this out of darkness. And when the light came, then all creation came from that light. So it's basically telling you that both darkness and light serve a purpose, not just in the cosmology of creation, but within you as well, where you have to kind of handle things in a middle path kind of way, where you don't deny your faith, your way of life, but also dealing with the world in many ways, where you have no choice when it comes to taking care of your family, making a living, getting an education, just trying to find your place so you can survive in this world. So the importance of balance and finding that middle ground, even what the Buddha teaches, is also stressed. And I think even with your pursuits from the left-hand path and the arcane path, you have handled that in a very good way, despite your challenges, but you also overcame all of your challenges, which is strengthening you for the being that you're meant to be and the path that you're meant to walk. Because it's all a work in progress. Each day we're kind of being built to be that being that we're meant to be in this current lifetime that we're in.
That is true, and yeah, you bring up a very good point. No one can deny that whatever this thing we're in is, there is an intelligence behind it.
Yes.
That has its own desire for a certain outcome, irrespective of what drives you have. If I guess you're meant to go all the way left, then you do that, and if you're meant to go all the way right, you go all the way right. And of course, we're not talking about politics here, folks. We're talking about the paths of either attaining oneness with the divine or a sort of self-dissolution in which one leaves the divine and just dissolves oneself into nothingness, which is what I seek. It's to sort of go back to when things were completely just only darkness and nothingness, formlessness, emptiness. That's sort of the left-hand path. And even there are different approaches to even that, because there are many magicians who wouldn't want that and want some kind of immortality in the astral realm. And so there are people who seek middle grounds all the time, I think, and that's something that's human. I think more likely than not, most people seem to seek more of a gray area than either the extreme dark or the extreme light. Those of us who even seek the extremes are relatively rare.
Yeah, Brother JMO, and I agree with you completely. And see that this intelligence that we're dealing with, and whatever name that we give to this divinity, whether it's God, Allah, or Jehovah, or whatever names that people have for this divinity, or this intelligence that we're dealing with, it's kind of has everything planned out in many ways, where it tells us in both the biblical and Quranic teachings that God is indeed the best of all planners. And even I was looking at the Hindu pantheon, their gods and what their teachings were. And even Krishna, one of their gods, he teaches that no matter what path you take, it all ultimately leads back to me. And that's what I realized when I was looking at all of these things, that no matter what you do, the Creator has given you free will. So there is some truth to that. Like, I guess it's kind of dangerous in a way if it's not handled responsibly, that phrase of "do what thou wilt." But there is some truth to that. There is some truth to that, Brother JMO, how the Creator, no matter what path you take, it all ultimately leads back to that oneness of the Creator, and how everything, if you did not serve a purpose, then that intelligence would not have your presence in this current realm, like how you and I are talking with each other, and I'm learning from you in this dialogue. So that's basically it. It's this divinity or this being that we're dealing with, whether it's a simulation or we're in a realm of some kind, of how even some people believe like we're in this kind of middle ground realm, and depending on your actions, you either go below or you go above. So it's all interesting in this quest for knowledge that we're in, to trying to understand ourselves and to understand the nature of the creation that's around us, which you realize, why is there suffering? Why is this going on? While some people will tell you that these people are dealing with their karma, which that sometimes doesn't make sense to me, and these other situations where you realize, what is this world that we're dealing with, and how can collectively we come together and try to help humanity? But right now, that's something you and I agree with, that humanity's in a downward spiral where everyone's kind of mad at each other, they're hurting each other. I mean, just here in the Philly area, Brother JMO, it's probably the same in New York. People are like running stop signs, making left turns at red lights in the middle of traffic.
Yeah, no one's driving responsibly anymore. It's like everyone's just giving up, man. It's the same out here in New York, with shootings left and right, man. I'm fairly certain you guys have your crime wave going up in Philly.
Oh man, it's been out of control. It's been crazy because there's so much misinformation going around, Brother JMO. First, because of the anti-vaxxers that are out there, because a lot of the employers here have mandated that you get vaxxed by January in order to, I guess, maintain your job. Which, I mean, I'm all for that. You know, people have to do the right thing to keep themselves safe and other people safe around them. And just the craziness that we're dealing with because of people are just losing it in terms of driving, accidents, like fighting and shooting. I realize what kind of future is this species trying to create for itself? Like, and that's when I realized that there is a cleansing that also happens from that same intelligence, that divine intelligence that does what it does, that order and balance. Realizing sometimes when civilizations get out of control, I mean, we've seen that many times. We see the Persian Empire, Ottoman Empire, this empire, that empire. Some lasted 1,000 years, some lasted 600 years, some lasted 2,000 years. America is still a fairly young empire, like maybe 240 or 243 years old, and they already have an interesting time frame ahead of them within this, especially these next 10 years until we reach 2030. Who knows what's going to be left by then?
Well, what I've come to glean is that the one empire that seems to be ruling the world right now, and I'm sure everyone can agree on this, is the Taiwanese Empire, since they are the ones who are making all the semiconductors that are used in our electrical devices. Without Taiwan, you don't have computing. Your society is not going to advance. So that much I am certain of. As for what the thing that I am seeing that I find frightening is that no one realizes how interconnected all of these empires are today. We're at a time where empires are more interwoven and interconnected than they've ever been before, due to technology, due to telecommunications, due to supply chains, due to all types of things. So we're really reaching a critical point where if one falls, one link in the chain can lead to the destruction of the entire chain itself, or at least a large portion of it.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, because it's like what I saw in the City of London headquarters. It's like they had a painting of King Herod and the cultists of the kings of Edom and Gog and Magog, and on the bottom they have Roman ruins. So it's basically telling you that they are the modern day Rome, but like having that financial capital of the world. And it was so interesting when I was walking around that area. I heard so many American accents. Like there were just so many people that were there from the U.S. because these entities are all connected with each other, whether it's the American Empire, the British Empire. It's all kind of interconnected with each other more than we realize, or what's been taught to us, especially with the people that I saw dressed as like Romans in that area, and just the paintings and the symbolism that was there. It's all relative, my brother. It's sometimes like some things never really do change. It's the same people and the characters that we're dealing with throughout the ages and throughout the world, but under the guises of different names and identities.
I'd like to ask more about that, the Roman thing. Did you ever get to talk to any of those gentlemen who were dressed as Romans, or any of the people dressed as Romans?
No, not really, because they had like kind of their own exclusive crowd, and you were like not allowed to get near them.
Oh, okay, I see. And
so
were they like?
It's interesting.
So they had like the garb like the Legion soldiers, I'm guessing.
I think he means more like togas, right? Was it?
No, they were like wearing these like colorful like garbs, like you know how you see like those Roman senators and like the leaders of Rome wearing those colorful garbs.
Okay.
So that's what I saw when I was in the City of London Corporation, and I listened to Brother Douglas's transmission and the monologues, and I realized like, yeah, that's exactly true. It's like a a city, state, or a country within a country that has its own laws and its own financial capital of the world and has businesses all over. I was hearing so many American accents. I was seeing Russians all over the place. So it just verifies all what Brother Douglas is teaching you, and just we all need to just pay attention to his teachings.
Bless you. Both of you gentlemen, bless you. You were doing so well that when I came back and put the earbuds back on, I certainly didn't want to interrupt. And I want both of you to carry us to the top of the hour, and then we'll bring Peter Moon on. But you're both doing fabulously, and so much to learn from both of you. I want to thank everybody in the live stream who's participating, and I always appreciate that participation. James Forsyth saying, "Greeting, Douglas and all." Greetings, sir. And Shane Bridges saying, "Greetings, Douglas and good people." Yes, good. It's good to have both of you men aboard. CK, who I'm going to assume she's a female. I believe she said that before. Mwah. Kiss to her. She's giving us 3 hearts, 3 nice red hearts. And then Daniel Larola says, "Knowing exactly who you are is the golden egg of true confidence, and to know thyself is a power, and that can serve to deflect detracting elements in one's life." Yes. And he says when a person knows who they truly are, a person can then use the mechanics of belief as a tool to heal oneself with, basically. And then Clarice Claudette, God bless her. Yes. She says, "I don't want to return either, Jameson. I don't want to be in the reincarnation loop. I'm finished and won't be blinded by the light." Okay, but do go to the light. You don't want to go to the darkness. The people who were recommending that were hardcore Adamites.
That's kind of why I'm going to the dark, because I have made my terms with the fact that the ones I have been dealing with for a long time, for decades, were in fact the anti-gods in a different guise. And this is something you don't learn first coming into the occult. You seem to think that these are demons you're dealing with, but you don't realize that not all of them are of the infernal. Some of them are completely outside. And it's only through deeper research into the Citra Acra that I came to realize that the ʔzure, the 11-headed dragon, is in fact the 11 Edomite kings, the dukes of Edom. And they put forth that they tell you as much in reading that. So I've unfortunately or fortunately for whatever reason, I'm dedicated to where I'm going, or rather stuck having to see this through.
Clarice Claudette says, "I mean the false light." So thank you for clarifying that, honey. And To be or no to be, to be or not to be, is what his name is spelled out very circuitously. Says howdy all, and welcome aboard. And again, just a check to see how we're holding. For the sake of making certain that our video gets distributed, I will repeat to everyone before I bring Peter Moon on. Understand, of course, that YouTube operates on a popularity aggregate, and that's most unfortunate, and it's also quite shall we say, insidiously stupid. And so the videos do not get distributed. In other words, they don't show up on searches if enough people downvote them, because YouTube then assumes that that's going to mean that it doesn't need to be distributed because it's unpopular. So with that level of vapidity that we're dealing with, again, the enemy fight's very dirty. You've got right now, maybe at the absolute most, 2 or 3 guys. Each one of them is using at least 2 IP addresses to put their downvotes up with. We haven't got hit by the bots so far tonight, but that may yet happen. It depends on whether or not Stephen Outram is too drunk to sit up or something. So, by the way, I'm serious when I say that. That's not even like trying to be vicious. He has a very serious alcohol problem, and hopefully it will do him in sooner rather than later. But
we need to do is hope that he doesn't have the money to get another liver, which he probably has gone through 3 or 4 of them already.
He'll probably get one. You only get one, really. Yeah,
He
but
just has to get he just has to get that one bad donor where his body doesn't take to it.
well, most of the people who get these transplants, it's not like, it's not like it extends your life by any great degree, and it certainly slows you down, believe me. But in terms of, just to complete the thought or close the loop, the circuit, so understand that we have to fight as dirty as they do, and whatever you've got, an IP, by that I mean an iPad or a laptop or a PC, personal computer, whatever you've got, any one of them that has a different IP address, use it to put your upvote, and that will help us balance out the enemy, the agents of chaos. By the way, Amy Komu, Como, says, the last transmission, my favorite discussion is, all white men must be suspicious until proven worthy. Yes, thank you, honey. Yes. Hey, love you dearly. And yeah.
I was looking at the statistics for the amount of the women, it's most likely to kill pregnant women, their spouses.
Yeah. Yes,
their significant others. So there's more than enough reason for one to be suspicious, to deem all WMs as suspicious until proven worthy.
Thank you. Yeah, very much so. And what I'm going to do is, by the way, for anybody who thinks I'm avoiding what our man Jameson said earlier about darkness and the light and the anti-gods, we can bring that up another time. And Amy Como says, still hear you. Thank you, honey. Good. And what we're going to do now is I'm going to go mute, try and bring Peter Moon on in a second. And let me try right now, as a matter of fact. And she says, yes, Jameson. Very nice. Okay, let's go for Peter and see if you can bring him on.
Yeah, I'll take care of that for you.
Okay, good man.
Yeah, he's available, so this should work with no problem.
Okay, excellent. And with that, I'll go mute for just a second while he introduces himself. And there
we go. I'll be with you in a few minutes.
All right. So yeah, Peter. Just jump on whenever you're free to do so, and we'll hold it down until he's able to drop on. So, again, as I was saying this.
Okay, I just noticed a message from him. I don't know if he got on for a second to tell you that.
Yeah,
but...
yeah, he did. He jumped on and said, yeah, he just a little bit of time.
All right, so I'll let you guys handle it. I'm going to go mute. I'll be back in about 5 to 7 minutes myself, okay? Thank you.
All right, folks. So there you go. Oh, right. Salman. Yeah, I was going to ask.
Yes, brother.
When you went to the stores, did you notice a lot of shortages and whatnot?
In England, no, I really didn't, because I was in London. So in London, it's basically a international city, like New York City, and it's basically they have everything up to date because they're serving like an international crowd. There's a lot of I saw a lot of American students that were there studying abroad at the colleges. I was going around and seeing how big of a metropolis London really is. Like, you have the main London, and then you have the city of London, which is like its own separate territory, and then you have all of these exterior territories that are part of that cosmopolitan and that metropolitan area. So everywhere I went, I didn't see any shortages at all. I believe those are probably the cities that are outside of the London metro area that are probably experiencing that, because of, I guess they're not a high volume city like London is. But I didn't see anything like that. But what I did found in England, Brother JMO, it's like a very relaxed and laid back version. Like, people are calmer, very nice, and they speak very nicely to you, and everything is like to the point. Like, people don't look at you if you're a Pakistani male or if you're an African American. Like, they just treat you like a normal human being, and I found that very refreshing, just going around London and just seeing the openness, and just England as a whole, just seeing how everyone is kind of open, and how these different communities from these different times have kind of settled in. And a lot of them even ask me, like, how do you handle that crazy country that you're going back to, like, with the craziness of America?
Yeah, it's gotten so bad that, in the ferry terminal, which is, sees, you figure New York's a place where people of all different tribes exist, but, so in the ferry bathroom, there's one stall and it said, kill all black niggers. And I quote, and I look at this in the stall, and I'm like, this is just so disgusting. It's getting this bad on the island of Manhattan, which is supposed to be like the melting pot of all the ethnicities. So, I mean, that should tell. I mean, yeah, that tells you all you need to know
that's
about the future of the United States.
That's interesting, brother JMO. You point that out because the high school that I went to, in the bathroom stalls, they would be doing the same exact things, and I would see all of the, a lot of my black friends and a lot of the other non-white friends that I had, Hispanic, Pakistani, black, that they were dating all of the cute white girls at the high school. So it would make sense why those words of resentment are written there on the bathroom stalls, even in the ferry terminal. But it's just the nature of this supremacy system that we're dealing with, because you have a system, brother JMO, that's kind of losing its power. It's losing its power, and it's just the truth that we're dealing with is some people are not going to willingly let go of that power. But the way the cosmology is working, especially the next 10 to 20 years, from my intuition and from my Sufi perspective, is all of this is going to dissolve, and people of color are going to be given their due rights. Hopefully within my lifetime, I see that, where they look upon you as a human being and not just somebody that they could just make fun of or gentrify or put drugs in your neighborhood or use and abuse in any way. I hope that system, which I believe within my lifetime, will come crumbling down.
Well, we just have to survive to see it, because the violence rate is another thing that's worrying, and given the proximity of all this to the Rittenhouse trial, and the fact that now a senator was seen outside the trial supporting Rittenhouse, and around him were like two guys flashing the white supremacy sign. So I mean, this has become very brazen, and it's reached the point where it seems like they feel like they don't have a reason to fear retribution for being violent now, and this is what is scaring me the most about traveling to the city anymore. It's like, whoa, and Staten Island's no place you want to stay either. I mean, because the people are, for lack of a better word, we're segregated out here in a manner of speaking. The community I live in has people of many different races, but I wouldn't want to venture out into the white neighborhoods. And venturing out into the white neighborhoods, I have experienced people calling the cops when you're in places you don't belong. So, yeah, it's segregated out here still. So
yeah, that's definitely right. That's a big difference that I seen when I was in England, where I was going around in all of these all white neighborhoods, and people were smiling and saying hello to me. And I was thinking that if I was in America, somebody would have called 911 on me by now. And they have, because look at this unfortunate craziness that we're seeing with the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. If you and I or Brother Douglas were in that situation, it probably already would have given us the death penalty by now. But this guy's being
the death penalty would have been administered by the police. We wouldn't even see the trial.
Yes. So excellent point.
We're seeing this guy being supported by the judge and the senators. Like, this is crazy. It just shows you the brazenness of the system, where one set of people, they do have a privilege, whether they admit it or not. If you and I were in that situation, we probably wouldn't even made it to the trial, and that's the truth. And I thank Brother Douglas for pointing that out also in his monologue.
Thank you. I appreciate that deeply. By the way, Crystal River did say she did send a message, but I don't know if she's going to jump on with us. She says she was working. She's on a break now, but she doesn't want to interrupt. She'll listen in now. So I did try to put in a call to her. We'll see if that works. If it doesn't, then we'll adapt. And at any rate, both of you are doing so well with everything. I do want to say that when it comes to Taiwan, of course, I certainly appreciate what Jameson is saying. It's not so much that Taiwan is an empire per se. It certainly is an empire in the sense of commercial and technological means. It is, in that sense, a techno empire, a commercial empire. It is, however, certainly not really. This is what makes it so special. It's very much in the position of the real Wakanda. What the fantasy was about Wakanda in the Marvel franchise that was running throughout its comic strip and then manifest in its film it's realized in Taiwan. In other words, you have a environment that is the society that is running on technology that others do not have, but everyone desperately needs. And it's the society that behind its isolation, the quality of life is some of the highest in the world. And yet it is unable to help the people around it, not because it doesn't want to, but because the people don't want it to help them. The Taiwan has, as I said, the COVID cases that it had. Any Taiwanese COVID case that came down was cured. And the only people who died in Taiwan of COVID cases, it was actually less than what I thought, which was around 10. I was under the impression it was 10. It was actually less than that. It was around 6 or 7. And they were all foreigners, every one of them. So not a single individual in Taiwan has died of COVID. And those that did contract it were all cured within just literally days. So in other words, their medical technology borders on the miraculous. And everyone else is just dying in droves. And they refuse to recognize Taiwan as a nation. This is, whatever fantasy people had about Wakanda is obviously a reality here. And so Taiwan is a place where it's just basically behind this curtain of where it's invisible to the world, but it's because everyone has blinded themselves to its existence. So this is the reality we're dealing with, the madness of our reality. And it's everyone's own choice. In other words, it's the choice of the outside world that it's like this. And so there we have that. And of course, I'll try and go back to talking more about Taiwan tonight, but we have so much going on here. And this, of course, is the intent of the Sino-Slavic synaxis. Just so people understand this, the entire strategy of the Sino-Slavic synaxis is to break America apart and polarize it so that they're distracted, so that they can attack. And what they'll attack, of course, is not America. They're going to attack the Ukraine, and they're going to attack Taiwan. And that will bring them closer to domination of Europe in Russia's case, and in China's case, domination of the world. So that's their strategy. And I try to outline that at great depth, and I don't know how many people comprehend what I'm saying, but I hope that I'm making it comprehensible enough. I believe Peter's on with us. So, Peter, or this might be somebody else I'm hearing? I'm hearing something.
No, I'm here now. I was listening. I just, I had to finish up a few things. So I am officially arrived now.
Oh, wonderful. I like that. I've arrived. I have arrived. Yes. And so, Peter, by all means, I'm going to need you and these two gentlemen. Salman Sheikh is back with us from London. I hope you have many questions for him. He brought up so many things that bear pursuing. And of course, Jameson has his own observations that he's made. Jameson feels that he's finally recognized that he's actually been working with, in a sense, you could say cavorting with, or almost nigh worshipping, because when you work with them, there's a form of worship there. He realizes that he's been working with the anti-gods all this time, the Edomites, And in that sense, he's really coming to terms with that. And how he comes to terms with that is he feels when he dies, he'll go towards darkness and oblivion. And of course, that's not thing that we need to concentrate on tonight as a thing, because we have an eternity in which to do that. I mean, either we'll speak to him more about it before he dies and negates himself, or he'll die and negate himself before we get to it, one way or the other. And whichever happens first. But in terms of his recognition of that, I brought him to that recognition the other day when he asked a fairly simple question, and I pointed that out. And so there we have that. And with all of this going on, it scared me to death what Salman Sheikh said about England. First off, that everything I suspected is true, and have told people in analysis. I you know it's true, but when you hear it firsthand, it really does sink in. And one of them is that London is seething with Russians. And this is just profound. And
Romanians.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
There might be more Russians because the Russian population is bigger, but there's plenty of Romanians there.
Okay, yeah. And then
it's truly an international country, as Salman was already alluding to. Indeed. It's the crossroads of the world in many respects. Just as New York is, so is London.
Yeah, very much so. And of course, Peter's been there himself. But though it was
I've been to London only in the airport, which I've been to too many times. But I can comment on London. But what was I going to say? With regard to the anti-gods, it's hard for anybody living in this domain not to traffic with the anti-gods. It's like even going to the grocery store, you're going to be surrounded by products from the anti-gods with the sugar they put into everything, and many unnecessarily so.
Yeah.
We're not talking about sweetening your sweet and sour pork. Talking about degenerative, processed sugar that has no nutritional value in it whatsoever, to the point where it's destructive. And people are addicted to this, if not physically, psychologically. Mm-hmm. It's hard to go into a store and find things without sugar in them. Mm-hmm. But anyway, but not just that. If you're dealing with banks, if you're dealing with internet, we're surrounded by anti-God energy. Yeah. And, Jameson is obviously taking it up a notch. well, obviously, it's like trying to come to terms. We're all trying to come to terms with this reality, and it has its issues. But I would begin, and I will get back to London, because it all ties in together. But I had a very interesting or relevant experience, because I don't know if I told Douglas privately, I don't know if I mentioned it on the air or not, but we've been negotiating. When I say we, I'm talking about my friend, partner, whatever one I call him, in Hollywood, who has done my covers, my recent covers, done a very good job. He's a superb graphic artist, but he's also even better at film and 3D graphics, and he has access to all sorts of special technology that even the film industry hasn't seen yet. Wow. And all the stuff they're talking about with metaverse and the Zuckerberg, yes. They, if they knew him or knew about him, they'd be all over him. But that's not the direction he wants to go. He wants to do Montauk. And so we've been negotiating a what's called an unscripted series, which would be a documentary. I won't mention the parties involved, but it's gotten to the point where we basically said no, because every contract we've been given is a piece of shit, for lack of a better word. And I said this from day one. I said, no, I'm not going to. And so then he gets involved and comes around, after 3 months or 4 months and says, yeah, well, yeah, he comes to the same conclusion. So I didn't get and then what had happened is two of his producer friends who are extremely credentialed in Hollywood, extremely, one more than the other, but only because he's, well, I don't know, they're very, and they were just, when they read the contract, well, they were like, broke up. They said, how could anybody write a contract like this? Which was my response. And they actually went out of their way to comment on how it was trying to rip me off. And I wouldn't even read the contract because I knew better. And so finally it got to the point where we said, we're not interested. And we were written an email that said, okay, we'll tell the executives at so-and-so that you're not interested. Well, I'll call them this evening and tell them you're not interested. And I was tempted, and I get CC. I don't get in the dialogue. I could, but I don't want to. And I said, I was tempted to write to him and say, don't wait till this evening. Tell him this afternoon that we're not interested. Just, get this out. And then they keep coming back. So once we say, okay, so we don't have to sign an option. Okay, so it's like they're basically going to give us the sun, moon, and stars, which is, we were kind of told that in the beginning, but why don't you give us a contract that says that instead of having all these like liability clauses in there? And so finally they said, yeah, okay, you can do this. And we're going to basically create the show this way. And I pointed out, I said, if we create a show, see, the problem is, it's somewhere this invisible censor comes in and says, oh, okay, you can do this, but where's the Montauk Monster? You don't have the Montauk Monster. Yeah, we know we don't have the Montauk Monster. Oh, we can't say this stuff about David Anderson. So, oh, no, we can't talk about this. We need to get Michio Kaku to comment on it because people believe in it. And at that point, why hold ourselves up to this? It's kind of like, okay, we have full control. And if they want to not air the show, I want to have what I said is a kill fee. Okay, if you're not going to air the show, then pay us $100,000 or something just to not air it. So we don't, even though we're being paid, this is like a severance thing for putting all this work in and being knocked out of the box. And let us salvage the work that we did, or let us salvage the work we did and take it somewhere else, one or the other. And so all of this stuff, it's like, what in the hell is going on? Why did I mention this? It was in the context of, we're talking about the anti-gods. This is the rule. Like, I can publish a book and, okay, that can be, it doesn't upset too many apple carts. But if you put something on, it's even hard on TV now because the old prime networks of CBS, NBC, and ABC are now, they're just one of the other networks. Yeah. So it's hard to get eyeballs. But when you start telling something that goes beyond the box, it gives you too much power. And I'm not opting for power, I'm opting to tell a story. And ultimately, where does all this go? It will go to Douglas Dietrich, which will upset the apple cart even more. But not right away. We won't introduce Douglas right away, but at some point it becomes imperative because, see, the person that we're having problems with, who seems to be in the way of everything, at one point he said, oh, you mean there's more than one book? He doesn't even know. But somebody at some major network is hot to do this story, apparently. And so we were given this piece of saying, well, okay, well, they told us, okay, you can have these things and we'll see about if we can get the executive producer credits. And my response was, Well, if we're creating the show, we'd have to have executive producer credits. And our allies in Hollywood want us to have these credits because it let me say, it just paves the way for getting easier and bigger money for what's called the scripted series, the drama series. And so I was talking with this to my wife. First, I had told her yesterday morning that we're not going to accept this unless we get a kill fee. And she says, "Don't push your luck." And I said, no, because I'm not pushing my luck. This is the terms. And then I was telling her tonight, and she said something very interesting. Anyway, I told her about this dream I had that was related to the other night, the dream I had in Romania when it was the night when I found out that they were gonna basically shit can the documentary I was on. What was it called? I don't even remember the name of it. It was with the WB network.
Yeah, a long time ago.
It was called Mysteries Unsolved, or I don't know what it was called, but it was Undecoded Mysteries or something like that. But it was like, I mean, the coverage, a lot of the story they told was okay, but then they cut out the part about David Anderson. They had me showing his patent, but then they had Michio Kaku come in and lie about the patent, saying, "This looks like the scrawlings of a child." He says, "It has no power source. You have to have a power source." Of course it has a power source. It's detailed in the patent. This is who Michio Kaku is. He's an asshole. Right. And he's a liar.
Yes.
And so why do you have this? I told the guy who was arranging for it that he was problematic. And then the guy, what caused the upset in the dream world was this guy, when I woke up from this nightmarish dream, I was told, I went out into the cantina tent where there's still people up at some ungodly hour, 2 or 3 or 4 in the morning. I mean, it was ridiculous. And I was able to get an internet connection to LA, and my friend was telling me what was going on. This explained why I had such a nightmare where I was, fighting Qigong with blades and victory, had victory, but still it was problematic. And I was very sick with dysentery, and it was quite a challenge for me to overcome that the next several days and eventually get to the cave. When I went into the cave, I'd say by the time I got out of there, I was pretty much fully recovered. Yeah. But it was quite the challenge of the initiation. So anyway, in part of that dream, I had fought these guys off with the Qigong in my dream, and then I was looking for my best friend Greg, the one who passed away, and I was looking for him in a bar. Now I couldn't figure out what the hell did Greg have to do with any of this.
Tell the people a little bit about Greg.
Well, just Greg was a guy I grew up with, and he was my best friend. He was my mentor. He taught me the fine points of hitting a baseball, catching a baseball, how to surf, how to throw a football. And his dad was my second dad, and they were an Italian family. We were all very, very close. The families were very close, ridiculously close. And so we had, but anyway, Greg just appeared in the dream. And this was before he passed away. And I said, "Why is he there?" Well, I couldn't find him. And then I go out this door, and there's this Asian, portly Asian guy who's like, wants my wallet. He wants my wallet. I said, "No, you can't have my wallet." And then that goes into a fight with some Asian woman who's like on top of me, and saying, "What are your crimes? What have you done that's illegal?" I said, "I haven't done anything." And she just gives up. And then she puts some guy on me who's like some sort of kung fu guy, and he stabs me with a sort of a artist knife, and I turn it around and stab him much more harshly. And then he gets a bigger knife and stabs me a little deeper, but I take it on him and even deeper. and to the point where I throw him over a wall, and then he's done. And then the fight's over. I'm scathed, but I'm not damaged. And that was kind of where I woke up. But I had another dream the other night, where a couple nights ago, where I see Greg and he needs my help, and he's passed away, and I don't know what it is, and I see this mafioso in a tower who's like watching him, and I see, well, God, so I know that I have to go down these pathways where he can't see me going towards him, and I access Greg where the mafioso can't see me, and I see Greg, and I open up my wallet, and I've got lots of money in there. It's like, it's either thousands or high hundreds. It's a lot. It's like, you're not going to carry more. You can't carry too much money in your wallet. So it's like a lot of different bills in there. It must be close to 1,000. And I'm pulling out, 20s. Oh, here's a 50. Here's a 20. Here's some fives. Here's some ones. Oh, I got to pull out another 50 for you. I'm being very generous with him. I don't know why he'd need money in the afterlife. But the truth of this is, if these people will let us do a TV show like they've agreed they want us to do, and let us do it and not them, it will be very successful, because it will parlay into something like Ancient Aliens.
Yeah.
And it will be better than any show that's out there, because of the content I can provide and contribute to, plus the incredible graphics ability of who I'm working with. It's a team effort. And so in other words, they will have a show like no other. So some of the people involved with the production with the Jersey Shore and shows like that. But this is a different show, what we're doing. And the person doesn't even understand the property. So this might symbolize the money.
Right.
The connections were between, in the dreams, were connected to Greg and the wallet.
Yeah.
Now, Greg is my best friend, or was my best friend before he passed away. So even though, he couldn't talk by the end of his life, so we couldn't talk on the phone anymore. But when he could, we used to talk periodically, not all the time. Right. But And
by the way, understand that in the Asian perspective, one does need money on the other side. So go on.
Well, then I must have helped him.
Yeah.
Because, that's good to know. That's very good to know. So, the connections were the money and him, which is the friend, means I'm trying to be friends with these people and bring them money. I can bring these people money. If they will obey.
Right.
In other words,
right. If they're smart enough to listen, it will benefit them. It will profit them if they're smart enough to listen. Go on.
Well, exactly. But this isn't the way things work in Hollywood, or these negotiations are not being done in Hollywood, but rather New York. But it's like, it's just this mindset that is just so. And even the two more successful people looked at these contracts. They said, "How can anybody do this? This is horrible." Now, because it's just this way of doing it. Now, the moral of the story, that's the background, is I told this to Paula, and she only has so much time in a day to talk to me, let alone listen to me, and go into deep depth. That's why it was such a thrill to go with her to the movies the other day, just to be with her. It's not that we don't see each other every day, we do, but time is precious. Right. So she said something about what her stepmother had told her in the school. Now, I don't really get into the teachings of the school. I respect and appreciate them. I'm my own teacher. But I can interact, and I can, I talk with the students. It's just not what I'm doing. But so anyway, she said something very interesting. She said that her stepmother has said that there is there is a principle in the universe that when you reach a high state of, she didn't say ecstasy, but she said harmony, where everything's going right, a hunky-dory, whatever you want to say, and all the stars align, there is an entity that will appear in human life. Whenever human beings reach this state of harmony, there is an entity that will come down and create disharmony and will upset the apple cart. I could say that this happened to me upon the publication of the Montauk Project. I was visited by great something countered me. Although I was very successful, my emotional and personal life began to be very challenged, and ultimately resulting in a very, I guess what you say, extremely uncomfortable divorce. Right. Which, I'm very much recovered from. Yeah. But this is, whereas I had, kind of hit the jackpot, there was something there to take its toll. Now, I thought that was very insightful of her. And I can very much compare this with Scientology, where people had states of, I don't want to say ecstasy, but it's like ecstasy, where they would have a tremendous release, or would sometimes, if not exclusively, what they call exteriorization, going out of the body. Right. And Hubbard has spent a lot of time dealing with this stuff of people going back into the body and crashing. And the whole point I learned from my experience in Scientology, as well as the materials I studied, was you have to have a harmonious, the real key to life is not being permanently exterior with the ability to manipulate matter, energy, and space, and like some sort of, Olympian god, which is nice, but it's to live in harmony with the world around you. And that was the key. And I got very good at that. But in Scientology, it got to the point where there was such disunion and disharmony that it couldn't, that they didn't want that. That was not allowed. People had to be messed up. And, it's taken people 20, 30 years to figure that out. People that I left behind, it's taken them long to realize that they were playing a game that wasn't going to benefit them. In fact, the game was using, like, what do you call that? Eating them.
Yes, it's rigged against them and devouring them. Go.
Yeah, and I saw that right away when it began to be that. Once it's a no-win game. So the idea here, though, is, as I was saying, with this leveling force, because Scientology was a game where if you weren't just in a slave's mindset, where you had periods where you were applying the techniques and they were going well, or they were being applied on you and it was going well. They could also be applied on you and you could have problems. Things weren't going well because they weren't being applied correctly. And that's where somebody like me would come in and say, no, don't do it that way, do it this way. And to oversimplify it, it has a lot to do with, hey, this is working. It's great. Keep doing it. This is not working. Don't do that. It's that simple. There's a lot more sophistication in that. But, if you're grinding your teeth, stop grinding, stop grinding your teeth. It's that simple, although the application of it might require a lot more sophistication in terms of communication than how I just oversimplified it. But it's that simple. So, and of course, I was educated enough to have a latitude of to say, if anything doesn't work, don't do it. I had that, I guess what you would call ecclesiastical acumen and ecclesiastical power to say, don't follow that verse of the Bible, follow this one, so to speak. because it's taken you down the road to oblivion. So in any case, that's sort of a side comment, but the whole key to life is finding harmony, And what is that harmony in your daily life? That is so important. And one of my friends in Romania, she once said to me, I'm going to make my move. I'm going to China. And it did not work out so well. She had a good job in Bucharest. She could have a good job in any Spanish-speaking country as a translator. She went to China, and she went to a holistic community in China.
Oh, my God.
And they were depending on her to make it work with basically bringing in resources. It didn't work out so well. So then she went to Mongolia, and that was interesting. I learned a lot from her there because, she would write to me and told me. So it's like, and she, kind of how I got to know her is I met her at an event I was participating in, and she communicated back to me. I have found that Romanians, not all of them like to say this, or my wife wouldn't like to say this because she's the exception to the rule. She says, they don't communicate back to you. They communicate to you when you're there, but they don't necessarily communicate back to you.
But by the way, all Eastern Europeans are like that, but go on.
Well, my publisher in Bulgaria is not, nor is the girl who translated, where I'll always feel very close to them. So they're not like that.
But they've adapted to their professions. I mean, if they were like that, they wouldn't be in those professions, right?
Well, of course, one of them knew English backwards and forward because she worked for the airlines.
Yeah.
She's very good. She was a translator. He learned English, and so we had a professional relationship, which he honored. But so this was, but she would communicate right back to me, which I really appreciated. She ended up translating the Montauk Project into Spanish for me. But what I'm saying is when she also organized a trip that I took, it was the trip on which I met Paula. And she was one of the co-organizers of the trip. There were actually 3 organizers of the trip, 2 of them which were Romanian. But she made it happen. And she said to me, as a result of meeting me, she says, I had no idea. She would go on, tours to sacred places in Peru and whatnot. And she said, I had no idea all of this was in my own backyard, in my own country. So that was, it was very, and I get this frequently, and from a couple of my dear Romanian friends that said, yeah, I told them the thing about Christmas and Santa Claus and sent it to them, and they said, wow, I didn't know this. So it's like I have I guess what you'd say, a characteristic of teaching Romanians about their own country.
Right. And
it gives me a sort of a unique position with them. And it's like it's really strange when you think about it, because it's part of who they are. It's part of their DNA. My friend Kathleen, who's like a top psychiatrist, not only in Romania, but throughout Europe, and he's now got his second PhD in complexity studies. He's the guy who took me up to the cave, and we went to the cave together, and he's been a friend for years. And he told me the last time when we were going into a cave down by the Black Sea, he says, when I was a little boy, I had these dreams, or I would see myself in this sort of cape, and he says, I was like one of these Solomonari, Right. It's in these people DNA. So like I'm kind of teaching them, and the reason he even went up to Sarma Sejatuza in the first place, because he came to my Qigong class, he keeps coming to the class, and I secretly didn't like him because I knew his wife, and she used to come to the class, and I would help her, and then I found, and he was giving a hell of a, what do you call it, insult. He was standing up in this lecture and insulting this speaker who was a friend of mine, and I didn't mind him doing the insult. It was in Romanian. I couldn't even understand what he was saying, but it was inappropriate.
Right.
And then I looked at her. I said, "That's your husband." I said, you know, we need to write a letter to his guardian angel, because I told her to write a guardian angel to her daughter, because the daughter had problems with her mouth, which are all helped now.
Oh,
but I was telling the mother, you need to. She said, "What do I do for my daughter?" I said, "You write a letter to the guardian angel of your daughter." She liked that. Yeah. And then when I said, "I didn't know you were married to him," I said, "You need to write a letter to his guardian angel." He late. So he's coming to my classes, and I said, I don't like this guy. But then he says to me, "I'm going to Summer Session Tuesday." I said, "Okay, you come." And then as we got to know each other, I talked about that incident, and he says, "You know, my wife wasn't paying enough attention to me," he said. You know, he told me. Now, there is a lot more. He preferred my teaching to this guy's teaching, like far and away. You know, they're both PhDs, but he liked the way I taught, because I wasn't putting any mystery or mystique between what I was teaching. Right. I put it all on the plate. And people have commented that to me. You're very sharing, you're very giving. I'm not like, playing these games, which Mantak Chia is noted for that. He has all these levels of Qigong and stuff like this. And it's just a way to get you to pay. And my teacher did not care for Mantak Chia at all. But who's like, super big bucks when it comes to that. So anyway, this guy has been a fantastic friend, and but it's like I'm teaching people about their not just their country, but their lineage. And sometimes I see things in them that they don't see in them because of what I've learned from them. In other words, I learned this from a professor, and he's saying, "What are you doing? Why do you keep coming back here?" And he won't let me go to sleep. It's like I'm trying to take a shower. I take a shower on this boat. It's like, it's indoors, and he won't let me go to sleep. And I got to get up to teach Qigong, in the morning. And he won't let me go to sleep because he keeps asking me these questions. And finally it comes up, "What are you doing here? Why are you doing this?" And I said, "Well, you're the one who started it all." I said, X years ago, you sent me to Summer Session Tuesday. You were the one that told me I had to go. I said, "It's all your fault." And then once I talked it out with him laboriously for like a couple of hours at 2 to 4 in the morning or whatever it was, he then says, "Okay, now I understand." Because it didn't completely correlate with his left brain, although he's very open to the right brain. But it's like he had to, it had to correlate with him. So this idea of this counter force when you reach harmony is something, we can call the adversary. We could call it, as the church lady would say, Satan. It's the adversary. But it's Paula's mother calls it the entity. An entity will come in to smite you down, so to speak, and not let you have your cake and eat it too. So in Douglas's life, he's been gifted with so much knowledge, so much acumen, but at the same time, he's been constantly dealing with a shit sandwich that's been delivered to him for whatever reason. We don't have to explore the karma of it, the ins and outs of it. So, you're at a juxtaposition there, but you do have a tremendous gift. And this is the, the leveling. And this leveling factor that comes in is like an Edomic force. And I had noticed in relationships that I'm talking about opposite sex relationships, that where I'm like, it's with my wife, but not exclusive. It's like if you have a certain harmony, they will, and they don't have it inside of themselves, they will try to disharmonize you. This could happen outside of a relationship too. If somebody sees you're at peace with yourself, they'll try and stick a needle in you to aggravate you because they're not at peace. They're not at peace, so they have to say, this person's at peace. We have to irritate him. And this is what can happen if you're so lucky as to achieve a state of harmony and peace. And I was under the impression, if not the illusion, that I was just going to fade out of this lifetime and die in harmony. And that would be that, and I would never have to incarnate. And that was the impression or illusion I was living under, which was validated by the experience out-of-body experience I had that I talked about last transmission in the chiropractor's office, where I fainted. And I said, wow, this harmony is totally what I knew it would be. I'm here. I'm in ecstasy. Oh, can't leave my wife. Got to go back. And then, Montauk became a whole new life and another quest. Now, so that was interesting what Paula had to say about, if you get too happy. So, Jameson's not living in what you'd say copacetic, harmonious times. It's not so bad. It's not so bad. You want to achieve harmony. You want to squeeze out whatever harmony you can, and then not talk too much about it or brag too much about it, because you might find you've won the lottery, and then you come back and find out that your whole family's been, killed by Kyle Rittenhouse in the name of self-defense. But so anyway, I mean, that's the kind of thing that can happen. You can, too much success can be countered. So this is why gradual improvement, what Hubbard taught was the gradient. You take things a little bit at a time. You don't try and change the world overnight. You don't try and approach a subject. One of the most neat things I learned the other day, I started to look up something chemistry-wise, and on the periodic table. And there's so much information you can look on YouTube about the periodic table from different angles, which was something that frustrated the hell out of me as a junior in high school, because they give you this periodic table, but they don't explain where it comes from or how they arrived at it. And I found it very insulting to my intelligence to be just given this periodic table and say, it's a given, it's a given. Okay. And very minimal time about how it was figured out. I mean, it's quite an achievement, the periodic table. It's probably one of the greatest achievements in science, is the periodic table of elements. And like, how did they put it together? Let's hear the story of how it was put together, instead of just putting it on a chart in front of us and say, this is the way it is, because it doesn't invite your intelligence. It invites your almost like a religious adherence to it.
Yes. Because
if you adhere to it, you can't think with the principles as easily. And to this day, I still don't know how it was all put together. And that kind of turned me off to chemistry, a subject I was very bad at until it all reverted to mathematics, at which time I could excel at it. but not really knowing what the true theories. And because if you get too close to that, you're probably going to understand alchemy, how it evolved out of alchemy. So that was, but if I have the time, I'm going to look at some of those videos, because there's a tremendous amount you can learn. You can get the equivalent, or you can literally get it if you want to pay the money. You can get the equivalent of a college education by just watching YouTube, because that's what college courses are now. The professors put their stuff on YouTube and give the person an assignment. And you'll find some people are very specialized in certain discussions. You can learn a lot. To what end is another question. What do you want to use it for? But that's a side comment. So the big part of today, and it undercuts all of this nonsense going on in the world and chaos in the world, is I took a nap today, and I was very tired because I only slept a few hours because I was doing, painting or staining, I should say, staining. And I don't know if it's the chemicals, I don't know if it was the irregular schedule, but I only slept a few hours. And then I took this nap that was deep. It was so deep. It might only been an hour, but you felt like you were sleeping for 7 hours. And lo and behold, David Anderson appeared. Wow. And he appeared in the context of a phone conversation. And I said, hello. And he sort of hesitated. There was like a lag. And then he came through. And I don't remember what he said, because he really didn't say anything except to let me know he was there. And I said, can I ask you a question? And the question was, why do certain events, key events, appear in bunches, in a series? Now, that may seem very simple, but that was the dream. What was so, I guess what you'd say, penetrating, was that I had a direct connection to him. I've talked to him in the dream state before. Often, the dreams with him are very special. But this was like as if he was right there. It was like I hit his consciousness. Maybe he just read an email of mine. This was, but the question was, I said, why do events come in bunches? Now, what I was asking about, it was similar to my last dream when I asked him a question. I said, how can I maintain the communication with you in the dream state? And he says, well, you have to figure that out yourself. And that delighted me. Now, this is the same type of dream because, again, it reverts back to myself. I don't need him to tell me why events come in bunches. I might be better off answering it myself, because this is the subject of synchronicity. So I said, why do things happen in bunches? So I went back and I immediately realized I needed to review my own book, published umpteen years ago, about a decade and a half ago, The Synchronicity and the Seventh Seal. And I'm going to share this. This goes back. I start the book off by, after giving an introduction about what I've been doing, is the first chapter is called Synchronicity in the Unified Field. And I start off by saying that when Einstein achieved public acclaim for his theories, he was struck by the fact that although there were probably only 10 people in the world who could understand his theories, everyone treated him as if they appreciated his work. He knew he was being admired by people who were not only ignorant of his work, but had no personal experiences by which to comprehend his theories. They were all believers. And I mentioned how this is a priestly This demonstrates how a priestly caste could form around the seemingly complex subject like physics. So, and then I mentioned that I've only heard of one scientist who understands Einstein's theories to the point where he could actually apply them on a real world basis, and that is David Anderson. Einstein has been much maligned by people who do not understand his work. And I would not understand it with any relevancy except from David. And I remember, this is interesting, it's just a side note. Before I ever wrote the Montauk Project, I wandered into a bookstore in Holbrook, New York, which is the Five Towns area, not too far from JFK, but it's airport. But I wandered in there, and the girl who owned the store, Susie, she stopped and she says, I went up to buy something, or, you know, and she looked at me and she says, "You're a very important man," she says. "You can be doing something. It has to do with Einstein." And I said, I don't know what the hell she's talking about, you know. And there was a girl in the back who worked there. There were two of them who later became my friends. And I didn't go into the store very often. And Susie became a friend of mine. She actually gave me the book, what was it? The Redfield book, not Renfield, Redfield, the Insight book. You know, Douglas, you may remember the name of that book.
Oh, I'm trying to remember, but
you know, the Celestine Prophecy.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
And she gave it to me because I sort of saw it and was talking. She says, "Oh, you have this book. Give this book." She ran the book as a tax write-off for her husband, and that's the way she kept it going. It wasn't like it was a really nice store. And then and such is it. I think people used to accuse me of liking her so she would give me free books or something. It was so stupid. You know, say, "Oh, well, he likes her because she gives her free books. She gives him free." She gave me one book, you know, and somebody would turn that into like
anything they can. Yes.
Oh yeah, it was good, and was Cecilia Crowley. She had a restaurant, and she was a collateral descendant of Aleister Crowley, and these girls in the back had introduced me to her, and so they said, "Oh, yeah," somebody had told Cecilia. She says, "Oh yeah," she says, "You know, you come here to get free food," because, you know, I went in there once and she wouldn't let me pay for the food. I tried to pay for the food. She wouldn't let me pay for it. So that turned into me going there to get free food. You know, I ate there one time, I think. This is the type of, and this was a very actually famous psychic on Long Island who was saying this shit about me. This is the sort of stuff you have to put up with. Yes. I don't really put up with it anymore because nobody cares. But anyway, that was just sort of a side note. And I don't know what ever happened to Susie, but I know, I guess, I hope she lived happily ever after because she was very nice. But in any case, I'm talking about this chapter of synchronicity in the unified field in Einstein, and that David had a working introduction. And of course, there was also Carl Jung, who coined the word synchronicity. And he said that this is a derivative of the Tao. He says the Tao is a mysterious principle underlying creation, yet it cannot be confined to that definition, because if it is, by definition without definition, the Tao that can be defined is not the true Tao. So he referred to synchronicity as the poor man's Tao, because it wasn't quite the Tao, but it was right taking you there. With the amount of information I've understood since then, I would define the Tao as the realm of the 10th dimension, the God mind. And according, then again, that's only a definition of that which cannot be defined, the God mind, and synchronicity is the ninth dimension. And this is all explained in my series, The Psychology of Space-Time. In this respect, well, so, and another aspect I talk about is that science is just continually rediscovering what ancient philosophers knew, or what exists in texts such as the Veda. There was Wolfgang Pauli, a contemporary of Einstein, who was famous for codifying the principles of quantum physics in the first half of the century. And it's not that well known, but Pauli, who was a hardcore scientist, was he had this phenomena in his life that his fellow scientists referred to as the Pauli effect. It was said that his presence was enough to cause scientific equipment to misfire. Mm-hmm. So he'd go into an area and weird stuff would happen, and it bothered him because he had a brilliant and critical scientific mind. His contributions are legendary, but his personal life was a mess because of this stuff that would happen. So he knew he was becoming too sarcastic. So he consulted Carl Jung because of the chaos in his personal life. So here you had a patient-trained occult psychologist who was working with this scientific mind who was experiencing havoc because of the chaos in his personal life. They became friends and collaborated on various observations about the universe. And that's just a fact of life. Pauli and Jung, they can be studied. But the most aggressive attempt to categorize synchronicity and what it meant was an Austrian biologist by the name of Paul Kammerer. In 1919, he wrote a book entitled, I'm going to try this German pronunciation, mm-hmm. Gesetz der Serie. Mm. Gesetz der Serie, the law of seriality. There is no translation of it. That there was none at the time I wrote this. There is a summary of it in an appendix of Arthur Koestler, who wrote The 13th Tribe. Arthur Koestler committed suicide at the age of 99. Arthur Koestler.
Jesus. Why did he bother? I mean, what was that about?
I don't know. He's too old and didn't want to get to 100. Arthur Koestler wrote The Case of the Midwife Toad. The Case of the Midwife Toad, which is a biography of Paul Kammerer. So Kammerer kept a logbook of coincidences for a period of 20 years. He classified them into series of the first order, series of the second order, series, and so on. He said the series of the first order might be continuous repetition or encounters with a specific number or name. So if you keep seeing 1111 come up or 666 come up, this is, continuous repetition. Or you keep seeing your birthday come up. This is just a bunch of synchronicities called series of the first order. Now, the second order might be the same type of a coincidence, but with a different number. So you're seeing the first one is just a specific number, then the second order is a different number. The first one might have been 666, the second one might be 1111. He further categorized synchronicities by the following four terms: typology, morphology, power, and parameters. Typology refers to the type of situation or number or names, etc. So it's that type of situation. It might be the situation where you run into people with your wallet of an issue. Like I had 2 wallet dreams there I talked about. Or 2 incidents with my friend Greg. And so he was like listing these things down, and he went to a park and would just look for synchronicities and stuff. Oh, women with an orange purse, women with an orange purse. Typology refers to the type of situation number names. No, I just said that. I repeated myself. That's typology. That's typology, the first one.
Yeah.
Morphology refers to the number of successive coincidences. That would be the number of successive coincidences. So I've had successive coincidences around the names Cameron and Wilson, and they stack up in number, where they become significant and shine in the light and whatnot. And the Wilsons and Camerons always come back to the 666s. And I will point out that it was a Wilson who devised the Congressional Medal of Honor, which is an upside down pentagram, which is as good as saying 666 because it is the symbol for Satan. So that, and those names are intimately tied to Wilson. Wilson and Cameron are tied to 666, as is Crowley. So this is the number of successive coincidences. It also implies by its name changing condition. Of course, the name appears, it changes. Like say, when I was investigating 666 and all of that, well, all of that led me to the discovery that there were pyramids at Montauk and that the base had a dubious ownership. So I went to the Suffolk County record search to look at the deed for Camp Hero, which was where the Montauk project took place. And I'm driving a black Mustang, I park, and then not right in front of me, but right in the next stall was this woman. She looked like she was a nurse. She looked like she was in nurse's garb. She had a black Mustang that was the exact year, make, and model of mine, except that the license plate said 666 on it. And here I am going to look up the deed to Camp Hero. I felt like getting out and going and addressing her, but I said, no, I don't want to appear too weird. She might have given me a load, who knows? But I went and looked up the document and found a quitclaim deed, which I would later learn from my dear friend who jumped off the pier in North Carolina over the Montauk project. She jumped in, did a swan dive into the pier. It was too much for her. She survived. But she told me, she was a real estate expert, and she says a quitclaim deed is completely worthless. It means nothing. And I've since found out that there's it also, part of that deed retained ownership to the underground. They had all underground rights for mining and purposes like that. So this is the government doing a quitclaim deed to New York State. So they also said in the deed that we can take it back anytime we want. So it wasn't much of a deed, and it obscured a real deed, which I have not seen to this day. And it's known that there is a deed, but it's a hidden deed that people have tried to dig up, people that have to do with the lighthouse and stuff. It's not Montauk project related. So that has to do with changing circumstances. So when we get to the third type of synchronicity that Kammerer categorized was power. It refers to the number of parallel coincidences. So here we're taking not just the number of successive coincidences, but parallel coincidences to where, that could mean a lot of different things. And if I were to categorize all of my synchronicities with a little more discipline in emulating, at least moving in the direction of what he's talking about, it will reveal more stuff. If I have, like with all the stuff when I go into the cave and all this stuff with David Anderson. Now, see, David Anderson in the dream or me, I don't need to credit him. I can credit myself for him coming into my dream state and putting my nose back into this. Because it's my my work that I've done here, and I'm reading back. So parameters, which is the fourth categorization, refers to the number of shared attributes. Okay, so Kammerer would spend hours in public places noting observation of random facts for tabulating coincidences. He noticed that certain synchronicities were clustered together, like a lucky streak in gambling. You also see this in baseball, whereas a team will do good for a period of time, or they will get a lucky streak, a bunch of hits in one inning. Baseball shows this very much. You will also see it in the other sports. In basketball or football, when a team gets the breaks, when all the calls are going their way. It could apply to the stock market as well. My father had a colleague, and nobody will believe his name. Nobody believed, but Greg remembered this guy, and we used to laugh about it because nobody believed that this guy's name is what it was. His name was Dick Wick. Dick Wick.
Parents must have hated him.
It was Richard Wick.
Yeah, there you are.
Okay.
Okay.
But they called him Dick.
Yes.
I remember going to their house and their apartment. They had an apartment. Most people had houses, they had an apartment at that time.
Right.
Dick Wick had a gift with the stock market. And he, my father would talk to him. They both worked for Schlumberger. He bought Schlumberger stock. My father didn't have such confidence. But this guy would just clean up in the stock market. He couldn't do anything wrong in the stock market.
Wow.
My father wasn't so lucky. Okay. He I don't really know how well he did, but he wasn't. Dick Wick was like making out like a bandit.
Jesus.
Because, he was just lucky. So I always remember it, and I sort of say, well, Dick Wick has good luck. My father is not as lucky. Okay. My father was fine, but that's just what I remember. And what a name, As they say, he didn't have the name Dick Wick, but Greg always remembered. He'd laugh. Yeah, later life. Yeah, we remember Dick Wick.
How could you forget?
Yeah, I remember they gave me vanilla ice cream when I went over there, and that was a stretch because I didn't really like vanilla, but I ate it. So,
it's an unusual choice.
I do remember that. What's that?
It's an unusual choice.
Well, that's what they had. They go, let's give the kids some ice cream. Yeah, I prefer chocolate.
Doesn't everybody? Any normal person does. Yes.
I grew away from chocolate. In fact, I wouldn't eat chocolate until I discovered that it all comes from. Actually, it's a superfood if you drink the cacao. Yes. The pure stuff.
Yeah.
So, and because all the chocolate's got sugar in it, they load it with sugar. So I found that you can have it without the sugar. But that's another story. So anyway, so much for Dick Wick, a pleasant memory. So Kammerer is observing that certain synchronicities cluster together, not unlike a lucky streak in gambling. And of course, these defy ordinary probability factors. Like, if you walk into a room of 100 people, and you find 5 people named Bill, it's no big deal. But if you find 5 people named Roderick, there's something going on here. Roderick's not that common of a name.
Yeah.
And they're not calling themselves Rod.
Yeah.
They call themselves Roderick because it's just not that common.
Yeah.
And there's no underlying factor that they all come from France or something, or Germany, wherever. Roderick was, I think, the name of one of Charlemagne's buddies, the Franks. So he concluded from all of these forages into synchronicity that there is an acausal principle in the universe. Now, acausal, to clarify, is like cause and effect is causal principle. You have cause and effect, which is all, Newtonian physics, somebody drops an apple, it falls down and hits you in the head, and you get a headache, and then, whatever it is. It's all the cause and effect. But acausal is different because it does not, you see a underlying factor, but it's not cause and effect related. And it's recognized in science as acausal. This is what astrology is, an acausal subject, or science, if you want to call it a science. It's acausal because it's not this cause and effect. And this used to drive Carl Sagan nuts, because he'd say, if you measure Mars, Mars didn't happen, it can't move here and cause this. He didn't understand acausal. Right. He was ignorant or in denial, because he would attack astrology, not even understanding what it was based upon. Right. So it's kind of like, he was missing a something. He wasn't playing with a full deck in that regards, because people who attack astrology don't understand it. Now, you go to a Romania and they understand this. This is a part of complexity, nonlinear. It's also called nonlinear. It's the nonlinear factors that creep into life. They accept this in their science. So do the Russians. It's the Americans that are late to the game. And this is the same type of thing when you see this utter ignorance and stupidity of Bill Moyer interviewing this Qigong master, and then interviewing, this means that there's a whole body of science here we know nothing about. And it's just like, it's like, wow, like he's just discovered, that there's something valid with these slant-eyed guys that, are better suited for doing laundry. This is like, this is just this supreme, which, you refer to as white trash. Yes. Sort of reaction. And it's, and look at Bill Moyer was a well-educated, he was the press secretary for Lyndon B. Johnson, which kind of, is how he got famous.
By the way, for all you youngsters out there, Bill Moyer is like this old fogey, this old fuddy-dud. You would be like, you wouldn't even know him, most younger people, because he's so boring. But I knew this one old man named Artie Amos who just was trapped in his home, fairly homebound, almost, as they call it, just rather, disabled in a sense, where he was just homebound. And he was watching TV a lot, and he wrote a letter to Bill Moyer saying he should run for president, which just goes to show, you sit down there, you watch these people, you develop this false sense of intimacy. You begin to think they're semi-divine just by listening to their crap over and over again, just because the guy seemed incredibly understanding. But go on, please, just so, people get an idea about this guy. Otherwise, the guy is just like a non-entity. But yeah.
Well, yeah, and he's too old to be doing much of anything now, but he was, what you call a credible, and I say that in quotes, media figure. Right. And my teacher told me they paid him $4 million to go over and do that, whether that was the production costs or whatnot. And, that's kind of the effrontery. He could have, come up to Brooklyn and learned from my teacher as well.
There you go.
But this guy was amazing. This Chinese guy was amazing. I have his book. I would, but it's about the mind. In fact, I didn't know about the book. One of my friends in Qigong told me about the book. I bought his book, and it's written like a PhD mindset, and I would not recommend it for new people in Qigong because it's all about mental.
Right. It would over-intellectualize the process.
But the point is, this guy knew his stuff, and he's intellectualizing it. He knew it so well, he was intellectualizing it. It's good. It's not good for a beginner. And this is one of the problems with Tai Chi and Qigong, is there's too much intellectualization of the subject as opposed to the practice of the subject. The intellectualization is like, oh, I'm going to know about this. I don't know about this. Just like my ex-wife had a friend with a PhD in Spanish, and she couldn't speak it. she couldn't speak it. My wife learned Spanish watching Telemundo TV in Romania.
Cool.
Watching, she learned Spanish. Of course, she can pick it up easy because of her Romanian understanding. And many of the girls, she said, because they had a lot of romances and stuff. So and she was interested, and she picked up the language.
That's wonderful.
And now she's perfected it with her lessons she gets from her friend. But anyway, Kemmerer, we're talking about the lucky streak, the acausal factor. Now, he concluded that there's a causal principle in the universe that tends towards unity. It's going towards unity, where all these things cluster together. So, say the roulette wheel shows up red 10 times in a row. What's that about? Okay, 10 times in a row. And maybe they're all single digits. They're all, I don't remember if one or two is, I don't remember which color is red on a roulette wheel, but it is based upon affinity and acts on form and function to bring similar configurations together in space and time. So it's as if there is a glue or a magnetic factor. And they say that magnetic factor is not necessarily magnetism precisely as iterated in Newtonian physics, but it is like a magnetic factor. Magnetic is attraction. The word magnetic comes from magic, magus, magnetic. The magus is net. And Marjorie Cameron said to me, she told me, she says, your life, meaning my life, is laced with synchronicity, she says, and synchronicity is the language of magic. She told me that. And, okay, well, that's with the magician. So where does the magician come in? This is the role of the postulate, which is one of the first things Aleister Crowley talks about in his book, Theory, Magic, and Practice. And this is what L. Ron Hubbard talked about, was the postulate. Of course, I learned about postulate, the word postulate, studying mathematics in high school. A postulate.
Yes.
But it's much used in a much more routine context in math. So Kemmerer called this the law of affinity. Wolfgang Pauli, Paul Kemmerer, and the scientists of the day commented that the law of affinity is outside the known laws of ordinary physics, meaning Newtonian physics. It like attracts like.
Yes.
And he further stated that seriality, meaning synchronicity, is the umbilical cord that connects thought, feeling, science, and art with the womb of the universe, which gave birth to them. I will restate that. Synchronicity or seriality is the umbilical cord that connects thought, feeling, science, and art with the womb of the universe, which gave birth to them. So when you have, and this is in the context of Qigong, everything forms from the navel and the umbilical cord. That is the source of what amounts to your breathing.
Yes.
You're taking in oxygen through the umbilical cord, but you're living off of your mother.
Yes.
Until the umbilical cord is cut, and then you take your first breath. So every time you extend your stomach or you breathe with your stomach in Qigong, that is called baby's breath or Buddha breath, because the Buddha is the stomach. You see the Buddha with the extended belly. So that's called the baby breath. So, because you're emphasizing the navel, but that is your unity. The Tao Pei-Ching will tell you to go back into being a baby. It will bring you back to your unity. So this umbilical cord. Now he's saying umbilical cord.
You know, that's fascinating because
metaphorically.
last night, or rather yesterday, you know, my biorhythms are very different, you know, and I don't really pay attention to my dreams much. I have very vivid dreams, but I don't read from them the way that you do. Oftentimes, I simply enjoy them. But the other night was very interesting. I was with two men, and because of my underworld dealings, we were dealing with the yakuza. And the two men beside me had shamed themselves in some way, and so one of them immediately decided he was going to basically redeem himself, and he tried to commit. He successfully committed seppuku. So just so people understand that, that's the Japanese term for what the Americans butcher as harikiri. And that's not a Japanese term at all. And so please don't ever use it in front of Japanese, though they're not like my mother. Most of them wouldn't care in this day and age. But it's in the old days, that would be quite offensive. But hara came from breath, and the kiri just meant like belly slicing. The hara, of course, is directly affiliated with the stomach, because that's where your soul, where your all of your essence resides, because of everything that Peter's just articulated. And so when the samurai would speak, you might notice, if you ever watch the classic films, they speak with these very deep voices because they're speaking from the stomach. And this is because all martial artists learn that they breathe in the stomach. It's called bottle. You know, the Americans call it bottle breathing.
And this is where singers, opera singers, sing from the stomach as
yes.
well.
Yeah. And so if you were to speak without speaking from the stomach, the voice tone changes, and literally among samurai, that would be an indication that you were lying, and that could lead to a duel, a lethal.
If you weren't speaking from the stomach.
Yeah,
correct?
if you weren't speaking from the stomach. Yeah, if you suddenly your voice changed to the point where you're speaking from your throat, that would be like an instant indication that this man is lying, and that this individual, and that could lead to a violent response. So, but anyhow, so the man next to me, we were all kind of three sitting down, and then the man next to me, he basically grabbed a knife and started slicing his belly open. And by the way, this properly, when you're doing this ritually, theoretically, you should have a kai shakunin, which would be the executioner who, because it's so excruciating, it's such a horrific experience that as a mercy, the kai shakunin is a adept swordsman who can cut your head off with a single stroke. And therefore, he was doing this, of course, as many Japanese would often do, without a kai shakunin available. That's if you're in such a situation where you're so disgraced you don't have one, or where you're in a situation where none would be available. And then, of course, it's just then your experience is all the more horrific. And of course, I decided as a mercy, I would just grab a knife and try to act as his kai shakunin, since he wasn't using a proper blade anyway. And this is what Japanese would do in certain situations. If they don't have a proper blade, they'd use whatever was available, a fruit knife if necessary. This was like a similar situation. So I grabbed what would be more of a kind of a kitchen knife, and did my best to just slice his throat, so it would be a mercy to kill him quicker. And of course, I couldn't behead him, simply because a lot of people don't understand. It's not like in films where people do this who have superhuman strength. Beheading a man is incredibly difficult because of course, the layers of the cords, and then, of course, the spine.
Even with an axe, it is horrendous thing to witness, and they don't show this in the movies.
No,
they horrendous thing. That's why the guillotine was invented.
Yes.
To make more humane, believe it or not.
Yes.
But anyway, carry on.
So then I, basically did the best I could to. Basically, I couldn't do it in a single slice, so I was going through the sawing motion and then killing him as quickly as possible after he had gone through the motions of exposing his intestines. After which, interestingly enough, I turned towards them and said, both these guys are pure Japanese, but, I'm actually an American. I feel that my involvement in this situation was more coincidental and circumstantial, so I'm going to ask you to just let me go. And so they just...
Wait, you said that to him?
I said that to the Yakuza who we were involved with. The other two were acting in redeeming themselves through this kind of suicide, especially the one next to me. The other man seemed to be considering that or still stuck in the situation where he would have to deal with facing the music. But because I was basically a United States citizen and I wasn't fully Japanese, I turned towards them all and took advantage of that and said, hey,
You backed out of the responsibility.
yeah, I said, hey, why don't you just let me go? I'm not really part of this because, I'm here by circumstance. And so I got the feeling that that's what happened when I woke from that because, we remember the dreams as we're waking up. It's the dreams that we wake up from. But that was a very violent, very intense dream. I mean, all of the violence was certainly there. And so that was interesting. Just thought I'd share that.
That's very important that you said that. Not necessarily specifically, but what this says is, and I think that the audience will very much appreciate this, is all of these things that I'm talking about, which was all of this was generated by my dream with David Anderson appearing, we're now entering the dream world of Douglas Dietrich, which I think we can all learn a lot from. Because if you're dreaming of Yakuza and people of this ilk, which you've written about, it's like you're carrying. We're no longer dealing with just the artilect, shouldn't say just the artilect, or your personal experiences. We're dealing with the aggregate of what you've written about and the spirits that you've written about of all those Yakuza who participated in the Roswell incident.
Yes.
And the surrounding circumstances, the ones we couldn't show in the book. Yes. This aggregate is here, and they're talking to you through their dreams. They're alive, and there is a certain virtue in all of them, but particularly in certain ones. And it's just acknowledging life. So why do important events occur in bunches, yes, in aggregate? This is a part of what is inside of you and what we're processing or dealing with. So I would like to acknowledge the Yakuza in your dream, and whatever tragedy they came to in their personal life is unfortunate and it's misfortune, and you're sitting there bearing witness to it. It just has to be acknowledged that it is what it is. And we don't need to elaborate on it. It might come out further, but I will. The umbilical cord, this is interesting that it relates to this, because the umbilical cord is the whole connectivity. Now, I've mentioned it before, and it's mentioned in my video on the ninth dimension. On the ninth dimension, that yes, thank you, Jameson. He said Douglas is redeeming them by his expositions. This is very good. Yes, there is redemption. Now, in this video I did on the ninth dimension, I talk about this is a great secret teaching of Qigong. It'll fall deaf on most. But just as, the navel is what connects all of your fascia throughout your entire body. The connective tissue is all connected it all circulates through the navel. So if you put your right hand over your navel and your left hand over your right hand, a woman would do the opposite, the left hand over the navel and the right hand over the left hand. But the male puts the right hand over the navel, and you breathe, extending your navel outward, inhaling as you extend your navel outward, and then exhaling, drawing your navel in. This is called crane breath. Crane breath. And my teacher taught me this one day. I remember, giving him $100 for my monthly, fee or whatever it was. And he takes me over, and it was almost like, okay, you give me the $100 here, I'll show you this. I'll show you the crane breath. And he shows me this crane breath. And he says, and sometimes I remember one guy who was overweight, he taught him this crane breath, and he taught him how to walk with the crane breath. And what is the crane breath doing? It's putting you in touch with your body. It's putting you in touch with your entire body, your fascia. It's getting the circuitry going. And it's not just your physical circuitry, it's your mental and emotional circuitry if you do the exercise. But then he taught me something else. And, it took me, 10 years to figure this out. Okay, you move it away. So your palm, instead of resting on your navel, is about an inch or an inch and a half away in your navel, and you do the same procedure. You're breathing, only you're not touching your navel. This is called supercrane breath. Supercrane breath. Now, the crane breath is connecting you with your navel. The supercrane breath is connecting you with the fascia of the universe. Just as your body has connective tissue, so does the universe have connective tissue. So, and people who are highly, what you would say, I don't want to say psychic, but people who see energy, which psychics do, they see the energy field of the body, golden threads. These things are there is connective tissue in the universe. So you could feel a connection to the TV when it's on because it's blaring out so much electromagnetic energy. You feel say, just when you come into a kitchen and you smell the cookies baking or a pie baking or even meat cooking, you have an immediate, aside from the smell, you have a connection to that. You feel the connection. But there are connections with other things, with the metal in the room, and there is an etheric fascia that is the connection of the universe. And this is something that you can feel and breathe when you do this. So the navel, and here is Kammerer, who's saying it, I think, metaphorically. And I'll read it again. He says, seriality is the umbilical cord that connects thought, feeling, science, and art with the womb of the universe which gave birth to them. So you have 10 dimensions going down to 9 dimensions. And then as you go down into those other dimensions and whatnot, when you come back to the God mind, which I call it, the 10th dimension, which 10 is 1, 0. It's the Dios, 10, which is Dios, Dios, same basic phonetics. Dios meaning God in Spanish. So you have the diez being the word for 10 in Spanish. The umbilical cord that connects thought, feeling, science, and art with the womb of the universe which gave birth to them. So this is representative of the unified field or consciousness of synchronicity. Synchronicity is the connective glue, and in its most unbridled state, it could be considered affinity, as in the law of affinity, because synchronicity is attraction or attractive elements. You're in like I'm in Bulgaria, nobody speaks English, and these Germans see me by the sacred site, and they speak English, and they're like, oh, wow, somebody who speaks our language. And they didn't speak. English wasn't their native language, but
well,
they saw
it is a Germanic language, but go on.
Well, the point is they spoke English,
yeah,
although they were German. But they were so glad to see somebody they could talk to.
Yes.
Because nobody could understand German.
Right.
So I never did I feel so, I guess what you mean, at home with Germans, just because we spoke the same language. They spoke English. So they was like really made them happy to see somebody who wasn't Bulgarian. Not that they didn't like Bulgarians, but they could share, right. And so that's affinity, that's glue, that's connective glue. It's affinity. Even now, what was interesting when I got to the top of Mount Omu, which is the mountain of mankind or humankind in Romania, on August 12th or August 11th, I think I slept August 12th, I met these Germans, and they were Qigong teachers. We had great conversation. But when I started talking about the Qigong that I know and teach, it was completely foreign to them. They were very interested to hear what I had to say. They didn't refute anything I say, but no, they were very interested. But it was like, it might have been like talking about the difference between soccer and football. They're different. They both use balls and they get kicked with the feet, but they're different balls and they're different games. Right. Or perhaps more like soccer and rugby, where it's much more similar. Even so, synchronicity reaches beyond what is considered the law of affinity, because it not only zones in on the consciousness of time, but it serves as a link to an acausal principle which determines things. It is not enough to simply state that the unified field equals consciousness. That is only a start. There are many fields, dimensions, and reference points that make up the sum of existence. The creative principles that ignited them in the first place ride on the strings of consciousness. Kammerer was the scientist who reported his observations and sought the mystery behind it all. And now, here we come to something very relevant, and it has to do with Kammerer's personal life. Although he made considerable progress and studied the subject for 20 years, he befell a most unfortunate fate. As a biologist, Kammerer was what was called a Lamarckian. This meant that he understood that certain acquired characteristics in an organism were the result of inheritance. The orthodox science of his day, which was neo-Darwinism, had great problems with this theory. Kammerer was the last of the Lamarckian scientists, but he was the only one who had provided specimens which proved his theories. These included reptiles, amphibians, and sea squirts. Unfortunately, his experimental animals disappeared during World War I. After the war, only one of Kammerer's so-called specimens turned up. It was called a midwife toad. His antagonist pointed out that the specimen had been tampered with so as to fake the evidence. Now, Kammerer had stuff to back up his theories, but the only one that turned up was the midwife toad after World War I, and then it was tampered with, although he didn't tamper with it. But it ruined his reputation. And after this information was released, that in effect humiliated him, he was found dead in the Austrian mountains. It was said that he shot himself. And then I comment here, if you read Arthur Kessler's book, The Case of the Midwife Toad, you might conclude what I did. Kammerer was probably deliberately discredited by his opponents and killed in a manner to make it look like a suicide. In such a manner, the first, or at least the most notable person to scientifically study and publish work on synchronicity in modern times was snuffed out. Now, this is very important because now, do you think that he was so humiliated that he committed suicide over this because he was so undermined?
I doubt it.
Now, if it was, it meant that, I mean, it doesn't matter whether he did it or somebody did it to him. It speaks loudly that what is this effort to discredit him? And even if it happened by hack, even if they just, even if it was somebody who pranked it, just did a prank on him, it's still symbolic of what is the problem with synchronicity? And this harkens back to what Paula said about somebody being leveled once they reach a state of harmony.
Yes.
Once they reach this, wow, I've made the connection. And you see this in the New Testament. You have Jesus reaching a high point in the New Testament, and then, okay, here comes the anvil down. We're not going to have this. No, 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 no. Now, he was not only investigating interesting areas, he was investigating the bridge which unifies the universe. In those very words, we see that the universe is called the universe because it is all unified by some mysterious principle. And then I requote the umbilical cord, but it's the very concept of a matrix. And so these are, this is how, this is the first chapter of my book, Synchronicity in the Seventh Seal, which I encourage people to get if they haven't. It's a long tome, over, it's about 450 pages. If we consider that someone deliberately killed Kammerer in order to discredit his work, the most obvious motive would be to interfere with the discovery and exposition of the principle of synchronicity, the divine tool by which we can not only understand the universe, but by which we can participate in its reconstitution. So when you think of who would interfere with that, it's the adversary. It's the same old thing we're talking about here. So, and I will hearken back to David Anderson appearing in my dream, and I say, why are events bunched together? I'm asking him this question. Why do events come in a series? Because, events come in a series because it's kind of like turning on the TV and you see a whole bunch of programs on there you can watch. What if there was no TV? And then, of course, certain channels have just sports. Certain channels have just news. Certain channels have just sitcoms. So it's like all of this, things come in bunches from the law of attraction. But when we get into the nature of time, I have to ask myself, why? I didn't go seeking time. I didn't go seeking the investigation of time. I got interested in Aleister Crowley when I read the book L. Ron Hubbard, Madman or Messiah. And it talked about Hubbard's fascination with Crowley. And because I'd been so involved with Hubbard and had such a working relationship, both on a subjective level and on an objective level, I said, wow, what's this whole universe he was fascinated with? Let me study it. I want to know what he knew. And
when you were listening to us earlier, before you came on, were you able to hear Salman Sheikh talk about the Scientologists he met in London? I'd like him to share that with you right now. Just Salman, if you could tell us about the Scientologists you met in London to Peter, I think that's very important.
It might be important, and I want to hear it. It might be important, but this might be, like you meeting Eddie Lynn, whose father worked at the Presidio. But anyway, carry on, Salman.
Yes, good evening to you, Peter. It's so nice to be back on this roundtable with all of you after a while. I missed you all dearly, and I've been catching up on the transmissions, and it's wonderful, the knowledge that yourself and Brother Douglas have been sharing, which I am truly grateful for. So yes, about this Scientologist that I met, I was walking after viewing the art gallery at Tate Modern, which is a art facility in London, and the artwork that I saw in there is just, everything had like an occult theme to it. Everything in the Tate Modern that I saw was very occult artwork, which makes sense since it's in the city of London. So after that, I got done. I was walking across this bridge, which goes from the Tate Modern into the city of London, where you get a view of St. Paul's Cathedral. So when I was in the middle of the bridge, I see three individuals wearing sky blue shirts. and they were handing out pamphlets about like human rights and stuff. So I was walking by, and she gave me a pamphlet of human rights. She started talking to me and asked me who I was. I told her a little bit of my background. She gave me her card, and it described herself as the community relation manager of Scientology. And then she told me she came to America to, I guess, attend one of Louis Farrakhan's Nation of Islam speeches, and how that like they're good friends with the Nation of Islam. So she was curious about my background, and then I sent her the interview that you and I did. I emailed her that. I said, check this out. And then after that, she never responded to me. So I found that interesting.
What did you send her that I did?
That interview that you and I did together.
Oh, did we talk about Scientology in that interview?
Yeah, so we touched on that briefly. So that was interesting of how that kind of panned out, because she looked at my YouTube channel and she was interested because I was talking about Freemasonry and Sufism. And then I sent her the interview that I did with yourself too. And then after that, she ceased all communication, which I found interesting, and how like their headquarters are like located right there. So I found it interesting how like it's a not just an American thing, but it spans other countries as well. And besides that, Peter, I had a question. It's very interesting. You mentioned these synchronicities with the dreams. I have been dreaming recently a lot about a teacher that I had in high school, a female teacher that I reconnected with in my adult life as well. And she's on the spiritual path as well. And I've been dreaming about her a lot. And every time I ask her, I don't really get an answer. So I wanted to ask you about that. Like, what do you think of those dreams that I've been having? On top of like, what I've experienced in London.
Her, you don't get an answer?
No, she doesn't answer me.
What kind of things do you ask her?
It's just about like seeing her in the dream, and just to try to make sense of it. Like, why am I seeing and the dreams are like nice. I mean, it's just us talking. So every time I would see her, it's just us talking, or we would just be sitting in these events, like some kind of ceremonial event. So every time I would ask her, it doesn't make sense. Like, what is it all about?
Well, did you, I think if I'm not mistaken, you bought my book, The White Bat?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I want you to look at the, I believe I have a dreaming exercise in there.
Yes, I remember that. I have to go through that again in terms of reading it.
Do that work, and put a pad and a pencil or pen by your bed.
Mm-hmm.
This will encourage you to dream and write things down. And there is lucid dreaming is a part of Qigong, and you have to focus on it. Sometimes, personally, lately, because I've been doing physical projects, I'm not encouraging myself to dream, because when I go to bed, I'll be thinking of, like drafting or I'll be thinking in an architectural or drafting mode.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm not drawing out plans, but I'm thinking, how am I going to do this? How am I going to do that? So I don't really like to dream when I'm doing that type of stuff. But dreaming is like one way to wake yourself up in a dream is to, every time you see a clock during the day, whether it's a digital clock or a round clock, you say, what time is it? Is this a dream? Can I fly? You ask those three questions. What time is it? Is this a dream? Can I fly? So you're programming yourself so that when you're in a dream scenario and you come upon a clock in your dream, and you will, or you just become awake. You don't have to see the clock. All of a sudden you become self-aware. You go, is this a dream? What time is it? Is this a dream? Can I fly? And at that point, you become lucid in your dream, and then you start exercising your will, which means, okay, here I am. I'm in the kitchen. What am I going to do in the kitchen? And if you're self-aware in the dream, oh, here's this let me go visit this this teacher. Let me go visit this person. Now, you said the person was a teacher, right?
Yes.
Okay, teacher means you're trying to learn something.
Mm.
So here is, this teacher represents you teaching yourself. It's kind of like the same answer I'm giving you when I asked you about the hidden one. It's like you have to pursue, this is teaching. You're being taught through the dream state. It's telling you that the dream state is a teacher. Now, this is very good because this is the first time I've connected in concert with Douglas in the dream state. I've connected with Douglas in the dream state before when I first encountered him. But this is like, now it's more like a working relationship. Like, and if you come into the fold, that's fine too. You know, we're all tossing a football back and forth, playing catch. And Douglas's dreams, you know, are very important. And of course, and you're learning too. So this is great. But those,
definitely, and I thank you for sharing that exercise with me and the techniques that you have just shown me. And I will make sure I look through the white bat again and go through that information.
One other tip. And when you get into the dream state, I learned this from my teacher because he used to encourage us to dream. I'll tell you, I'll share another technique with everybody. But when you get self-aware in a dream, is you do qigong, which is, you know, breathing in motion, whatever. And it's like, what that does is that puts life into you, puts life into your dream, and you want to have control. When I've done that, it's kind of like I reach a point where I become satiated. I say, okay, good, I've got enough control. It's kind of like getting you in touch with yourself. Now, I'm going to share a technique for waking yourself up. I shared the one with the clock, but this is another one. Is you look during the day for 30 times during the day. You can do it all at once or you can stretch it out. Look for details in the environment. Okay, so I'm looking at a brick fireplace right now. Now, instead of just looking at the fireplace, I see one of the bricks is chalky, which is calcium deposit. And I'm looking at a small spot on that chalk. So you look into a detail. I've got my Moroccan lamp. I'm looking at one small hole in that lamp. You look at 30 details during the day. It could be a small part on a tree, a spot on a door. This is a technique to wake you up in the dream state, doing it 30 times a day. Now, it's an inspirational story, but I've mentioned before that when I gave lecture at my house, when we had the Montauk nights, there was only one person who went to the Qigong class. His name was Michael. And Michael was a nutritionist. He was supposedly introduced to me as the most knowledgeable, you know, nutritionist in the world about biology. He was really good. And Michael, the reason he was attracted to the Qigong was because you're talking about the breath. And he says, I've got experience. He says, I did yoga. And he says, he was deeply involved with yoga. And he said he got to the point where he would breathe twice a minute. He would breathe 15 minutes in, 15 seconds in, 15 seconds out, 15 seconds in, 15 seconds out. So every minute was 2 breaths. Of course, you know, one can do longer than that, but the point is he was doing it with consistency. And he got to the point where he was doing this as a part of his daily life, that when he would go to sleep at night, he would stay awake, but his body was sleeping. And it was just this incredible state of mind. It's like being out of your body, where he could then work on problems and work on things while his body was sleeping and he was resting. That was a very inspirational story. That's the good news.
That's amazing.
The bad news is that he went and took LSD, which was something that was not familiar to him. I don't think he'd been doing it, but he did it to, I guess what you'd say, accelerate his ability, and it really screwed him up.
That's
And he
so
never,
fucking stupid.
you know, Michael was he would call himself anal retentive. He could sit there and tell you stuff about the biology of the body that, you know, was just, as he said, it was anal. He was so smart about certain things. But yeah, he could be stupid. He was emotionally stupid, for lack of a better word. And he did this, and he never did recover from that. The problem with Michael is he'd come to class, and he'd do the exercises in class. He could even do certain things anatomically that most students couldn't do from all of his yoga. And he could tolerate cold temperatures. And but he wouldn't do the work at home. He used to hire, when I not re-met him, because I knew him because he'd been my nutritionist. When I reconnected with him, he told me he would hire this guy to come over to his house. He was an Asian guy, Chinese, and he charged him $300. He charged Michael $300, and he'd say, "Okay, now do this," and he'd just stand in a position. It was idiotic.
That's awful.
You know,
Jesus.
Stand here. You didn't tell him to breathe, and I said, no.
I got to get in on that scam.
Yeah, you don't want to get in on that scam. You don't want to get in on that scam. You just so anyway, I said, no, he wanted me to teach. I said, no, you're going to come to class. I mean, I want you to learn from my teacher. I could have, charged him $200 and taught him something, but I wanted him to learn from the horse's mouth. And sure, I had a lot of interesting conversations with Michael, but he was a problematic personality with people, and he ended up with this horrible throat cancer, and so much of it was tied to his emotions, and he felt guilty about not doing enough for his mother. His mother would come to the class, and he would take her there, and then he would bring my teacher out from Brooklyn, and he'd pay him money to work on the mother. And he says, I didn't do enough for my mother. I said, Michael, you did more than anybody would do for their mother. I said, you did so much for her. I mean, look at, she's almost, she's in her 80s. Most people don't live that long. I said, I made him feel better about it, but he had a tremendous guilt that he didn't do enough for her. It was horrible what he was doing to himself. He was going far beyond and he just, and I think, I don't think the drugs helped him at all.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I think he was still doing X amount of drugs. I never really talked to him about it. He could, you go to his house and he'd go into his backyard and start getting herbs together. He had a backyard that it was like a botanical potpourri.
Wow.
Of all these herbs, but it didn't look like it wasn't like planted neatly. It was wild, and it was really neat. And he'd pick some of this, pick some of that, throw it in the blender, and give you a drink. And it was great to just the native knowledge he had. But what he didn't have was his emotions were all not straight. So this is, but anyway, he had, I'm talking about the dream state, because he was like in a state where he wasn't only, I guess he was dreaming, he was awake, but he was asleep. So he really had that, but then he pushed the accelerator down. So dreaming is, of course, the Scientology diversion was a diversion. It's nice to talk to Salman, but where was I going? Because I was going back to time and David Anderson.
That's right.
I think.
Yes.
But it threw me off.
Well, we were so sorry, but we were talking about synchronicity. We were talking about, you were talking about Scientology. That's why I felt obligated to bring it up. You were bringing up Scientology, so I felt obligated to have Salman Sheikh share that with you.
What was I saying about Scientology? Was
does anyone remember?
Yes. You were going into why L. Ron Hubbard was fascinated with Aleister Crowley.
Oh yeah, thank you. Yes. So I was kind of recapitulating my experience with time. I was not. Now, one of the things about Scientology, or what it was that at the highest level, you could reach because over matter, energy, space, and time. Now, one of the little things, if you even read the levels formed as they were, to be cause over matter, energy, space, and time sounds very exalted. But by the same token, if you can, as I was reading it the other night, what he told his son Arthur, if you can lift a salt shaker, you're cause over all four of those things: matter, energy, space, and time. You can, being cause over matter, energy, space, and time is not absolute. You can shoot a BB at somebody. That's being cause over matter, energy, space, and time. It is quite lit, and that's what he was demonstrating. It's like, but when you get, when you become the effect of it, and you say, "Oh, I've been wounded, I can't do anything," then you're at the effect of it. Yes. So the whole idea is to be able to bounce back and to generate causation, rather than just sit there and I can't do anything about my situation. So, in any case, but still, you, by osmosis or otherwise, or by encouragement, you were thought to think of these things, or you did, in more exalted terms, like to be cause over energy. You could move balls of chi or whatever, and or to be cause over matter, which is to turn a brick into a squirrel or something. But time was really something that is to me is the most exalted of them all. It was a great mystery. Now, I didn't go seeking time. I was studying Aleister Crowley, and then because I was in the advertising and design business, I sought out Preston Nichols because I was referred to him by a couple of friends as an inventor. So I went to meet him as an inventor who didn't know how to market his stuff. So that's why I went to meet him, and I was subjected to, lectures on time travel. And then at the break, he had mentioned Aleister Crowley being tied to a company that released the Philadelphia Experiment video, the movie, Thorny Am I. And then I asked him about that, and then he told me the first thing, it wasn't the very first thing he said to me, but the first thing he said to me conversationally. I asked him a question at the break of the lecture, and he says, "Oh, that was Aleister Crowley's." I asked, "What's this company that Aleister Crowley's father was connected to?" He goes, "Oh, that was the Wilson brothers."
Yes.
I was Preston Wilson, and Duncan was Marcus Wilson, and that was really the first thing Preston said to me, and that right out of his mouth with this weird story. So that began my investigation of the Wilsons, which eventually led me to the door of Marjorie Cameron. So here I was deeply involved. Because I had studied L. Ron Hubbard, I wanted to study Aleister Crowley. And studying Aleister Crowley, instead of it turning me into a deacon or a high priest of the OTO, which it did not, I was actually dealing with the live current of energy, which connected me, which brought me to the door of not only Preston Nichols and Space-Time Labs, but it led me to Marjorie Cameron's door, the legacy of Jack Parsons, and also led me into a communication with Amato Crowley, who was the self-identified bastard son of Aleister Crowley. And whether he was or not, which people didn't like to say he was, it's just like the situation with you and being Hitler's son. Right. If you're not, you might as well be, because you are.
Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. So it's we're running here with a synchronicity theme, and it led me, and Amato opened some very interesting doors for me. So it's like it's more important that you're following the current. When people get too much into the, well, is he really this? Like in that, not the documentary. There was the one they did for the History Channel, or what it was called, the Dark Files. And Montauk, and they're sitting there and they do this whole thing, and they try to portray Preston as a kook and an imbecile at the end, and then they show, and they basically verify to themselves that he never did have a degree from Tampa University.
Jesus.
And this has nothing to do with anything.
It's so typical. It's so typical, that kind of.
To the best of my knowledge, Preston did have a degree from Tampa University, but it was a challenge degree. It was a diploma that he had earned by reason of his knowledge. Yes. You did it challenge exams. Yeah. This was not in denial. Actually, he went to Brooklyn Polytech, and the professor tried to steal his work, and he had a big fight with the professor, and, he either got kicked out or he left the school. But he didn't need a science education. He didn't need a certificate. It's like, it's like somebody who went to the local martial arts class and gets a belt and thinks he's a tough guy. Yeah. And goes up against somebody who's been fighting in the street.
Yes.
No, don't do that.
Thank you.
Preston is like the guy who's been fighting in the street as a scientist.
Yes.
And knows all sorts of stuff. His education took place outside of the university. And so, as a matter of fact, when I first met him, his boss, I had run into his boss by happenstance going to a writers club, and it just so happened that the girl who was doing the writers club, her husband happened to work with Preston Nichols, or did work with Preston Nichols. And what's the odds of that? That was weird synchronicity. And she says, you don't want to stay late till he comes in. So I stayed after everybody left. I stayed till 11:30, and he came home, and we got into it. Very nice man, but he was challenging Preston's story because he said, Preston's not an engineer. He's a tech. He's a technical. I said, well, I don't know anything about this. When I talked to Preston, he says, yeah, I never told him I'm an engineer, because if they knew I was an engineer, and he's saying this rather, candidly, he says, I'm not going to get overtime. If they hire me as an engineer, I'm not going to get overtime. But as a tech, I get overtime. Now, the guy did concede that Preston was the only one that worked at Airborne Instruments Laboratory that didn't have to follow a dress code.
Right.
Is it that hard to make Preston dress up? No. I did it once. Doing it every day might have been hard. But why didn't Preston have to follow a dress code? If he's just a tech.
Right.
So he did take notice of this, and but he was challenging Preston's degree, and this is where but Preston never flaunted. In fact, when I met him, he didn't want people to know. Of course, then he was unemployed. So this degree was so irrelevant And
Thank you. Yes.
Stanton Friedman also challenged David Anderson, who did have, degrees. He had a degree in, a Bachelor of Science, and he had a master's degree in mathematics and a doctor of philosophy. And Stanton was challenging these. But I can tell you that David's knowledge didn't come from any of this stuff. It came from his own self-brilliance in mathematics, what he learned in the Air Force. He was a genius. He was a savant. He doesn't tell me that, but he sure as hell was a savant. And he learned it in the Air Force, or he applied his savant knowledge in the Air Force. That's where he discovered time. He used his position in the Air Force to go to Long Beach State College because they would pay for it. And then he got a degree. I don't know where he got his other degrees from. I don't care. But his genius was not a result of his formal education in a university. I can tell you that. But he did get those because the credentials were useful to him. And when they were challenged, Stanton backed down. But this is the idiocy. Like, how, this is where you go to get smart. You go to the university to get smart. And this was the same type of thing that Hubbard ran into. He knew psychology better than psychologists. And so, of course, he wasn't approved. They don't, people don't understand how the system works, and they hide behind the system. So, and he, Hubbard thought it was all a bunch of bullshit. And he was right. I think that, anyway, it's just, he had no use for that.
Right.
So this is, this is what happened. But back to the time thing. So I'm subjected to Preston Nichols and learning all about this time stuff. And I'm thinking like, wow, what is the story? It's a remarkable story. And I wanted to learn it. So I ended up writing the book, and I learned about it as much as I could. But it was by the magic brought me to Montauk, not the other way around. And I was already studying magic, and Montauk was a symptom. Now, when you study magic, you're trying to, at least if you study Aleister Crowley's version of magic, you're trying to induce phenomena. And what is phenomena? Well, Aleister describes it in I think it's a footnote in the book Theory and Practice about synchronicity. He's talking about weird coincidences. William Burroughs talks about the coincidence of the number 23 when I think he's on a ferry between Tangier and Gibraltar. And it's all about 23. So these are monumental events in their perception, in Burroughs' case and in Crowley's case. The synchronicities I experienced were far, what you would say, far more connective. It's not to disparage the synchronicities, but they were on a more monumental level, which was great, which was fantastic. Even to the point where, like, I'm feeling the current. We talk about a current. The current is such that when I'm studying all this magic, I then encounter the fact that Marjorie Cameron's name is Cameron. It just says this book about Jack Whiteside Parsons, his collected essays, edited by his wife Cameron. I said, what the hell's her name, Cameron? It doesn't say Marjorie Cameron. Why does she have the name Cameron? I'm having all these synchronicities with Wilson's and Cameron. I see this. So I buy the book, and then I write a letter to the editor of the book, the co-editor, Hymenius Beta, the head of the OTO. Doesn't have a name. I write it to him, and I arrive in front of him before the letter gets to him. I send the letter to P.O. Box 7666, JAF Station, New York City, And I end up in the Anaheim Convention Center at Mystic Fire Video, sitting in front of him because I'm told he knows Cameron. And then I realize in the concourse of several discussions that he's the person I wrote the letter to. And I say, I just wrote you a letter. I said, you haven't gotten it yet. I know who you are now. He says, okay, please don't publicize that. And I didn't. And he even helped me edit my book. So, I had no connection to the OTO. I wasn't a member of the OTO. But that current, and he opened the door to Marjorie Cameron. That is the energy. It's like my Qigong teacher would teach you perceive the flow, go with the flow, intend the flow, control the flow, create the flow, become the flow. In that sense, I was becoming the flow. I was creating it to the degree I would look for these synchronicities, or controlling it and creating it. And then I sort of become the flow, and I end up at the doorstep of, or not the boot step of, Christopher Hyatt, who says, go see this guy at Mystic Fire Video. He knows Cameron. And I go there, and after several conversations, he arranges for me to see Cameron. I figure out who the hell he is. And that was neat. That was the successorship of the OTO. So it's kind of like I was on a force that was exterior and outside of the OTO, not becoming them, not you can imagine if I was doing that with the Temple of Set, Douglas. It did not take me, and in a sense, right now I am in a more removed sense.
Yes.
I've kind of gotten into the core of the Temple of Set via you.
Yes.
Not that you were part of it.
Understood.
But you know all there is, all you need to know about the Temple of Set. Yes. And I know some of it you haven't revealed yet. Not that it necessarily matters.
Understood.
But this is all I need. In fact, Joe Matheny put together some books. They were called the Black Books, and they were published through New Falcon Press. And he sent me one of them. And he was doing what he called an OTO roundup. An OTO roundup. And this was from his perspective, because he was never in the OTO. He was in the Golden Dawn. But he was doing what he called an OTO roundup, was just kind of like, and he despised people who had been in the OTO and considered Aleister Crowley to be their personal savior. Right. He says they look at Aleister Crowley as their personal savior. He thought that was ridiculous. He didn't say that Aleister Crowley was ridiculous, but he said for them to look at Aleister Crowley like that, they were worshiping, just as if he was Jesus Christ. Right. But from a different perspective. So he was doing what he called the OTO roundup. And then when I said something, I was looking into aspects of the Moorish Orthodox Church. Now, the Moorish Orthodox Church was, I think Joe, if I'm not mistaken, had actually been a member of it. He says, oh, well, we all were, meaning whatever group he was affiliated with, because this was something that sprouted out of Millbrook, New York, in the same place where Timothy Leary had the League of Spiritual Discovery. So I had learned about the Moorish Orthodox Church from Peter Lamborn Wilson. And he talked about the Moorish Orthodox Church, or maybe it was the documents in Ong's hat, that Peter Wilson was either a member of or was affiliated with or knew about. But apparently Timothy Leary and his ilk were all part of the Moorish Orthodox Church. Now, when I thought this was I didn't know what it was, but it was a tribute to the Moors. When I got involved with real Moors, to them, it was a bunch of crap. This was a bunch of, and they didn't say a bunch of white people trying to be Moors, because Moors can be white, but it was sort of like a CIA inspired organization which was, sort of like the Shriners, but it wasn't anything on that. It was more, what you call radical chic. And they had, so the Moorish Orthodox Church, he says, so when I was talking about this and he says, oh, so you're doing a Moorish Orthodox Church roundup, he says to me. No, not really. But what we're doing with this book is the Temple of Set roundup. That's why I'm mentioning it. The Temple of Set roundup, where you round up all the cattle and you put them and you brand them and you put them in a corral.
Yes.
That's just this is the Temple of Set roundup. It's a long, slow roundup. We're not in a hurry.
Yes.
And it's like there's nothing they can do about it except kind of stand back like a cow and go moo.
Yes. It's
because that's they are who they are. They've lost their prime impetus, which was Michael Aquino and the energy that he represented. Right. And that's another story for another day.
Yes.
But to get back to the time theme, and the time is, so I'm studying magic, and I meet Preston Nichols, and he talks a lot about time, and then, but he also, out of his mouth comes the Wilson thing. So I'm like, I'm going deeper into magic. Hubbard used to say, he had a phrase, it was called the one shot clarity. So be 3 feet in back of your head. Be 3 feet in back of your head. That was to immediately exteriorize a person. And it had X degree of workability. Certainly it was not 100%, but I was moving 3 feet in back of the magical stuff. I was getting an exterior viewpoint to, be 3 feet behind OTL. And the OTO was 3 feet behind the head of Scientology in many respects, or I should say the Crowley magic was.
Right.
So, this is the a priori, more acausal than causal of Scientology. So you have this persistent, I guess what you'd say, iterations of people who discover the Jack Parsons and Aleister Crowley connections, and it's all this aha, aha, aha. And even people that will say, well, it's all out of Crowley. You can read or write in Crowley. The difference between Scientology and Aleister Crowley's magic is like the difference between a Model T Ford and a Tesla car. You can't compare the two, except that they're both motorized vehicles. Yeah. And some of the principles in the Model T Ford are used in the Tesla. They both have wheels. They both go around. But you can't I don't know if the drive shafts are similar. I don't know enough about the Tesla. But that's the comparison. They're not that similar, except that they're both vehicles by which to evolve spiritually. And, Tesla's got Elon Musk all over it with all of the people he's consulted and used, a lot of scientists and engineers, whereas the Model T Ford was much simpler. So, and people have all these aha. What is all this aha stuff about Scientology and the occult? People know nothing about it. The people that think they know about Scientology, at least compared to what I experienced, it's like they're similar, and you can't deny that there's a piggyback effect. But the interesting thing is the people who know magic, and some of this knowledge is really quite astute that people have about specialized magic. I can't speak for how well it's affected them, negatively or positively, because it's not mine to comment. I could say too many of them have have fallen by the wayside or will fall by the wayside, but that's beside the point. But they have no idea of what Scientology really is or what it does. And by the same token, people who did Scientology, they don't understand the magic. And to the degree that they do, and there have been some that have more than got their fingers wet, doesn't always work out so well. There might be some exceptions to that case. There are some people who arrogantly assert what they know about it. I don't know, but they don't really mix together. Just like the people who worked in the Ford factory for the Model T don't work in the Tesla Tesla plant, or vice versa, unless they've reincarnated, of course.
Well, there's another primary difference is, of course, back in the days, the Model T, and for quite some time thereafter, while cars were being made in America for the longest time, these were cars that people could take apart and put back together on their own. You'd have your own mechanically inclined American male. It would be considered as if you were an incomplete male if you weren't able to do that to a degree. And it was expected that men would be able to care for their cars the way cowboys used to be expected to be able to care for their horses. And then, of course, it's changed just so radically at this point. There's nothing you can do with a car. You have to bring it in because
they don't want you. You can't. I was shocked one time when I went to change my taillight
by yourself, right?
I couldn't do it. So how could it's like you have to take off the bumper.
Yeah.
It's like
yeah, it's made so that you no longer can maintain your own vehicle, and not only that, but all the parts are foreign anyway. So, but you take it into these other individuals who have the ability to do that, and so oh yeah, Jameson brings up, I think, is that Salman Sheikh or Jameson said that some are fighting for rights to repair. You might tell us a little bit about that before Peter goes on.
Yes, the rights to repair was something a lot of people have noted that manufacturers no longer give, you don't have the tools to be able to repair anything on your own, and in the case that you do, it's like there are a lot of people who are pissed about this. Cell phones, you can't repair your own computers or laptops unless you have very specialized parts. And the manufacturers make it this way so that no one has the specialized parts you can use to take things apart. This I assume is also including cars and all types of other things as well. So people are realizing how much waste this is causing. And, there are groups of people fighting for a right to repair. And so they're trying to get this passed with Congress and all that stuff. As to whether it's going to happen, we'll be dead before it happens.
Well, maybe if Congress passes, they get their approval up from 13 to 14%. And but anyway, let me carry on with this time thing, because so anyway, studying all this stuff about magic is of course. There's this whole occult thread I've opened up, and that Montauk was basically where this time travel project took place, was loaded with coincidences with 666 going down to the deed. When you look up certain court dockets and whatnot with the Montauk Indians, who were the rightful guardians and pharaohs of that land, the dockets are 666. The date, I think the initial land deed was sold with Wyandanch Pharaoh. It's like February 6th, 1660 something. So you have the 666s appearing all throughout the court cases surrounding the land, even to the point when I had the license plate show up in the same style of car that I had. So it was these things are, of course, it's bringing up the adversary. And we're dealing with, and then Preston's theories about time. But one of the things Preston said to me, because when I was writing the book, I had a dream of him taking me back in time. It was in a dream state. And he says, come here. and he puts me in a stall. This was like a place that looked like that movie from 12 Monkeys. It was a pretty desolate facility. It was like a soundstage, but one that was in disrepair. And then there was like a closet, and he says, okay, there was like a big coil that was like the coil that you'd have on your electric stove. And he says, stand on this. He says, it's not going to hurt. And he goes to some control, and then he gets in the one next to me, stands on a similar one, does the control, and then we both come out. He says, you know, we're in 1943 now. And we walk out in 1943, and there's nothing but Army. It's all Army. And it's Army Jeeps and trucks. And then we're walking along, and we see this flatbed with Duncan Cameron in the back seat, on the flatbed. And he looks at me and says, we need a piece of equipment fixed back here. We need this fixed. Like he's talking to me like I'm the repairman. Now, here's the right to repair that Jameson was talking about. It's funny that comes up, the right to repair. I'm the repairman, but I'm not a mechanic. I mean, you know, I used to change hoses in my car and do very remedial repairs in the engine, but I'm not a mechanic by any stretch of the imagination. I said, why? You know, and I realized, well, what I was doing with my writing, I was going back to fix something. And then, you know, we left and came back. But it was as if I really traveled in time. And, you know, I shared it with Preston. And, you know, what he had to say about it, he goes, wishful thinking, he says. Wishful thinking. And he said, he says, and after the more I did his book, I said, you know, Preston, I think we can really, it seems to me that this time stuff really will happen. He says, it's really just a pipe dream, he says. It really is. He says, you know, in other words, he was being realistic. And then he would say, we need power. And he would say in his later years, he said, we didn't have enough power at Montauk. Now, David Anderson completely turns all that upside down because he has the power figured out. He can explain it. He's got videos on it. Now, Preston, for him, didn't really, you know, it was like trying to teach an old dog new tricks. Preston did it the old-fashioned way. And he just couldn't get on the David Anderson bandwagon. I mean, he knew David was onto it. He knew to it. Al Bielek knew that too. But it just wasn't going to be part of Preston's life. He was interested, but he was in his own world. So anyway, the point is that Preston, in that book that we did, when it was read by David Anderson, he says it opened him up to the idea that he was a spiritual being. And he could relate to the stuff that was said in there. And this was before he had advanced his time reactor to the point where it could send humans in and out. So and so since he developed that time reactor to the point where he could send humans in and out, he has been very, very, I've not seen him since 2010. I've talked to him. I've had conversations with him. I know that he exists, but I haven't seen him. And he's withdrawn heavily from any public appearances. But when he did appear in 2010, it was on the back of my insistence that the seminar the medicine man and I would do at Montauk would be held during the transmission of the Book of the Law days, April 8th through 10th. David did his presentation. I believe it was on the 10th. It's the 8th, 9th, and 10th. And the reason I did that, because there is a synchronicity with all of this stuff. Mm-hmm. And when David appeared back in my life in 2015, I was watching the videos of Jonathan Gee. And Jonathan Gee had done extensive scholarship on John Dee. And it was kind of like I was studying this and the Sigil Diamet and the Sigil of Truth that John Dee worked with. And David appears in my life. So there's many instances where he will sort of piggyback on magical occult threads. Mm-hmm. And this is sort of like, wow, he's teaching me, just as Salman's teacher from Pakistan is appearing in his dream to teach him. Yes. David appears as a teaching element in my life, even to the point where he's tutoring me on time, invariance of the space-time interval at Atlanticron in some godforsaken little room. We wouldn't call it, what would we call it on it? I can't even remember. A quarter. What do you call it? I can't even remember what you call a room on a ship.
Oh,
you don't call it a room.
The cabin.
It wasn't a cabin. There's a, it's,
Berth.
So,
berth. B-E-R-T-H. Berth.
It could have been a berth. Cabin. Cabin is right. Cabin. Okay. But it was, yeah.
Cabin's mostly for like cruise ships, but a berth would be more like a military ship.
I'm trying to think what I call at Atlanticron when I'm on one of these boats, what I call the space I have. I don't know what I call it.
Fuck, I'd call it just a hole in the boat wall. How's hammocks is what they used to, your racks. Well, my dad in the military, they called it your rack. You'd be on
it basically has two bunks.
Yeah. Yeah, that's in the military, they call that a rack.
A rack, yeah, it's two racks.
Yeah,
that's... two bunks, two racks, and I put my luggage on one, on the top one, and then I sleep on the bottom one. And I'll often have some of my luggage on the bottom one, and I'll put it on the floor when I sleep. And it's often hotter than hell. And if it's cool, you'll like it because then you put the blanket on. And of course, this is a bit of a luxury because most of the people are sleeping on tents, right? And so they're sleeping on the ground. And it's like in this particular boat David was on, he had a nice space. I actually had that space one time, and it was like a luxury. It actually had a living room to speak of, its own bathroom, which none of the boats they didn't have their own bathroom. So it made me popular with the girls. They didn't want to use my my private toilet.
There you are.
It was a luxury. And then I had a bedroom separate from that. That was nice. I think that was his room when he stayed on that boat. Oh. And but that was the only time I had that situation. It was nice. But yeah, normally I have to trudge across another boat to get to. It's quite hell to wake up in the middle of the night and have to walk across these ladders in the dark, and you have to have a flashlight to use the bathroom. It's but it's part of the joy of being there too. It's an adventure. See, so I don't go there. I think it would drive. I dreamt of having Paula with me there. I don't think she could stand in that boat for more than 5 minutes. Now, by the same token, I remember I had this Romanian lady translating for me with another woman, and I saw where they had at least 3 of them were sharing a room, a boy and 2 girls, and I think there were 4 bunks in that cabin, and they were sharing it. And I said, boy, they're crowded. Aside from the co-ed factor. Right. It was crowded as hell in there. I said, boy, I don't care if you had 6 girls in there. I would, I'd rather be by myself. they all knew each other very well.
It would, yeah, I'm sure. If they didn't before they started, they did
No,
by the time that was over.
no, and I picked up on the subtle nuances of adversarial factors between them all. In other words,
Yeah.
they were friends, but I think they were a little more associates than friends. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, it's like I say that it's kind of a luxury, but then again, it's roughing it. But it's not roughing it as much as the people who sleep on the tent. And of course, I could stay in a bed and breakfast across the river, or in even nicer, what I call the nuclear apartments on the nuclear campus, which there's no nuclear energy. It's just a nuclear facility. There's no nuclear energy on it, but I said that those apartments are very nice, very comfortable. TV, kitchenette,
Oh my God.
heat, AC, whatever you want. And the problem is you have to get escorted to and from.
Yes.
And yeah, it doesn't even matter what it costs, because it's like $30 a night or something, but it's not about that for me. I want to be on the campus, so to speak, because if I'm going on and off, and it ruins the experience for me.
Yeah, I understand.
There's something about walking, just being there at 11 o'clock at night and striking up conversations with people that are from halfway across the world, and it's like you're talking to them almost like your old friends, whether you know them or not.
Yes.
And it's such a magical experience that, do I want to go, back to an apartment and watch the History Channel, the European History Channel in English, or watch something on Romanian culture, which is fine, but there's just a few English channels, but they do exist. It's like no, I don't want to do that. Even though it's more comfortable, and take a real shower as opposed to a cold shower. Maybe you can get a hot shower, but it's not even fun to shower there. It's tough. But and as they say, it's a luxury compared to the people who are sleeping in tents. Yeah. When my daughter came, and because the director of the camp insists when people come for the first time that they do the apartments or the bed and breakfast. And because he doesn't want them to be freaked out by the rustic conditions. So my daughter stayed at the bed and breakfast, which I don't think had AC, but she survived okay. It was okay. But anyway, to get back to the time, and this is where I got my lesson in time from David that was so meaningful and educational. But he's teaching me about time. His whole life, his whole presence in my life is about teaching me about time. And the fact is, he has the time reactor. Now, we move into another realm here. He has said that you don't want to be looking into time because the observer changes the whole conditions.
The observer effect. The observer changes
the observer effect. So I was like, Einstein, was it Einstein? Here it is. This has to do with the quantum uncertainty principle. And this is, they asserted that a particle or a wave cannot be assumed to have specific properties until it is measured. Now, it was said in the 옹스헵 material that when you're concentrating on when a particle becomes a wave and a wave becomes a particle, well, this theory that comes from Heisenberg, who was strongly influenced by Wolfgang Pauli, uh, who was president when Niels Bohr came forward with what became known as the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum physics,
Right.
asserting that a particle or a wave is whatever it is measured to be. However, it cannot be assumed to have specific properties until it is measured. So until you measure it, it's neither a wave nor a particle. It is. It's existential observation by a sound and pragmatic scientist. So we don't know what it is until we measure it. It therefore exists in all of its possible quantum or potential states until the time it is observed. The observer is actually creating time in a sense because he is measuring, observing, and is distorting from the simultaneous state of now. This relates to a principle called superposition that claims that while we do not know what the state of any object is, it is actually in all possible states simultaneously as long as we do not look to check. Now, David Anderson says, when you look into time or the timeline, observing it changes the timeline.
Yes.
So therefore, is he looking into a timeline or is he looking into a quantum soup of all potentialities? And where do you delineate the quantum soup from actually going back into time? If we go back into yesterday, he can take us back into look in yesterday, but where does the observer where does that get mixed with quantum soup or potpourri or worse yet, chaos? And how is that influenced by the kings of Edom or the chaos merchants that are creating chaos? Because you're actually indulging in chaos when you start to mix it up.
Right.
Or when you take out of the quantum soup and you start observing and say, okay, I'm going to put this here. You become like a chef who's putting ingredients into a dish that you're making. And this is why when you dream of the kitchen, it represents alchemy, because you're making something, you're cooking something up. And this is the observer. The observer is everything. And this is what David is telling me, or what I'm asking David in the dream. Why do things come in bunches? Affinity. It's the quantum underlying principle. So when we start talking about dreaming and tapping into your dreams, there is so much inside of you which needs to be discharged, which needs to be redeemed, as Jameson so aptly put. This is the redemption. And we need to redeem these souls. Wow. So the dreams, it's okay to have these dreams. Souls need to be forgiven. And it may not be a matter of forgiveness that they require. It may be a matter of them being able to accomplish what they set out to do.
Yes.
If they commit suicide, it's a failure.
Right.
And they feel dishonored. And yet they're sticking around. They need acknowledgement. I can't tell you how many disembodied souls I've spoken to in yesteryear, because they surface when they surface, and they have to be acknowledged and just acknowledged and say, okay, patted on the back.
Yes.
And that's sometimes all a soul needs. One of the most touching ones, I worked with this girl, and we were quite close. And we worked with each other every day. We helped each other every day. And she stayed in Scientology all those years, and her husband was somebody I was pretty close to, and he was, senior to me technically, and he helped me a lot. And I had saved her life once. and I don't know how much she was really aware of that. When we were all out on a lifeboat in a very stormy, we were doing lifeboat drills, and this block, with a block and tackle, the block was flying in the thing, and I caught it right in front, right before it hit her head. And it would have leveled her out. It could have killed her. It would have certainly sent her unconscious into a coma. And I stopped it, and I just told everybody to get out of the boat and let's get the hell out of here. We can't be doing this in this weather. And everybody listened to me. They all got out, and I never forgot that. So she passed away of cancer, and she came to me in the dream state. She came to me because somehow her spirit knew that I had done something to her, and I believe that her cancer was caused by her husband smoking her to death by external smoke.
Jesus,
I truly believe that.
Yeah, that's true. That can happen.
And so she was coming to me because, for obviously reasons, and I just, kind of patted her on the back and was very happy to see her. And, I said, I don't even remember what I said to her, but it was okay, good, gone, happy, done. You don't have to worry about any of this stuff that you were worried about with Scientology or whatever. So, sometimes things happen like this. One time, a guy who, he turned into a bit of a prick. He turned into a kind of a full-time prick. But he had been my friend, and most of his prickness wasn't directed at me at all. I just had to put up with it, as did everybody else. And then he basically kind of got kicked out of the Sea Org because he was just being a jerk. It was kind of what you call exodus of people. It wasn't right, but anyway, he died relatively young, and he came to me in the dream state, and he came to me because he was like jumping off the wall because he says, "Oh, I'm xirs, I'm out of my body. This stuff is real." He needed to tell somebody, and he could, I could listen to him and say, "Yeah, okay, good." Just said hi, okay, good for you. It's kind of like the Scientologist who's been exterior, knows what it's like to be outside of a body, comes and needs acknowledgement and say, "Hey, look, it's real. This was real. Oh, yeah." So you just kind of say, "Hi, yeah." So those are spirits that are like a little more, what you'd say, in conformance with human experience. But then there's others that are, I guess what you'd say, not as human and more meddlesome, troublesome.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't like it when you don't play their game. And if you don't agree with them. And these are like egregores that may, and this is what affects people that go along with crowd, that follow the crowd, do what everybody else says. Don't buck the trend. And whatever it may be. Don't disturb the status quo.
Right.
And this sort of thing. And you get severe reactions. We won't go into the vaccination thing because it's too controversial, although you'll see it there. But you go back into the situation with Colin Kaepernick. Kaepernick,
Copernic, yes.
Yeah, the former quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers who was doing the kneel downs and protesting the national anthem. And that set all people off. That set off all of these NFL owners in particular who are outraged, that are very pro-vet. And then, you had the black people the players that would kneel and protest, and they were being castigated. And then when all this George Floyd stuff happened, then all of a sudden, now it's acceptable. Now it's cool. It's cool. And they now accept that there was prejudice against black people. And it's like, you know, they're not doing it because they really believe it. They're doing it because they're following a meme. They're following an egregore. They're following it because there was riots over George Floyd. Well, now we're going to capitulate. We're going to get on that bandwagon. Black people have been mistreated. And then they're going to turn that into something other than what it should be. Mm-hmm. They'll turn it into a social, you know, nutty mechanism. And you know, the NFL is on your side. The NFL is not on anybody's side but itself. So this is what happens with. There's also egregores that are behind all of these social upheavals and social bullshit going on, and you don't want to be a part of any of them. I suppose if you could, and they're very vulnerable to what you would call ceremonial magic. They are vulnerable.
Yes.
I don't recommend people do that. They are vulnerable to it. And they're also, and as Aleister Crowley or L. Ron Hubbard would teach you, all of these things conform to the postulate. The postulate is the basic it's a decision, resolution, and the ceremony only goes to reinforce the postulate. It's all dedicated to reinforce the postulate. The other thing I would say about a magical ceremony is you could do a ceremony to invoke Mars, the god Mars, and so what might happen in such an instance like that, you might do this ritual to bring in Mars into your life. I want the energy of Mars, which is warrior power, and then you might get something in your mailbox that says, you know, join, you know, the astronomy club, or get invited to go out and look at Mars on a telescope or something like that. That's often how magic works. It'll be a harmonic. Mm-hmm. And you won't get, you know, you won't have the planet Mars holographically appearing in your living room, but you'll get something of that. This is the like attracts like, which we're talking about. And that is the magic. It's the attraction of like attracts like. So you start pulling in Mars. And so for whatever reason under the sun, and it's been a theme in my life for 30 years, is this whole thing about time. It's like this potential to time travel, this potential to go to Choclavina Cave, which is in this general area was called the where the worlds unite, which could mean dimensions. It could mean the multiverse. It could mean a lot of things. And this is like this course I'm on, because I am becoming the energy and going there. I don't need to be told to go there. It's all self-directed for whatever it means. And David appearing in my dream was just saying, okay, what is this? I'm asking him, why do these occur? Why do events occur in clumps? Because it's all about a direction. And what's interesting about this is that as I talked about this media deal coming up, right, which may or may not happen, it's like I'm bringing the egregore of Douglas Dietrich with me. And David had told me, and he was very impressed when I remembered it, that Romania is key because it's the crossroads between East and West.
Yes, absolutely.
So this is my my journey for today.
Yeah.
It's and I'm so glad that we opened up the dream with you, Douglas. I hope this will continue, that you can continue to have dreams. Maybe the emperor will appear, maybe your mother will appear, maybe your father will appear, both of them, and or both of them.
Yeah.
We let them know they're welcome, because the dream world is a part of our lives. It represents that part of our consciousness that is not only unfiltered. We live in a very filtered world down here in 3D, so it represents the whole panorama. And we would also welcome the dreams of the audience and those people who write on the in the comments.
Yeah.
You're welcome to share your dreams, because dreams are. Oh, but I got to share this.
Yes.
I thought this was so neat. Before I go, John Rappaport is a writer who posts incessantly on the vaccine.
Yes.
He's researched. He went back into AIDS. He knew Fauci before Fauci was Fauci, and he is. He contacted me early on, and he's a reporter. And as you find out at the end of this article, he's Jewish. He's saying, I don't know if I want.
By the way, here's where we pull out the Seinfeld quirky statement. Not that there's anything wrong with that, which is what they'd always say when they'd bring up that guy's gay or something like that.
I have seen that episode. Yeah. He's. I'm not going to go into what he says about the vaccinations, because it's. I don't want to be too long here.
Yeah.
He's talking about proof. He's talking about Israel itself and how Israel is so locked down and mandate on vaccinations. He's talking about the vaccine passports being a form of slavery. Now, he says now this is what's interesting, and it's more interesting at the core of what he says about Joseph in the Old Testament. Joseph is the guy who had the Technicolor Dreamcoat. They made a Broadway play about it. Joseph and the Amazing
Technicolor Dreamcoat. Yeah.
That's the name of a Broadway play that I have not seen, but it was, and I think in the Seinfeld episode, Kramer gets the Technicolor Dreamcoat. He wears it in one of the episodes, and it makes him look like a pimp. But that's some Seinfeld synchronicity. But anyway, okay. This is Jonathan Rappaport writing. As you recall, Joseph was the favored son of Jacob. Joseph's jealous brothers sold him into slavery. While imprisoned in Egypt, Joseph revealed his ability to interpret dreams. He was eventually brought before the Pharaoh, who needed someone who could tell him what his troubling dream meant. The Pharaoh was dreaming of 7 starving cows eating 7 well-fed cows, and 7 dead ears of corn eating 7 plump ears of corn. Joseph told the Pharaoh, he's interpreting for the Pharaoh, this meant that this would be 7 years of plenty in the land, and then 7 years of famine. Therefore, the Pharaoh should immediately store up grain. When the terrible famine hit, Joseph, who was now the Pharaoh's vizier, meaning his wizard or his viewer. Vizier means to view.
Vizier, yes.
His advisor.
Yeah.
That's where we get the word advisor from.
Yes.
How did you say it?
Oh, vizier. Yeah.
Vizier. Okay. He was now the Pharaoh's vizier, dealt with many hungry people who came to buy bread. So here's Joseph, who's been sold into slavery by his Jewish brothers who were jealous. And now he's the vizier, and in exchange for the bread, Joseph demands that the people sell their possessions to the state. Then when they want more bread, they sell their property, and finally themselves as slaves so that they can eat. It's a step operation.
Yeah.
When next we learn of the condition of the Jews in Egypt, in the story of Moses, the Jews are all slaves. They've all been enslaved from Joseph, who was sold into slavery by his Jewish brethren, his brothers. And so now he's a slave. He works himself up to vizier. And then by the time of Moses, the Jews are all slaves. He says, do you suppose this turnabout had something to do with Joseph's solution to the famine and the anger it raised in the population? Of course, the Bible story focuses on Joseph reuniting with his brothers and his father, all of whom who believed he died. The story passes no judgment on Joseph, who put a population into slavery to the state. And then he says, those of the Jewish faith must consider this tale from Genesis because it is parallel to what is happening now. A globalist elite is bent on capturing the population degree by degree with its quote-unquote solution. In Genesis, after the famine was over, the Egyptians, who continued to farm grain, were planting government seeds on government land, and they had to turn over a fifth of their crop to the Pharaoh. There was no privately owned land. If that doesn't ring any bells, what will? Jews today are being betrayed by their leadership who are aligned with the state. Jews are being told the best medical minds have decided the vaccine is safe and effective, and only wild conspiracy theorists believe otherwise. Well, I'm not reading this to blow the vaccine horn, but rather what fascinated me, because we're on the subject of dreams, is that Joseph was the interpreter of the dream. And that's what's important here. Of course, the fact that he sold his brethren into slavery is horribly, horribly complicated. This might be a condition of the Jewish people. It's talking about self-enslavement.
Yes.
Self-enslavement. And this is what we all are, self-enslaved. And because the Jewish are considered the favorites of God, according to their own religion, they are the favorites. They are the favored sons of God, or whatever they're called.
The chosen people, yes.
Chosen people, that's right. And so if they're the chosen people, they're waiting for their Messiah, but it's all, the Christians would look at them as anal. They can't. You got your Messiah. Where's your Messiah now? You got your Messiah, but you reject him. So whether it's Jesus or themselves, and the Messiah is all about self-rejection. It's all about self. You can interpret it all as love thyself, know thyself, and self-rejection. So here, this is the epitome of self-rejection when you're enslaving yourself and your whole population, but you become a slave. It's like it goes so both ways. They sell him into slavery. He puts them all in slavery. All up the ante.
Yes.
But the fact that it comes through the dream state, and he had the ability to interpret dreams, which was the relevancy here. So, it's interesting to work with dreams. So I will probably be dream active tonight, and I will retire with that unless you want to.
Oh, just some things before you
anything.
go. While we have Salman Sheikh with us and Jameson Reese, of course, I want them both to say goodnight to you. Salman always lets us go before he leaves, or always lets us know before he leaves, so he must still be with us. But I wanted you all to know that when you brought up karma earlier, it's obviously Jameson Reese was saying what you described was some very hilarious, what he considers very sweet karma for the characters involved.
For Joseph. I mean, that's the sweetest form of revenge, man.
Yes, but
he caught them really nicely.
Yeah, and one of the things that I wanted to express was when you brought up before about life's given Douglas Dietrich a shit sandwich, and you mentioned, of course, we don't want to go into the karma of this. Yes, the reality is, what I've noticed throughout my life is that karma is very much an abused and exploited concept. And most of the time, what people use it for is to rationalize their victimization of others. So we do want to be very careful with that whole concept. I think it's tremendously misunderstood. Most people have no idea what karma is. They have this kind of instant karma idea that, like what you see in the videos, where somebody instantly pays for an action, and and then they interpret everything like that as if it's something deserved. When all of this suffering happens to good people, as I've mentioned before, really, as Salman Sheikh will express, that's basically a sign of favor from the Creator himself for that particular individual. And Salman will complete that, of course.
Hey, sorry, I have a hard time grasping slavery as being a positive thing for anyone.
Well, as I say, it is. I didn't want to address it because it is a complicated issue. It doesn't mean, that you're having this because you were naughty.
No, understood. No, I knew that.
What I mean by karma is one's choices, and obviously Joseph had good karma because he was able to, by virtue of the fact that he was able to interpret dreams, he had a very good choice open for him to choose.
Yes.
And he chose well.
But it was also a boomerang because, in other words, you give what you got. It's like he was a slave. Yes. It's what he knew. So he gave back slavery to people because it's what he lived through. He could have broken that karma, but he didn't.
He chose to get revenge. I mean, I think anyone.
You're saying it's revenge.
Well, anyone in their right mind would have made that choice. I mean, for people to abandon you and fuck you over like that, I say, hey.
He wasn't doing it. Those were his brothers that did it. He was doing this to the Jews of Egypt, and he was doing it to more than just his brothers. So it's sort of like you give the shit sandwich to what because you were given shit, so you give. This is kind of what they do in the army.
Well, but that makes sense. I mean, I'm looking at it from a satanic perspective. So I mean,
he could have broken, and there was a certain pragmatism to it because he was basically serving the state that he was helping. So there might have been, pragmatic reasons for building pyramids or something. He needed more slaves, but. It was a culture that was built on slavery, so that was the slavery was a way of the ancient world too. So it's hard for us to, but it's like kind of it's just what he knew. It was the currency. Slavery was a currency, and he served.
It still is, arguably, though. It still is. For most of the world, it is.
Work is slavery in a sense.
No, I'm not talking about work as we know it in the West. I'm talking about slavery of people who get next to nothing and die just so that we could watch TV every day and stuff like that. I mean, this is commonplace. It still is through much of the world.
That's important to mention because if you could see all, just like Douglas is dreaming of these Yakuza and whatnot, it's like if you could watch TV and you could see the people that were, suffering in sweatshops behind it, or at the same time. Suppose, how you have these split screen TVs. Okay, so here, you can watch this program on Netflix, but then on the split screen, you got to see these, these people working in the sweatshop. Yes. And it's kind of like, why are you watching Netflix?
Funny you bring that up because it makes me think of Chappelle and how I'm gonna, skin that fucker alive after we.
Well, I'm fairly certain with COVID and his entourage of some of the biggest asshole friends you can have on the planet, he's really close to being skinned alive.
I hope so. Some karma is deserved there. So, Salman, if you could take up what I've said and tell just a little bit about this karma being not how people understand it, and bad things do happen to good people for a very good reason.
Oh, of course, Brother Douglas, and it's very nice to hear the analysis given by all on the round table. From the Sufi perspective, it would tell you in your life, the harder the better. So meaning the more harder your life is and the more responsibility or burdens that get placed on your shoulder, it means the divinity is giving you more chance to get close to itself. So the more harder your life is, the more trials and tribulations you have, meaning that all those times will shape you up to who you're meant to become, whether you're under persecution or you're under assault by certain forces. And that means the divine or Allah has placed this responsibility on yourself, such as the type of life that you led and the type of knowledge that you're spreading right now. And that's basically what a lot of the Sufi sheikhs that I spent time with, they always reiterate that to me, that anytime that a difficulty or a trial gets placed in your life, you always say Alhamdulillah and give praise to the Creator, meaning that you're getting chance to become close to that source through difficulty, trials, tribulations. And sometimes we have those concepts where we realize, why is this happening to me, or why is this happening to somebody else? But then you realize after they overcome those challenges and as time goes on, that shaped them for the role that they were meant to play. Because we're all being guided by that supreme divine intelligence in some way, shape, or form, and as part of that cosmology. So karma, you're right, it is a concept that does get abused and misinterpreted. There is a chance and a scenario where you're either getting close to the Creator through your trials and tribulation, or there are other instances also where people who have done others wrong, somehow, some way, that energy does come back to them, whether in a year, 2 years, 5 years, but that circulation of that karma does come around. But majority of what I've seen from my Sufi studies is, like, the harder your life is or the more traumatic your life has been, that means that's a chance from the divine for you to get closer to it. And that's what it is. It's that concept of tough love, or the concept of love that the Creator bestows upon you.
Well,
and even with myself, I'm grateful for those experiences.
Well, we can say that Douglas is without even considering the burden that's been placed on him, Douglas is very close to this in all of the things. He's very close, closer than most people, despite all of the stuff that people could respond or react to. They might consider, the opposite, but it's just, he just really knows the depths of things, and is very close to the divinity.
I agree completely, Peter, because even with my Sufi intuition and all the years that I listened to Douglas, I always felt that spiritual connection in my heart to Douglas and the way he teaches us in his knowledge, and I agree with you completely on that.
Bless you all. Yes, and both of you gentlemen say goodnight to Peter, and then we'll say goodnight to Salman Sheikh.
Good night, Peter.
Good night, Peter.
Good night, and I hope you all dream away whenever it is you dream in the day. I'll try and dream in the evening.
Yes.
And good. Thank you. It's nice to be with you all. It's a very interesting show for me, because I wouldn't have had this without dreaming of David.
That's right.
It wouldn't have. I don't know what the hell we would have talked about, but this was far better. And thank you very much, and good night.
Yes, thank you, sir. Our love be unto thee, and share that love with Paula. Yes. And our love is with you as well, Salman Sheikh. You have yourself a blessed evening.
Yes, Brother Douglas. And before I go, I encourage everyone to please pray for Brother Douglas, support him morally, financially, buy his book on Amazon and from Skybooks, leave him a 5-star review, and report the gang stalkers. And please support our Brother Douglas in his struggle against the cultists of the kings of Edom and these agents of chaos. And also, please put a thumbs up on all of his transmissions and videos to counteract those forces, and just to support him in this struggle, because he is our walking interventionist, and this is basically our collective war. We want to see our species and our world survive the coming generation. Take heed to all that he teaches you, and as we reiterate that those that get placed in these responsibilities, it means that they are closer to God and they have that personal connection. And Brother Douglas has that. So my love and prayers are always with him. And I would also encourage everyone to support him in whichever way that they can. And with that, I bid you all farewell. For Brother Douglas, JMO, everyone on Team Dietrich, with Assalamu alaikum, peace be upon you and yours. And I send you all my love and a beautiful evening.
Yes. God bless you. And
Good night, Solomon.
yes,
Good night, brother.
blessed be. And we'll see you in your dreams. Yes. And definitely very wonderful to have everyone here. I'll start my monologue soon enough. I think that I've got enough caffeine around me to last for a while. And we'll have our man Jameson. I take it that you're all right to hold the stage for a few minutes?
Yeah, yeah. What I will say is that any divinity. Well, I'm not gonna go there. We'll just say that there's a reason why I don't follow, and I went out. We'll just say that's just my personality type. But yeah, on to other ventures.
Great. So I'll go mute and I'll be back in about 10 or 15 minutes. I want all of you who are here right now to stay here right now. As a matter of fact, before I leave, just going to give a quick check in the chat room and see how everyone is in there. KK Harper is saying banging records tonight. Piotr Schremer. That's citing a song, yes. And then Daniel Arola was talking about the like attracts like. Rose Belizia is in the chat, and that's wonderful. And as well, Ballistic Bupa was talking about synchronicities. James Forsyth, Daniel Rolla, there were some conversations with the Acfis 777, and he was talking about Mudwater coffee, which has some of the cacao in it. And Daniel Rolla says, he mixes pure cacao in his coffee every morning. Now, why am I not surprised? At any rate, he says it's good brain food. You like that, huh? Brain food, yes. And LSD is the sperm of God. Yes, Daniel Arola said that too. Yes.
Oh man, yeah, that's a very Daniel thing to say.
Yes.
Well, I'm fairly certain that his chocolates have other psychoactives in them as well.
Yeah, there we have that. Yeah. And the Activist 777, I'd be curious just to know their gender, if they're willing to share that, because I noticed that there's a heart there, some stars, and usually that would be taken to be a female. But just curious. Otherwise, they're welcome aboard no matter what they are. And to be or not to be brings up kosher taxes, etc. And me, our favorite pie man, who you blocked the other day by mistake. Not blocked. What is it? You hit him by mistake and brought him back.
Yeah.
Yes. He was.
Because I thought that was the porn thing, and I clicked over the wrong icon.
Oh, you were just out of it. At the time. I mean, you were in it, but kind of out at the time. You were probably too sober. You were too sober, as you would say.
Yeah, as I was reporting, I was a bit too dry to
get
things right.
Anyhow, he says Toronto's got many of these dark magicians from all of these Eastern European nations. Ballistic Bupa was talking about, yes. And Cloud Dragon says, discuss a Keynote book and Vox device. I appreciate your interest. If you haven't heard about it before.
There was one more thing I wanted to bring up about that. I can't help it. Well, and of course you would probably ask why am I not surprised, but I couldn't help but somehow realize that even if somebody normal were to try to tracheotomize themselves and use the Vox Arcana, I don't think it would work for them, because I get the feeling that you and Aquino both know there's got to be a certain special sequence of trigger words that would activate it.
Thank you. Yes, that goes sans saying, and
it goes. I mean, that literally goes without saying. That was the first. I don't know why these things keep popping into my head.
Well, for good reason. I mean, you think about it, and you think about it more so than other people would, and more, just most people. It's first of all, most people, if they find it disturbing, the very concept, then what they dedicate their mental energy to is trying to deconstruct it in their heads. They try to deconstruct the concept. and prove to themselves that it would never work, that it's wrong, or that it's false, that it's a lie, that sort of crap. Anyhow, Rose Belizia is a female, so a kiss to her. And Sarah Thomas Lyon sends 3 pink pulsating hearts to start off with. Mwah! Love you dearly, honey. And she gave a nice big purple heart to Solomon Shake. We'll have to tell him about that. Do send him a private message to that regard, okay? And then she was saying peace be upon all who are listening. And of course, at that point was just when, oh yes, who was it that said that? Somebody said something very funny when, was it KK? Yes, KK Harper said, Peter's in the building. Yes. So when she says that of course means, pretty much everything stops, and then Peter sucks all the oxygen out of the room at that point. And with that, okay. So what I'm going to do is go mute. Our man Jameson will hold the stage for a little bit, and it shouldn't be too long. When I come back, I'll take all the oxygen out of the room. I'll suck it all up myself. So all of you stay here. You listen to this man, and when I return, which will be soon enough, then well, as you always know, it's like with my biological father, Adolf Hitler. Hell follows with me, as they say. And with that, we will get started in the night, and I'll just let all too many people have it, probably for my own good. But
that is going to be entertaining, folks. So do stick around for that.
There we are. It's all yours.
All right. So what I will say on dreams is that what I was taught by my therapist, or at least this is how he has me look at it, is that each person in the dream, sometimes they might not be the actual person that you think you're getting in contact with, but rather they represent parts of yourself. And in most of my dreams, there's been a recurring theme where, because I'm so lucid in my dreams, I literally will just speak my mind as if I'm speaking now to other aspects of myself, because I've been doing this lucid dreaming for nigh 15 years. It started with an interest in the Monroe technique, which culminated in a lot of out-of-body experiences until 2012, when I could no longer leave my body anymore. But that's probably for the better. That's probably definitely for the better. Most of my dreams have been me really angry towards the fact that I exist, and the figures seem to be representative of mother-like figures. So this doesn't mean that my mother's in my dream. This means that this person represents that, and there would be one that represents a grandmother and one that represents a sister. And so I think this has to do with a lot of trying to bring me to terms with my existence here on this planet, and trying to sort of reconnect me to something I don't want to be connected to, which is, well, generally life itself, because I'm more than happy to float by on suspended animation and just digest the hell out of all types of occult subjects that have nothing to do with the real world per se. I mean, they do have quite a bit to do with the real world when we start to pick out the designs of certain events, such as the concert, which we were supposed to hear more about from Crystal Rivers. So I do wish you well if you're out there, Crystal, and I do hope that you do come on at another time to continue to, reveal what else there was to be revealed. I'm sure there's all too many things now as far as connections are concerned. And one does have to note the death of another rap musician that popped up on the news. So who knows? Maybe that was a sacrifice to knock off some kind of rival of his or something. I don't know. I mean, in black magic, I guess those kinds of things would happen. And when you consider how much of the matrix behind the entertainment scene is enmeshed in black magic and the occult, I mean, for goodness sake, Michael Aquino kept a book of everyone who was in Hollywood, and they signed themselves over to him, basically. I mean, so, yeah, there's a lot of that as far as an underbelly is concerned. And it's one of the reasons why I would never entertain being in the limelight as a famous person. Rather, having the kind of profession like being a extra or something like that would be more desirable than being right up in the front, you know. Something about not having control over one's own affairs in life doesn't rub me well. So what I will get at is the sort of deteriorating situation that we have here in the United States. And as you all know, we are in the middle of not only political upheaval, but racial, interethnic upheaval. Basically, United States of America, for all intents and purposes, is starting to resemble a country in the Middle East, where you have different sects of Muslims wanting to rip each other apart. Except instead of different sects of Muslims, we have people on the white right and people who are more fair-minded and more open-minded to people of other ethnicities on the other end of the spectrum. And to show just how bad the things are getting, I have a story here of a U.S. Senate candidate named McCloskey showing support for Kyle Rittenhouse. Now, Republican Mark McCloskey is a candidate for U.S. Senate in Missouri. He was photographed Tuesday outside of the Wisconsin courthouse where Kyle Rittenhouse was on trial for murder of 2 people and the permanent wounding of 1. And I saw some of the trial where they showed the video of the guy's injury who got his bicep blown out. And wow. Yeah, I would have just opted to have my arm amputated if I was him. I mean, crap. That was a pretty gruesome injury. McCloskey and his wife Patricia were both in Kenosha, Wisconsin on Monday and Tuesday to show support for Rittenhouse. This is someone who's running for office, so this should tell you how blatant things are. You know, it's just how much more in your face can it get? The McCloskeys gained national attention after they waved guns at racial injustice protesters who were marching in their gated St. Louis subdivision last summer. They were among a group of people outside the courthouse. They were among a group of people who were outside the courthouse. Some were in support of Rittenhouse and others were opposed, who began to gather Monday during the closing arguments. There were dozens of people outside on Tuesday as the jury spent all day deliberating the case before the ending day around 6 p.m. without reaching a verdict. This is already a bad sign. The McCloskeys pleaded guilty in June to 8 misdemeanor charges after waving guns at protesters and were ordered to pay fines. Both Mark McCloskey left the courtroom house defiantly pledging to do it again if faced with the same circumstances. Both McCloskeys were pardoned by Republican Missouri Governor Mike Parson. Mark McCloskey compared himself to Rittenhouse in a statement Tuesday, saying that they have both been prosecuted and were defending themselves from an angry mob. McCloskey says he hopes the jury finds Rittenhouse not guilty. Of course, Rittenhouse was 17 years old when he shot and killed the 2 people and wounded a 3rd during a violent night of protests that came in the wake of a white Kenosha police officer shooting Jacob Blake, a black man who was unarmed. Rittenhouse and all 3 people he shot were white. Rittenhouse argues he acted in self-defense. If convicted of the most serious charge, first-degree intentional homicide, he can spend the rest of his life in prison where he belongs because he will find many people who back the same ideology he backs. McCloskey on Tuesday was photographed standing up to 2 men flashing an OK sign, which is associated with white supremacists. Rittenhouse was also photographed in January with 2 men as they made an OK sign with their hands. The judge in September ruled against allowing that to be discussed during Rittenhouse's trial. That's another big problem. The phone for McCloskey's campaign rang unanswered Tuesday, and a message left with his law office's answering machine wasn't immediately returned. McCloskey announced in May that he was running for the Senate seat being vacated by the retiring Roy Blunt, a Republican. The large field includes Missouri Attorney General Eric Schmidt, Republican members of Congress Billy Long and Vicky Hartzler, and former Governor Eric Greitens, who resigned from office amid a sex scandal in 2018. Gosh, aren't they a state of winners? That is one place I would not want to be. That goes without saying. This, of course, has its own potentials. There's so much wrong with the way the judge has been behaving during this trial. So I can expect that we will see a lot more. Upheaval. Rittenhouse trial arguments do seem to be worrying mental health advocates, because the one of the first men that Kyle Rittenhouse fatally shot on the streets of Kenosha, Wisconsin, was irrational and crazy, Rittenhouse's attorney told jurors at his murder trial. Joseph Rosenbaum had been on medication for bipolar disorder and depression and was trying to take Rittenhouse's rifle, attorney Mark Richards say, suggesting there could have been more bloodshed if Rittenhouse hadn't acted. That is pretty bad. I'm glad he shot him because if Joseph Rosenbaum got that gun, I don't for a minute believe he wouldn't have used it against someone else, Richards said during the closing arguments in the 18-year-old Illinois man's trial for killing Rosenbaum and another man and wounding a third during a chaotic night of protest in 2020. To some legal experts and other observers, Richards' remarks were a smart courtroom strategy and an accurate depiction of the threat faced by Rittenhouse, who said he shot the men in self-defense. Now, in all respect here, I will say that, yes, it's very likely that the group of people would have ripped his ass apart if he wasn't carrying that gun. But they would have had a good reason to. You don't run in the middle of an angry crowd brandishing a firearm unless you intend on taking someone's fucking life. I mean, it's obvious that he went searching for trouble. I don't understand why this hasn't come up. And there's another thing, again, that I think that nobody has been paying attention to throughout this entire case is this kid supposedly a friend of his buys him a firearm, and all of a sudden this kid is fucking Rambo behind a gun. Where did he get his training? I mean, granted, he might have shot the first two people at a closer range, but I mean, you do have to at some point, if you consider the fact that the arm that he shot of the guy who was wounded in his bicep was holding a firearm, clearly this kid is pretty much, shooting as if he was a trained mercenary or something. Who trained him? Or why is no one asking if he had any prior training? I don't know if they did go into that or not, because I did not watch the entire trial, nor do I really want to be perfectly honest, when I can really more or less read highlights, because, watching a whole trial is like, oh my gosh, it's as fun as going to the dentist and getting teeth pulled. To some legal... Well, yeah, to get back to the article, though, the mental health advocates heard something different. A dangerous assumption that people living with mental illness are homicidal and need to be killed. And terminology such as crazy, they say, is a pejorative and adds to stigma surrounding mental health issues. And this is so. So for him to have said that in defense of his client, yeah, I can understand you're going to say whatever you can so that you can win the trial. That's what you get paid to do. But that is, that the language he used was very inappropriate. Studies have shown that people with bipolar disorder and depression are more likely to hurt themselves than hurt others, said Sue Abdur Holden, executive director of the National Alliance on Mental Illness in Minnesota. That's why NAMI's work includes training police officers to use de-escalation strategies when dealing with people who have mental illness. Of course, we all know that only works if they're non-black, because if they're black, well, you might as well just don't stay away from the cops altogether. That's all I can say. You just don't have someone shot down, particularly someone who is unarmed, she said. Jason Lukowski, a former Marine, said he went armed to Kenosha protests to protect property, testified during trial that Rosenbaum acted belligerently that night and seemed to want to entice someone to do something. Yeah, folks, in case you missed the memo, and Douglas has always been speaking against the, these, these military vets for a reason. This should give you a reason as to why you don't trust someone who's a former Marine, aside from the fact that we have had our own problems with a former Marine who looks like Meatwad. But that goes without saying. It's interesting how his choice of words is belligerently. That's a terminology they use if you're failing to obey orders in the military, because that terminology was used to describe me when I had refused to follow a certain command. So it doesn't make sense to use that command in a to use that terminology in a civilian setting. That in and of itself seems absurd to me personally. But he also added that the person did not appear to pose a serious threat to anyone. Lukowski said he turned his back on Rosenbaum and ignored him. So there, even though he was belligerent, Lukowski didn't feel he was worth shooting. Rittenhouse didn't know Rosenbaum or his background when they crossed paths at the protest that followed the shooting of Jacob Blake, a black man by a white police officer. And the jury wasn't supposed to know much about him either. During the pretrial hearings, defense attorneys said they wanted to present evidence of Rosenbaum's past, including an Arizona conviction for having sex with a minor in 2002. They planned to argue that Rosenbaum, 36, was trying to take the then 17-year-old Rittenhouse's weapon during their encounter because Rosenbaum wasn't legally allowed to have a gun due to his criminal past. Prosecutors argued that the defense was trying to signal the jury that Rosenbaum was a bad guy who deserved to die. Judge Bruce Schroeder blocked defense lawyers from revealing the sex crime conviction at the trial. Jurors also were not supposed to hear about Rosenbaum's mental health history, which Schroeder said wasn't relevant because Rittenhouse didn't know it when he shot him. But the information came out in court after prosecutors asked Rosenbaum's fiancée, Carrie Ann Swart, whether Rosenbaum, whom she said had just been released from a hospital, had taken medication earlier on the day when he was shot. Schroeder later ruled that by asking that question, prosecutors opened the door for the defense to ask Swart what the medication was for. Under cross-examination, she told jurors it was for bipolar disorder and depression. Swart also testified that Rosenbaum had returned from a Milwaukee hospital on the day of the shooting. The jury did not hear that Rosenbaum had been in a mental health ward following a suicide attempt. Phil Turner, a former federal prosecutor who is now in private practice and who isn't involved in the Rittenhouse case, believes that the testimony about Rosenbaum's mental illness was very important to the self-defense argument and therefore fair game. People, including the jury, might agree that mental illness on its own does not cause someone to be violent, Turner said. But information along with Rosenbaum's actions that night, from getting in the face of men armed with rifles to at one point chasing after Rittenhouse, likely was a nodding their kind of moment for jurors. Nodding their head kind of moment for jurors. That sounded off. It fortifies the defense argument that this is the truth, this is the reality, Turner said. Kim Motley, an attorney representing Rosenbaum's estate, said she understands Richard's efforts to vigorously defend his client, but she called comments about being glad Rittenhouse shot Rosenbaum among the final words the jurors heard before they started deliberating Tuesday, following a roughly 2-week trial, disgusting and offensive to people who struggle with mental illness. This trial isn't about the type of person Joseph Rosenbaum said, Motley said. This trial is about his client, Kyle Rittenhouse. So, yeah, I don't know whether they've gotten back to what the jury is, or whether what the verdict is, or whether it's still locked. Apparently, the jury is set to resume after a fresh mistrial request. So there's that. And amidst this, we have another important court case with the man who fatally shot Ahmaud Arbery, who spoke publicly about, for the first time on Wednesday, testifying that at his murder trial, that the 25-year-old black man forced him to make a split-second life or death decision by attacking him and grabbing his shotgun. Who the hell is going to try to grab somebody's shotgun? All right, well, at least this guy's psychotic enough to fake tears. I was thinking of my son, said Travis McMichael to the jury before the moment he pulled the trigger. It sounds really weird, but it's the first thing that hit me. He was the first witness called as defense attorneys for the 3 white men charged in Arbery's death opened their case, building an argument that their clients were lawfully trying to stop burglaries in the neighborhood, and that McMichael opened fire in self-defense. Wait, are these 3 guys who hunted down the dude who was just jogging? The February 23rd, 2020 shooting of Arbery, after he was spotted running in the defendant's neighborhood, deepened the national outcry over racial injustice after cell phone video of his death leaked online 2 months later. The slain man's family got support not only from civil rights activists, but from powerful figures, including Georgia's governor and President Joe Biden. The 3 men on trial, Travis McMichael, his father Greg McMichael, and neighbor William Roddy Bryant, had virtually no defenders aside from their attorneys. Travis McMichael's testimony marked most personal and detailed account yet of why the men suspected Arbery of wrongdoing and why McMichael shot him. Well, of course he's going to try to grab the gun because he sees some cracker who's not identifying himself as a police who's about to fucking shoot him. I mean, holy shit, what the hell do you think they're gonna do? So this is McMichael. He had my gun. He struck me. It was obvious he was attacking me, that if he had gotten a shotgun from me, that it was life or death situation, and I'm gonna have to stop him from doing this, so I shot. He said warnings between neighbors and social media chatter about car break-ins and suspicious people had been increasing since 2018, when he moved in with his parents in the Satilla Shores subdivision just outside of the port city of Brunswick. A man building a house 5 doors down from the McMichaels installed security cameras after items were stolen from a boat in his open garage. Those cameras recorded Arbery inside on 4 nights and on the day he was killed. Travis McMichael said he was aware of the theft when he spotted Arbery, whom he didn't know, lurking and creeping outside the unfurnished home on February 11, 2020. He testified that when he tried to confront the man, Arbery reached for his waistband, and Michael fled and called 911. I'm not going to chase or investigate someone who might be armed, he testified. But he did chase the same man 12 days later after his father came running into the house in an almost frantic state and told him the guy who's been breaking in down the road had run past their house. Father and son armed themselves and headed out in Travis McMichael's pickup truck. Why did they take the fucking law into their own hands? This is, I mean, seriously. They came upon Arbery running, and McMichael said he drove next to him, yelling at Arbery to stop so they could talk. McMichael said when he told Arbery police were on the way, Arbery ran faster, deepening suspicion of the man. A black pickup truck driven by Brian eventually joined the pursuit. It was Brian who recorded the shooting on his cell phone. So you have a bunch of white guys driving around on pickup trucks to try to chase a black man who's running. What the hell does that look like? Seriously. McMichael stopped and had gotten out of his truck. Brian's cell phone video shows Arbery running towards the truck. McMichael is standing with his shotgun by the driver's side door and his father in the truck bed. McMichael testified that he pointed his gun at Arbery, saying his intent was to get him to back off, and Arbery turned and ran around the passenger side. McMichael said Arbery attacked him immediately. He's at the front quarter panel on the right-hand side, and he turns and is on me, and it is on in a flash. In the video, the truck blocks the view until after the gunshot is fired. The video then shows both men with hands on the gun as a bleeding Arbery punches McMichael. After the third shot, Arbery turns to run and then falls face down in the street. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy said only 2 of the shotgun blasts hit Arbery, but each struck at close range. One punched a hole in the center of his chest. The other severed an artery near his left armpit and fractured his arm. Ooh, that's a painful way to go. Authorities said McMichael and Brian chased Arbery for 5 minutes before the shooting and used their trucks to cut off Arbery's escape. Greg McMichael told police they had him trapped like a rat. Brian said he used his truck to run Arbery off the road several times. Speaking to reporters outside the courthouse, Arbery's mother, Wanda Cooper Jones, said, Mr. Travis McMichael killed my son all on assumptions. He didn't know where Ahmaud was coming from or what Ahmaud had done. He just took actions into his own hands. Brian's attorney, Kevin Gove, argued Wednesday that Brian never intended to harm Arbery and never tried to hide his involvement in the pursuit. He noted that Brian openly shared his video, the key piece of evidence, with police officers at the scene. The defense began its case after Superior Court Judge Timothy Walmsley denied a request from defense attorneys to ban prominent civil rights leaders and other high-profile visitors from the courtroom, where seating has been limited because of COVID-19 precautions. The Reverend Jesse Jackson said with Arbery's parents in the courtroom for the second time. I'm sat with Arbery's parents in the court for the second time this week. The defendant's attorneys have said that Jackson's presence and that of others who were in support of the convictions could unfairly influence the jury. The trial is taking place before a disproportionately white jury at Glynn County Courthouse in coastal Georgia. Okay, yeah, we can honestly assume these guys are going to get off. Arbery, 25, had enrolled in technical college and was preparing to study to become an electrician like his uncles when he was killed. So there you go with that. Yeah, this is all very depressing. Personally speaking, what I can say is I'm someone who is not a hateful person. I mean, I am a hateful person on the species as a whole, but I don't tend to hold people in contempt based on ethnicity. But this, the current state of things in this country, and being someone who's a minority, this has really placed well, how do I put it? This causes me to want to try to keep those in the ruling ethnic class away from myself, as far away as possible. I know it doesn't sound right, but given the current situation here, it's like you can't really be too safe. I'm just saying. I mean, I know that doesn't sound. I'm not trying to justify hatred or anything, but it's. And the thing is, I don't consider it hate. I consider it defense, because I don't know what the hell anyone else is about. Um, of course, going on in the world, we have something else which I find interesting, which is the threat of a Sino-Russian fleet circumnavigating Japan. This is from November 14th, 2021. So this is from roughly 4 days ago, but I'm not sure if I looked at this article or not. I think I did, but I didn't get to read about it though. But in late October, 10 vessels of the Chinese and Russian navies, which had been conducting joint exercises in the Sea of Japan, passed out of the ̶hirs Strait into the Pacific Ocean and entered the East China Sea through the Osumi Strait via the waters off of Izu Islands. Both navies had circumnavigated Japan in the past, but this joint cruise was a first. Yet, in light of the deepening military cooperation between China and Russia in recent years, this is hardly a surprising development. And indeed, it is likely to be repeated in the future. With the end of the Cold War, the hostile relationship between China and the Soviet Union, and later Russia, eased. And China, facing economic sanctions from the West after the Tiananmen Square massacre, began to purchase Russian-made weapons to modernize its military capabilities. However, a dispute eventually ensued over China's imitation of the Russian-made weapons and the price of Russian crude oil. Military cooperation between the two peaked in 2005 and had subsequently stalled. In the years following, Russia became increasingly concerned about China's military buildup, and the first passage of a Chinese fleet through the ̶hirs Strait in 2008 is said to have shocked the Russian military. In 2012, China and Russia launched an annual naval exercise called Joint Sea. Some observers believe that the Russians wanted to show their superiority to the Chinese. However, Russia's annexation in Crimea in 2014 isolated it internationally, while Beijing was becoming increasingly concerned about United States encirclement. As a consequence, military cooperation between the two sides resumed in earnest. The combined maritime exercises became a venue for the two navies to enhance their capabilities in areas such as surface warfare, air defense and anti-submarine warfare, landing warfare, and search and rescue. The two countries chose to hold their exercises in the Mediterranean Sea after the annexation of Crimea, and in the South China Sea following the arbitration process with the Philippines. More recently, China and Russia have been increasingly conducting joint operations across Japan. The first such instance was confirmed in June 2016 when Russian and Chinese naval vessels simultaneously entered the Senkaku Islands contiguous zones. Later in 2017, the day after a Russian aircraft entered the East China Sea from the Sea of Japan through Tsushima Strait and flew around Japan in an eastward direction. A Chinese aircraft flew a similar route to the waters off of Kii Peninsula, suggesting the possibility that the two countries were coordinating their flights. And of course, this is extremely alarming for us in the West because, both have open hostilities, not only with Japan, but with the United States as well. And I have no doubt that both of them would be more than happy to seize Taiwan, of course. I think everyone would be happy to seize that, which is due to the fact that, you know, they're the powerhouse that manufactures. Well, I mean, they're the main manufacturer of all the semiconductors that are used in all of our technologies. In February 2018, military aircraft from both countries flew over the Strait of Japan as if rendezvousing. And then in July 2019, in December 2020, China and Russia officially announced that their strategic bombers had conducted joint flights from the Sea of Japan to the East China Sea. After the joint sea exercise off of Vladivostok in 2013, 16 Russian naval vessels were followed by 5 Chinese naval vessels passing through the Soya Strait and entering the Sea of Okhotsk. At that time, China and Russia did not pass through the strait together, and Russian ships outnumbered the Chinese. In the case of October 2021, however, the ships passed through the Tsugaru Strait and Osumi Strait together with equal number of 5 ships each, and both countries officially designated it as a joint patrol. Considering that joint flights by Chinese and Russian bombers have been carried out several times, it is difficult to imagine that there will be just a single joint patrol by their navies. I can hazard to say that this next conflict that is coming up will most likely involve more naval forces than anything else. That goes without saying. In recent years, the U.S. Navy has increased the frequency of its transit through the Taiwan Strait, and other countries outside of the region, such as the United Kingdom, France, and Canada, have also began to pass through the strait. Also, it should be noted that now America is going to be donating some submarines to Australia, so we can expect them to join in on these operations. In addition, frequent large-scale naval exercises have been conducted in the Western Pacific, coinciding with the deployment of a UK carrier strike group to the Far East. The British ships had conducted a freedom navigation maneuver in the territorial waters off the coast of Crimea before coming to the Western Pacific. And it is believed that Russia is also concerned about deepening cooperation among the navies of Western countries. It may also have been meant as a check against the deepening cooperation among the UK, US, Australia, and military technologies such as nuclear submarines under the new AUKUS security framework, which was spoken about. If the Chinese and Russian navies continue to step up their passage through Japan's straits in the future, how should Japan respond? The short answer is that Japan should do nothing unless there is a violation of international law. At least this is according to the Diplomat, which is what I'm reading this from. The Tsushima Strait, Tsugaru Strait, Soya Strait, and Osumi Strait are designated sea areas under Japanese law. As such, instead of declaring a territorial sea of 12 nautical miles, which is allowed under the United States Convention on the Law of the Sea area is limited to 3 nautical miles. On occasion, the Sino-Russian fleet were merely exercising their freedom on the high seas. Still, Japan will need to monitor the practice, and in fact, the self-defense forces was doing just this effectively. There is no problem as long as Japan maintains the ability to monitor in peacetime and blockade in times of emergency. Some argue that all these specific waters should be declared territorial waters, but if this were to happen, these straits would be positioned as straits for use of international navigation. The narrow high seas portion would disappear, and the foreign submarines would be allowed to submerge in any parts of the straits. This would make peacetime surveillance more difficult. Interesting. So it's very interesting to be able to see the tactics that they're talking about and how it would be disadvantageous for them to declare that territorial. This is very interesting stuff, honestly speaking. These designated straits were likely established to avoid violation of the three non-nuclear principles, which is no nuclear weapons should be carried into territorial waters. When nuclear-capable ships of the United States and the Soviet Union passed through straits, passed through these straits during the Cold War, even today, it makes sense to keep the high seas part of these straits in order to promote international freedom of navigation. In that case, the free navigation of the Chinese and Russian fleets should be allowed. However, if China and Russia are able to practice freedom of navigation around it, Japan should also exercise its right of navigation in the waters surrounding China and Russia. If China and Russia can pass through Japanese straits, then there is no reason for the Japan Maritime Self-Defense Force, JMSDF for short, to hesitate to pass through the wider Taiwan Strait. In addition, Russia considers the Peter the Great Bay off of Vladivostok to be inland waters and restricts the navigation of foreign vessels. But this is not recognized as having a basis in international law. The JMSDF should exercise the right of naval navigation in that bay. For Japan as a maritime nation, freedom of navigation is a vital interest. Japan must not allow China and Russia to maintain double standards of obstructing the navigational rights of foreign warships in their own waters while enjoying the freedom of navigation in waters of other countries. Japan should work with the United States and other maritime nations to reject this and protect the freedom of the seas. So that should give us some insight as to what's been going on, as far as the Sino-Russian fleet. And these are all going to be very hot topics in the future going forward, because we will inevitably have to have some kind of world war. I don't see how it's avoidable. And of course, the only other positive thing about world wars is that they at least trim the population of males that are present on the planet. And it does seem that males are horribly restless, as made evident by the statistics that I had that I'd spoken about earlier, which is the fact that most pregnant American women are more likely to be killed by their partners than by illness. And that is a pretty bad statistic. I just want to see if Douglas is in the background.
Hello?
Okay, yes.
Are you all right?
Yeah, man. I'm sweating bullets out there, man.
What? Why? What's going on? I mean, I heard you stop talking a few minutes ago. I was just getting my head together. Of course, I need some time to do that. I wasn't gone that long. What's going on? Are you all right there?
Yeah. I'm just making sure you're okay.
No, I'm not, because you're blanking out on me. In other words, there's a glitch in the Skype. There's a glitch in the Skype. Something's going on, which is we can't hear what you're saying, and I think that may be what is going on. Let's check in with the listeners here and see if they can hear it. Can anybody hear what our man Jameson is saying? Because, by the way, I want to thank you very much, before I forget, for bringing Peter Moon back on track. I never could have done that because, honestly, I'm basically trying to pull my own head out of my ass, and he buys us time for that. So in terms of what he's... when he was talking, here's the problem. You were able to bring him back on track. Now we've got to bring you back on track. What exactly happened? Because something happened where just a few minutes ago the Skype started glitching, and what I need people to do is tell us whether or not they can hear us. So I need interaction from our listeners. A few minutes ago,
I was just going over the article, which was the threat of the Sino-Russian fleet circumnavigating Japan. Mm-hmm. I'd finished that, and I'm probably going to look at this study, which I was talking about earlier tonight, which is how pregnant American women are more likely to be killed by their partners than by illness. That is given that I'm audible by the audience, of course.
Mhm. And so I think you are because I can hear you, but we need everyone else to tell us that. Somebody should have told us if they couldn't heard anything. So I think people can hear you.
All
So
right.
now I
All
need
right.
them
So
to. Yeah, and so our time, let me take a look at this. We've got plenty of time left, but it's not plenty of time as far as I'm concerned. So Dat Dude 873210 says, "Yes, Doug, loud and clear. God bless you, Dat Dude. God bless you. Hugs. Hugs. If you were a girl, I'd blow a kiss." At any rate, Jacob Waters says, "Sorry I'm late for the party. Hello, everyone. Hey, Douglas. Hope things are going well tonight." Yeah, of course, I knew that was a jinx. Yeah, the moment he said that, then the Skype started glitching. So I couldn't hear you for several moments there, but that's why I came on. So okay,
okay.
yeah, go back to what
Yeah,
you're talking
because
about.
I was actually, it's funny because I had actually, I was actually just speaking just to make sure, everything is cool. All right, a gruesome new study
No,
finds
wait,
that
wait a
not,
second. You said that you were sweating bullets. What was that
I
about?
was joking.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
oh, okay.
I was
Yeah,
being
it's hard to tell
sarcastic.
sometimes with you. Okay, here's some things that you can look up that are absolutely disgusting, but they stick in the mind. There was a criminology case where some black guy was pimping out some girl who was 6 years old. So the doctor found she had all these sexually transmitted infections. I don't know more about that story. Perhaps you can look that up. And so then he was forced to face the music for that. And then there was some other horrible thing that happened recently. Oh, in India. In India, this girl who's like 600 rapes, she's like 12 years old. Maybe you can look that up. In India, just another example of why India is, the world-class shithole. Some girl was 12 years old and reported 600 men raping her at least. She was counting. She lost count after that. So there's something. Her age was incredibly young. Then, aside from that, the black guy. By the way, the reason that these stories, the only reason I mention them is it's because it's in kind of the. It's like I said, if this were a horror story, I provide mood and I provide music, etc. I mean, well, Jameson Reese is the musician. He provides the music, so he does that. He does that. Jameson Reese would do the music. Then the other thing Jameson Reese would provide would be, I wouldn't even call it the gore. I'm plenty good for gore. I'd say it's like what Stephen King said. When Stephen King says, if I can't think of anything else, I'll go for the gross out. I'm not proud. That's where Jameson Reese comes in. It's that part of the horror flick where the mood is mood is done, the mood is broken, the music is it's got a break in the music, and then somebody throws in the gross out. That's he does that. Now, by the way, that's no way to rationalize why I'm kind of having you check into these stories. I heard them earlier. I didn't want to believe them, and I'm sure he'll find them. And,
Yeah, I have found both of them.
oh shit.
This,
Okay, I'll leave it to you.
yeah. All right. So this is a pimped out 6-year-old girl. Little Rock man tells court. A Little Rock man is facing a possible sentence of life in prison after pleading guilty in federal court this week to conspiracy to commit sex trafficking of a 6-year-old child. DeMarcus George, age 27, was the second person indicted in the case to enter a guilty plea after last week's plea by his co-defendant, Mario Waters, 33, before District Judge Brian Miller. The two men were scheduled for a jury trial beginning Tuesday. According to a news release from the U.S. Attorney's Office, a 6-year-old child was taken to Arkansas Children's Hospital in February 2018, suffering from symptoms that were later determined to be caused by several sexual transmitted diseases. The child was interviewed by an FBI forensic interviewer and disclosed that a man, later determined to be George, had raped her. The child had also disclosed that another man, later determined to be Waters, had also raped her. The child told interviewers that the rape occurred in a hotel room with a curtain in the middle of the room, and that she described a picture hanging on the wall in the hotel room. The release said law enforcement officers located a hotel in Little Rock that matched that description, provided by the girl, including a picture on the wall and the curtain in the room. Financial records of the hotel show that the child's mother had rented a room in the hotel March 2018 and paid with a credit card. The child has since been removed from the mother's custody. Why the hell hasn't she been charged as well? According to the release, doctors at Arkansas Children's Hospital determined it was unlikely the child had obtained each sexually transmitted disease from the same offender and that there were likely multiple offenders. Officers obtained search warrants for George Waters' blood and urine. Results indicated that George and Waters tested positive for the sexually transmitted diseases that the minor had contracted, according to reports. George and Waters admitted in court that they had sexual contact with the minor, were involved in trafficking her with others. This is fucking horrific. Acting U.S. Attorney Jonathan Ross called these crimes unspeakable, making it vitally important that law enforcement be willing to investigate such crimes. He said that the guilty pleas will spare the victim from having to testify in court. Our law enforcement partners work hard every day to protect children from the abuse, Ross said in a release, and our office will continue to aggressively pursue those who commit these deplorable crimes. Wow, that my what the fuck meter has just, well, that's just as horrible. That's beyond horrible, and it gets worse. This is according to CNN. A girl 16 says she was raped by hundreds of men in Western India. It's horrid, but you know it literally seems like, oh God, I don't even want to go there. At least 7 men had been arrested in Western India after a 16-year-old girl claimed she was raped hundreds of times by hundreds of men in the latest horrifying case to highlight the country's rampant sexual violence problem. In a statement to India's Child Welfare Committee on November 11th, the girl who was homeless said she was raped by 400 people in the BE district of Maharashtra state, according to the CWC chairman, Abhay Vithalrao Vanave. She named 2 policemen in her complaint, Vanave said. The girl was begging for money at a bus stop when she was allegedly forced into sex work by 3 men, Vanave said. While the number of alleged rapists would be difficult to corroborate, the girl could identify at least 25 alleged perpetrators, he added. The girl had attempted to file a police complaint against a man she accused of beating her up, but officers did not register it, Vanave said. When contacted by CNN Monday, Bede police did not comment on the girl's allegations against them. This probably also has to do with the class system there. It most definitely involves the caste system. In a statement Monday, the force said it had registered cases against 8 males, including 1 minor, pertaining to the rape and persecution of children from sexual offenses law, which has more severe sentences of longer time. They also registered a case under the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act. The girl told police she was married off at the age of 13 to a 33-year-old man who sexually abused her, according to the police statement. She also told police she was sexually assaulted by her father, ultimately prompting her to leave both homes and sleep at a bus stop. Holy fucking shit, this is... Do they have anything fucking better to do? Jeez. Women's rights activist Yogita Bayana said that this was the most tragic rape case in history. The girl was tortured every single day, she said, adding that police had failed to protect her. We want strict action against the culprits. Now, of course, in case anyone was uninformed, in which case I would say you must have been sleeping under a rock, literally. Let's go into India's rape crisis. According to India's National Crime Records Bureau, more than 28,000 cases of alleged rape against women were reported in 2020. This is only what was reported. I'm guessing that there's a lot more that happened than were reported because many of them don't survive. one roughly every 18 minutes. Experts believe that the real number is much higher, as many go unreported out of fear. And based on videos I've seen of gruesome things online, it's not uncommon to see videos from India where a guy just kills a woman. He just kills a spouse and walks around the street dragging her dead body. But, you know, this just shows that there's crime against women that's rampant there as well. The number of reported rapes rose in the years following the brutal 2012 gang rape and murder of a student in India's capital, New Delhi, potentially because of greater awareness surrounding the issue since. Experts say the outrage has helped to lift the shame around discussing rape. The problem is there's no shame in doing it, at least amongst the men. And this is a big problem. Legal reforms and more severe penalties for rape were introduced in the aftermath, which include fast-tracking courts to hear rape cases more swiftly and an amended definition of rape to include anal and oral penetration. And that wasn't included in the get-go. Why? However, high-profile rape cases continue to make headlines. In September this
year. Just breaking in for a second to let people know that what I'm going to do now is grab a Coke. I'll slam that down, and when I finish that, then I start. By the way,
when you finish that, you gotta also brush your teeth because
well, rinse my mouth at the very least. I can brush my teeth later. Yes,
because that stuff will lead a freaking carpet of who knows what the fuck on your teeth. I know.
Just like I said before, you can feel it melting the porcelain off of the anyhow.
Well, I mean, I can't pretend that energy drinks aren't much better.
Thank you. There you go.
They're just as bad.
Yes, it's all shit. It's all liquid shit. By the way, Jacob Waters says loud and clear, and Jonathan Lopez says everything has been good on my side. Most excellent. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll be right back, and then we get started. We have about probably by the time I get started, we'll have about 6 hours, 15 minutes, 6 hours, 20 minutes, something like that. A little over around 6.5 hours, and so. I'll be speaking nonstop for that period of time, so I do want to make sure that I've got my mouth hydrated enough, or you get my point.
Yeah.
All right.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And so, by the way, I didn't listen to what Jameson was reading. I'll review it later, but it's. I'm certain that I really shouldn't be letting him do this because this does not help his this does not reinforce anything positive in his perspective, which is already
well, look, my perspective is one where I'm here in body, in spirit. I have already crossed into the void. So
well, this is something that I will tell you. Okay, everybody understand this. The reason that I have Jameson Rees read this is because, first off, Jameson Rees is capable of outrage. If Jameson Rees had truly given up on the human race, he would not feel outrage over what he's reading. So understand that much.
If I had given up on the human race, I wouldn't want to leave this realm behind. You can look at it like that as well.
Yeah, but you get my point. Obviously, I have every confidence. I will say this. I have every confidence. I would bet even money that if Jameson Rees were present in either of those situations, whether here with that god-awful nigger pimping out, was that his daughter, or what was that? That's that girl. Or whether it was in India, I'm certain that Jameson Rees would intervene in either of those cases.
I'm certain those men would be dead in either of those cases.
There we are. And with that, I will go mute. And oh yes, one more thing. Yes, I had people were writing me about what you said the other day when I was talking about the estates and how I'd much rather be there. It was bringing up, of course, amid my blood boys, and then you were pointing out my escorts, and then people were asking me if I'm swinging now more towards some gay direction or bisexuality. And by the way, just so people understand this, I don't understand any of the confusion here as to why I would be thinking of food before I would be thinking of sex. I obviously
eating. You can't have sex with what you eat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Isn't it obvious? I mean, that's a bit distasteful. People who, if trust me, if Douglas went that route, he'd be morbidly obese, and he wouldn't be talking for 8 hours.
Yes.
You look like that guy, James Arthur Yanchik,
or Derek Talley. Yes, our known
God.
cannibal, our identified cannibal. Yes. I like what Salt and Jake said about he was thinking about what I said about Derek Talley. He started laughing on the plane. I know what he was laughing at too, because I was describing how Derek Talley just kept coming up with more bullshit about, first it was the cancer, then it was now I'm on dialysis and shit. It was like he was trying out a new sport or something.
I can't understand how he already doesn't have diabetes.
Yeah. Thank you.
I mean, shit. How does he not even have? He's definitely a wad of meat. He's not living.
That's right. He never was really living. He's a flesh golem created by his dad in a lab or something like that. So just so people get a greater comprehension of this, it's feeding first, then the escorts. Okay, that's where I have the energy to basically, play with the escorts, right? Thank you. So
and trust me, folks, I've seen his escorts. He's definitely into women.
Yeah. Bless you. Thank you, son. And, not that that's an issue. It's simply that I do want people to understand.
That would only be an issue to the guys who are like from, Pakistan and places like that, who are like, hello? on Facebook.
Thank you. And they don't seem to care whether I'm male or female. That's the part that really just blows my mind. But aside from that, so just so people get it, when I do think of the estates, the first thing that does come to my mind are the blood boys, because it's the food, right? It's what I feed off. Then after I'm done supping, then the sex. So that's like, which is, believe me, that's important, but it's like, the other is sustenance. So it's imperative at this point. I'm becoming more dependent on the blood, and the food is just causing more and more problems. God knows, I can't even, it's not even like I'm processing it normally. Oh my God. At this point, it kind of just sticks in my stomach. I mean, for like days. And then,
oh God, that's horrible.
Not that I'm constipated. It's not I'm not feeling constipated. No, it's just suddenly when I have to take a shit, then it's basically, somebody had a term for it once. It was Esther Fishman. She had a daughter who was obese, and Esther Fishman's daughter was obese enough where they tried not to think about it. Things would happen, like she would lean against a cabinet and it would collapse. The cabinet would shatter, and or her daughter's bed collapsed. She had to get a specific kind of steel frame bed that wouldn't collapse underneath. This was so her daughter was a heavy weight, and so she gave me the term that was apropos for this. I'll have a bowel movement like after about 3 days or something, and then it's basically what Esther Fishman would call basically what her daughter would have, which are basically, she called them food babies. It's basically, it's just, and then I'm, because my landlady is so cheap and she bought this toilet that's like, one
of those little toilets. So you got to get like the plunger, and you got to
I don't even want to talk about it, but it's like, there you have it. I mean, this is what I have to deal with at that point. And it was like that when I was on this stupid plane, like I said, Southwest Airlines. When I heard the Southwest Airlines the other day, the Southwest Airlines stewardess got punched. Some ethnic woman who I think is probably Caribbean or Jamaican. She looked black, but kind of more of that coffee color. Yeah, mocha, and she punched out a Southwest Airlines stewardess.
What is going on with that? I've been seeing that these airline stewardesses getting punched and assaulted.
Well, based on the experience I had even before COVID, I could almost understand. I would never want to hit a lady, but my God, this one bitch, she almost like drove me to it, and it wasn't like she wasn't a looker or anything. She was doable, but I mean, it's like, fuck. I went into the first off, it was all Southwest Airlines' fault because I had a delayed flight. There's nothing for me to do while the delay was going on, so I went into the airport restaurant and ate. right? Otherwise, I never would have
Yeah.
ate. And then that with the food I had in me before, then I had to take a dump in the middle of the flight. I went into the stupid bathroom, and it was just a similar situation because, I mean, I don't shit that often because I don't eat as much food as a human being. Other times I'm drinking blood. So then, so it just kind of sits there inert or something until I get enough blood in me to lubricate it out or something. And then, so by the time that I'm done with that, the male equivalent of childbirth, really, then by the time I was done with that, then then the postpartum blues and everything, then I'm spending time trying to wipe myself. Then this bitch is just all the while knocking on the door. I mean, like really, what are you doing in there? Like I'm assembling a bomb or something, or she might think I'm dismantling the fire alarm so I can smoke, as some real hardcore.
I would have told her, I need some help, get in here.
Oh God. Anyhow, by the time that I got out of the, it's just horrific, just a horrible experience to try to calmly finish what I'm doing and then wipe myself while this bitch is out there. It was hard to even come clean, so to speak. I'm using enough toilet paper to try and just make certain I don't have like dingleberries to pick out later, right? I mean, holy fucking shit. And this bitch is continuing, hey, and it's like just maddening. When I come out, then she does this gesture to everyone, like, no, you can all go in, like something on a stage, when you usher in a person on a stage. She says, now you can all, and of course at that point everyone's staring at me and nobody wants to go in there. Of course nobody's gonna want to go in there. That's the pity. So that's Southwest Airlines. So yes, I can understand why these stewardesses get punched. It's like,
well, there you have it, folks.
Thank you.
Well, what I could tell you on the bright side is at least you're not having stool babies every day.
No, God, no.
Or better yet, if it was rehab, it'd be like twice a day because it's just
Why? Because all you do is eat, right? Is that what you're saying? Is you fatten up on rehab? That's what you used to do, right? Back in the old days, right?
Well, this time I only used a single meal portion, so I didn't gain that much weight at all, honestly. I probably walked it all off by now, but
I'm sure you have.
Well, with a metabolism like a blast furnace, your landlady would hate you if you were me.
Oh my God. Well, I mean, she already does, I'm sure, in her own way. But all right, I'll go mute. I'll grab that Coke, and I'll be back soon enough. Our man will continue with this dissertation on these subhuman. So, which story did you cover first? I honestly wasn't the Asian Indian one and the black guy.
I covered the guys.
And what was he doing with that young girl again? How did he wind up with this young girl?
Okay. So apparently the girl's mother is no longer in custody with them because of this. But these two men, I don't know how the hell they got custody of the girl to begin with.
That doesn't make any sense. Were they claiming they were a gay couple?
No, both of these guys were trafficking her. They were pimping her out.
Yeah, no, I know that, but I mean, how did they wind up with her in their custody? Was that legally?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have no idea how this happened.
Okay,
she was still in the mother's custody. That's why I asked, why isn't the mother being charged? So she was still in the mother's custody while they were doing this. These were probably guys who knew the mother, and
she was probably fucking them both and getting crack from them or something. I'm sure.
She was probably some ratchet piece of hood shit who just didn't want to look after her kid and just said, "Okay, you guys do whatever with her. I got many things to do. I'm gonna get my nail done." You know how these chicks are.
Yeah. No, I get it.
I'm sorry.
I get it.
So, forgive me for saying that, but I mean, some of them. I mean, I was on a bus and this chick is. This woman and this had to be like a younger black woman, but her business was all out there. She's like, "What you mean? There ain't no money in the account?" She's like, "Oh, well, I don't need no goddamn food stamps." I'm like, "Oh my God!" I could hear her from outside the bus. I don't know why I decided to sit in the back, but I was just like, "Oh my!" I sat back there because part of it was hilarious because it was just unbelievable.
That is funny. That's Oh my God. Well, let me get that Coke, and yeah, I'll be back soon enough. And bless you.
I'm fairly certain that those Republican places, they have the white equivalent of that. So
Here we are. Yeah. And as for these anyhow, how old was the girl again? They were pimping out 6. She was 6. And the girl who was raped in India, how old was she?
She was 16.
She was 16. There we are.
Well, but this started at 15. I mean, okay. Yeah, this is pretty bad.
Pretty bad. I mean, that doesn't do it justice. This is beyond. It's
what I can say is,
beyond words.
There is a point where the idea of the harder the better does not apply anymore, and I would honestly say, looking at the fact that I cannot side with the divinity that would allow this to happen to other human beings. So there's that.
Well, at any rate, we'll deal with things as they come along. I'm sure there's going to be great changes in our world, as we all seem to agree on that.
Yes. Well, folks, while he goes, gets his coat.
I'll be back.
Yeah, we are on, of course, as you all know, on the epoch of ecological disaster. And I can go into that a little more after I finish this one, which is bad enough. The number of recorded rapes, of course, rose following that 2012 rape. Legal reforms and more severe penalties were introduced in the aftermath, which include I went to that. However, high-profile rape cases continue to make headlines. In September this year, police arrested 33 men for the alleged gang rape of a 15-year-old girl in Maharashtra. Yes, this is the place of the wise Vedic traditions. Now you kind of get why I have this cynicism towards, spirituality and shit like that, because it doesn't seem to help human beings jack at all. In a separate case that month, a woman died after she was allegedly raped and assaulted with an iron rod in Mumbai. And in August this year, a 9-year-old girl was gang raped and murdered in Delhi. Now, for those who think that you can be raped to death, there's something called evisceration, which happens when there is a tear in the vaginal wall and the intestines come out from that area. So for those who don't believe you can be raped to death, you can be raped to death. And it's a very gruesome way to go. I assure you, you don't want to Google pictures of that. You don't want to do it. It's horrific how dark this world can get. But this is really the reality. Honestly, I'm led to believe that this has been the reality of humankind since its conception. There's something inherently human evil about all this, no matter how disgusting it is. It's one of the reasons why I'm often so cynical and I wouldn't say negative. It would say why I view things from a lens that seems hopeless, where things just seem like there's no hope. Things literally seem like there's no hope. Of course, we also have the issue with the climate, which, as we all know, the coal, they decided not to, something that had to do with coal. Let me get the article directly, because I'm sure I was looking at it and I was going to bring it up for some reason. But, I always bring this up for the simple fact that it needs to be emphasized that, we are at a very crucial juncture. Now, let me see what I can conjure up. Let's see. You know what? I'm going to skip that for now, and I'm just going to go into something that I found interesting. This is probably one of the most. Sometimes I like to veer into these more scientific avenues, but if you want to be completely horrified, here's an MRI of what happens when you rub your eyes. Yeah, this is bad news for anyone with allergies. You should probably stop rubbing your eyes. Daniel Gatinel, an ophthalmologist and head of the anterior and refractive surgery department of the Rothschild Foundation, took an MRI of a healthy patient rubbing their eyes to see if it might cause certain eye conditions. The result was horrible. That's right. When you rub your eyeballs, one of the most extraordinary and delicate achievements of billions of years of evolutions, even though there are some things that your mind's eye can't unsee, just like there are some things your eyes can't unsee mentally, they sort of squish around in your skull in a disgusting fashion. The worst part is it doesn't just look bad, it can actually be bad for you. The MRI was taken as a part of Gatinel's research into how eye rubbing impacts overall eye health. He and his team discovered that it might have much more deleterious effects than previously imagined. In fact, they believe it could cause a sort of keratoconus, which is a condition that causes the cornea to bulge outward. For the first time, dynamic MRI objectivates the effect of eye rubbing on the cornea and adjacent orbital structures. For the first time, these MRIs were able to capture that. Basically, Gatinel wrote in the description of the video of the MRI on YouTube, this material provides another evidence that keratoconus and possibly other ocular conditions is caused by excessive eye rubbing. Now, I would go as far as to speculate that perhaps one of the reasons why many people wear glasses probably has to do with the fact that a lot of people have allergies and they rub their eyes a lot. Interestingly enough, I live in a family where I'm the only one who doesn't wear glasses. And that's probably because I haven't had as bad eye allergies as other folks in my family. Gatinel's findings are backed up by a 2019 review of 24 studies into whether eye rubbing is linked to keratoconus. The review found that eye rubbing did indeed cause the thinning of the keratocyte, which can lead to the condition. Keratoconus can be a debilitating condition, and steps should be taken to avoid it at all costs. Not only can it cause blurred vision and sensitivity to light, but really bad cases can also require cornea transplants, a serious and risky surgery. So what are you supposed to do when your eyes start itching? Your best bet is to probably treat the cause of the issue rather than the symptom. This can include anything from using doctor-recommended eye drops to avoiding eye irritants like contact lenses entirely. And if you get the urge to rub, just remember this nightmare-inducing MRI. That I found interesting. Of course, among other interesting things, is the fact that human brains are shrinking. Remember that movie, Idiocracy? Oh my gosh, I don't believe they had that as a caption. And the synchronicity is that my father was talking about that movie while we were commenting on how dumb people seem to be getting. A scientist has confirmed what many who watch cable news have suspected for a while. Human brains are getting smaller. J.M. Stibel, a brain scientist at Los Angeles Natural History Museum and author of the study published in the journal Brain Behavior and Evolution, says the size of the human brain has greatly increased in the past 50,000 years. In fact, the study found that brain size has decreased by more than 5% in modern Homo sapiens. Stribel also found evidence that brain size relative to our bodies, known as encephalization, has decreased as well, mainly due to obesity. Despite that, though, the paper did note that measures of general intelligence and education attainment have all risen during the past century. Really? I would have not even noticed that, but okay. In fact, environmental factors such as health, education, and technology might have made up for the fact that our brains were shrinking. Our brain volume isn't strongly correlated with intelligence. So, yeah, someone with a big head doesn't mean that that person's smarter. It just means that that person has a big head. It should be noted that Stibel used IQ as a measure of intelligence. The benchmark has a long and sordid history as a tool used to disenfranchise marginalized communities. It is also widely criticized for collapsing different types of intelligence into one overly simplistic metric. I would argue the same thing, and one can even go as far as to argue that more people are scoring higher on the IQ because more people have taken the IQ.
Okay. So you can close that thought wherever, take a few minutes.
Yeah.
Round that up.
Well, basically what we find is brain size itself isn't necessarily a measure of intelligence, but it's the density of the it's the amount of white matter and things like that, and that should close it.
What the hell were we talking about? The size of someone's brain? Is this like a dick measuring contest? Except it's the other head? What the fuck? What?
I was just reading some scientific factoids. I covered something about how rubbing one's eyes can cause damage to the cornea, which is something I didn't know.
Well, there you go.
Now,
I mean, now you know. Anything we do could cause potential harm, I suppose. Let me just get this little thing on myself. What was I going to say? Oh, yes. So I put something in your messenger that I will explain in a moment. As a matter of fact, I'll probably explain that too before we get into anything. And one of the things that I wanted to bring up, of course, is that I'm surprised nobody asked me about this. I'm getting some questions in the email, but I'm surprised that I don't get anything from the chat room about this. But I do want everyone to know that I am safe in the sense that there was an earthquake in San Francisco today. There were several earthquakes in the greater San Francisco Bay Area region. So, yes, just so everyone knows, a magnitude 3.8 earthquake gave the East Bay of the greater San Francisco Bay Area Metroplex region quite the shake today. And this was starting in the afternoon. And it was followed by a magnitude 2.6 and a magnitude 3.0 aftershock. So we had the quake and two aftershocks. And the quake occurred on the Calaveras Fault, and that's the same fault line that produced the magnitude 6.2 Morgan Hill earthquake back in 1984, and magnitude 6.2 earthquake in 1911. So these were very large earthquakes that really shook the place up in the past. But I felt it, and but other than that, I don't believe that there's anything that was really damaged, to an extent that it was newsworthy, as I know that I know of so far. But I think it was the United States Geological Survey. They released a preliminary report that the quake was a magnitude 4.2. Then they downgraded it to a 4.0 and then to a 3.8. I don't know why the fuck they do that. Or how they reckon that, but in either case, I felt it, and so it was pretty powerful. And it was, I don't believe it was at the time that they say it is. They said it was like in the morning at around a little before noon. Maybe it was that, but when I felt it, it seemed like it was a lot closer to transmission. But at that time, I was just settling in, preparing for transmission. So who knows? My sense of time is off. But
it could also be that they were measuring the initial quake from the epicenter of where it first started, and maybe it took some time to disperse. I don't know.
Well, it was definitely yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, thank you. I mean, it was definitely felt across the East Bay and as far north as Vallejo and as far south as Santa Cruz. I mean, people can look that up on a map and you get a feel for just how big this thing was. I mean, it was large.
Yeah, it does seem quite odd that they would change the
Thank you.
It seems like it might be a concerted effort of them not to get people to panic, but as a result, they're misinforming people.
Thank you. Maybe
that's very concerning.
Yeah. Maybe it's that, or it's something's going on with that. I don't get it. In terms of in the photographs that I sent you, I actually wanted to bring this up while everyone else was here, but I guess it really doesn't matter. They can all hear it later. But basically, my father, when he was in the Navy, and of course, as I brought up, the Navy had a bunch of bases that were inland, and that was due to the old days when they had dirigibles. And so for some reason, my father wound up at a base in Arizona where they were parking all of these planes. Now, of course, everyone needs to understand that the Navy, at this point in history, has far more planes than the fucking Air Force, because the Navy has aircraft carriers, and the aircraft carriers are loaded with planes. They have patrol boats that are, well, by that I mean what they used to call boats are actually aircraft, but they call them boats a lot of times from my dad's day, because a lot of these were like a sea craft. In other words, they call them flying boats, or these kind of like, oh God, what was the name of that one particular type? The sub hunter. But these were various. Oh God, I'm embarrassed. I don't remember the name of that particular famous American World War II sub hunting plane. Okay, yeah, anyhow, so what I mean to say is they've got, patrol planes to go out and see if there's subs around, that kind of shit. They've replaced a lot of that with helicopters at this point, but there's still much more aircraft in the Navy than there is in the Air Force, because the Air Force does jack shit. Hell, you heard Derek Tolley's dad. Fuck it, you heard that fucker. What kind of work did that guy do?
I was in the Air Force. We don't do anything war related. That's for sure. I was supposed to go to Offutt, Nebraska, and program computers there and deal with all types of balloons and shit. What the fuck are they doing with the balloons in Offutt, Nebraska? I don't know.
There we are. PBY Catalinas. That's what I was thinking of, the old PBY Catalinas. A lot of times they would refer to those as boats instead of planes, but they're planes. So all of that, bear in mind that for some reason, this is what puzzles me, however, is that my dad seems to have wound up at one point for a very short period of time. He was like at this base that was in Arizona, or Four Corners region, and it was one of these places where it was a boneyard for all these aircraft. And so this is what's happened to civilian aircraft now. Of course, they've always had places like this, but they really filled up with the COVID because the airline industry died. And the reason that this is actually interesting is because now their biggest problem is that the COVID is kind of, passing, or people want it to pass, whether it's passed or not. People they're not going to listen to staying indoors anymore. They're going to go see their families. So all the traffic is going to increase for Thanksgiving and the holidays. And they're trying to get all of these planes out of the desert now, except they have a big problem. They're now infested with snakes and scorpions. So you've got the AAA, the American Automobile Association, is forecasting 4.2 million air travelers for the Thanksgiving holiday, up from the 2.2 million passengers who traveled by plane for the holiday last year. So we got double the demand. And although the figure actually represents an 80% spike in air travel, it's 9% lower than it was in 2019, of course, before COVID, when 4.6 million people reached their Thanksgiving destinations by plane. But based on his own experience, my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Dietrich, explained unto me how planes are stored in the desert because of its dry heat that prevents moisture from corroding the aluminum. But the aerial photos that I've shared with Jameson Reese, and he can describe them to you, these were taken on November 6th, and they expose airlines from various airlines, including Delta, United, FedEx, and numerous international commercial jets parked hibernating at the Southern California Logistics Airport in Victorville, which is just one of the boneyards that continues to be used for commercial plane storage. And international airlines, including China Airlines, are also using the same desert boneyard for storage.
I also see Spirit of Australia.
Yes, thank you. And however, despite these airlines reaching nearly pre-pandemic levels ahead of the Thanksgiving holiday, when 4.2 million people are expected to travel by air, Well, dozens of passenger planes remain stranded in the Mojave Desert, where they've been stored since the pandemic began crippling the travel industry early last year, with some airlines having said they're struggling with staff shortages. So most of the planes in storage will be permanently kept there. And only about 25%, only a quarter of these planes will return to service. And scores of FedEx planes are among those grounded in the desert as some planes prepare to return to domestic and even international service. The FedEx planes there will be kept in the lot permanently. Now, Ted Gablin, the president of the Redlands Airport Association, said 2/3 of Southwest Airlines' fleet was at one point grounded at the Victorville Boneyard, and commercial jets remain grounded in the California desert as all these scorpions and venomous snakes and staff shortages are all combining. They're all converging to curtail the efforts to return the planes to service. Still, the experts insist extensive safety measures are being taken to protect the integrity of these grounded jets. The scorpions and rattlesnakes are among the major barriers that all the major airlines are facing as they return mothballed planes to service, and they're scrambling to hire crews to meet a surging demand for air travel as the pandemic travel restrictions ease. The maintenance crews are taking numerous measures to preserve these planes and they're trying to keep all these freeloading creatures out while they're grounded. In a June release, Tim Haywood, the Los Angeles-based Qantas engineer manager, which is an Australian airlines, confirmed that the area is well known for its feisty rattlers, as he describes them, who love to curl up round the warm rubber tires and in the aircraft wheels and brakes. And earlier this year, Qantas revealed its mechanics have used what they call wheel whackers, which are repurposed broom handles, to spook away these rattlesnakes and scorpions sheltering in the wheel wells of planes grounded in Victorville. But, all I could think of was, who was that black guy? It was Snakes on a Plane. Was that what?
Samuel Jackson.
Thank you. That's Samuel Jackson. All I can think of is, it's going to happen. This is going to happen.
I know. That's what makes it so hilarious. Yeah. I'm sorry. That was the first thing that came to mind.
Yes. All that you're going to see is some poor black guy running up and down the aisle saying, "Who let these snakes? Who let these fucking snakes on the plane?" Yes.
Well, now we have our answer.
Yes.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. There's no way they're going to get them all. That these things are going to be just seething by the time they get them in the air. I mean, you've got a bunch of fucking jokers running around with broomsticks. Come on, give me a fucking break.
Yeah, there's. I don't think they're gonna have much luck with the scorpions either.
Yeah.
I would. Oh man, what I can say is this is going to be a very bad travel season for travelers who are going to go flying. It's already proven to be such with delays before major holidays. So I mean, we can only grasp what we're going to see, with headlines and the travel.
And you can only feel sorry for the stewardesses. Oh my God, I mean, it'll be funnier with the gay stewards. The gay stewards now, that's going to be funny. I hate to say it.
They're going to need to start walking around with armored vest and armored plated helmets and shit so that they don't get punched out.
Yeah, that too. Yes,
because everyone's freaking crazy now.
Yes.
So I mean, we do also have to remember the massive impact that this COVID-19 pandemic has had on mental health.
Oh, it's been terrible, and you know what? The just the fact that this kind of loneliness is what pushes so many people into reactionary politics. I'm certain that doesn't surprise you.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't surprise me at all. When someone's alone for a long time, you'll be surprised what desperate measures people will cling to just to feel like they belong to something.
Yeah, I mean, loneliness is breaking America. I wasn't planning on reading any of the new batch of Donald Trump books. His vampiric nation, his, by that I mean that in the most negative sense. Obviously, I can say something like that just because it's like, I can use the word gook or Jap or nigger because I'm colored, and I can use the word faggot and various other dyke and shit because, I deal with, of course, all of the alternative lifestyles communities. I have a certain, shall we say, leeway. So in the most negative sense, I would just say that, he's got this parasitic grasp on the nation's attention, and he had it for half a decade, and it was nightmarish enough. One of the small joys of the post-Trump era is that it's become possible to ignore him for days at a time. But frankly, after my son brought to my attention that was an article he wanted me to review that was written by a Mr. Michael C. Bender, who's a Wall Street Journal reporter. And in case you didn't know, the Wall Street Journal is a Trump rag. They are pro-Trump, and yet this individual was writing something that would make the majority of readers of his rag angry because they have to have a few dissenting opinions just to make it look like they're legit. And in his case, he wrote a column entitled, "Frankly, we did win this election, the inside story of how Trump lost." And so so I did read that, and what caught my attention wasn't his reporting on White House disarray and Trump's terrifying impulses. I was glad that my son brought this to my attention. I know why he did. It's because even though some of the details were new on all the, all the other shit, all that story is familiar. Rather, what fascinated me in terms of Bender's account of the people who followed Trump they were basically groupies. They're going from rally to rally like authoritarian deadheads. And his description of these Trump superfans, the cultists who call themselves front row Joes, it's sympathetic, but it's not sentimental. But he really captures their pre-Trump loneliness. It's like, this is their family. The way he describes it, he says, many were recently retired and had time on their hands and little to tie them to home. A handful never had children. Others were estranged from their families. Well, no fucking shit, right?
Yeah. I mean, you go radical Republican, that's enough to estrange anything with sense.
Thank you. And then so they all threw themselves into Trump's movement. They found a community, a sense of purpose. And, he was writing about this Michigan woman who did odd jobs on the road to fund her obsession. And the way he described it was Sandra's life had become bigger with Trump. I mean, there you go. It's bigger with Trump. That's
Jeez.
And so obviously there's any number of causes for these overlapping dysfunctions that make contemporary American life feel so dystopian. But loneliness is a big one. Even before COVID, Americans were becoming more isolated. And of course, as Damon Linker pointed out recently in The Week, you might know of that. Of course, it's a television show, kind of a roundtable. And he cited Hannah Arendt and basically said lonely people are drawn to totalitarian ideologies. The chief characteristic of the mass man is not brutality and backwardness, but his isolation and lack of any normal social relationships. And as a matter of fact, Hannah Arendt, of course, who was Jewish, she concluded in her book, The Origins of Totalitarianism, she was describing those who gave themselves over to all-encompassing mass movements. Precisely, she was using those terms that guy was quoting. So a socially healthy society would never have elected Donald Trump in the first place. So Daniel Cox, a senior fellow in polling and public opinion at the Conservative American Enterprise Institute, shortly after the 2020 election, he said, the share of Americans who are more socially disconnected from society is on the rise, and these voters disproportionately support Trump. So there you have it. I mean, that's I think that's I could go on about this, but it's I think it's it's painfully obvious. It's just and obviously, I mean, you can take it from there for a little bit, and then.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if that's just an American problem, if that's becoming a global problem. I mean, I don't know. Because
Can't be a problem in
India.
India. I mean, you got 600 guys raping a single girl. They sound like they got plenty of fucking company. When did this stop? I mean, was this like just stopped recently, or like how did she escape ultimately? What?
Well, they don't go into the details. They just say that she was running away from a father who sexually abused her, sexually abusive family members. So she had reached the point where she was sleeping at a bus station, and then she got pimped out by this guy, and she could at least remember 25 guys who had raped her.
How did the hundreds number come up? It was around 600 or something, or was this a different article I was looking at?
No. This is the same article. Okay. Up to hundreds.
Okay.
I don't think. I mean, they're still trying to
ascertain.
Yeah, they're still trying to ascertain more and more.
Oh my God! I mean, this is like. So this was all in one spot where they kept her prisoner, or was just as she traveled along the road, every motherfucker?
I think this was over time.
Yeah.
Because remember, she was being pimped out, so she was being forced to sleep with these guys.
By her father or somebody else?
No, by someone else.
So she went from the. It's just no matter where she went.
No matter where she went, she had to face that hell.
Yeah, this is.
I mean, yeah. So I mean, it's in that context that I say, the harder, the better my ass. But that's just, there's a point where that doesn't work, and that's the point.
If it weren't for all the women in India, I'd recommend nuking it.
Yeah, I would too. Just get the women out, and you know what? If it weren't for the women all over the world, I'd recommend just nuking it.
Yeah.
If it were a world just of men, I'd say nuke it a billion times over.
Yes, in general, yes. Yeah, well, definitely, it's not just Trumpism that feeds on isolation. Of course, consider QAnon. It's morphed from an internet message board hoax into a religion. And there's a journalist named Mike Rothschild, who wrote a book entitled "The Storm Is Upon Us: How QAnon Became a Movement, Cult, and Conspiracy Theory of Everything." And he shows how central a sense of digital community is to QAnon's appeal. It's one of the reasons why baby boomers have fallen in with Q to such a surprising degree. Many of these people are empty nesters. They're on their own. They're retired, or both. And it's also likely a reason that QAnon started expanding in tandem with the COVID lockdowns. Finding all this new life among the Instagram influencers, the yoga practitioners, the suburban moms. And suddenly people all over America had their social lives obliterated, and many mothers found themselves trapped in domestic isolation beyond anything imagined by Betty Friedan. So stuck at home, they had more time to get sucked into internet rabbit holes. QAnon came to merge with COVID trutherism, and it gave them an explanation for their misery and villains to blame. A cruel paradox of COVID is that the social distancing required to control it nurtured pathologies that are now prolonging it. Isolated, atomized people turned to movements that turned them against vaccines. And here too, Hannah Arendt was prescient. She described people shaken loose from any definite place in the world as being at once deeply selfish and indifferent to their own well-being. The way she said it was self-centeredness, therefore, went hand in hand with a decisive weakening of the instinct for self-preservation. As a matter of fact, this Bender character, by the way, it was originally a column my son had me read, and then he turned me onto the book. So I sped through that. And so one of the most vivid characters to myself in Bender's book, where he's describing, of course, the loneliness of the cult of Trump, was this white trash piece of shit named Randall Thom, Thom. He was this 60-year-old Marine veteran whose wife and children left him because of his drug problem. And he spent time in prison, of course, for all of the brutality against his wife and children. And so the rallies became the organizing principle in his life. And Trump fans, they love him for it. And like Trump himself, all of Randall Tom's Marine Corps veterans' past mistakes didn't matter to them. When he got sick with what he believed was COVID, he refused to go to the hospital lest he potentially increase the caseload of COVID on Trump's watch and make the numbers go up on Trump. He wouldn't want the COVID numbers to go up to embarrass Trump, so he didn't go to the hospital to get treated. He survived the COVID, but I am so happy to report, and I do mean this from the bottom of my heart, I'm happy to report he died in a car crash on his way home from a Trump boat parade in October. Towards the end of that book, the Sandra woman, who's like what you would call a roadie, like a roadie who goes along and fixes up the stage for the rockers. She reappears. She'd just been at the Capitol for the January 6th insurrection, and she was ready for more. Basically, her last words practically close that book. It's tell us where we need to be, and we just drop everything and we go. Nobody cares about if they have to work. Nobody cares about anything. Well, see, if you give people's life meaning, they'll give you everything. But the interesting thing is, how do these people, well, in her case, she's doing these like odd jobs, like I said, but obviously many of these people are getting welfare checks. This is their life. In other words, they're being paid by the tax-paying American to support their Trump habit. That's so, and we're going to be contending with this more. I mean, inflation might bring him back in office. That's then I'll have to do a lot more shouting because of all the uppercases he uses on his tweets. So, all right, let's open up a bottle of water here for me, and I can get started with, first of all, a solicitation. And we'll go into the gentle night. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders' True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Ben Baron Astenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seethingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com to review excerpts from his yet-to-be-published work of that very title, The Unfinished Man, and review scenes from cinematic documentaries of his currently under production at theunfinishedman.com. But other cases, such as the strange case of Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist, are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained a city so deeply they may never be removed. For tour information, contact the TucsonMurders.com. Spell it as Tucson, Tucson, but put the word "the" in front of it, the TucsonMurders.com, or telephone the Baron Ben privately to personally guide your tour at 1-520-/323-3406. That's 1520-323-3406. So do me a favor, ladies and gentlemen. Be active in the chat room. I do need to see that people are active in there, so I know that people are listening. I get the numbers and the stats, of course, but honestly, I just prefer to see people interacting somehow, even if you just say something innocuous. In the meantime, of course, I'll be checking it every once in a while since we have an excellent connection. All right, so we have effectively a little drop ahead because I have to do what I have to do when our man Jameson takes over, and then let's get those numbers back up. Now, this is, of course, Transgender Awareness and Empowerment Week. And trans people are more visible than ever before in media and pop culture. But with visibility comes increased transphobic violence. Data from the Insider's Transgender Homicide Project proved that 2021 is on track to be the deadliest year for trans people in recorded American history. As trans black women and femmes face up to unprecedented rates of violence, trans youth are being subjected to anti-trans legislation, bills curtailing their participation in sports, and their ability to have gender affirmation surgeries covered by health insurance. That, while anti-trans legislation and attacks have reached record highs throughout 2021, a year that's not even over, Dave Chappelle's reckless #MeToo and trans jokes have had real after effects. And in his Netflix shows, the comic has defended his right to provoke, but protests against his gags about misconduct allegations and transgender people, well, being unjustified. Dave Chappelle's first Netflix specials, released in the spring of 2017, just as Trump was running for president, left his reputation in need of recovery even then. There were 2 sets that I saw back then, and I never watched him after that were widely criticized for their transphobia. Because suddenly you had this comic once considered radical for his super smart critiques of race in America, towing a conservative, rather a reactionary line on a new generation's struggle for social justice. But now Chappelle's back after continuous Netflix offerings, and he's never been in the business of recovering his reputation at all. At least not in the way you might have expected. Yes, in the first of the specials back in 2018 that I actually reviewed to kind of get a background on what I saw with his latest shit, the one that I saw from that year was titled Equanimity, in which he was addressing the row that had been generated over his trans material. And was asking, you know who hates me the most? The transgender community. So he wasn't there to express any regret. He likes transgender people, so he says. You know, like your average bigot will say, I like niggas. And he was claiming he supports their struggle to live equally and without fear, but he reserves the right to joke at their expense. And he does so, once more from the vantage point of a self-satisfied straight guy who finds their identity inherently comical. Chappelle is pointedly not trying to reassert any right-on credentials, far from it. There was one striking moment in that Equanimity Act where he was bringing historical perspective to the very idea of being right on. Saying, I was right once, you know, and then you had this other more contemplative set. That's where he said that. It was titled The Bird Revelation. Yeah, remember that? See, Chappelle was trying to carve a place for himself above the fray of fleeting rights and wrongs, as amused at the fact that it's his own cause that was once fashionable, as he is by the idea that he's now on the wrong side of history. Oh, by the way, Jameson Reese has returned. Thank you for letting us know. And Chappelle then made another more familiar claim, which is that it's not a comedian's job to be right, but to be reckless. And he addressed other comics, telling them, You have a responsibility to speak recklessly. Otherwise, my kids might not know what reckless talk sounds like. The joys of being wrong. I didn't come here to be right. I just came here to fuck around. You know, and in the other gig, he was claiming that as a policy, you gotta understand, I never feel bad about anything I say up here. So that's the standard comics' defense. First, I'm only joking. And second, a comedy stage must be a space. A safe space! You know, like the one reserved for queers and snowflakes. But, it's the comedian space that's safe. One of the few remaining, where he assaults others. Where prevailing standards of correctness don't apply. You know, to an idiot, it would be a persuasive argument. We live in censorious times. People can be quick to take offense and overeager to silence opposing voices. I do believe that comedy, and art in general, needs a leeway not always afforded elsewhere in the public sphere, as it wrangles with reality and tries to see things in new ways. It needs to be able to risk being wrong, or indeed even hurtful at times, because sometimes recklessness can be a comic virtue. But I'm not convinced Chappelle is being reckless when he dedicates substantial parts of consecutive stand-up sets to jokes about trans people. These are deliberate choices made by a comic who clearly weighs his every word. Nor am I convinced that Chappelle's children are in any danger of not knowing what reckless speech sounds like. Are they not on Twitter? Do they never hear their former President Donald Trump speak? Or did they keep their hands clasped over their ears like the three monkeys throughout the last half-decade? Reckless speech is everywhere. The only difference is, these days, it's no longer given a free press. But I take Chappelle's central point, that comedy has to defend its right to go against the grain, to test the boundaries of the sayable. In the Bird Revelation Act, he addresses #MeToo, the allegations against Harvey Weinstein, Kevin Spacey, and Chappelle's fellow comedian, Louis C.K. It's an extended routine I suffered through, staking out the perspective of a sympathetic alpha male and imperfect ally, while the protests against his jokes about CK's and Spacey's completely abused and expended victims will drown it out. There's some thoughtful material there that reaches beyond the black and white verities of the post-Weinstein movement, or rather I should say moment, because of course the pendulum swung back on that too with Cosby being released. And yet, those protests by all those people who will ultimately drown out Chappelle, they're all justified. Several of the jokes punch down. Others rehash the idea that victims of sexual harassment should man up. These aren't the boundaries of the sayable. This is what reactionaries say every goddamn day. As in all his earlier Netflix specials, there again he was contrasting 21st century social justice struggles with anti-racism and finds them weak by comparison. No one's suffering is greater than his as a black man. So, from a abstract perspective, theoretical in nature, I have no quibble with Chappelle saying this stuff on stage. Of course, personally, he doesn't need to necessarily be silenced in a certain sense, other than in the fact that he's reinforcing the violence that leads to the death of others. And in that sense, he is responsible and needs to face charges. In other words, he can say what he says, but he has to man up and face legal charges that will ultimately render him what he is, responsible for murder. He is trying to erase, in particular, black, gay, trans people. And it's black, gay, trans people that are dying statistically at the highest rates. So he is responsible for their murder because he says they don't rate any human sympathy. In his right to recklessness, it's equal only to the right of others to criticize, debate, and get really mad at him. You can claim the stand-up stage as a protected, safe space that you won't allow for queers and trans or anyone else but a black male to speak without fear of censure. You can ask your listeners to remember that you're just trying to be funny, but you can never pretend that comedy, reckless or otherwise, doesn't have after effects in the real world. It does. And Chappelle has been reinforcing how people think, not challenging it. Everything he says gets repeated in the playground and the workplace. It isn't consequence-free. So, Chappelle may have those who support his right to speak freely, but it cometh with responsibilities, not least to respect the right of others to speak freely right back at him. And I will freely say he belongs in jail. Actually, federal prison, a penitentiary, for being a vocal terrorist who has led to the murders of many trans blacks, people who he's erased from existence. And despite all the racial and diversity reckoning of 2020, Dave Chappelle's comedy controversy, and some CEOs or chief executive officers defending LGBTQIA plus rights, a acronym which I myself despise. And of course, once again, I have linked in my own summary beneath this video tonight. You can use that link to a Facebook column that I published, and you can get a much better acronym that you can help spread throughout the world, Quilts Badge Plus, which I've explained at length before, but very briefly, Quilts Badge Plus would be like quilts in the plural, except spelled with two T's, and badge, B-A-D-G-E, plus. So it would make a good quilted badge, well, logo that could be put on handbags or simply a quilted badge itself to wear. It makes for a wonderful meme, and of course it's a great acronym and far more euphonic. And Q would be for queers and questioning, U for unidentified, the I for intersexed, which means hermaphroditic in the medical term, but they don't prefer to be medically diagnosed by the public, so they prefer the term intersexed. These are people who are born that way, okay? Literally born with both male and female genitalia. They don't have a choice. To act as if they did truly shows beyond ignorance. At that point, you're insane. And it's the same way for many of the others. It's innate. The L for lesbians, the T for transgendered, trans, and then the other T for transitioning or transsexuals, which is different from transgendered. B would be for bisexuals, the A for aromantics, meaning people who have no romance and do not seek it, and allies, such as basically myself, because transvestiture, which is what I do, this showing up in drag for me, of course, this is a cultural product. As I've described at length before, Japan, for the longest time, had a third sex. This is something that they recognized. And of course, this was culturally acceptable, as what I am is not representative of a sexual orientation. So in that sense, I would simply be an ally of these alternative lifestyles. The D would be for demisexuals. These are people who are often not voluntarily having sex with what they believe are extra-dimensionals, aliens perhaps in their mind. The Greys, the Cho, rather, they're raped consistently by the Cho or exploited by them. The Chochoa, as I've described at length in other transmissions, which you'd have to listen to in order to understand. Jinn, fairy folk, angels, devils, succubi, incubi. The overwhelming majority of these people are not voluntarily experiencing their sexual lifestyle. They are experiencing it not by choice, and yet they must be included so that we can respect that phenomenon. Whether it's a psychiatric problem or whether it be real is up for discussion, but it nevertheless is something that many people experience, whether it's in their head or not. The G for gays and the E for etc. And then the plus symbol after that for a positive indication, as in an attitude of acceptance, or simply a P acknowledging pansexuality, pangenderism, polygenderism, or polyamory, the love of many different people, inclusive perhaps of animals. But most certainly, we do not add a P into the acronym itself, just the plus sign, because we don't want people thinking of the P. Well, they would automatically go to pedophilia in their heads, or the presumption of pedopornosexuality. So there we are. The Quilts Badge Plus is that's the acronym to really use. The other is indeed more or less alphabet soup. So when it comes to the corporate world, obviously my son is married to someone who really is taking this into account for their organization to the highest degree of anyone on earth in the corporate world. And you've got many other CEOs defending Quilts Badge Plus or LGBTQIA plus rights. Many trans and non-binary activists, say black and brown trans lives, and more broadly all trans lives, are still not being included in corporate plans to become any more diverse. It asked, trans voices are still largely missing from corporate plans for the future. For Trans Awareness and Empowerment Week, activists are helping business leaders get serious about protecting trans lives. Sean Ebony Coleman is a diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant and the founder of the Quilts Badge Plus nonprofit center, Destination Tomorrow. And Caden Coleman, who has no relation to Sean Ebony Coleman, believe it or not, is a DEI consultant who educates brands and medical professionals on trans-inclusive language and practices with his company, which is called Papa Seahorse Incorporated. So they help people to begin to use the lexicon and the vocabulary that is so important. By the way, you might ask what a DEI consultant is. It's very funny because it's also, DEI is the Muslim acronym, and in Muslim terms, of course, it also means God. DEI can mean God, and it's as in divinity, deus. But when it comes to the Muslim word exactly, we'll ask Salman Sheikh what that means. For some reason, it's escaping my conscious mind. But as an English acronym, it stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. So it's something that, it's basically, this is necessary for professional development because it offers basically an extension into collaboration that will impact our society. Diversity would be the presence of differences that may include race, gender, religion, sexual orientation, ethnicity, nationality, socioeconomic status, language, disability, or shall we say differability, as in differently abled, age, religious commitment, or even a political perspective. But populations that have been and remain underrepresented among practitioners in the field and marginalized in the broader society, that's what a corporation needs to include when it's thinking diversity? Equity, well, that would be about promoting justice, impartiality, and fairness within the procedures, processes, and distribution of resources by institutions or systems. Tackling equity issues requires an understanding of the root causes of outcome disparities within our society. And I, in that acronym of DEI, inclusion. It's an outcome to ensure those who are diverse actually feel and or welcomed. Inclusion outcomes are met when either you, your institution, and your program are truly inviting to all, to the degree to which diverse individuals are able to participate fully in the decision-making processes and development opportunities within an organization or group. So hopefully that will clarify that for people. So Caden Coleman is this DEI consultant who I conferred with briefly through this week. And as I said, he educates brands and medical professionals on the trans-inclusive lexicon, the vocabulary, and how to practice with it. And again, his company's name is Papa Seahorse Incorporated, which I think is really stupid, but that's just me. But both he and Sean Ebony Coleman, the other diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant, that is the founder of the Quilts Badge Plus nonprofit center named Destination Tomorrow, which I think is a far better name. They both attested that CEOs need to step up now. And to quote his Caden Coleman, this is not something that we should have to be fighting for. We are all human beings at the end of the day. Whether or not you agree, accept, or even understand, we deserve all the things that make a healthy, safe life. Well, 2021 is not on track to be the deadliest year for all trans lives. We're already there. We're on track to potentially being unmatchable, one can hope, but as I've said before, each year is worse. Though, on a positive sense, I'm thinking that's simply because more and more people are able to correctly file reports indicating that a trans member has died, or been murdered, rather. At the same time, there's been more visibility. Singer Demi Lovato came out as non-binary. Elliot Page came out as transgender. Now, I don't want any listeners to conflate being visible with being safe. While it's great that Demi Lovato and Elliot Page are now living in their truth, it doesn't necessarily translate to a trans or non-binary person who happens to be maybe in the South Bronx or somewhere in Los Angeles, because they don't have the same access to privilege and safe spaces. You know, like Nigga Chappelle has fucking got. We need to continue to have layered discussions around what safety looks like for everyone. We need to address what the root causes are behind this kind of violence. Dave Chappelle's pointless transphobia and homophobia and comedy's ironic bigotry problem are what's fucking behind it. In Netflix's The Closer, Chappelle has the temerity to return again. And again, and again. It's his fallback. His views about transgender people that drew anger in all his preceding specials. With his popularity built on courting outrage, it's no surprise he's doubling down. The comedian's latest Netflix special, entitled The Closer, was nothing but a panicked defense of controversial past jokes. The humor doesn't even land anymore. Not that it ever did. But not only does the humor prove itself incapable of landing, neither does the justification. To what end? The thing that people who decry cancel culture always miss is that the examples they use are people who haven't actually been canceled. It drives me fucking crazy. Kevin Hart? We had a conversation about the pain words that he used caused to many of the people, the blood boys in the estate harems of my son's husband. And then he went on to continue to make millions of dollars in movies and TV series. But there's still this idea that he was canceled because, well, we had a discussion about how he used the platform that, because he's a multi-million-dollar movie star, he felt he was entitled to have, sans consequence. More and more, though, that's the thing. Sans consequence. Without paying the price for what one pulls. Cancel culture isn't real. Unfortunately, neither is consequence. Dave Chappelle isn't canceled. He just likes to talk about it. The first time Dave Chappelle wanted to quit a TV show, he didn't do it. After shooting the pilot of his soon-to-be-forgotten 1996 ABC, the old American Broadcasting Company, sitcom, situation comedy, named Buddies, an amiable comedy about an interracial friendship. I mean, how daring can you get? The network fired his co-star, Jim Breuer, which led Chappelle to tell his manager he wanted to quit. He was talked out of it, and the show got poor reviews and was canceled after 5 episodes. When one of the co-creators, Matt Williams, was interviewed several years ago for an ebook about Chappelle, he confessed that he wished he had built more conflict between the leads. To quote his T, "Then you could capitalize on the charisma of Chappelle. But he was different then. He was impish. He was playful, innocent. No danger." Isn't that a strange choice of words? What a phrase to end your sentence with. No danger then. As controversy keeps boiling over on Chappelle's latest specials, well, especially the closer that I was forced to suffer through because of the thematic of the week, you see, which is why it's important to bring this up now. It is apropos. I have been thinking about what lessons Chappelle might have learned from that early failure. At Comedy Central, he famously did quit and returned with a new mystique. In his current incarnation, he leans hard into conflict, and part of his enduring popularity is his ability to manufacture a sense of danger. So, in his special before the latest, entitled Sticks and Stones, as in, you know, sticks and stones may break your bones, but words can never hurt you, Chappelle took aim at the audience and cancel culture, made many jokes about transgender people, and defended Kevin Hart, who had lost the job of hosting the Oscars because of protests over old homophobic tweets. Now, Chappelle earned backlash, of course, negative reviews, and the sympathies of all the right-wing media machine, which has become invested in issues of comedy and free speech, well, throughout the Trump era. And now they're married. Okay, so what did Dave Chappelle do for his next act? Take aim at cancel culture, mock trans people, and bring up the same trans friend he mentioned in the special before last. By the time he defends Hart again, even if losing the Oscars was the worst injustice known to man, does it deserve 2 specials worth of protest? You might be feeling a sense of deja vu, as I did. Like I'm watching a rerun. A few days before The Closer premiered, Chappelle predicted he would be canceled. A few days later, he appeared at the Hollywood Bowl at the premiere of his new documentary and talked again about being canceled. The fact that no one thinks Dave Chappelle will be canceled, whatever that means to you, is beside the point. This rollout was a performance of danger. Of course, what is dangerous is an open question. The Closer courts outrage with dopey attacks on #MeToo. Still, after all these years, he didn't kill himself. Whatever that Jeffrey Epstein. Christ, I couldn't remember the fucker's name there for a minute. And jokes linking Asian people to COVID, of course. But mostly with the subject he has been fixed upon for years, which shows us there's something really wrong with this man. He's got issues, and he really wants to fuck transgender people because that's all he ever talks about. When Jacqueline Moore, a showrunner for the Netflix series entitled Dear White People, announced she would no longer work with the company while it produces dangerously transphobic content, and she says dangerously in the sense that people are dying because of this, her statement was a reference to the numbers of hate crimes against transgender people and the statistics about mental health and suicide. There is a tendency these days to quickly conflate language and violence in discussions about controversial art, especially comedy. A punchline, even an offensive one, is supposed to be, well, not the same as a punch. And yet, it's hard to imagine that anyone who has attended middle school or seen a Martin Scorsese film would not understand that jokes can contribute to a culture of violent bullying and murderous abuse. In defending Chappelle, Ted Sarandos, the co-chief executive of Netflix, waded into the issue of the consequences of cruel jokes by arguing that he doesn't believe there is a relationship between art and harm. That's a rickety platform to stand on when your company consistently puts out work that hopes to raise awareness, increasing representation, or move the culture. If art can do good for the world, then by all means, it's not only possible, but damn dead certain the reverse must perforce of logic be true. The fallout from The Closer is in some ways the most interesting thing about the special. As far as I know, it's the last piece of shit he put out before I suffered through it. A group of trans employees planned a walkout that very Wednesday that it broadcast in protest. A Netflix walkout that you may have heard about. And anger within Netflix led to a rare and fascinating leak of internal viewing numbers, revealing just how little we understand success in the era of minimal transparency by entertainment companies. According to Bloomberg, based on Netflix's measurement of efficiency, which balances a show's reach with its price tag, Bo Burnham's Inside, which earned that comic $3.9 million United States dollars, performed significantly better than The Closer, which cost $24.1 million United States dollars, which is 5 to 6 times the pay they were putting out to this bigoted nigger, while the other guy had higher ratings and earned 1/5, 1/6 that amount. Nig Chappelle remains a gifted yarn spinner who shifts from gravitas to irreverence as deftly as anyone. But judged purely by originality and construction of jokes. He's a star in decline, a legend in his own mind. There are some startlingly hack jokes, like a well-worn one about Mike Pence's sexuality, and others about pedophilia and COVID that badly need the shock of offensiveness to make any impact at all. Why has he been so fixated on transgender people for so many years by now? It may be that he deeply believes that gender is a fact. Maybe he passionately wants to let us know he's Team Tough. As he says, TERF is an acronym. It's all in the uppercase, TERF. And for those of you who don't know, that's an acronym for Trans Exclusionary Radical Feminist. And who is that bitch who wrote Harry Potter? She is called a TERF, okay? And, it may be, of course, that she needs to be laid into as well. And I might just do that because we're talking about cunt who's now considered an ally of, Nick Chappelle. It's basically, it's time to have an honest conversation about Harry Potter. And that's it's something that I had to go into with our man Brendan Sogit, who, by the way, is a big Harry Potter fan, and I had to deal with his fandom, so that you don't have to. And it's one of these things that, I think he's handled it well, what I had to say, I think. And he's just someone who, let's just put it this way, he would handle it much better than most. He's on vacation right now, and he hasn't been with us in a while because he's become the manager of an organic food store. And so as the manager of an organic food store, he's just completely swamped. And because he's so completely swamped, he hasn't had time for anything else. And I put in an order for some vitamins with him. And, we're having problems with that now. Hopefully he's overcoming them. But they went into his... how do I say it? A dad account of his. And I'm going to have to count on him to basically retrieve that money and hopefully get my supplements to me, because as someone who is, shall we say, drinking blood, which forms the better part of my sustenance in terms of quality, not in terms of quantity, but in terms of quality, I don't get enough of it, so I have to supplement. So, speaking of supplementation, all right. So, Nick Chappelle has come out and said that he's Team TERF. That's what he said in the closer. Trans exclusionary radical feminist. And neither of those points that he made about being on Team TERF and supporting J.K. Rowling, none of those points came with punchlines. It could also be that Nick Chappelle sees pushing those hot buttons as the easiest way to make a big fuss. And that's all he's got now, is kicking shit. Kicking up shit. One of the major developments in comedy over the past decade has been the rise of comics animated by opposition to left-wing dogma and cancel culture. I have seen struggling comics in San Francisco. This is where many of them get their start. Robin Williams started here on the streets. I knew him then. And I didn't like them then. So I've seen struggling comics boost their careers by pivoting right, which, in case you didn't know, that's exactly what Robin Williams did in the latter half of his life. Or, as they're all doing now, more precisely, anti-left. Robin Williams pioneered that. There's no question that there's a market for it. While he has lost some fans, Nick Chappelle is a hero to the right-wing radicalized militia now, and other groups, anti-vaxxers, gun cultists. In middle age, Chappelle acts less like a comic and more like a pundit. He's far more comfortable than most of his peers in going long stretches without jokes. His recent monologues about George Floyd and the way streaming services have not compensated him for showing his sketch show were both righteous and completely without humor. He reminded me of the moralized preaching of I'm sorry, I keep calling him Bing Crosby. Bill Cosby. And I'm sorry, Jameson. Help me out here. Go out and tell people what you just told me. I need you to say it.
Okay. Well, Dave Chappelle used to have this skit where he would pretend he was a blind he was a blind man who would be at white power conventions who didn't know he was black, and so he'd be like, white power. And
he was being real, wasn't? Go on.
And so this is exactly what he is now. This is exactly, literally what he's become. He's become exactly what he was in that skit.
Thank you. It's true. There you go. I mean, and for a guy who was making jokes about Bill Cosby that were supposed to be brutally honest, he's just overcompensating. And so there you have that. It's the age of spin. Thank you for bringing that up. I appreciate that. It explains so much. So back in 2006, we're talking about, this is back when my late and sainted sire, the man who raised and guided me, George Joseph Henry Dietrich, Chief Petty Officer of the United States Navy, retired, was still alive. And this was right after Nick Chappelle left Chappelle's Show, which made better arguments that jokes should be able to punch in any direction than anything he says in these specials on Netflix these days. He proclaimed in an interview at that time, "I feel like I'm going to be some kind of parable." Then he said he was going to be either a legend or a tragic story. Give Chappelle credit for this. In a climate in which people seem to get more excited about culture wars than culture itself, he has figured out a way to be both. Still, I suspect the long-term impact of the last few specials will not flatter his reputation. Comedy moves fast, and right now, there are more funny transgender stand-ups getting hours ready at comedy shows in my city and New York and Los Angeles, you know, the three most important places in America, than ever before. By the way, this is what I told people long ago, is that once you get rid of the Electoral College, you'll have a Spanish-speaking president. Because if you got rid of the Electoral College, the U.S. president, or rather the man running for it, or woman, or trans, wouldn't need to go all across the nation. They wouldn't need to go to all these bumfuck little places to flap pancakes with all the local yokels. They would just need to go to 3 places on Earth: New York City, Los Angeles, and Miami, I'm sorry to say, as opposed to San Francisco. But nothing's in Miami other than the votes. But all of those are Spanish-speaking cities. New York City is Puerto Rican Espanol. Los Angeles is Mexican Espanol. And, of course, Miami is Cuban Espanol. So you would have a Spanish-speaking president as soon as that electoral college is gone. those would be the only three places they need to go to get all the votes. And George W. Bush himself anticipated that, the junior, rather, when he spoke better Spanish than Al Gore. And when it comes to the important cities for culture, however, it's New York, Los Angeles, and my sainted San Francisco, which is what San means, Saint Francisco, as in St. Francis, the city of St. Francis. And with all the transgender stand-ups, getting hours ready at comedy shows in my city and the coast-hopper cities of New York and LA, the legacy of the closer might be less in the jokes it makes than in the ones it inspires. You see, the closer was a special that acknowledges the past criticism Chappelle has received for homophobic and transphobic jokes, and then doubles down on them like that aforementioned entitlement. As if we're not evolved enough, or maybe even too woke, to get a fucking goddamn joke that's spewed out by an overpaid Sambo. Or understand that the joke is in pursuit of a heightened observation about culture because we're just too fucking beneath him. Or that criticism doesn't matter because he doesn't value social media and online critics as a valid entity. Or whatever. It's all dressed up in, I get it, you don't drag. At one point, he says, any of you who have ever watched me know that I have never had a problem with transgender people. And if you listen to what I'm saying, clearly my problem has always been with white people. Talk about a false equivalence between the Quilts Badge Plus community and people of color. That's a favorite refrain of his. It's always his fallback. I'm Team TERF! You know, that's what he exclaims in his sequence defending J.K. Rowling, invoking the term for trans exclusionary radical feminist, or feminists who are transphobic and do not believe that trans women are even woman. That's why it's time to have an honest conversation about Harry Potter like I did with Brendan Zogit. You know, Brendan Zogit was that kid. You know, the one who strong-armed their friends into reading Harry Potter and unironically presented his Hogwarts house as a component of his identity. Yeah, he went as, how do you pronounce his name? Hermione Granger for Halloween at one point in his younger days. He visited Universal Studios Hollywood. He even purchased some of J.K. Rowling's considerably less magical, both figuratively and literally, other novels. Yeah. And he has realized it's time to let go of Harry Potter after he and I had that talk. J.K. Rowling's transphobia is so egregious, it borders on parody. Now, most recently, as far as I was able to stand paying attention to, she came under fire for writing a 900-page, that's almost 1,000 pages, folks, a mystery novel featuring a primary antagonist that disguises himself as a female to get closer to his victims. And some people told me she based that on Douglas Dietrich. Well, not only has the trope of the creepy crossdresser been done to death by mainstream media, a la Silence of the Lambs in 1991. Well, before that, it was Psycho in 1960, over half a decade before I was born. But it's also blatantly transphobic, not so much implying as outright saying that A, trans women are actually just men in disguise, and B, trans women pose a significant threat to real, it as cisgendered women who are happy with the body that they're born in. A common misconception that has been deconstructed completely by statistics time and time again. Now you'll notice no one ever portrays the crossdresser as killing men. I guess that's just too Dietrichonic for them. It's too dangerous. By the way, when I say woman happy with the body that they're born in, almost no woman is happy with the body that she's born in. I mean to say they're satisfied with being female and can't imagine being anything else. They just wish they were shaped differently, whatever shape they are. Now, far scarier than J.K. Rowling's dead horse of a trope has ever been its effect on societal perceptions of trans women. Media can and has been used to radicalize the general public, with parades of queer-coded Disney villains and sidelined characters of color impressing upon viewers the supposed inhumanity of the other. Even if this is done unintentionally by one creator, the trope being used is derived from the intentional portrayal of a marginalized demographic as one-dimensional or dangerous by another. Considering the anti-trans diatribe J.K. Rowling went on earlier this year, I believe, it is probably safe to say that the trans-misogynistic subtext of her next novel was put there deliberately. Violence directed towards transgender people is so prevalent, it could easily be considered an epidemic. It's actually a genocide. As I've said, the number of transgender and non-binary people that have been murdered just this year, the majority of whom were black women, according to the Human Rights Campaign, that number, of course, as I said, is in the hundreds. It is something that is appalling because, as I've said before, it is so underreported. We're reporting better now. And because of that, we're aware of just how bad it is. And yet, we have to multiply it by 10 to even get close to what the real number is. It's just that fucking bad. It's, as I said before, it's something that when I go into it, I get angry enough where I simply stop talking. This is because I can easily imagine my son as a victim, and I certainly can imagine all too many people. 2021, of course, has been beyond deadly when it comes to all of the victims that have suffered. The deadliest year for fatal violence against trans people since record keeping began. Since, well, between October 1st of 2020 and September 30th of 2021, at least 375 trans, non-binary, or gender non-conforming people were slain. Multiply that by 10, and we have murders in the thousands. This is a war of extermination. Brazil remains the most dangerous place to be trans in the world, with the majority of worldwide murders taking place there. This is something that should sicken you to your stomach, especially in Brazil, as in North America. The overwhelming majority of the victims are black. That black trans women are being targeted in particular lends an especially menacing quality to J.K. Rowling's decision to denounce trans people during protests against systemic racism, as she did. She went into her rant at the height of the Black Lives Matter protests. In fact, anti-trans rhetoric is rooted in racist ideas of which physical features are acceptably feminine, with dark-skinned, hairy-legged, or large-nosed women being repeatedly portrayed and perceived as overly masculine or unattractive. Some of J.K. Rowling's supporters, one of whom has known ties to white nationalist YouTubers, were videoed harassing Black Lives Matter protesters in London. So J.K. Rowling is now proudly self-referenced as a TERF, or a trans exclusionary radical feminist, which is not, in fact, any type of feminist, but instead someone who uses the overtly sexist narrative of women being hapless victims to push their agenda against trans women, then calls themselves a feminist to make their viewpoint more palatable. It is worth noting that this tactic has historically been used against other marginalized people who were characterized as aggressive, such as black people, immigrants, and lesbians. This particular tactic enables white, straight, cisgender women to avoid confronting their own biases by attributing their own oppression to anyone other than the white, straight, cisgendered men who actually victimize them on a regular basis. Obviously, a lot of Harry Potter fans were less than pleased to discover that a woman who profited off of writing a series that denounced bigotry was, irony of all ironies, now abusing the power she had gained from doing so to promote bigotry. You know, just like the liberated nigger, Dave Chappelle, deciding he was going to abuse other minorities. And many of J.K. Rowling's victims invoked the term death of the author, which entails separating the author from their body of work. It is making jokes about how anime voice synthesizer, the Hatsune Miku, wrote Harry Potter, while continuing to consume Harry Potter-related content on their part as fans. For those of you who don't know, there is a hologram in Japan named Hatsune Miku. You can look her up. Well, you probably can't spell it. Hatsune is the first name. Well, Miku would be her surname, and that's Miku. That would be her family name. It should be first, Miku Hatsune. But she's a hologram. And she's got a great fan following because, you know, she's, well, clean and wholesome and incorruptible because she's a hologram. And so people prefer to think of her as writing Harry Potter. Hey, that's magic, right? There are three main reasons why death of the author cannot apply to J.K. Rowling. First, she is the richest and most famous authoress in the world. She wields considerable influence that she gained from writing Harry Potter, and maintains due entirely to the continued consumption of Harry Potter by the general public. Even if people buy Harry Potter products that don't trace back to her monetarily, them doing so lets businesses know that Harry Potter is still profitable as a franchise, and they will continue to partner with J.K. Rowling in their peddling of products she does make money off of, which people will buy. Secondly, death of the author is really rarely applicable to any situation. You cannot separate Howard Phillips Lovecraft from his work because the themes of his work directly reflect how he felt about white trash pieces of shit morbidly inbreeding into degeneracy. And what they do to prevent you from seeing his message is they tell you he's a notorious racist. I guess it's racist to call white people out. Similarly, you cannot separate J.K. Rowling from Harry Potter because she wrote one of her female villains as a masculine woman who disguises herself to spy on children, invented a slave race who happily embraced their own enslavement, and drew on Judeophobic stereotypes when characterizing the goblins, and fixated on blood ties, even as she wrote that it matters not what someone is born, but what they grow to be. You cannot prioritize love for a franchise over the lives of transgender people. At the end of the day, Harry Potter is fictional, but the harm J.K. Rowling is doing is very, very real. And this is why it sinks Dave Chappelle even lower when he addresses the Quilts Badge Plus community that has taken him to task over past jokes. The false equivalence between what black men have suffered and what black trans women are dying for today. And the idea that there are actual repercussions for being transphobic or homophobic return, though from a place of grace in his own mind. All I ask of your community, with all humility, will you please stop punching down on my people? Cancer culture isn't real, but the demand to learn is. And that's where people like Dave Chappelle fall completely short. They place the anxiety on opportunity instead of the point of view, and how that reverberates through society. That marquee punchline in the closer, "My people," centers round the controversy over rapper DaBaby, who gave a deeply homophobic speech rife with misinformation about AIDS, and then was called out for being wrong to do so. The idea is that we're so sensitive, and I include myself in the trans community. I'm part of my son, and because, just due to sheer ignorance, most people mistake me for being trans simply through transvestiture, which is not a sexual orientation. It is simply a manner of presentation. But nevertheless, the people who would hate my son would hate myself for that reason, and would kill me if they could. Good luck trying. But nevertheless, the idea is that we're so sensitive that artists can no longer express themselves, because if they get too close to the line, then paranoid queers will join arms and make it so that they can never work again. Not only do they always work again, but that's such a bad faith interpretation of what these discussions are about that it's almost laughable. A person being paid tens of millions of dollars to opine on Netflix, the greatest platform of them all in terms of its reach, makes it his mission statement. It's not a judgment or assumption on how Chappelle feels, or allies to be annoyed by this. There is a Native American contrarian, as they call them, that I know of, Cheyenne Roundtree, who spracketh to the family of Daphne Dorman, the late transgender comedian whom Chappelle talks about in The Closer, who took her own life the year before yesteryear. And her family is outraged at accusations that Chappelle is transphobic or homophobic. Oh, that is important, especially given the discourse and backlash he is receiving following his latest special. But even with that, I'm struggling to understand the value of what he does in his closer. Is he whining? That's a juvenile, reactionary distillation of it. In some regard, yes, he is displeased that what he felt were enlightened thoughts about the trans and Quilts Badge Plus community were being pilloried by those who didn't get it. It's so fucking lame that he would devote an act to people who don't get it. But, in all respects, That's exactly what he did. More than that, though. He's trying to prove that the why you didn't get it, is still more interesting than your offense or anger. But the why doesn't pass muster. It's not just that the jokes fall flat. The writing in the closer may be the worst of Chappelle's career, reliant on an audience reflex to clap and scream at the mention of a scandalous word instead of actually moving them in any way. It's also not that he doesn't make points. He does, and they're uncomfortable in the way he intends them. It's that in the end, he's defensive to the extent that they're no longer provocative or even cogent. In Chappelle's crossed eyes, these are examples of the mountain-moving power of LGBTQIA plus rage. This framing ignores how each one's stubbornness in the face of backlash for the awful thing they said only led to more awfulness. How these are stories about refusing to budge when asked for a meager concession by fans who want to support, how each one still sits on the same mountain of cash. Look, I acknowledge my own bitterness when it comes to this Chappelle shit. The last time I tried to engage thoughtfully with his comedy and its potential for cultural enlightenment was when I was affiliated with Revolution Radio, and I received death threats in comments on Facebook posts of my transgender son. It's impossible to interrogate any of this because the fandom has racehorse blinders on. In the years since the Chappelle Show launched, we have coronated him not just as a brilliant comedian, but a cultural arbiter. Therefore, his musings aren't just profound, they're indisputable. We do that often for comedians. They tell a joke that's relatable about how we feel about airplane peanuts, and suddenly they speak on behalf of the entire human experience. I'm being glib, but the point is there. I hope you got that. Chappelle's whole thing is saying the things we're not supposed to say, let alone think, and then making us consider what it says about us that we quiet those parts of ourselves. But what if those things don't actually have value when they're articulated? What if they're just prima facie, at face value, completely wrong? Saying, this is bullshit, isn't being too woke, or a hater, or reactionary, or dumb. It's taking the material on that prima facie, that face value, which is ostensibly what an entertainer like Dave Chappelle wants. Watching, nay, suffering through the closer was an uncomfortable experience. Not because of what Nig Chappelle was saying, making me rethink my own thoughts and values, but because of how embarrassingly it didn't. In that context, understand that the Human Rights Council Foundation led an increase in the number of major U.S. employers offering transgender inclusive healthcare coverage. It's gone from 49 in the year 2009 to 949 at the end of 2020. We've increased it, well, by almost 1,000. It's not enough to just provide healthcare. Healthcare doesn't matter if the employees don't exist in your spaces. If you have trans-inclusive healthcare but only one or two trans employees, who's that really benefiting? I'm a firm believer that the LGB, lesbian, gay, bisexual, is one sector, and the T, or transgender, is another. My son exists as a G entity, as a gay transmasculine person. But that doesn't mean that a cisgender gay man, a gay guy who's happy with the body that he's born in, knows my son's plight at all. They don't know his experience. He knows his experience because he's had to survive it. Additional measures that executives need to take center on bringing trans people in to do the work with business leaders, and we need to pay them for this work. When you talk about transness, you also need to understand that identities intersect. So we're talking about trans rights, but we also need to be talking about racism, anti-blackness, disability, etc. Bringing in an able-bodied, palatable white person who qualifies as LGBTQIA+ is not sufficient. For equity to happen, we have to have a serious discussion with our allies. Like, we have all these folks that are allies, but they're taking up space. So if you truly want to be an ally, allow us that platform to come in and say, this is what's going to work. Lend me your platform. 2020 was a year of racial reckoning. CEOs have been pressured to take diversity, equity, and inclusion, the big DEI, seriously. But what about black trans lives? Are CEOs even recognizing black trans lives? Nig Chappelle has erased them and says they don't exist. That if you're black, you can't be trans. Black people as a whole are not being listened to by CEOs. So when you add that extra layer of being trans, you really delve into a space of which a lot of people are not used to. You're asking people to step out of this learned behavior that trans people are deviants and things of that nature, while also asking them to step out of learned anti-blackness. In the work that I do, I get a lot of pushback from people. I myself would emphasize that one of the things that any CEO can do is step outside of their circle. If you are constantly going to the same 2 or 3 people for advice when it comes to the trans community, and they aren't people from the trans community or a black or brown person, that's a problem. You don't have a complete picture of what the trans experience actually means and some of the challenges that black and brown trans folks experience. So my advice would be to step outside of your immediate circle. I am a subject matter expert in my life. I need folks to trust that I know what I'm saying when I tell you what I need. And then I need you to invite me into these spaces, despite the fact that I drink blood. Sup it, of course, is the correct term for the feeding. In May, 95 companies voiced their opposition to the wave of anti-LGBTQIA+ bills in this country, in a letter written in partnership with the Human Rights Campaign. However, some large companies did not sign or even comment. My own message to the companies that did not sign is that I want companies to understand that this is a concentrated effort. It shouldn't be lost on anyone that at the same time that trans athletes and trans youth, a woman's right to choose is being attacked, and voting rights are under attack. They're coming at it from a few different angles, but it's all the same result. And it's to have control over someone else's life. We need to figure out how we work together. To the companies that are either remaining silent or just blatantly refusing to stand up for trans people, the message that you're sending is that you don't see us as human beings. You don't think that we deserve to live equal lives. To the people who are standing up for us, I'd love to see it. Keep it going and advocate for it some more, as much as you possibly can. Call these people in power and ask them why they're not doing the things that they should be doing. For the companies that decided not to speak out against these bills, it's kind of hard to be a voice for a community that you probably don't hire, that you probably don't have any relationship at all with, right? So what I'm going to say to them is do better. You have the opportunity to be on the right side of history. Because right now, the bad guys are winning. So far this century, autocracy is winning. Democratic nations need a better playbook for fighting back. The bad guys are pulling ahead. The autocrats, the Vladimir Putins and Nicolás Maduros of the world are besting their democratic foils in this 21st century, leaving these United States and our allies in serious need of a regroup. Curbing bad behavior abroad is the only way to prevent it from spreading within America. First, the bad guys have each other's backs. Call it Autocracy Incorporated. These days, an autocrat doesn't have to go it alone. They share troll farms, they train each other's police, and they sign lucrative business contracts together, helping steal their economies against sanctions. Although there isn't some super secret room where the bad guys meet, as in a James Bond movie, modern autocracies are supported by sophisticated networks composed of kleptocratic financial structures, government by thievery, security services, isn't that ironic, and professional propagandists. I know, I was one. Americans are not blameless. Some U.S. businesses and celebrities, Oliver Stone, the father of Sean Stone, and Nicki Minaj, Hollywood and the NBA, have all profited from this autocratic largesse. Democracies, by the way, someone sending me an email, what's the NBA? Or National Basketball Association. Well, that brings me to my second point. Point number 2. Democracies need better options for fighting back. Just about everyone who thinks hard about this subject agrees that the old diplomatic toolbox once used to support Democrats around the world is rusty and out of date. Sanctions don't work like they used to. And too many Americans connect their country's push to fund democracy abroad with its entrance into forever wars. They do so at the world's peril. If Americans don't help to hold murderous regimes to account, those regimes will retain their sense of impunity. Because if the 20th century that I was born in, my father and mother, my sire and Cyrus's century, was the story of slow, uneven progress toward the victory of liberal democracy over other ideologies, colonialism, communism, virulent nationalism, the 21st century is, so far, a story of the reverse. Right now, Putin's Belarus offensive against Europe is underway. The Kremlin puppet state uses migrants and energy against Western Europe. The current crisis is stoking east-west tension as Poland turns water cannon on migrants. Because chaos in Eastern Europe is never bad news for Vladimir Putin. In summary, migrants are throwing rocks across the fence at the Belarus or White Russia-Polish border. NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, backs Poland on Belarus, White Russia across the fence, and is warning Russia on Ukraine, which transliterates as the borderland. There's been a young Syrian man buried. A Kurdish amputee stuck at that border. And the Belarus State News Agency, well, they've reported that guards are moving some migrants away. All right, all that's fragmented, part of a puzzle. Let me put that puzzle together into a picture for you. Russia's Vladimir Putin is causing trouble in Europe again. First by massing troops on the border with Ukraine, and now with a refugee crisis and energy threats through his ally in Belarus. Western Europe is upset, but has itself to blame for being so vulnerable. Alarm bells are ringing in Europe's halls of diplomacy. In recent days, senior Western officials have expressed their concern at the thousands of Russian forces that have appeared near the eastern borders of Ukraine. On Monday, NATO's Secretary General warned Moscow against potential aggressive actions after Ukrainian officials estimated there were 90,000 Russian troops near the border and in the temporarily occupied territories, as well as in the Black Sea Yesterday, last week, Secretary of State Antony Blinken said that the U.S. was concerned by reports of unusual Russian military activity and mentioned the possibility that Russia may be attempting to rehash its 2014 invasion of its neighbor. French President Emmanuel Macron and Deutschen Chancellor, or German Chancellor, Angela Merkel, called on Russia to adopt a posture of restraint because any attempt to undermine Ukraine's territorial integrity would have serious consequences. The questions that require answers are: 1. How immediately dangerous is the situation? 2. What can the Western alliance do, if anything, to dissuade Russia from further provocations? And 3. What does the Russian President, Vladimir Putin, actually even want? Putin knows that if he builds up troops, the West has to respond. That means statements like the aforementioned from senior U.S., Fifth French Republican, United German, and EU or European Union officials. The rub is that statements and other measures have not historically forced Putin's hand. Because companies cannot work with Russian companies, Catherine Kluver-Ashbrook, directress of the German Council on Foreign Relations, observes that Russia has demonstrated many times that it is able to wait out sanctions. Putin knows that sanctions are difficult to sell to certain groups at home when they can indirectly impact United German business or energy supplies in the Fifth Republic of France. The catch-22 is that Putin receives a legitimacy boost when these Western leaders are forced to talk with him in order to de-escalate tense situations. To quote a senior EU diplomat who spraketh on condition of anonymity, every time someone like Merkel is forced to pick up the phone and talk to him about preventing a crisis, he becomes simultaneously the cause and solution to the problem. It makes him seem very powerful at home and elsewhere in Europe. There is another situation unfolding in Europe that could allow us Putin to play both foe and friend. The border between Belarus and Poland is playing witness to a migration crisis that has been lurching toward violent escalation. Yesterday morning, tensions erupted when migrants trying to gain entry into Europe threw rocks at Polish border guards, who responded with water cannons, which is brutal in the cold. It was the day before yesterday morning by now. The Belarusian president, Alexander Lukashenko, Europe's last dictator, has manufactured the crisis by directing migrants from the Middle East and Asia to the border. A sudden influx to any country within the EU creates the real possibility of a political crisis and headache for Brussels, the capital of the European Union. The nature of the EU's internal borders means that once you have entered a country like Poland, it becomes easier to move around within the bloc. This would almost certainly lead to member states turning on one another, sowing divisions within the bloc and undermining the EU's unity, something that makes Putin and his puppet Lukashenko very happy. To make his matters more complicated, Poland is currently in a protracted Cold War with Brussels over Warsaw's lack of compliance with EU law. A senior EU official explained to CNN that Poland was already using this crisis to argue for unity on the issue of migration. The problem is, solidarity on this will be taken by Poland as collaboration in their own rule-breaking that undermines the Union. Now up to 4,000 migrants, mostly from Iraq and Afghanistan, are now waiting in freezing forests on what is not only Poland's frontier, but is also the external border of the European Union itself and that of NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, meaning it's a perimeter of defense for the Western Military Alliance. Lithuania and Latvia, which like Poland are members of both NATO and the EU, have also reported a sharp increase in attempts to cross from Belarus since summer. In Brussels, French Armed Forces Minister Florence Parly said Europe was keeping a close eye on both the Belarus-Polish border and Russia's activity near Ukraine, and was quoted as saying, "It is an unsupportable instrumentalization of migrants. They're weaponizing refugees." NATO Secretary General Jens Stoltenberg told Alliance defense ministers meeting in Brussels that we are deeply concerned about the way the Belarusian dictator Alexander Lukashenko regime is using vulnerable migrants as a hybrid tactic against other countries. We stand in solidarity with Poland and all the allies affected. The Italian defense minister Lorenzo Guerini said the West was acting together to firmly condemn the Belarusian regime. Then there's the enormous suffering. After visiting a migrants' aid center in a Polish town nearby the border, Dunia Mijatowicz, Human Rights Commissioner for the Council of Europe, a European rights watchdog that is larger than the EU and also counts Russia among its members, went on record to say, "We need to find a way to de-escalate, to make sure that the focus is on stopping the suffering. We can see enormous suffering of people who are left in limbo. At least 8 migrants have died at the border during the crisis that I know of. One, a 19-year-old Syrian man, was buried yesterday, or the day before yesterday by now, in the northeastern Polish village of Bohuniki. And a 9-year-old Kurdish boy, who has had both of his legs amputated, was among those stuck between the lakes, swamps, and forests at the frontier after Poland refused to let them and Belarusian forces prevented them from heading back. Relations between Belarus and the EU worsened after a contested presidential election yesteryear in which Lukashenko, who has held power since 1994, claimed victory. That triggered mass street protests and, in turn, a police crackdown. The EU agreed on Monday opening this work week to impose more sanctions on Belarus to target airlines, travel agencies, and individuals involved in pushing migrants towards the border. The EU and NATO have both asked Russia, Lukashenko's most important ally, to make him end the crisis. The West has also warned the Kremlin over what NATO knows is a Russian military buildup on the border with neighboring Ukraine. Ukraine is the correct pronunciation. And the Polish security forces fired water cannon at rock-throwing migrants on the border with Belarus yesterday, the day before yesterday by now, and NATO reiterated its support for Warsaw in a crisis that has left thousands stranded on the frontier in icy temperatures, to the point where that young lad at 9 years of age got frostbite to the point where they had to saw off both his legs. On site, video footage released by Polish authorities showed migrants also throwing bottles and logs across a barbed wire border fence and using sticks to try to break through. 7 police were hurt in the violence, the latest in a crisis the European Union says is orchestrated by Belarus, a satellite state of motherless Russia, in retaliation for EU sanctions imposed over a crackdown on political protests. Of course, Putin has defended Lukashenko's handling of the crisis. He caused it. Russia is also Belarus's most important ally, helping keep Lukashenko, Europe's last old-school dictator, stay in power. All analysts concur that such a confrontational policy would never have been carried out sans consulting the Kremlin. Russian state news agency TASS, T-A-S-S, all uppercase acronym, quoted the Kremlin as saying Russian President Vladimir Putin and Lukashenko discussed the matter the day before yesterday. The Belarusian state news agency, Belta, an acronym all in the uppercase, B-E-L-T-A, said border guards had started moving migrants who gathered at a closed crossing point to a reception center further away from the frontier. This type of crisis allows Putin to enjoy supporting Lukashenko and stoking the fire, while also playing peacekeeper. If Putin made it clear he wanted Lukashenko to stop, it is certain that he would. It's not clear what Putin's long-term plan is for either crisis. It is, however, a safe bet that the West, looking disunited and impotent while its borders face being overrun, is deemed good news for the Russian president, and the crisis will get steady coverage on Russian state TV. And the West has looked impotent in the face of Russian aggression many times throughout this past decade. Moscow has dismissed a U.S. State Department comment that the crisis was meant to distract attention from Ukraine, from which Russia annexed Crimea in 2014, even as Russia backs separatists fighting government troops in eastern Ukraine. Global affairs analyst Michael Bochirku concludes that the combination of American indifference, Europe's cognitive dissonance on what it wants from Russia, and Putin's relative inability to do any real harm to the more powerful Western nations have left Putin with the impression that he can essentially do what he wants and get nothing more than harsh words. To quote the Mr. Bochirku, the West's diplomatic toolbox is depressingly empty when it comes to Russia. Lots of Eastern European nations are now terrified that the U.S. and its closest allies are just not interested in foreign affairs anymore, especially since the withdrawal from Afghanistan. As serious as the situations in both Ukraine and Belarus are, it is entirely possible that they are easily explained as relatively weak dictators like Putin and Lukashenko flexing their muscles in parts of the world they know they can get away with it. The tragedy of that reality is that for those who live in his sphere of influence, a lack of pushback from the international community means that a man who despises playing by the rules has as good as absolute power over their lives. Whether that becomes a strong enough incentive for countries like United Germany, the Fifth French Republic, these United States, and the United Kingdom of the Greater British Empire to act, should the aggression get worse, is really anybody's guess. Realistically, Putin simply is not a major threat to the West without taking Red China into consideration. And so, thusly, did Belarus's dictator Alexander Lukashenko steal last year's presidential election and arrest opposition leaders. His increasingly violent crackdown prompted several rounds of European Union sanctions. He has retaliated by facilitating the movement of these mostly Middle Eastern immigrants to Europe's borders. The dictator of Belarus is even now provoking a border crisis in prelude to Putin invading the Ukraine. He must be stopped. The appearance of an estimated 2,000 or more migrants on the Belarus side of its border with Poland and Lithuania in recent days, huddled in the freezing forests without food, is a sign of reckless depravity. They were brought there in a choreographed and cynical attempt to provoke a crisis by Belarusian dictator Alexander Lukashenko. The European Union is right to stand firm against this dangerous behavior. These migrants, who are mostly from Southwest Asia, were lured into thinking Belarus would provide a gateway to Europe. They have been given Belarusian visas and flown on Belarus's state-owned airline to Minsk. They have been bused to the Belarusian border along with their children and belongings, and in many cases pushed across it by Belarusian security forces at gun and bayonet point, even though Poland and Lithuania have stepped up patrols and built fencing to stop the tide. A European Commission spokesperson said, accurately, "This is part of the inhuman and really gangster-style approach of the Lukashenko regime that he is lying to people, he is misusing people, and bringing them to Belarus under the false promise of having easy entry into the EU." The use of migrants in this way has been ongoing for months, but dramatically escalated in recent days. The gambit is right out of the playbook of Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, who has approved, if not instigated it, himself. Mr. Lukashenko may be hoping to create such a nasty fuss that European countries would beg or pay him to stop the flow of migrants, remembering the flood from Syria a few years ago, and hold off on further sanctions. Fortunately, The European Union shows no sign of rewarding this cruel ploy. Mr. Lukashenko is engaging in state-sponsored human trafficking, with desperate migrants attempting daily to breach the border, using shovels and logs against the barbed wire fences. The confrontation could easily escalate to violence. It is already a serious humanitarian predicament. Many migrants in the current group are Iraqi Kurds. Defeated in last year's presidential election, Mr. Lukashenko forced the winner, opposition leader Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, to flee. He has locked up hundreds of peaceful protesters, journalists, artists, and activists engaged in air piracy, to seize an opposition journalist, and attempted to punish an Olympic athlete for speaking out. The European Union has imposed 4 rounds of sanctions on Mr. Lukashenko and his cronies for their actions to steal the 2020 election. A 5th round being discussed would target officials and entities who aid and abet the migrant crisis. Airlines are also being warned that if they facilitate human trafficking, they could be barred from European airspace. The sanctions should come hard and swift. The United States ought to press Iraq and other nations in Southwest Asia to cut off all flights to Minsk, the capital of Belarus. Poland and Lithuania should allow humanitarian relief as needed for the unfortunate victims huddled along the border fence. But these countries must remain steadfast against Mr. Lukashenko's thuggery. His departure from office and free and fair elections are the only hope for a new start in Belarus. You see, democratic revolutions are contagious. If you can stamp them out in one country, you might prevent them from starting in others. Svetlana Tikhanovskaya, or Svetlana Georgievna Tikhanovskaya, is a Belarusian human rights activist and politicianess who ran in the 2020 Belarusian presidential election as the main opposition candidate after her husband Sergei Tikhanovsky was arrested in Rodna by Belarusian authorities. On August 9th this year, election officials announced that Lukashenko had won 80% of the vote, a number nobody believed. The internet was cut off, and Tikhanovskaya was detained by police and then forced out of the country. To her surprise, Tikhanovskaya became, for the second time, a runaway success. She charmed Merkel and Macron and the diplomats of multiple countries. In July, she met President Joe Biden, who subsequently broadened American sanctions on Belarus to include major companies in several industries: tobacco, potash, construction, and their executives. The EU had already banned a range of people, companies, and technologies from Belarus after the Ryanair kidnapping. The EU and the UK banned the Belarusian national airline as well. What was once a booming trade between Belarus and Europe has been reduced to a trickle. Tikhanovskaya inspires people to make sacrifices of their own. The lady Tikhanovskaya has acquired many other supporters and admirers. She has not only the talented young activists in Vilnius, the capital of Estonia, but colleagues in Poland and Ukraine as well. She promotes values that unite millions of her compatriots, including pensioners like Nina Bahanskaya, a great-grandmother who has been filmed shouting at the police, and ordinary working people like ̶hirs, a 50-year-old journalist from a provincial town, Dietrich, who was convicted of insulting the president. On her side, she also has the friends and relatives of the hundreds of political prisoners who, like her own husband, are paying a high price just because they want to live in a country with free elections. Most of all, though, Tikhanovskaya has on her side the combined narrative power of what we used to call the free world. She has the language of human rights, democracy, and justice. She has the NGOs, those vilified non-governmental organizations, and human rights organizations that work inside the United Nations and other international institutions to put pressure on autocratic regimes. She has the support of people around the world who still fervently believe that politics can be made more civilized, more rational, more humane, who can see in her an authentic representative of that cause. But will that be enough? A lot depends on the answer. What she wants is sanctions, democratic unity, pressure on the regime, anything that will raise the cost for Lukashenko to stay in power, for Russia to keep him in power, anything that might induce the business and security elites in Belarus to abandon him, anything that might persuade the communist Chinese Empire and mullahocratic Iran to keep out. Read China's history of supporting authoritarian regimes, from Kim Jong-il's North Korea to Hugo Chávez's Venezuela. It's well established and widely criticized. The Red Chinese Foreign Ministry has outlined a policy of opposing interference in other countries' internal affairs under the pretext of democracy and human rights, including trade sanctions in the category of interference. Amidst the communist Chinese Empire's astronomical rise on the economic world stage, however, one relationship that has been little explored is that between present-day Red China and Alexander Lukashenko's Belarus. Lukashenko has been White Russia's president since 1994, heading a repressive government with a substantive history of human rights abuses. Not without cause do critics dub him Europe's last true dictator. Nonetheless, Lukashenko has forged substantial links with the communist Chinese Empire. Bilateral trade between the nations has grown from 34 million United States dollars in 1992 to over $2.5 billion US dollars circa 2010, the last time I checked. Further, Red China stands as involved in Belarus's politics as it does in its economics. From Minsk to Beijing, evidence of growing economic and diplomatic links suggests a mutually beneficial relationship that will continue to develop in the coming years. Yes, Red China's best friend, White Russia. That's how they get Christmas. It's gonna be a red Christmas with a white fat Santa. Yes, in an interview with the New China News Agency in October of 2010, Lukashenko stated that China was Belarus's best friend. You know, like Clifford, the big red dog. He explained his rationale, that China's investment has never had any political strings attached. Therefore, we are more than willing to see China speed up its investment in Belarus on larger scale. Lukashenko's statement accurately identifies one of the fundamental principles of Red Chinese foreign policy, an emphasis on economic interconnectedness and a professed disinterest in domestic politics. This principle allows Red China to dominate trade with developing markets, which are all run by a bunch of penny-ante tin-horn dictators. In contrast with more demanding Western nations, Red China appears a non-threatening world power with a no-strings-attached policy. Money certainly has a role to play in Belarus's rapprochement. Oh, by the way, Jameson Reese has returned, and I thank him for informing us. Current estimates place Red China's total Belarusian investment at 15 billion United States dollars, following the extension of a multi-billion-dollar credit line. By comparison, total annual foreign investment in White Russia circa 2010 was a mere 9 billion US dollars. All of this is 2010 stats, which is the last I was able to get before Belarus cracked down and the statistics stopped coming out. That means the rest of the world put 9 billion into White Russia, but China put 15 billion. Though Russia remains Belarus's largest trading partner, accounting for almost half of all foreign trade, because no one else will trade with them, Red China has made tremendous headway, becoming Belarus's largest non-European counterparty. While pursuit of profit may seem to explain Red China's investments, the explanation is insufficient. With its inefficient and largely outdated industrial economy, all based on, Soviet hard mech rather than any high tech, and a very poor credit rating, White Russia doesn't fit the profile of an attractive business partner for anyone. And it's equally unlikely that Belarus's natural resources are the answer. The country lacks the natural gas and oil supplies that have brought wealth to neighboring Russia and Ukraine, and contains only 20% of the pipelines used to transport these goods to the European market. While access to cheap energy drove China to develop relations with Venezuela and Nigeria, the same cannot be said of Belarus. Stronger ties with Minsk will not result in cheaper energy bills for Beijing. But they be peas in a pod. A more trenchant factor be that of politics. To the chagrin of human rights groups worldwide, China and Belarus have continued to support one another on controversial issues, including the One China policy and Lukashenko's contested election to a fourth presidential term. In 2009, under China's aegis, Belarus was granted partner status in the Shanghai Cooperation Council. The Shanghai Cooperative Organization, becoming the only geographically European power significantly involved with the Asia-dominated Mutual Security Group. Lukashenko has visited Beijing on 4 separate occasions that I know of in 1995, 2001, 2005, and 2010. Red China's outreach may pay the additional dividend of moving Belarus out of Russia's orbit. In the past years, relations between Russia and Belarus have been strained, the result of unpaid debts and less than ideal relations between Lukashenko and Russian, President Medvedev, meat puppet of Vladimir Putin. While Red China and Russia often cooperate, their partnership suffers an element of rivalry. Developing ties with Belarus, that be Red China's attempt to gain greater influence in Russia's backyard. So is that the end of the road? I mean, for the past decade, Lukashenko's foreign relations tactic has consisted of playing the EU and Russia off one another. With both the EU and Russia deeply mistrustful of Belarus, Lukashenko has changed his strategies. Like a miracle drug, Belarus's relationship with Red China has the potential to lengthen the lifespan of Lukashenko's presidency. Belarus is not North Korea, however. It cannot afford to cut off ties with its European neighbors or become solely dependent on communist China. Further, in the face of an economic crisis, a 33% inflation rate coupled with a 36% devaluation of the currency, Belarus requires multiple allies to fall back on. Having procured a $3.5 billion bailout from the Eurasian Economic Community, Russia's version of the EU, led by Russia and Kazakhstan, Belarus is still awaiting a verdict on its request for $8 billion from the IMF, the International Monetary Fund. Red China has contributed another $1 billion in trade credits. Even with its growing relationship with Red China, then, Belarus still depends upon the West. At the moment, however, Belarus stands in a position of supplication. Much of Lukashenko's current power comes from his control over Belarus's old rust belt of Soviet industries, about 80% of which are state-owned. Though the IMF has made it clear that it set no political conditions for its loans, its economic conditions, requiring Lukashenko to privatize much of those industries, may prove a tough pill to swallow. He will likely seek to avoid accepting those terms, if he can at all. If he at all can, rather, in the proper English. So, you see, the Western Cold Front might prove a Belarusian spring. If Belarus accepts the IMF's offer, the EU may gain the levers of political power. Unlike Lukashenko, private industry owners will not be willing to risk huge financial losses in order to save an outdated regime, especially one which keeps them from any further profits. Should Lukashenko remain in charge, his power would be limited by a business-focused coalition. Neither the Communist Chinese Empire nor revanchist revisionist Russia is likely to oppose Belarusian liberalization, as both states would benefit from a more efficient trade partner. Indeed, Putin's own call for a united economic space, an EU-type alliance between Russia, Belarus, and Kazakhstan, would be more realistic with Lukashenko out of office. Ultimately, Lukashenko's decision regarding the IMF bailout will likely be determined by the additional offers he receives from revanchist, revisionist Russia and Red China. If the Chinese Communist Empire is willing to risk resentment from the international community, it has the ability to keep Lukashenko in power. It is unlikely that it's unlikely that factors in Lukashenko's favor, money, natural resources, and international politics, are great enough to warrant such action on his behalf nonetheless. Yet Lukashenko's greatest challenge may be within. In addition to facing pressure from the global community, Belarus enjoys a silenced but visible opposition at home. This formula of pressure from the international community and a domestic movement has proven successful in the Arab Spring. It may succeed again in the Belarusian fall. Spring-tidal mass demonstrations unfolded across Belarus this year and the year before. These were both a spontaneous outburst of feeling, a popular response to the stolen election, and a carefully coordinated project run by young people, some based in Warsaw, who had been experimenting with social media and new forms of communication for several years. For a brief, tantalizing moment, it looked like this democratic uprising might prevail. Belarusians shared a sense of national unity they had never felt before. The regime immediately pushed back with real brutality. Yet the mood at the protest was generally happy, optimistic. People literally danced in the streets. In a country of fewer than 10 million, up to 1.5 million people would come out in a single day, among them pensioners, villagers, factory workers, and even, in a few places, members of the police and the security services, some of whom removed insignia from their uniforms or threw them in the garbage. At first, Lukashenko seemed to have no plan either, but his neighbors did. On August 18th, a plane belonging to the FSB, the Russian Security Services, flew from Moscow to Minsk. Soon thereafter, Lukashenko's tactics underwent a dramatic change. Stephen Biegun, who was the U.S. Deputy Secretary of State at the time, describes the change as a shift to more sophisticated, more controlled ways to repress the population. Belarus became a textbook example of what the journalist William J. Dobson has called the dictator's learning curve. Techniques that had been used successfully in the past to repress crowds in Russia were seamlessly transferred to Belarus, along with personnel who understood how to deploy them. Russian television journalists arrived to replace the Belarusian journalists who had gone on strike, and immediately stepped up the campaign to portray the demonstrations as the work of Americans and other foreign enemies. Russian police appear to have supplemented their Belarusian colleagues, or at least given them advice, and a policy of selective arrests began. As Vladimir Putin figured out a long time ago, mass arrests are unnecessary if you can jail, torture, or ultimately murder just a few key people. The rest will be frightened into staying home. Eventually, they will become apathetic because they believe nothing can ever change. The Lukashenko rescue package, as I call it, reminiscent of the one Putin had designed for Bashar al-Assad in Syria 6 years earlier, contained economic elements too. Russian companies offered markets for Belarusian products that had been banned by the democratic West. Exemplī grātiā, smuggling Belarusian cigarettes into the European Union. Some of this was possible because the two countries share a language, though roughly a third to half of the country speaks Belarusian. Most public businesses in Belarus is conducted in Russian. But this close cooperation was also possible because Lukashenko and Putin, though they famously dislike each other, share a common way of seeing the world. Both believe that their personal survival is more important than the well-being of their people. Both believe that a change of regime would result in their death, imprisonment, or exile. Both also learned lessons from the Arab Spring, as well as from the more distant memory of 1989, when communist dictatorships fell like dominoes. Democratic revolutions are contagious. As I said, if you can stamp them out in one country, you might prevent them from starting in others. The anti-corruption, pro-democracy demonstrations of 2014 in Ukraine, which resulted in the overthrow of dictator Viktor Yanukovych's government, reinforced this fear of democratic contagion. Putin was enraged by those protests, not least because of the precedent that they set. After all, if Ukrainians could get rid of their corrupt communist dictator, why wouldn't Russians want to do the same? And so, Lukashenko gladly accepted Russian help, turned against his own people, and transformed himself from an autocratic, patriarchal grandfather, a kind of national, collective farm boss, into a tyrannical mafia godfather who revels in cruelty. Reassured by Putin's support, he began breaking new ground. Not just selective arrests. A year later, human rights activists confirmed that more than 800 political prisoners remain in jail, but torture. Not just torture, but rape. Not just torture and rape, but kidnapping and, yes, quite commonly, murder. Lukashenko's sneering defiance of the rule of law, whilst he issues stony-faced denials of the existence of political repression in his country, and of anything resembling decency, spread beyond his borders. In May 2021, Belarusian air traffic control forced an Irish-owned Ryanair passenger plane to land in Minsk so that one of the passengers, Roman Protasevich, a young dissident living in exile, could be arrested. He later made public confessions on television that were, by all evidence, coerced. In August, another young dissident living in exile, Vitaly Shizhov, was found hanged in a Kiev park. At about the same time, Lukashenko's regime set out to destabilize its EU neighbors by forcing streams of refugees across their borders. Belarus lured Afghan and Iraqi refugees to Minsk with a proffer of tourist visas, then escorted them to the borders of Lithuania, Latvia, and Poland, and forced them at gunpoint to cross, illegally. Lukashenko began to act, in other words, as if he were untouchable, both at home and abroad. He began breaking not only the laws and customs of his own country, but also the laws and customs of other countries and of the international community. Laws regarding air traffic control, homicide, borders. It turns out that Russia isn't the only country massing troops on Ukraine's border. Belarus is the new front in Putin's war against Ukraine. In addition to the large Russian buildup that has gotten the world's attention in recent weeks, reports surfaced earlier this month that Belarus was also deploying forces and military hardware to its Ukrainian frontier in a manner that appears to be coordinated with Moscow's actions. Julian Lorapke, a reporteress with the German mass circulation daily Bild, B-I-L-D, has been meticulously tracking how Russia has been moving large amounts of troops to the Ukrainian border and augmenting its already robust force posture in Ukraine's annexed Crimean Peninsula. On All Fool's Day, the 1st of April, Lorapke tweeted out photos of BTR-80 armored vehicles, military trucks, and other large Belarusian military hardware traveling south through Belarus approximately 60 kilometers from the country's border with Ukraine. Reports of growing Belarusian military activity in areas close to the Ukrainian border came as Russia expanded its military, political, and economic footprint in Belarus and amid a sharp deterioration of what were once friendly relations between Minsk and Kiev, the capital of Ukraine. Russia and Belarus have scheduled a record number of military exercises this year, culminating with the massive Zapad 2021, which was... well, it took place in September. The exercises resulted in a constant rotation of forces, which, according to military analyst Michael Kaufman of the CNA Corporation, effectively establishes a de facto permanent Russian military presence in Belarus. That presence will be enhanced by a new joint training center that will be established in the Grodno region of western Belarus. By the way, I was citing Michael Kaufman of the CNA Corporation, for those of you who don't know about that particular private industry, that's a nonprofit. It's formerly known as the CNA Corporation. It's a nonprofit research and analysis organization based in Arlington County, Virginia. And CNA has about 625 employees. It was actually founded in the midst of World War II, well, at its very beginning for the United States, essentially, in a formal sense, in 1942. Just so you know, in case you didn't, I was familiar with them from my old Department of Defense days. And, oh, by the way, we have Joe Tai. Welcome aboard. And, of course, there we are. Our man, Jameson Reese, was interacting with him, and both of them, of course, are online. It's good that now that I'm being heard, checking, of course, into notifications that I've got. And so that's good to see. Time we got left remaining, 8.5 hours now, so it's about half to 9, 9 to 10, 10 to 11, 11 to 12, 3.5 hours. Well, I'd better get talking. God knows, you aren't going to learn any of this stuff by yourself. Anyhow, as I said, when it came to the CNA Corporation, they were talking about the Russians having effectively established a de facto permanent military presence in Belarus, and how that will be enhanced by a new joint training center established in the Grodno region of western Belarus. Well, earlier this year, Ukraine's Deputy Prime Minister Oleksiy Rezhnikov announced that his country would no longer participate in peace talks with Russia in Minsk. Since 2014, the Belarusian capital has been hosting negotiations to find a diplomatic solution to the war in the Donbas, a Russian-occupied Ukraine. Rezhnikov emphasizes that anti-Ukrainian rhetoric currently dominates in Belarus, himself attesting that, and here I quote his T, "Belarus is under the influence of the Russian Federation and there is no trust for us in this territory." The in-person meetings of the Trilateral Contact Group, the contact group on Ukraine, which includes representatives of Ukraine, Russia, and the OSCE, which is, of course, a very important worldwide organization that whenever I bring up that acronym, I do my best to, of course, give people a little background education on it. That is, of course, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. It's the world's largest security-oriented intergovernmental organization, okay? And what they've all done with their talks between Russia and Ukraine, well, they've all been suspended since early 2020 due to COVID-19 restrictions anyway. And if they resume, Ukrainian officials now say they want to see meetings move to a neutral non-NATO country such as Sweden or Austria. The Belarusian the foreign minister of White Russia ridiculed the Ukrainian announcement and echoed the perennial Kremlin talking point by suggesting it was an indication that Kiev did not intend to comply with the terms of the 2015 Minsk ceasefire agreement. Now, this all marks a sharp departure from how the Belarusian dictator Alexander Lukashenko had previously been positioning himself vis-a-vis both Ukraine and the West in the aftermath of Russia's 2014 annexation of Crimea and armed intervention in the Donbas. In hosting the initial Minsk peace talks in September of 2014 and February of 2015, which included the leaders of Ukraine, Russia, United Germany, and the Fifth French Republic, and resulted in the current shaky ceasefire agreement, Lukashenko tried to position himself as an honest broker between Moscow and Kiev. Lukashenko, he pointedly refused to recognize Crimea as part of Russia, and even ridiculed Moscow's logic, justifying their annexation, saying that Mongolia could just as easily lay claim to large swaths of Russian territory. He also carved out a neutral stance on the war in the Donbas. In a clear reference to Ukraine, Lukashenko claimed he would never allow Belarusian territory to be used to attack another state, and made it clear that Belarus isn't interested in being part of Putin's so-called Russian world. On the sidelines of the February 2015 peace talks in Minsk, a live microphone picked up a conversation between Lukashenko and the then Ukrainian president, Petro Poroshenko, who were talking about Putin. Of the Kremlin leader, a dictator, Poroshenko said, "The operator in the Kremlin, he's playing a dishonest and dirty game." And Lukashenko nodded sympathetically, replying, I know, everybody realizes this." Bilateral relations were so warm at around that time that when the Ukrainian and Belarusian national soccer teams played each other in Lviv in September of 2015, their fans marched out together under banners reading, "For your freedom and ours," and "A brotherhood of conscience." They also belted out chants deriding Putin and gave blood together for wounded Ukrainian soldiers. Everything changed as a result of the deeply flawed 2020 Belarusian presidential election, which sparked unprecedented anti-regime protests across Belarus and forced Lukashenko to become increasingly dependent on Vladimir Putin. Despite the fact that Lukashenko lacks popular support for this pro-Moscow direction, he has effectively, and apparently enthusiastically, turned his country into another front in Putin's war against Ukraine. As the international community monitors Russian military activity on Ukraine's eastern border, they must now also keep a keen eye on the northern frontier with Belarus. Now, all of us have in our minds a cartoon image of what an autocratic state looks like. There is a bad man at the top. He controls the police. The police threaten the people with violence. There are evil collaborators, and maybe some brave dissidents. But in the 21st century, that 20th century cartoon bears little resemblance to reality. Nowadays, autocracies are run not by any one bad guy, but by sophisticated networks composed of kleptocratic financial structures, security services, the military, police, paramilitary groups, your militia gun cults, and mass surveillance, and professional propagandists, like I was myself. The members of these networks are connected not only within a given country, but among many countries. The corrupt state-controlled companies in one dictatorship do business with corrupt state-controlled companies in another. The police in one country can arm, equip, and train the police in another. And their propagandists share resources. The troll farms that promote one dictator's propaganda can also be used to promote the propaganda of another. And themes pounding home the same messages about the weakness of democracy and the evil of the American empire. This is not to say, as I said, that there is some super secret room where all these bad guys meet, as in the James Bond movies. Nor does that new autocratic alliance need any unifying ideology, other than nihilism, the faith of chaos. Among modern autocrats are people who call themselves communists, nationalists, and theocrats. No one country leads this group, other than Red China to a point. Washington likes to talk about Communist Chinese influence, but what really bonds the members of this club is a common desire to preserve and enhance their personal power and wealth. Unlike military or political alliances from other times and places, the members of this group don't operate like a bloc, but rather like an agglomeration of companies. I call it Autocracy Incorporated. Their links are cemented not by ideals, but by deals. Trump's the deal maker. Deals designed to take the edge off Western economic boycotts or to make them personally rich, which is why they can operate across geographical and historical lines. Thus, in theory, Belarus is an international pariah. Belarusian planes cannot land in Europe. Many Belarusian goods cannot be sold in these United States. Belarus's shocking brutality has been criticized by many international institutions, but in practice, the country remains a respected member of Autocracy Incorporated. Despite Lukashenko's flagrant flouting of international norms, despite his reaching across borders to break laws, Belarus remains the site of one of Red China's largest overseas development projects. Iran has expanded its relationship with Belarus over the past year. Cuban officials have expressed their solidarity with Lukashenko at the United Nations, calling for an end to foreign interference in that country's affairs. In theory, Venezuela, too, is an international pariah. Since 2008, the year of the economic crash, these United States have repeatedly added more Venezuelans to personnel sanctions lists. Since 2019, U.S. citizens and companies have been forbidden to do any business there. Canada, the EU, and many of Venezuela's South American neighbors maintain sanctions on the country. And yet, Nicolás Maduro's regime receives loans as well as oil investment from motherless Russia and Red China. Erdogan's ethno-Turkic Asia Minor facilitates the illicit Venezuelan gold trade. Cuba has long provided security advisors, as well as security technology to the country's rulers. The international narcotics trade keeps individual members of the regime well supplied with designer shoes and handbags. Leopoldo López, a one-time star of the opposition now living in exile in Spain, has observed that although Maduro's opponents have received some foreign assistance, it's nothing comparable with what Maduro himself has received. Like the Belarusian opposition, the Venezuelan opposition has charismatic leaders and dedicated grassroots activists who have persuaded millions of people to go out into the streets and protest. If their only enemy was the corrupt, bankrupt Venezuelan regime, they might win. But Lopez and his fellow dissidents are in fact they're fighting multiple autocrats in multiple countries at once. Like so many other ordinary people propelled into politics by the experience of injustice, like Svetlana and Țiarhei Tsikhanouski in Belarus, like the leaders of the extraordinary Hong Kong protest movement, like the Cubans and the Iranians and the Burmese pushing for democracy in their countries, they are fighting against people who control state companies and can make investment decisions worth billions of dollars for purely political reasons. They are fighting against people who can buy sophisticated surveillance technology from communist China or bots from St. Petersburg. Above all, they are fighting against people who have inured themselves to the feelings and opinions of their countrymen, as well as the feelings and opinions of everybody else. Because Autocracy Incorporated grants its members not only money and security, but also something less tangible and, yet, just as important, impunity. How have modern autocrats achieved such impunity? In part by persuading so many other people in so many other countries to play along. The leaders of the former Soviet Union, the most powerful autocracy in the second half of the 20th century, cared deeply about how they were perceived around the world. They vigorously promoted the superiority of their political system, and they objected when it was criticized. When the Soviet leader, Nikita Khrushchev, famously brandished his shoe at a meeting of the UN General Assembly in 1960, it was because a Filipino delegate had expressed sympathy for the peoples of Eastern Europe and elsewhere, well, as he said it, the peoples of Eastern Europe and elsewhere which have been deprived of the free exercise of their civil and political rights. Today, the most brutal members of Autocracy Incorporated don't much care if their countries are criticized, or by whom. The dictators, the military junta of Myanmar, don't really have any ideology beyond nationalism, self-enrichment, and the desire to remain in total power. The mullahkrats of Iran confidently discount the views of Western infidels. The commissars of Cuba and Venezuela dismiss the statements of foreigners on the grounds that they are imperialists. The faceless technocrats of communist China have spent a decade disputing the human rights language long used by international institutions, successfully convincing many people around the world that these Western concepts don't apply to them. Revisionist Russia has gone beyond merely ignoring foreign criticism to outright mocking it. After the Russian dissident Alexei Navalny was arrested earlier this year, Amnesty International designated him a prisoner of conscience, a venerable term that the human rights organization has been using since the 1960s, the decade into which I was born into this vale of tears. Russian social media trolls immediately mounted a campaign designed to draw Amnesty's attention to 15-year-old statements by Navalny that seemed to break the group's rules on offensive language. Amnesty took this stinking rotten bait and ran with it and removed his title. Then, when Amnesty officials realized they'd been manipulated by trolls, they restored it. Russian state media cackled derisively. It was not a good moment for the human rights movement. Impervious to international criticism, postmodern autocrats are deploying aggressive tactics to push back against mass protest and widespread discontent. The majority are not just unhappy, they're downright raging. Yet Putin was unembarrassed to stage elections earlier this year in which some 9 million people were barred from being candidates. 9 million people tried to run and were barred. The pro-government party received 5 times more television coverage than all the other parties put together. Television clips of officials stealing votes circulated online, and vote counts were mysteriously altered while people watched. The Burmese junta is unashamed to have murdered hundreds of protesters, including young teenagers, on the streets of Yangon. The Chinese government boasts about its destruction of the popular democracy movement in Hong Kong as an accomplishment for others in the world to emulate. At the extremes, this kind of contempt can devolve into what the international democracy activist Sergio Popovich calls the Maduro model of governance, which may be what Lukashenko is preparing for in Belarus. Autocrats who adopt it are willing to pay the price of becoming a totally failed country to see their country enter the category of failed state status, accepting economic collapse, isolation, and mass poverty if that's what it takes to stay in power. Bashar al-Assad has applied the Maduro model in Syria, and it seems to be what the Taliban leadership has in mind this summer. Well, they had it in mind this summer when they occupied Kabul and immediately began arresting and murdering Afghan officials and civilians. Financial collapse was looming, but they didn't care. As one Western official working in the region told the Financial Times, they assume that any money that the West doesn't give them will be replaced by Red China, Pakistan, reactionary Russia, and Saudi Arabia. And if the money doesn't come, so what? Their goal is not a flourishing, prosperous Afghanistan, but an Afghanistan where they are in charge. The people are there for them to fuck and eat. Talk about playing with your food. The widespread adoption of the Maduro model helps explain why Western statements at the time of Kabul's fall sounded so pathetic. The EU's foreign policy chief expressed deep concern about reports of serious human rights violations and called for meaningful negotiations based on democracy, the rule of law, and constitutional rule, as if the Taliban were interested in any of that. Indeed, they could not even spell it. Whether it was deep concern, sincere concern, or profound concern, whether it was expressed on behalf of Europe or the Holy See of the Vatican, as issued from a papal bull, none of it mattered. Statements like that mean nothing to the Taliban, the Cuban security services, or the Russian FSB, their Federal Security Bureau. Their goals are money and personal power. They're not concerned, deeply, sincerely, profoundly, or otherwise, about the happiness or well-being of any of their fellow citizens, let alone the views of anyone else. How have modern autocrats achieved such boundless impunity? In part by persuading so many other people in so many other countries to play along. Some of those people and some of those countries might surprise even you. If the stories told by the young dissidents from Belarus make you angry, the stories told by the ̶hirs of Istanbul, the capital of ethno-statist Turkey, will haunt your dreams. Turkey is home to some 50,000 exiled Caucasian, ethnically Turkic Muslim ̶hirs, and there are dozens, hundreds, actually thousands of such stories there. In another era, in a world with a different geopolitical configuration, at a time when the language of human rights had not been so comprehensively undermined, these dissidents would have plenty of official sympathy in Turkey, a nation that is singularly linked to the ̶hir community by ties of religion, ethnicity, and language. In 2009, even before the concentration camps were opened, Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, who was then the Turkish Prime Minister, called the communist Chinese repression of the ̶hirs a genocide. In 2012, he brought businessmen with him to Xinjiang and promised to invest in ̶hir businesses there. He did this because it was popular. To the extent that ordinary Turks know what's happening to their ̶hir cousins, they sympathize. Yet since then, Erdoğan himself, who became his president in 2014, has himself turned against the rule of law, independent media, and independent courts at home. As he has become openly hostile to former European and NATO allies, and as he has arrested and jailed his own dissidents, Erdoğan's interest in Commu-Chinese friendship, investment, and technology has increased, along with his willingness to echo communist Chinese propaganda. On the 100th anniversary of the Chinese Communist Party, his party's flagship newspaper published a long, solemn article, which was in fact sponsored content, beneath the headline, "The Chinese Communist Party's 100 Years of Glorious History and the Secrets to Its Success." Alongside these changes, the government policy toward the ̶hirs has shifted too. In recent years, the Turkish government has surveilled and detained ̶hirs on bogus terrorism charges, and even deported some, including 4 who were sent to Tajikistan and then immediately turned over to Communist China in 2019 to be tortured until they were finally publicly executed. I was so upset I can't even get that out. The presence of pro-Commu Chinese forces in Turkish media, politics, and business has been growing, and they be relentlessly dedicated to terrorizing the ̶hirs. The atmosphere worsened in late 2020, when a delayed Chinese shipment of COVID-19 vaccines coincided with Beijing's pressure on Turkey to sign an extradition treaty that would have made deportation of ̶hirs even easier. After opposition parties objected, both the Turkish and Commu-Chinese governments denied that delivery of the vaccine shipment was in any way conditioned on deporting ̶hirs, but the timing proved itself. Red China is perfecting a 21st century method of destroying an entire people. China's communist dictators, they're technocrats, faceless but innovative in so many ways, by all evidence, be perfecting a 21st century approach to genocide. With the Beijing Olympics less than 3 months away, will Coca-Cola and other sponsors of the games celebrate with Red China while this is taking place? Well, a few hours' flight due west of the stadiums and ice rinks, an entire people is being quickly, deliberately erased. We have learned to think of genocide as industrial-scale slaughter, gas chambers, killing fields, mass graves. A report published yesterday, just last week, by the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum's Simon Skjodt Center for the Prevention of Genocide, entitled "To Make Us Slowly Disappear," proves that the Communist Chinese Empire has found itself a different way, more insidious, if no less monstrous. The campaign against the Uyghur population of Western China, a white Muslim minority of about 12 million people inside of a nation of more than 1 billion Yellow Han Chinese, began with conventional discrimination, escalated to intensive mass surveillance and mass detentions, and now includes forcible sterilization and insertion of IUDs, separation of men and women through incarceration, forced migration, and coerced marriages of Uyghur women to yellow ethnically Chinese men from the ethnic Han majority, and mass kidnapping of Uyghur children, taken from their parents and either placed in state boarding schools or sold on the meat market abroad. The campaign is not without terrible violence, torture, and killing, as survivor accounts make clear. But the report says it hinges on something else: coercive interventions of the Communist Chinese government to prevent sizable numbers of Uyghurs from ever coming into being. This evidences that the deliberate goal is to biologically destroy the group, not in substantial part, but in toto, meaning as a whole. One of the missions of the Holocaust Museum is to do for victims of genocide today what was never done for the Jews of Europe. The seriousness with which it accepts this responsibility is reflected in the meticulous caution of the well-documented report. Although both the Trump and Biden administrations have declared that Red China is committing genocide against the Uyghurs, the museum says it is gravely concerned that the Communist Chinese government is getting away with committing mass genocide. This total impunity, based on the uncertainty of anyone ever being able to act, is exactly what Red China wants. It has constructed a formidable information blockade with its great electronic firewall, which has done more to keep people in than its wall of stone has ever done. It keeps them locked in their empty minds. 'Twas Uyghur scholars among the first targets of the mass detention campaign, all their educated academics. Foreign scholars, correspondents, and think tank experts are kept out of the Xinjiang region where the crimes are being committed, and increasingly out of Red China altogether. And mainland China attempts to silence even Uyghurs living abroad by locking up and abusing the relatives back home of anyone who dares speak out. They're then sent videos of their relations being gang raped, no matter what their gender, unto death. No one has been more victimized by this barbarity than the reporters of Radio Free Asia, who have done more than anyone in the past half-decade to reveal the truth. At a forum organized by the American Holocaust Memorial Museum yesterday, last week, one of those reporters, Hoja, said, "The Chinese government are very professional on how to hide their crimes." Well, Hoja herself knows this all too well. Trying to silence her, the Communist Chinese government locked up, as usual, sans any charge or trial, her brother, her mother, her cousins, their spouses, in fact, over 24 relatives in all. As a result, we have indications, alarming snippets, satellite evidence, disconcerting little fragments of transmission, like you get from a zombie film, but far from the whole story. The report concludes that 3 million people are detained. ̶hozha testifies that she noticed it to be a much higher number, but the Chi-Coms, the Chinese communists, have almost as much control over our communications as they do over their own, via Zoom and other Chinese communist-owned technologies. So informing the outside world has been rendered nigh impossible. When you try to talk about it on Zoom, you are censored. You don't know it, but whatever you say is intercepted. So, the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum, the museum report, refers to more than 880,000 Uyghur children being put into so-called boarding facilities, always after their parents are illegally detained. But that was only through 2019. Researchers have uncovered dramatic drops in Uyghur birth rates. In 2019, at least 186,400 fewer children were born in Xinjiang compared to what would have been expected if birth rates had remained static at the pre-2017 baseline. The report then says, and yet China hides more data. So all reports are dated, fragmentary, and certainly far less terrible than the truth. What is to be done? The United States Holocaust Memorial Museum report calls on Red China, which proclaims its innocence, to allow a UN-authorized commission access to Xinjiang to investigate. Certainly, it should be at the top of President Biden's agenda. Well, it should have been when he held that telesummit with President Xi Jinping on Monday opening this work week. The aforecited journalist ̶hozha put it more simply, please, I ask international community, break silence. This is not a Uyghur tragedy. This is a human tragedy. So will Coca-Cola and other Olympic sponsors really just pretend none of this is happening? Just yesteryear, Chairman and CEO James Quincy declared, "We stand with those seeking justice and equality." And on its website, Coca-Cola Company boasts of being the longest continuous sponsor of the International Olympic Committee because they share the same core values of friendship, respect, inclusion, integrity, and excellence. At a congressional hearing in July, Coca-Cola executive Paul Lally said the sponsors have no say in where the games take place. To quote his T, "We support and follow the athletes wherever they compete." Well, that may be true. Also true, there will be no justice and equality for the Uyghur woman being kicked in their pregnant bellies, raped until they abort, and sterilized as the ice dancing competition unfolds. No respect and inclusion for Uyghur infants being seized from their parents as skiers race down the slalom course. My sourced report concludes, the future of a people depends on immediate, coordinated action by global actors before they become extinct. Or we can all pretend it's not happening, grab a Coke, and enjoy the games. For the moment, the Uyghurs in Turkey are still protected by what remains of democracy there. The opposition parties, some of the media, public opinion. A government that faces democratic elections, even skewed ones, must still take these things into account. In countries where opposition, media, public opinion matter less, the balance is different. You can see this even in Muslim countries, which might be expected to object to the oppression of other Muslims. I'm sorry. I'm just, at the moment, I really have to, shall I say, take a breath for a second, check into the live stream, see what time we have remaining. And we got 3 hours. Still almost no time. There's so much to cover that's going on. But, as I said, you would expect Muslim nations to object to the oppression of other Muslims. But Pakistani Prime Minister Imran Khan has stated baldly that we accept the Chinese version of the Chinese Uyghur dispute. They call it a dispute. The Saudis, the Emiratis of the Trucial Sheikdoms on the Persian Gulf, and the Egyptians have all, by all evidence, arrested, detained, and deported Uyghurs without so much as any discussion. They're fellow Muslims. Not coincidentally, these are all countries that seek good economic relations with the Communist Chinese Empire, proving that Mammon, the god of money, has more power to them than Allah, the one true God. And they've all purchased Communist Chinese surveillance technology, and they need Chinese technicians to maintain it. Because it's like Zoom. It's worthless without some Chinese tech looking over your shoulder. For autocrats and would-be autocrats around the world, the Communist Chinese offer a package that looks something like this. Agree to follow Red China's lead on Hong Kong, Tibet, the Uyghurs, and human rights more broadly. Buy Chinese mass surveillance equipment. Accept supermassive Communist Chinese investment, preferably into companies you personally control, or that at least pay you kickbacks. Then sit back and relax, knowing that however bad your image becomes in the eyes of the international human rights community, you and your friends will forever remain in power. In ties to Beijing, of course. And how different are we? We Americans. We Europeans. Are we so sure that our institutions, our political parties, our media could never be manipulated in the same way? In the spring of 2016, it happened here. Russian trolls, operating from St. Petersburg, sought to shift the outcome of an American election in much the same way they had done in Central Europe, using fake Facebook pages, sometimes impersonating anti-immigration groups, sometimes impersonating black activists, fake Twitter accounts, and attempts to infiltrate groups like the National Rifle Association, as well as weaponizing hacked material from the Democratic National Committee. Some Americans actively welcomed this intervention, and even sought to take advantage of what they imagined might be broader Russian technical capabilities. Donald Trump Jr. wrote to an intermediary for a Russian attorney who he believed had access to damaging information about Hillary Rodham Clinton. If it's what you say, I love it! In 2008, the year of the financial collapse, Trump Jr. had told a business conference that Russians make up a pretty disproportionate cross-section of a lot of our assets. And in 2016, Russia's long-term investment in the Trump business empire paid off. In the Trump family, the Kremlin had something better than spies. Cynical, nihilistic, indebted, long-term puppets. The list of major American corporations caught in tangled webs of personal, financial, and business links to autocratic regimes is too long for me to recount. Despite the raucous national debate on Russian electoral interference, we don't seem to have learned much from it, if our thinking about Communist Chinese influence operations is any indication. The United Front is the Chinese Communist Party's influence project, subtler and more strategic than the Russian version. Designed not to upend democratic politics, but to shape the nature of conversations about China itself around the world. Among other endeavors, the United Front creates an educational and exchange program, rather thousands of them worldwide, tries to mold the atmosphere within Chinese exile communities, and courts anyone willing to be a de facto spokesperson for mainland China. According to testimony from Peter Mattis, a China expert and democracy promoter, what he gave to Congress, referring to a series of scandals involving Commu-Chinese and ethnically Chinese Australian business people attempting to buy political influence well, the political influence in Canberra, the capital of Australia, but the year before yesteryear, when he tried to discuss the United Front program with a CIA analyst telling him that Murdoch has become a member of the Communist Chinese Party, Rupert Murdoch, the man who runs Australian media. The CIA analyst told him, "This is not Australia. We are very sorry that Australia is having these problems, but it can't happen here." Well, the Murdoch machine runs Fox News. It's here, motherfucker. I mean, can't it? Controversy has already engulfed many of the Chinese-funded Confucius Institutes set up at American universities, some of whose faculty, under the guise of offering benign Chinese language and calligraphy courses, got involved in efforts to shape academic debate in China's favor, a classic United Front enterprise. The long arm of the Communist Chinese state has reached Chinese dissidents in these United States as well. The Washington, D.C. and Maryland offices of the Wei Jingsheng Foundation, a group named after one of China's most famous democracy activists, have been broken into more than a dozen times in the past 2 decades. Xiping Wang, the foundation's executive director, told myself that old computers have disappeared, phone lines have been physically cut, and mail has been thrown into the toilet. The main objective seems to be to let the activists know that someone was there. Chinese democracy activists living in these United States have, like the Uyghurs in Istanbul, been visited by communist Chinese agents who try to persuade them or blackmail them to return home, telling them their relatives will pay for it if they don't. Not only with their lives, but with degradation and the tortures of the damned. Still other dissidents here in America have had strange car accidents. Mishaps regularly happen while people are on their way to attend to an annual ceremony held in New York on the anniversary of the Tiananmen Square massacre, right? I mean, isn't that statistically how it works? Amidst all this, officials described the virtual summit between U.S. President Joseph Biden and Chinese communist dictator Xi Jinping as both respectful and straightforward, and a healthy debate, even as the Xi-Biden summit produced few breakthroughs other than showing how the White House still lacks a coherent China strategy. In fact, the Xi-Biden talk promises more talking, only the promise of future talks. Dialogue certainly helps avoid potentially disastrous misunderstandings, but the endless emphasis on talks recalls the Obama administration's approach to Red China, in which heralded meetings and supposed agreements produced, well, 0 results. The Biden team appears torn between recognizing the challenge posed by Red China and the desire to distance itself from former President Donald Trump's policies. Excuse me while I check an incoming message here. Or at least I got some kind of notification for a message, but I just lost it. So there we go with that. Whatever the fuck that was, I may never find out. Okay, here we are. The reason I have to check that is to make certain that it's not somebody telling me they can't hear me. Otherwise, you might say, oh, why does Douglas pay attention to that? That's really unprofessional. No, it's not unprofessional. That's how I get people telling me if I've gone off. At any rate, the Biden administration obviously has no coherent China strategy apart from vague buzzwords. Meanwhile, Communist China called for U.S. corporations, traditionally proponents of engagement because they want access to Communist Chinese markets, to put pressure on the White House. The Communist Chinese are telling our corporations to put pressure on the White House. Now, this week's meeting did immediately lead to a linguistic dispute over my Taiwan, with Communist Chinese media alleging that Biden reaffirmed U.S. opposition to Taiwanese independence. Now, China has a long history of deliberately misrepresenting the American position on Taiwan. After speaking with Xi Jinping, Biden casually said that Taiwan is independent. He has been notably sloppy with his language around my Taiwan. Some Communist Chinese officials have likely read this as a deliberate signal. One concrete outcome of the meeting between Biden and dictator Xi was an agreement to restore journalist visas between the two countries. Washington will again issue one-year visas instead of 3-month visas for Chinese state media, and Beijing will allow the Wall Street Journal, the Washington Post, and the New York Times to send journalists to China after expelling their employees but yesteryear. Yet it's not clear whether the specific correspondents will be allowed back, and the agreement does nothing to address wider problems with foreign press access in communist China. Mainland China continues to persecute so-called local news assistants working for foreign media. Bloomberg's Hayes Hajefan is still detained and has threatened foreign reporters' families and arrested state media reporters with foreign connections. The few reporters left on the ground in Red China face stepped-up harassment from the police and even from stirred-up crowds that are goaded to lynch them. The language in the new agreement includes the standard caveat about relevant laws and regulations, which effectively allows Red China to do whatever it fucking wants. If the agreement is to have any force, the United States needs to push hard and not be afraid to put restrictions back in place. That goes for any other deal that comest out of talks between Washington and Beijing. Promises from Red China are meaningless without potential consequences, and guardrails to avoid conflict are useless if Red Chinese domestic nationalism runs unchecked. If Red China genuinely wants to tone things down, it should show up in the tone of state media, well, toward the United States in the coming months. The empires have clashed recently over trade policies, military might, and human rights issues, and the meeting the day before yesterday was intended to ensure, as Biden said, that competition between the two does not veer into conflict. Biden reportedly raised concerns about human rights abuses against the Uyghur people in China, reaffirmed the need for transparency in handling the COVID-19 pandemic, and asked about ways the U.S. could cooperate with Red China on climate issues. Through it all, the U.S. and China remain economically codependent. In fact, before the summit, 24 businesses called on Biden to ease tariffs on the communist Chinese empire, saying it would reduce record inflation at home. Knowing that's his weak point because Trump can get reelected because of this inflation. Look, I'll tell you what I think about this in a second. I'm going to call on my man Jameson here for a second. Jameson, are you with us? Hope to Christ. Oh, shit. Come on, Jameson. Yeah. You're there, right?
Yes.
There we are, my main man. Okay, stage is yours for about 5-6 minutes, okay? Thank you so much. Love you.
Okay. Yeah, let me find something to keep folks occupied. I was, kind of drifting off a little bit, but I'm back for now. No real dreams or anything, just kind of drifting in and out. This sort of happens due to a sort of sleep disorder, and in my case, dreaming isn't as welcome as it might be for people who don't have a sleep disorder, because I could dream and still be like halfway awake. Nonetheless, let's see what we have here. This is something that would actually have worked out in the United States, unfortunately, but I don't think we'll ever get anything like this. This is how South Korea is attempting to tackle fake news. Of course, if we had done that, we wouldn't have the Fox News or any of those people. Lawmakers in South Korea have drafted a proposed revision of the country's Press Arbitration Act. The bill will create a legal channel for victims of false claims made in the press to seek compensation from news organizations. So someone like Alex Jones would have been sued, of course, which I think that did go through with for him when it comes to the victims of the Sandy Hook parents of the victims of the Sandy Hook massacre. The so-called fake news bill faced intense criticism from the international journalism organizations, whose representatives saw an anti-democratic effort to suppress a free press. The problem is the free press as it exists here, well, yeah, it just doesn't work anymore. Amid debate over the proposal, the ruling party decided to delay a vote on the bill until next year. International criticism of the bill came on the wrong grounds. South Korea is attempting to deal with the now universal issue of media organizations, including big tech, getting caught up in the politically motivated propagation of falsehoods. Policymakers across the world are struggling with this problem. Far from being a throwback to authoritarian suppression of independent media, the bill in South Korea is an ahead-of-the-curve effort to grapple with the changing relationship between democracy and media organizations. Of course, we here in the United States, I think it was Reagan who introduced the bill that put an end to the, I guess it was the Fair Reporting Act or something, where basically news agencies here in the United States were required to report on both sides of an issue rather than just take one side. Unfortunately, now things have fallen by the wayside. So for people who are Reaganites and believe that he was the greatest thing to happen to America, well, no comment. He was horrific. The point here is not not that Korean legislators have found the right solution, but that it's important to recognize the shared problem that they have sought to tackle. A central concern with the bill is that a government figure or politician might use the revised act as a weapon to suppress criticism. According to a statement issued by the International Press Institute, which urged lawmakers to withdraw the bill. News organizations are worried they might face lawsuits for simply doing their job. Fear of reprisals could lead in turn to self-censorship. If that happens, then reporters cannot perform their function of keeping powerful people in check, which unfortunately they don't do, at least not here in the American press.
Here, I can take on the world now. Yes, there's a price to pay when I was keeping myself hydrated after slamming a full 16 ounces of Coke, and then I kept drinking tea to make certain that my vocal cords were lubricated.
Holy shit.
Thank God you were awake. Oh my God. So normally I don't have to do that, but c'est la vie. It's not age. It's just really kept myself hydrated tonight. I don't usually hydrate that aggressively. At any rate, love you dearly, son. Thank you so much. I'll take it from here and tell people what I think about these latest talks. I think that my man Jameson can predict what I'm going to say. Basically, the Biden-Xi summit, there is really no point in even talking to the People's Republic of China. I'm going to do this probably one more time tonight just because even a stuck clock can be right 2 times a day. Just as Trump did the right thing when he stood up to Communist China and sided with Taiwan the way he did and stuck with that for the time he was in office. Winston Churchill famously said, "To jaw is better than to war." Well, that might be true. He never promised that talking would necessarily be productive. And this was clearly the case with the November 16th virtual meeting between U.S. President Joseph Biden and People's Republic of China communist dictator for life, Xi Jinping. Both Biden and Xi face big problems. Both leaders entered the meeting beset by problems. President Biden has been bolstered by the recent passage of an unprecedented and badly needed infrastructure bill. Real, if still inefficient, progressives, well, let's just say some progress vaccinating against COVID-19. Job growth, and an overall improvement in relations with American allies. At the same time, he continues to suffer from high disapproval ratings, high inflation, a badly divided body politic on verge of civil war, a pugnacious Vladimir Putin, and a chronically threatening communist China. While Chairman Xi is also plagued by difficulties, an enormous debt burden, an energy supply problem in the most immediate sense, a property industry representing 25%, a quarter of his economy, in deep trouble, a looming demographic crisis of population implosion, and increasing international resistance to Beijing's belligerence. But whatever political divisions there may be in the People's Republic of China, they are hidden from the Chinese public. And on November 11th, the CCP, the Chinese Communist Party, passed a resolution indicating that, like Mao and Deng Xiaoping before him, Xi Jinping will remain in power until he dies. But Xi, yes, Jameson Reese says neither of these guys is in any position to talk. True, very astute. But Xi had the advantage. In my view, Xi entered the meeting with a decided advantage. He had nothing to lose, and Biden had little to gain. And so it was. Over the course of the American empire's relationship with the PRC, however, it is difficult to find examples of American diplomatic successes, whether on non-proliferation, trade, human rights, climate change, COVID-19, cybersecurity, IPR, or intellectual property rights theft, the South China Sea, North Korea, Iran, or relations with the Communist Chinese Empire itself. The only arguments for Biden's meeting with Xi can be reduced to diplomatic platitudes rather than the possibility of any concrete success. Keeping open lines of communication, talking with the leader of a major superpower to ensure that there are no misunderstandings, needing to express our desire for cooperation where common ground may be possible, and so on. You know, there were no surprises, but the People's Republic of China claimed a win. It is no surprise to myself that in the reported 3.5-hour virtual meeting, allowing for interpretation, 105 minutes on each side, there were no surprises, no new positions, and nothing was achieved. Most of the winning points, at least according to Communist Chinese state media, seemed to go to Xi, telling Biden support for Taiwan independence was like playing with fire, and that those who play with fire will get burned. Isn't this how an adult would speak to a child? But of course. In case there was any doubt what Xi meant, he also warned that Red China was prepared to take decisive measures if Taiwan made any moves towards independence that crossed Beijing's red lines. There was nothing new about such threats, but spoken in person to the American president, I find them inappropriately high-handed myself. Biden could have done better. President Biden erred again in stating that the U.S. remained committed to the one China policy and recognized one sovereign Chinese state. To Xi's face, that is. More accurately, President Biden should have said that the U.S. continued to abide by its one China policy, in quotes, and acknowledged the PRC position that there is but one China, in their eyes. He might also have correctly and forthrightly added that, as the PRC knew, the United States has never recognized PRC sovereignty over my Taiwan. President Biden's subsequent clarification on November 17th of the position he had taken with Xi was not helpful. He said, I said that they have to decide. Taiwan, not us, meaning not Xi and I. We are not encouraging independence, meaning America's not promoting Taiwan to push away. We made very clear we support the Taiwan Act, and that's it. And then he added that Taiwan makes its own decisions, which is quite true. But the Taiwan Relations Act, as well as other key documents, more than once makes it very clear in black and white and zebra print that the nature of Taiwan's future and how it is achieved is not a matter of indifference to these United States. One point being, the United States' decision to establish diplomatic relations with the People's Republic of China rests upon the expectation that the future of Taiwan will be determined by peaceful means. Another point, the United States will consider any effort to determine the future of Taiwan by other than peaceful means, including by boycotts or embargoes, a threat to the peace and security of the Western Pacific area and of grave concern to these United States. And a third point that comes to my mind, and therefore it is necessary to maintain the capacity of these United States to resist any resort to force or other forms of coercion that would jeopardize the security or the social or economic system of the people on Taiwan. Now, to his credit, President Biden did say, according to the White House statement on the meeting, that Washington strongly opposes unilateral efforts to change the status quo or undermine peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. But this is a policy that would also prohibit a Taiwan declaration of independence. Biden helpfully added, however, that American policy toward Taiwan was also guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 joint communiques, and the 6 assurances. Now, ironically, Biden's mention of the joint communiques was not necessarily unhelpful, given that the PRC contributed passages in these communiques that it will now, these days, gag on. Exemplī grātiā, in the first communique issued by the collectivist Chinese on the mainland back in February 28th, Valentine's Day, in 1972, the PRC described in detail the very kind of hegemon or big nation it would become, our greater empire. By the way, February 28th, it's not Valentine's Day, but it's kind of like a Chinese joke. I'll go into that later. But here's what the Communist Chinese said in that first communique of the 3 communiques. I'm just going to read a paragraph there from. The Chinese side stated, wherever there is oppression, there is resistance. Countries want independence. Nations want liberation. And the people want revolution. This has become the irresistible trend of history. All nations, big or small, should be equal. Big nations should not bully the small. And strong nations should not bully the weak. China will never be a superpower, and it opposes hegemony and power politics of any kind. The Chinese side stated that it firmly supports the struggles of all the oppressed people and nations for freedom and liberation, and that the people of all countries have the right to choose their social systems, according to their own wishes, and the right to safeguard the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of their own countries, and oppose foreign aggression, interference, control, and subversion. Oh man, the Chinese are so regretting they put that into ink. Yeah, Jameson says the hypocrisy is, well, beyond description. That's some sweet words there from Jameson and from the Communist Chinese back in the era of the 70s. China will never be a superpower. Yes. Despite the lack of any progress on any specific issues, media reported that the overall tone of the Biden-Xi meeting was cordial. Said Xi had called Biden an old friend, and quoted PRC outlets saying that the talk had been frank, constructive, substantive, and fruitful. According to the Commu-Chinese readout, as reported by The Economist, Biden also offered some kind words, hailed China's 5,000 years of history. It's a bit more than that, but, who's going to count? declared that his administration does not seek to change Red China's system of government, and stressed that as America strengthens its global alliances, the aim is not to oppose the Communist Chinese Empire. But no results, as expected. Nonetheless, there were no substantive results. As reported in The Guardian, which is a British journal, a U.S. official said after the meeting that we weren't expecting a breakthrough. There were none to report. This was really about developing ways to manage competition responsibly, ensuring that as we go forward, the United States and China have a steady state of affairs where we take a series of competitive actions, but we're able to keep open lines of communication. We work with our allies and partners, and we confront China where we need to, and at the same time that we are able to work together where our interests intersect. Except perhaps enhancing Xi's self-esteem. That was the big result here. It was enhancing dictator Xi's sense of importance, a legend in his own mind, comparable to that of he's like Nig Chappelle. So it appears that while nothing was achieved, there was likely no great damage either. Nonetheless, it delivered unto Xi Jinping the opportunity he wanted to portray the meeting as a great victory. Such meetings in themselves unhelpfully reinforce Xi's sense of his own importance, as well as the PRC's belief that it now leads the world and will dominate it before long. By the way, our man Jameson Reese says it's Winnie and the Oreo, and because Xi Jinping, the thing he gets more upset about, I'm not kidding you, this is a fact, is being compared to Winnie the Pooh. Because he's all round. He's all round all over. And so people said he looks like Winnie the Pooh. So he outlawed Chinese industry from producing any Winnie the Pooh items or products and outlawed all literature on Winnie the Pooh, etc. Winnie the Pooh is outlawed in China. If you're caught with Winnie the Pooh, you go to prison. You know, any Winnie the Pooh shit. So, call him Winnie the Pooh and, the Oreo, Chappelle. Anyhow, isn't it about time that the American empire recognizes that even talking to the authoritarian dictator of communist China or any of his minions will not lead to any conceivable positive changes? So why talk at all? Serious question to be posed, or maybe a bit rhetorical. It's basically like a steam vent. You've got to vent the steam or the engine overheats. But other than that, there really is no reason. So we got 2.5 hours left and still a long way to go. And so the Biden administration has called managing America's relationship with Beijing the biggest geopolitical test of the 21st century. Verily, no relationship is shaping the planet more, and no relationship seethes across such a wide and consequential set of issues with more tension and mistrust. The United States and China are profoundly at odds on how people and economies should be governed. The two superpowers jockey for influence beyond their own shores, compete in technology, and maneuver for military advantages on land, in outer space, and in cyberspace. But they are also major trade and business partners, making their rivalry more complex than those of the Cold War, to which it is sometimes compared. Now, this is where I have to further educate people on exactly where to park that concept, because, I use it so that you can understand where I'm coming from to a degree. You can understand what I'm trying to talk about, but it's not really what this is. The Sino-American rivalry isn't a new Cold War. It's a new great game. Now, that's what they called it back when Britain, the Greater British Empire, and the Greater Russian Empire collided in Central Asia. The Grand Game. Now, early coverage of the new defense pact between the United States, the United Kingdom, and Australia, AUKUS, focused on the anger of the French government at losing its deal to sell diesel-powered submarines to Canberra. And that's understandable. Paris was loudly protesting Australia's decision to break its French deal and purchase nuclear-powered subs from the United States instead. Nasty quotes from government officials and stories of recalled ambassadors. They make for exciting headlines and good copy. But the importance of the AUKUS, Australia, United Kingdom, United States agreement, goes well beyond a fleeting diplomatic dust-up with the European ally. The new pact is a bold bid for the American empire to check a rising communist China, and especially to deter any military maneuver against my Taiwan. As such, it represents a significant shift in the balance of power in the Asian-Pacific region. And this has everyone from the United Nations chief on down to an array of left-wing critics of American foreign policy warning about a new Cold War between these United States and Communist China. Now, it's certainly possible to criticize the AUKUS deal in whole or in part, but decrying it for jump-starting a new Cold War isn't a serious way to respond. The Cold War was one of a kind. It's been over for more than 30 fucking years. And what's happening now in Sino-American relations marks a return to a form of geopolitics that predates the conflict between the former Soviet Union and these United States. Now, the Cold War arose from the very specific way the Second World War was propagandized to have come to an end. The Soviets had invaded the Third Reich of Gross Germania, Greater Germany, from the east, while the United States invaded from the west. And instead of withdrawing back across its own borders, the Soviet army stayed where it was, in part to create a buffer zone between the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics and perceived threats from the West. The Americans, meanwhile, were responsible for the defense of the just militarily defeated, certainly war-ravaged, Western European powers, forced by losing to the Japanese and Adolf Hitler's high hand over them. They had to pay reparations in the form of Marshall Plan, the Marshall Plan being the largest reparations ever paid by a losing power to the victor, in this case, Europe, centering on Germany. Now, standing toe-to-toe with a rival totalitarian state so soon after fighting so hard to defeat what the Americans had propagandized as another had a way of stiffening American spines. The resolve to take that stand was strengthened a few years later when mainland China underwent its own communist revolution, potentially threatening the Empire of Japan, who had won the war and therefore forced the Americans to come to their aid. So the Americans felt that they were assuming a responsibility. In truth, it was part of their reparations for losing the war. The United States was now, however, propagandized to its tax-paying electorate as the most powerful nation in the world, with the Soviet Union our only serious rival. And each side was fortified in its stance by a quasi-messianic ideology: liberal democratic capitalism for the Americans and communism for the Soviets, with each side tending to presume it was destined to prevail and its system was bound to become a beacon for humanity across the globe. Now, this highly ideological superpower rivalry had the effect over the following decades of dividing the world into antagonistic camps. Nations were forced to choose sides, with even the supposedly non-aligned countries siding more or less conscientiously, well, at least consistently, with one or the other. And in such a polarized geopolitical context, the threat of a country switching allegiances or moving more deeply into the orbit of the other was often viewed as justifying war or other forms of covert interference. Such proxy battles took place in Korea, Vietnam, Cuba, Chile, Nicaragua, and many other places between 1950 and the conclusion of the Cold War in 1989. What's happening now between these United States and the Communist Chinese Empire does not resemble this situation much at all. For one thing, America's present-day relations with its allies is very different than it was in the immediate aftermath of the military cataclysm of the Second World War, when those allies were propagandized as incapable of defending themselves. For another, the Communist Chinese Empire's communism shares little with the ideology that animated the former Soviet Union. The Red Chinese Empire has developed an economically formidable blend of capitalism and authoritarianism that has fueled an impressive surge of unnatural growth in recent decades. China wants access to the largest possible markets for its products and to exercise control over its near abroad. But there is little sign at all that the Chinese Communist government thinks in messianic terms about itself or aspires to change the world. They simply want to conquer it. So what's happening geopolitically between the United States and Red China today is much more accurately described as a return to the great power rivalry of the 19th century, and perhaps especially to the so-called Great Game played between Greater Britain as an empire and the Russian Empire from 1830 until the early 20th century. Early in the 19th century, Great Britain was the most powerful country in the world, but faced multiple challenges, many of them involving rising rival powers, above all these United States, Großgermania, or Greater Germany, and Russia. In response, London decided to largely ignore these United States and focus first on fighting Russia to a stalemate in Central Asia, and then eventually on turning Russia into an ally against Großdeutschland, or Greater Germany. The parallel shouldn't be pushed too far, of course. China in the 21st century isn't Imperial Russia in the 19th. The Western Pacific in our time is much more important to the global economy. It is the global economy, far more important than Central Asia ever was. The United States differs from Victorian Britain in a multitude of ways. The potential deployment of nuclear weapons vastly inflates the stakes of any post-1944 conflict, but the parallel holds in at least one crucial respect. A hegemonic Greater British Empire faced choices about where to act and where to refrain from acting in order to advance and defend its interests. The American Empire confronts similar choices today. Are we going to continue devoting finite resources and attention to fighting Islamic terrorism and trying to bring liberal democracy to the greater Middle East? It is Southwest Asia. Joe Biden has already answered that question with a definitive no. How about Europe? Well, Biden still considers NATO an important alliance for addressing a range of issues, including climate change and Russian aggression in Eastern and Central Europe. But despite some rhetoric to the contrary, last spring, Biden doesn't appear to see NATO as the best means of confronting Red China's rise and its challenge to American global hegemony. That is where Biden thinks we need to focus, and he wants to confront it through a new or enhanced Anglophone alliance with Greater Britain and Australia, the future Macronesian alliance. That things are unfolding this way will surprise no one with a knowledge of global political history and the theory and practice of international relations. Conflict is highly likely whenever a hegemon confronts a formidable rising power. Now, this doesn't mean war is inescapable, but it does mean that war is a serious risk unless a balance of power can be struck, with the nations peacefully negotiating their rivalry, deterring each other on some points, and reaching mutually beneficial compromises on others. The new AUKUS Pact is Biden's attempt to begin a new, more pointed stage in the process of balancing between these United States and the Communist Chinese Empire. Having made this choice, Biden must be ready and willing to accept that countries around the world will strike their own deals with one side or the other, some staying in the American orbit, others gravitating to Greater China, and still others attempting both at once, or neither. Now, the Fifth French Republic will undoubtedly remain a NATO ally for the purposes of defending European security, for example, but it may now go its own way in Asia, partially upending bilateral relationships along the way. That's yet another respect in which the current geopolitical situation resembles the 19th century far more than the Cold War. Instead of the ideologically simplified Manichaean world to which we grew accustomed after 1945, we now confront a geopolitical order marked by multifarious complexity, potentially including multiple cross-cutting regional alliances, trade deals, shared technological projects, and economic rivalries and points of interdependence. Donald Trump's decision to back out of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which Communist China now aspires to join, may well come to be remembered as the biggest strategic blunder of his presidency, perhaps of all American history, since it puts us at a significant disadvantage on trade with Asia at the very moment when we would benefit from a unified front in challenging Beijing. So is it even possible to win a grand game? Britannia did quite well at its own for several decades, until its alliance with Russia against the Vaterland of Grand Germany got it ensnared in a catastrophic war that ultimately precipitated the loss of its empire and its attendant decline on the world stage. So in the end, no nation wins any geopolitical game in a permanent sense. Powers rise, and then they fall. The key is to avoid disaster and arrest the inevitable for as long as possible. Joe Biden has begun to indicate how he will attempt to do this. Whether he's going about it in the wisest way is something we will be debating for some time to come. But one thing is fairly certain already. We won't get very far if we force present events into a Cold War framework that can no longer contain them. So, in terms of what we've said thus far, the United States and Communist China, in all this complexity, this new grand game, or NGG, that complexity was in full play when United States President Joseph Biden held his virtual summit with Communist China's ultimate dictator, Xi Jinping. Antony J. Blinken, the U.S. Secretary of State, has called managing the relationship with China the biggest geopolitical test of the 21st century. Yet China has vexed American policy. Communist China on the mainland has vexed American policymakers ever since Mao's armies took control of the nation, liberated it, in both Russo-American Allied and Chinese Communist Party's parlance, back in 1949. In the decades that followed, the party drove the economy to ruin. Then the government changed course, and Red China got much, much richer. Now, Mr. Xi, China's ultimate totalitarian leader since 2013, wants to restore his empire's primacy in the global order. To quoteist Mr. Xi, "The East is rising, and the West is declining." There are nigh half a dozen main fronts in the contest that is defining this era of the grand game. Human rights and freedoms, of course. The Communist Party's leaders have for decades bristled at outside criticisms of their authoritarian governance, calling them intrusions on national sovereignty. But as the Chi-Com Party under Mr. Xi has doubled down on its iron-fisted approach to dissent, Red China's confrontations with these United States over values and freedoms have become more frequent. That's probably the closest we've got to an ideology. On either side, Washington has imposed sanctions on Red Chinese officials over Beijing's sharp response to the 2019 pro-democracy protests in Hong Kong, and they did that under Donald Trump. The Commerce Department has restricted U.S. exports to companies involved in China's crackdown in Xinjiang, the northwestern region where hundreds of thousands of Uyghurs and other predominantly Muslim minorities, indeed millions, have been detained for so-called re-education and indoctrination and forced mass sterilization. American officials have also expressed concern about labor programs involving workers from Xinjiang who are transferred to factories and cities. The idea behind such transfer programs is that steady work can alleviate poverty and instill loyalty to the Communist Party, but all experts concur that the programs involve harsh methods that amount to, well, slavery, forced labor. It's like the Russians sending people to Siberia, only the Chinese are sending them to cities in mega factories to be worked unto death. Of course, the Communist Chinese flatly deny the use of forced slave labor in the region and called accusations of genocide there the lie of the century. Beijing officials say their policies in Xinjiang are meant to curb religious extremism. Well, they're going to have to worry about that with the Taliban on their doorstep. Then the Chinese want strength in commerce. The trade war started by the Trump administration is technically on pause, but the Biden team has continued protesting Red China's economic policies that led Mr. Trump to begin imposing tariffs on Chinese goods, including Beijing's extensive support for steel, solar cells, computer chips, and other domestic industries. In other words, their so-called businesses are all state-sponsored, meaning, well, they can't fail. You've got the government giving you permanent contract. The sweetest deal there ever was. But yestermenses, last month, Catherine Tai, the United States trade representative, that is, of Taiwanese extraction, said, these policies have reinforced a zero-sum dynamic in the world economy. Red China's growth and prosperity comes at the expense of workers and economic opportunity here in these United States. You tell him, Cat. The cycle of tariffs and counter-tariffs that began in 2018 showed how interconnected the two countries' economies are, and how vulnerable they remain if either side goes further to decouple them. The tariff fight has prompted Mr. Xi to declare that China's economy needs to be driven primarily by domestic demand and homegrown innovation, and only secondarily by exports, in what he calls a dual circulation strategy. In other words, we sell to ourselves. Beijing officials say this does not mean Red China is closing the door to foreign investment and foreign goods, because China can't grow without them. But the climate of economic nationalism has already ignited a new interest and investment in homegrown brands. Chinese consumers are increasingly intolerant of foreign companies that fail to toe the party's line on Hong Kong, Tibet, and any other hot-button issues, or are otherwise seen as disrespectful to mainland China. As a result, Hollywood studios have all completely stopped producing movies with any communist Chinese villains. Yet one of China's biggest recent blockbusters, a government-sponsored epic, celebrates a bloody victory over the Americans during the Korean War. And then the Chinese want dominance around the Pacific. The United States has used its naval and aerial might to enforce order across the Pacific region since what they claim was the end of the Second World War. This is not a state of affairs that Red China will accept for the long term. As China has built up its military presence in region, the Biden administration has sought to widen America's alliances with Australia, the Empire of Japan, Asian India, and other nations. Beijing regards such actions as dangerous provocations meant to secure American hegemony. The major inevitable flashpoint is my Taiwan, the self-governing democratic island that the Communist Chinese Party regards as Chinese territory. Mr. Xi has vowed to achieve the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. That, of course, means that they know they need that supermassive industrial strength shot in the arm of high-technology Taiwan, a project that includes bringing my Taiwan under Chinese control. China has flown more and more warplanes into the aerospace near my Taiwan, sending a reminder that it has never ruled out annexing my island by force. American presidents have long been vague about how forcefully the United States would come to my Taiwan's defense. This strategic ambiguity is meant to avoid provoking Beijing and signal to my island's leaders that they should not declare independence with the idea that America would ever have their back. Even so, the administrations of both Mr. Biden and former President Donald John Trump have stepped up U.S. support for my Taiwan. American warships have sailed through the Taiwan Strait. Small teams of troops have conducted training with the Taiwanese military. And when asked in October whether these United States would protect Taiwan, Mr. Biden bluntly said, "Yes, we have a commitment to do that." The White House quickly said his remark did not represent a change in U.S. policy. But twice in recent months, President Biden has publicly affirmed a U.S. commitment to defend my Taiwan should Red China attack. Both times, the White House walked his comments back, admitting that no such formal obligation exists. While the media was quick to pounce on Biden's gaffes, as if he were getting senile, it's likely that the Communist Chinese received his message loud and clear. America has my Taiwan's back. The United States has no mutual defense treaty with my Taiwan, as they do with the Empire of Japan and the Republic of South Korea. On the contrary, since the 1979 Taiwan Relations Act, Washington has explicitly recognized my island as a part of Red China. Since then, strategic ambiguity has governed American Taiwan policy. Washington will not support my island's independence so long as mainland China refrains from seizing it by force. Under strongman Xi Jinping, however, Winnie the Pooh, Red China has escalated a war of nerves with my Taiwan, which lies but 80 miles offshore. It continues to build military bases on contested islands in the South China Sea and conduct aggressive military exercises that, but yestermentsies, last month, included sending dozens of jet fighters into my Taiwan's ADZ, or Air Defense Zone. It's part of a broader pattern of hyper-nationalist behavior under Xi that is sparking a global backlash. It includes Red China's predatory trade practices, technology theft and cyber espionage, the horrific ethnic cleansing of its Uyghur minority, of white people no less, smothering dissent and democracy in Hong Kong, and Beijing's bullying attempts to use Red China's economic might and wolf warrior diplomacy to silence critics round the world. Against this backdrop, it's not surprising that Joe Biden feels the need to restate America's strategic and moral interest in preventing Red China from ever attaining the prize of my Taiwan. American public opinion seems to be moving in this direction too. In its 2021 survey of public views on foreign policy, the Chicago Council on Global Affairs proved that, for the first time, a majority of Americans, 53%, favor deploying U.S. troops to defend my Taiwan if Red China invades. And so, China hopes to overcome this with Well, on the other front of conflict, high-tech supremacy. I don't know if you know this, but Silicon Valley's internet giants have mostly been shut out of Red China for years. The latest one to leave was Microsoft's LinkedIn, which in October gave up trying to run its service under Beijing's censorship requirements, which simply proved too strenuous. Plenty of other American tech companies still do big business in China, including Apple, Tesla, Qualcomm, and Intel. This feeds all kinds of concerns in Washington, that red Chinese agents are siphoning those companies' technology and secrets, that the products they make in Red China are vulnerable to cyber meddling, that they are compromising on professed values in playing by Beijing's rules. It's a vicious cycle. The Trump administration's crippling of Huawei, the Chi-Com or Commu-Chinese telecommunications giant, has made Beijing more conscious of how easily the United States can use its economic clout to limit Red China's access to advanced technology. In recent years, Mr. Xi has repeatedly said that Red China needs to achieve self-reliance. In May, he told a conference that technological innovation has become the main battleground in the global strategic game. Get it? He's saying the great game. That, in turn, has made U.S. officials even more alert about stopping sensitive American know-how from ending up in communist Chinese hands. Washington agencies are more closely scrutinizing Chinese tech investments in these United States. Chinese-born scientists working in America have been arrested on accusations of concealing ties to the communist Chinese state, though the Justice Department has dropped some of those cases. But most of all, what mainland China wants is a voice in world leadership. China's leaders see signs of American decline everywhere of late. In the nation's fumbled handling of the coronavirus pandemic, in its internal divisions over race, in its chaotic withdrawal from Afghanistan. They want a bigger voice in global leadership. They have sought a greater role in Western-dominated institutions like the World Health Organization. They have created their own version of the World Bank to finance development in poor countries. They have tried to expand the loose coalition of nations, including Russia, Iran, and Cuba, that share their frustration with Western bullying and meddling. Beijing officials insist that America need not see Red China's ascent as any kind of threat. In September, Red China's foreign minister, Wang Yi, told Mr. Biden's climate envoy, John Kerry, that America's major strategic misjudgment was behind the two empires' deteriorating relations. Mr. Wang cited an ancient Chinese proverb stating, "He who tied the knot must untie it." Now, Chinese influence, like authoritarian influence more broadly, can take even subtler forms, using carrots rather than sticks. If you go along with the official line, if you don't criticize Red China's human rights record, opportunities will emerge for you. McKinsey & Company is a management consulting firm, founded in 1926 by University of Chicago professor James O. McKinsey, that advises on strategic management to corporations, governments, and other organizations that held a tone-deaf corporate retreat in Kashgar circa 2018, just a few miles away from a Uyghur mass internment camp. Now, McKinsey had good reasons not to talk about human rights at the retreat. According to the New York Times, the consulting giant at the time of that event advised 22 of the 100 largest Chinese state-run communist companies, including one that had helped construct the artificial islands in the South China Sea that have so alarmed the U.S. military. But perhaps it's unfair for me to pick on McKinsey. The list of major American corporations caught in tangled webs of personal, financial, and business links to communist China, reactionary Russia, and other autocracies is, as I said, too long to recount. During the heavily manipulated and deliberately confusing Russian elections in September of this year, both Apple and Google removed apps that had been designed to help Russian voters decide which opposition candidates to select, after Russian authorities threatened to prosecute those companies as local employees. The apps had been created by Alexei Navalny's anti-corruption movement, the most viable opposition movement in the country, which was itself not allowed to participate in the election campaign. Navalny himself, who remains in prison on ludicrous, that is, laughably ridiculous charges, made a statement via Twitter excoriating American democracy's most famous corporate moguls. To quote us therefrom, "It's one thing when the internet monopolists are ruled by cute, freedom-loving nerds who with solid life principles. It is completely different when the people in charge of them are both cowardly and greedy. Standing in front of the huge screens, they tell us about making the world a better place, but on the inside, they are liars and hypocrites." The lists of other industries that might be similarly described as cowardly and greedy it's so long as to drive me to distraction, extending even to Hollywood, pop music, and sports. When distributors became nervous about a possible communist Chinese backlash to a 2012 MGM remake of a Cold War-era movie that recast the Soviet invaders as Chinese, Red Dawn, the studio had the film digitally altered to make the bad guys North Korean instead, because, the North Koreans could really invade us and occupy us, right? Dude, they're fucking starving. That's like, you might as well say, the Ethiopians at the time of the Great Famine invaded. In 2019, the NBA commissioner, Adam Silver, along with a number of basketball stars, expressed remorse to communist China after the general manager of the Houston Rockets tweeted support for the Democrats of Hong Kong. Even more abject was the work entitled Kazakh, Q-A-Z-A-Q, talk about Q, anyone? Subtitled History of the Golden Man, a fawning 8-hour documentary about the life of Nursultan Nazarbayev, the brutal, lifelong dictator of Kazakhstan, produced in 2021, just this year, by the Hollywood director Oliver Stone, father of Sean Stone. Or the man, I should say, who interviewed Michael Aquino not once, but twice. Or consider what the rapper Nicki Minaj did in 2015 when she was criticized for giving a concert in Angola, hosted by a company co-owned by the daughter of that country's dictator, Jose Eduardo dos Santos. Minaj posted 2 photos of herself on Instagram, one in which she's draped in the Angolan flag, and another alongside the dictator's daughter. It was captioned with these immortal words. "Oh, no big deal. She's just the 8th richest woman in the world. At least that's what I was told by someone before we took this photo. Laugh out loud. Yikes!" And then in all the uppercase, "Girl power! This motivates me so much." Her words. All her words. If the autocrats and the kleptocrats feel no shame, why should American celebrities who profit from their largesse? Why should their fans? Why should their sponsors? Freedom House, which has published an annual Freedom in the World report for nearly 100 years, called its 2021 edition Democracy Under Siege. The Stanford scholar Larry Diamond calls this an era of democratic regression. Not everyone is equally gloomy. Sergej Popovich, the democracy activist, argues that confrontations between autocrats and their populations are growing harsher precisely because democratic movements are becoming more articulate and better organized. But just about everyone who thinks hard about this subject agrees that the old diplomatic toolbox once used to support Democrats around the world is rusty and out of date. The tactics that used to work no longer do. Certainly sanctions, especially when hastily applied in the aftermath of some outrage, do not have the impact they once did. They can sometimes seem, as Stephen Biguin, the former Deputy Secretary of State, puts it, an exercise in self-gratification. In other words, masturbation. on par with sternly worded condemnations of the latest farcical election. That doesn't mean they have no impact at all. But although personal sanctions on corrupt Russian officials might make it impossible for some Russians to visit their homes in Cap Ferrat, say, or their children at the London School of Economics, they haven't persuaded Putin to stop invading other countries, interfering in European and American politics, or poisoning his own dissidents. Neither have decades of U.S. sanctions changed the behavior of the Iranian regime or the Venezuelan commissarocracy, despite their indisputable economic impact. Too often, sanctions are allowed to deteriorate over time. Just as often, autocracies now help one another get around them. The centrality of democracy in American foreign policy has been declining for many years. America does still spend money on projects that might loosely be called democracy assistance, but the amounts are very low compared with what the authoritarian world is prepared to put up. The National Endowment for Democracy, a unique institution that has an independent board, received $300 million of congressional funding yesteryear to support civic organizations, non-state media, and educational projects in about 100 autocracies and weak democracies around the world. American foreign language broadcasters, having survived the Trump administration's still inexplicable attempt to destroy them, also continue to serve as independent sources of what information can be had from some closed societies. But while Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty spends just over $22 million on Russian language broadcasting, to take one example, every year, and the Voice of America just over $8 million more, the Russian government spends billions on the Russian language state media that are seen and heard all over Eastern Europe, from United Germany to Moldova to Kazakhstan. The $33 million that Radio Free Asia spends to broadcast in Burmese, Cantonese, Khmer, the language of the Cambodians, Korean, Lao, Mandarin, Tibetan, Uyghur, and Vietnamese, pales besides the billions that Red China spends on media and communications both inside its borders and around the world. Our efforts are even smaller than they look, because traditional media are only a part of how modern autocracies promote themselves. We don't yet have a real answer to China's Belt and Road Initiative, which offers infrastructure deals to countries around the globe, often enabling local leaders to skim kickbacks and garnering positive Red China subsidized media coverage in return. We don't have the equivalent of a Commu-Chinese reunited front, or any other strategy for shaping debate within and about Red China. We don't run online influence campaigns inside Russia. We don't have any answer to the disinformatia, the disinformation injected by troll farms abroad that circulates on Facebook inside this United States, let alone a plan for countering the disinformatia that circulates inside autocracies. President Biden is well aware of this imbalance and says he wants to reinvigorate the Democratic Alliance and America's leading role within it. To that end, the president is convening an online summit on December 9th and 10th to galvanize commitments and initiatives in aid of three themes: defending against authoritarianism, fighting corruption, and promoting respect for human rights. Well, that sounds nice. But unless it heralds deep changes in our own behavior, it means very little. Fighting corruption is not just a foreign policy issue after all. If we in the democratic world are serious about it, then we can no longer allow Kazakhs and Venezuelans to purchase property anonymously in London or Miami, or the rulers of Angola and Myanmar to hide money in Delaware or Nevada. We need, in other words, to make changes to our own system, and that may require overcoming fierce domestic resistance from the business groups that benefit therefrom. We need to shut down tax havens, enforce money laundering laws, Stop selling security and surveillance technology to autocracies, and divest from the most vicious regimes altogether. We here will need to include Europe, especially the United Kingdom, as well as partners elsewhere, and that will require a lot of vigorous diplomacy. The same is true of the fight for human rights. Statements made at a diplomatic summit won't achieve much if politicians, citizens, and businesses don't act as if they matter. To effect real change, the Biden administration will have to ask hard questions and make big decisions. How can we force Apple and Google to respect the rights of Russian Democrats? How can we ensure that Western manufacturers have excluded from their supply chains anything produced in a Uyghur concentration camp? We need a major investment in independent media around the world, a strategy for reaching people inside autocracies, new international institutions to replace the defunct human rights bodies at the United Nations. We need a way to coordinate democratic nations' response when autocracies commit crimes outside their borders, whether that's the Russian state murdering people in Berlin or Salisbury, England, the Belarusian dictator hijacking a commercial flight, a skyjacking by a sovereign state, or communist Chinese operatives harassing exiles in Washington, D.C., our own capital. As of now, we have no transnational strategy designed to confront this transnational problem. This absence of strategy reflects more than negligence. The centrality of democracy to American foreign policy has been declining for many years, at about the same pace, perhaps not coincidentally, as the decline of respect for democracy in America itself. The Trump presidency was a 4-year display of contempt, not just for the American political process, but for America's historic democratic allies, whom he singled out for abuse. The Trump, as president, described the British and German leaders as losers, and the Canadian Prime Minister as dishonest and weak, while he cozied up to autocrats, the Turkish dictator, the Russian dictator, the Saudi ruling dynasty, and the North Korean family mafia among them, with whom he felt more comfortable, and no wonder. He has shared their ethos of no questions asked investments for many years. In 2008, the year the world economy collapsed, the Russian oligarch Dmitry Rybolovlev, as in Loveless, paid Trump $95 million United States dollars, more than twice what Trump had paid just 4 years earlier for a house in Palm Beach no one else seemed to want. In 2012, Trump put his name on a building in Baku, Azerbaijan, owned by a company with apparent links to Iran's Revolutionary Guards Corps. Trump feels perfectly at home in Autocracy Incorporated, and he accelerated the erosion of the rules and norms that has allowed it to take root in America. At the same time, a part of the American left has abandoned the idea that democracy belongs at the heart of U.S. foreign policy, not out of greed and cynicism, but out of a loss of faith in democracy at home. Convinced that the history of America is the history of genocide, slavery, exploitation, and not much else, they don't see the value of making common cause with Sviatlana Tsikhanouskaya, Nurziman Abdurshid, or any of the other ordinary people around the world forced into politics by their experience of profound injustice. Focused on America's own bitter problems, they no longer believe America has anything to offer the rest of the world. Although the Hong Kong pro-democracy protesters waving American flags believe many of the same things we believe, their requests for American support in 2019 did not elicit a significant wave of youthful activism in these United States, not even something comparable to the anti-apartheid movement of the 1980s. incorrectly identifying the promotion of democracy around the world with forever wars, they fail to understand the brutality of the zero-sum competition now unfolding in front of us. Nature abhors a vacuum, and so does geopolitics. If the American empire removes the promotion of democracy from its foreign policy, if America ceases to interest itself in the fate of other democracies and democratic movements, then autocracies will quickly take our place as sources of influence, funding, and ideas. Back at the time of the Vietnam War, the reactionary right was quite correct when they said, if we don't fight them on the Mekong, we'll be fighting them on the Mississippi. Well, we lost on the Mekong, and we lost our youth on the Mississippi. The elderly are radicalized rightists. The youth of America are loser leftists. And now they are as apathetic do-nothings, the perfect tools of the enemy as much as the activated elderly of the autocratic insurgency on the Republican side of the divide. If Americans, together with our allies, fail to fight the habits and practices of autocracy abroad, we will encounter them at home. Indeed, they are already here. Welcome to the show of Kyle Rittenhouse and the adults in the room. To reiterate, the now 18-year-old Rittenhouse is charged with reckless homicide, intentional homicide, and attempted intentional homicide after he shot 2 men and wounded a third during a night of protest and civil unrest in Kenosha in August of yesteryear. The unrest itself was a response to the shooting of Jacob Blake by a Kenosha police officer after a domestic disturbance. Blake was left paralyzed from the waist down for the rest of his life. Rittenhouse is claiming self-defense because it's totally normal for sane, rational people to drive to a different state and defend someone else's community by openly carrying an AR-15 and pointing it at strangers during a crowded, volatile protest. What could possibly go wrong? The family and loved ones of the 2 dead victims can answer that question. But what can sensible adults agree on regarding Kyle Rittenhouse, the latest young symbol on whom America can hang its devastating internal division and the newest tool for social media networks to monetize sans regard to individual and societal hurt? Those who believe in the rule of law, which should be all of us, might start with the notion that a murder trial involving self-defense is more, well, no more and no less than that. In this instance, the jury is sworn to consider whether or not the prosecution has proved that Rittenhouse, who shot and killed 2 people during unrest just over the state line in Kenosha last summer, did not act in self-defense. Their job is to avoid the partisan columnists with the easy fodder and virulent Twitter feeds, the media circus, the crowd that thinks the now 18-year-old is a hero, the crowd that thinks the teen is a villain, the pundits insisting that Rittenhouse carries symbolic weight due to his race, and that messages must be sent. A functioning democracy means that the jury must only consider the evidence in front of it. And a functioning democracy means Americans must accept their verdict peacefully, pending any lawful appeals. Rioting achieves nothing except more potential bloodshed and loss of livelihood. Most likely, more Kyle Rittenhouses, too. That's the starting place. Once we've all admitted that, and the majority have not, we can have reasonable opinions, if not options. No rational person should believe that the protection of life or property in Kenosha was rightfully the province of a then 17-year-old from Illinois armed with an AR-15 styled rifle. Whatever the permissions of Wisconsin gun laws, or the outcome of this particular trial, it is irrefutable that Rittenhouse, an Antioch resident, injected himself into a situation that did not concern him, and that, as a minor, he was not at all equipped to handle. When it comes to keeping order in socially fraught situations, we can all agree that armed 17-year-old civilians raging with hormones, the agony and ecstasy of adolescence, are not the best suited to the task at hand. We can all agree that whatever did or did not happen, as Rittenhouse stood on the streets of Kenosha with his lethal weapon, it would have been better had he not been there at all. Demonstrably, he and his gun inflamed an already volatile situation. The two people he fatally shot would now be alive. It is possible to believe that truth and still think that he acted in self-defense. Thoughtful conservatives should be able to argue, as many have, that the authorities in Kenosha did not do enough to protect local businesses or citizens, and yet still allow, as many have not, that Rittenhouse's presence on those streets that night did not aid the situation. Those on the right treating Rittenhouse as a hero must surely see that if we all went around correcting perceived inadequacies of politicians, prosecutors, and police officers with our personal armaments in vigilante bands of teenagers, this nation would fall into a state of armed chaos that would serve none of us. For this to be even under debate by rational Americans in the 21st century is indicative of just how dire the state of the nation has become. Thoughtful liberals should be able to decry the threatening presence of an armed interloper and yet still weigh Rittenhouse's contention that those he encountered in Kenosha acted towards him with aggression, a situation on which his defense has built its case. Those on the left, treating Rittenhouse as a villain, must surely see that ordinary people in Kenosha did not deserve to have their businesses destroyed or feel that their personal safety was threatened by a mob. What nobody seems to understand is that for any of this to improve, those on the one side or the other must be willing to take a stand against their own allies. Now, don't hold your breath. That will happen. And note that social media would be unlikely to amplify such stands, even if they do occur. Those channels thrive on amplifying hate. For reasonable people of all stripes, the Rittenhouse trial is deeply depressing. As this cold civil war drags on in this nation, discussions of the role of parents and children, or who failed whom, or whose responsibility was what, have ceased to be helpful, especially when blood flows on Midwestern streets. They've become merely partisan fuel, not unlike the debate over whether Rittenhouse would be treated differently if he were something other than himself. Go down that road, and the teen on trial for murder becomes a dehumanized symbol, a cipher. The only order of business of a court of law is the unraveling of particular specific facts and a fair judgment of one individual in one particular place and one particular time, even though he should never have been there at all. If this country were doing a better job with all its young, he never would have been. That is what we should all be agreeing on. We should be calming the circus, letting the jury do its job, lamenting loss of life and property on all sides, wishing calm for the hard-working people of Kenosha. We should be acknowledging there is plenty of blame to go around for this mess, and it doesn't matter what you think about race or politics or gun laws or anything else. But the Rittenhouse trial is the pendulum swinging back after George Floyd. Instead of the backlash, it is the white lash. The Rittenhouse case and the Ahmaud Arbery death trial reflect deepening political and racial divides. Overwhelmingly white juries are deciding both the Kyle Rittenhouse and Ahmaud Arbery cases. That city of 100,000 or so on Lake Michigan itself was quiet, calm, and peaceful this Sunday, and many residents wanted to remain that way even as closing arguments in the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse got underway on Monday, opening this work week. Most of the streets were empty around town, and not many people were out, perhaps because of the inclement weather and the cold. As the trial nears its end, Wisconsin Governor Tony Evers is asking visitors to stay away from Kenosha, issuing a statement to such effect, and here I read therefrom. I urge folks who are otherwise not from the area to please respect the community by reconsidering any plans to travel there. The Kenosha community has been strong, resilient, and has come together through incredibly difficult times these past 2 years, and that healing is still ongoing. The state of Wisconsin has dispatched 1,000 National Guard troops, and hundreds of nearby police officers will also be available as a precaution to ensure public safety during the conclusion of the trial. But the increased attention and the additional presence of law enforcement have taken a toll upon the city, which isn't as vibrant as it once was. To quote its downtown resident, Max Lewis, it's affected the energy of the city in a negative way. It's not the same. Everyone is trying to avoid the situation as well as keep an eye out on the situation. We're a little dismayed by the situation. This case should have been cut and dry. You kill 2 people in the street, you get punished for it. End of story. John Eason, an assistant sociology professor at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, said closing arguments and the verdict will be a pivotal moment for America. To quote his team, I think the mood in Wisconsin, not just Kenosha, is that they're over the whole racial awakening. All signs are this is going to be the case that vindicates white people. If the peak of the country's social justice reckoning was George Floyd, then this is the pendulum swinging back. This is the tipping point back to white. The Blake family, too, believes the trial has national implications. Jacob Blake's uncle is the 52-year-old Justin Blake, who wants justice for the people Rittenhouse shot and killed. To quote his he, well, I think very much they want to get this behind them. Most of the people believe he shouldn't have been here with this weapon. Most of the people seem as though they want a conviction. For the Blake family, it'll be a small token of victory because these people were gathered around after coming from Jacob Blake's rally. It's about the state of Wisconsin and the nation. Either way, this case could set a precedent about gun rights. Now, before his sermon on Sunday, Patrick Roberts, the pastor of the First Baptist Church, said, Kenosha's ready to move on. Everybody has been calm, and the community understands that it needs to heal. In his sermon, Robert said that it's time for the community to come together. To quote his T, God responds to cries. So in order for the community of Kenosha to heal, we have to cry out in our prayers to God. We know what's going on. We see the news. We live here. Turn away from bad conduct, bad character. Turn away from evil, Kenosha, especially at night. People died. Fear ruled the streets of a town. The verdict here is not the most important question, no matter how it seems upon your screen. This is what history will judge us on. What are we all doing to make sure the trial of Kyle Rittenhouse never happens again? Because the cult around a teen killer is tied to the Capitol riot, far-right panic over critical race theory, and oh so much more. Mark my words, Kyle Rittenhouse worship is just the beginning for the twisted Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. For the modern, the postmodern, so-called conservative, the reactionary movement in America, it's accountability for thee and none for me. Cruelty for you, but civility for me. And every day you must concede to white supremacy or be canceled by the increasingly radicalized and weaponized Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency. This oppressive, maddening double standard and their vision for the future of our diverse country is exquisitely captured in the farcical trial of Kyle Rittenhouse, who drove across state lines and wielded an AR-15 to kill 2 people at a Black Lives Matter protest in Wisconsin. And yay, if Rittenhouse were black or brown, we would only see chalk lines and his body on a gurney covered in a white shroud. That is, he might well have been shot and killed by the police, or else pilloried and hounded by mainstream media who have consistently referred to men of color as thugs and criminals. Aspiring right-wing political figure and hillbilly elegy enthusiast J.D. Vance introduced a new terminology in a tweet this week, notoriously suggesting black men are wolves who set fire to their communities, and defended Rittenhouse as a boy without a father whose human nature told him to go and defend what no one else is defending. Not content with his racist dog whistle, Vance also exercised some good old-fashioned Judeophobia to suggest Rittenhouse and other culture warriors like he are fighting global monopolists, otherwise known as the Jews, to white supremacists and postmodern Republicans. Through the lens of the prism of white supremacy, white killers like Rittenhouse can never be criminals, the antagonists, or the bad guys. They are the heroes, romanticized and lionized for trying to save and defend white Western civilization under attack by the insidious forces of wokeness, which is weaponized by the right as a smear to defame all people of color and their allies who are trying to demand equality, racial justice, and fairness, and lionizing a teenage killer who may duck justice any day now is just the tip of an increasingly terrifying iceberg. In 1915, the seeds of this delusional narrative of history were captured in D.W. Griffith's blockbuster movie The Birth of a Nation, in which the heroes violently suppress newly freed black people, allegedly using their emancipation to replace white power and try to rape white women. This movie, the cinematic equivalent of Avengers Endgame of its day, revived the KKK, a terrorist organization that was composed of suburban dads, law enforcement, clergy, and elected officials who exorcised their tremendous economic anxiety while wearing hoods. Famously, or infamously, President Woodrow Wilson loved the movie and screened it at the White House. If Rittenhouse is not a hero, then he's to become a victim, or a martyr like Ashley Babbitt, a violent insurrectionist who died while trying to storm our U.S. Capitol. President Trump has tried his best to redefine her as an innocent, wonderful, incredible woman, and she has been defended by the Russo collaborationist, Red Republican Representative Paul Gosar, who claims she was executed by the Capitol Police. Gosar also pals around with white nationalists when he isn't busy tweeting anime clips imagining violence against Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. In fact, the thousands of MAGA supporters who took over the U.S. Capitol to try to literally cancel a free and fair election are seen by the right wing as heroes who tried to defend this country from the insidious deep state, a conspiratorial catch-all for forces that are opposed to right-wing authoritarianism. And this now apparently includes Representative Liz Cheney, once the third highest ranking Republican, who voted with Trump 93% of the time, but is now an outcast simply because she thinks almost being killed with her colleagues by a violent mob is a bit too much. The fact that the Republicans have taken a party-wide vote to render it their policy that Elizabeth Cheney is never to be considered by them as a Republican, despite the fact that she be registered as such, proves the Republican Party is now naught but a personality cult to their anti-Messiah Donald Trump. Currently, Rittenhouse has become a cause célèbre for Second Amendment rights, pushing back against BLM, Black Lives Matter, and wokeness in general, whatever that means, and concealed carry. He joins Mark McCloskey, the wealthy white suburbanite, who along with his wife brandished firearms against peaceful BLM protesters outside their St. Louis home. They pleaded guilty to misdemeanor offenses, but were later pardoned by Republican Missouri Governor Mike Parsons. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency did not admonish them for being irrational and unhinged aggressors. Instead, the couple was given prime real estate at the RNC, the Republican National Committee, to address the nation and warn them about the impending nigger zombie attack on the suburbs. Talk about suburban commandos. They're living in The Walking Dead. Of course, The Walking Dead are all black. Or colored. I guess you kind of become that way. I mean, you turn blue, right? Well, the majority of them. I mean, whites call other people colored, but they blush. And they turn gray when they die. And they're pink when they're born. I mean, they're a fucking rainbow, and they call everybody else colored. Naturally, Mark McCloskey is now running for Senate as a Republican. If the Republicans gain power in 2022, and it seems likely they will, then this upside down will become our permanent unreality. A throwback to how things were before 1954, the year Brown versus Board of Education ruled that segregation was unconstitutional. The institutions and its gatekeepers that are meant to enforce the laws and maintain order will simply be instruments for white minority rule, easily manipulated like Play-Doh to ensure white power by any means necessary. Just look at the outrageous behavior of Judge Bruce Schroeder, who seems to be doing double duty as Rittenhouse's defense attorney. How can we expect a fair trial when Schroeder ruled those killed by Rittenhouse could never be called victims? And when he refused to issue a new arrest warrant after Rittenhouse allegedly violated the terms of his bond? Just to avoid subtlety, Judge Schroeder's cell went off during the trial playing Les Greenwood's God Bless the USA, which is blared at every Trump rally. He also allowed evidence where a police officer told Rittenhouse, "We appreciate you." I wouldn't be surprised if Kyle Rittenhouse walks scot-free and eventually straight to Congress as a Republican senator or to Fox News headquarters as a host. Critics allege that Dietrich he be being hysterical, and they'd support Rittenhouse even if he were black. History provides another reading. Circa 1967, the year after I was born, 30 members of the Black Panthers protested at my Golden, California State House armed with pistols and shotguns. Republican Governor Ronald Reagan immediately responded by passing the Mulford Act that repealed the law allowing the open carry of loaded firearms, a sweeping gun control act supported by the NRA and all conservatives. The lesson? Assault rifles and concealed carry for us, but none for you. Unless you're Winsome Xirs, who became as the first woman elected as Virginia's lieutenant governoress. She campaigned with a photo of herself holding a rifle. That's apparently fine because she's also a Republican and capes for whiteness. Imagine how they'd respond if Ilhan Omar posted a similar photo and touted, "Defund the police!" Unfortunately, if Republicans get more power, we can't even learn about this history or talk about racism and white supremacy because they are aggressively trying to whitewash history all across the country. Through projection and hypocrisy, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency embodies the very cancel culture they allegedly fear from the woke mob. In Virginia, Governor-elect Youngkin ran and won on the manufactured CRT, critical race theory scare, to appeal to the racial anxiety of white women. Apparently, school shooting massacres and murderers like Rittenhouse are fine, but beloved, the work, the literary piece, is just too terrifying. Virginia school board members just followed it up by suggesting that they burn sexually explicit books. At least give them to me instead. Across the country, the Red Republican insurgency is proposing 100 bills to ban CRT, critical race theory, which isn't taught in elementary schools. Stop teaching about racism and diversity, and ban books. In Texas, a Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgent lawmaker has already submitted a list of 850 books that he wishes to be purged. This is the rewrite of American history to pave the way for white minority rule by any means necessary. America will be a country where all standards, rules, norms, and institutions will bend to accommodate, rationalize, and mollify white rage, anxiety, and violence. Democracy and this country will burn. But at least Rittenhouse and his conservative defenders will be standing on top of the raging fire, using offensive books as kindling, holding their assault rifles, smiling with the delusion that they truly are the masters of a crumbling empire. So hearken ye, if Americans don't help to hold murderous regimes outside our own to account, those regimes will retain their sense of impunity. They will continue to steal, blackmail, torture, and intimidate inside their countries and inside ours. Because the Republican Party is now in its end stages. The Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency has become, in form if not in content, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union of the late 1970s. We are living in a time of bad metaphors. Everything is fascism or socialism. Hitler's Germany or Stalin's Soviet Union. But Republicans, especially, want their followers to believe that America is on the verge of a dramatic time, a moment of great conflict, such as 1968, or perhaps, even worse, 1860. The drama is the point, of course. No one ever says, we're living through 1955. Ironically, the Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency is indeed replicating another political party in another time, but not as the heroes they imagined themselves to be. The Republican Party has become, in form, if not in content, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union of the late 1970s. I had to say it again because I can already hear the howls about invidious comparisons. I do not mean that modern American Republicans are communists. Rather, I mean that the Republicans have entered their own kind of end-stage Bolshevism, as members of a party that is now exhausted by its failures, cynical about its own ideology, authoritarian by reflex, controlled as a personality cult by a failing old man, and looking for new adventures to rejuvenate its fortunes. No one thinks much about the Soviet Union in the late 1970s, and no one really should. This was a time referred to by the last Soviet leader, Mikhail Gorbachev, as the Vremya Zastoya, the era of stagnation. By that point, the Soviet Communist Party was a spent force, and ideological conviction was mostly for chumps like Mikhail himself, as he later admitted, because he really believed it, and fanatics. A handful of party ideologues and the senior officers of the Soviet military, because they were but politicians in uniform, might still have believed in Marxism-Leninism, the melding of aspirational communism to one-party dictatorship. But by and large, Soviet citizens knew that the party's formulations about the rights of all people were just window dressing for rule by a small circle of old men in the Kremlin. The party itself was not a party in any Western sense, but a vehicle for a cabal of elites, with a cult of personality at its center. The Soviet leader, Leonid Brezhnev, was an utterly mediocre man, but by the late 1970s he had cemented his grip on the Communist Party by elevating opportunists and cronies around him who insisted publicly and privately that Brezhnev was a heroic genius. Factories and streets and even a city were named for him, and he promoted himself to the top military rank of Marshal of the Soviet Union. He awarded himself so many honors and medals that, in a common Soviet joke of the time, a small earthquake in Moscow was said to have been caused by Brezhnev's medal-festooned military overcoat falling off its hanger. The nomenklatura, the elite leaders of this supposedly classless society, indeed classless it was, but in a different sense, were corrupt plutocrats, governors by money, a mafia dressed in Marxism. The party was infested by careerists, and its grip on power was defended by propagandists who used rote phrases such as real socialism and Western imperialism so often that almost anyone could write an editorial in Pravda or Red Star merely by playing a kind of Soviet version of Mad Libs. Instead of ad libs, it was Mad Libs. You know, kind of like the William Burroughs technique of cut and paste. News was tightly controlled. Soviet radio, television, and newspaper figures plowed on through stories that were utterly detached from all reality, regularly extolling the successes of Soviet agriculture, even as the country was forced to buy food from the capitalists, including those hated Americans. Members of the Communist Party who questioned anything, or expressed any sign of unorthodoxy, could be denounced by name, or more likely, simply fired. They would not be executed. This was not Stalinism, after all, but some were left to rot in obscurity in some make-work exile job, eventually retiring as a forgotten comrade pensioner. The deal was clear. Pump the party's nonsense and enjoy the good life, or squawk and be sent to manage a library in Kazakhstan, what they used to call internal exile. This should all sound quite familiar, because the Republican Party has, for years, ignored the ideas and principles it once espoused, to the point where the 2020 Russo collaborationist Red Republican Insurgent Convention simply dispensed with the fiction of a platform, and instead declared the party to be whatever President Donald Trump said it was. Like Brezhnev, Trump has grown in status to become a heroic figure among his supporters. If the Republicans could create the rank of Marshal of the American Republic and strike a medal for a hero of American culture, Trump would have them both by now. A Russo collaborationist Red Republican insurgency that once prided itself on the intellectual debates, well, its own intellectual debates at least, is now ruled by the turgid formulations of what the Soviets would have called their leading cadres, including ideological watchdogs such as Tucker Carlson and Mark Levine, that old Judeo-Bolshevik. Like their Soviet predecessors, a host of dull and dogmatic cable outlets, screechy radio talkers, and poorly written magazines crank out the same kind of fill-in-the-blank screeds full of delusional accusations, replacing NATO and revanchism with Antifa and radicalism, falling in line, just as in the old Communist Party, is rewarded and independence is punished. The anger directed at Liz Cheney and Adam Kinzinger makes the stilted ideological criticisms of last century's Soviet propagandists seem almost genteel by comparison. At least Soviet families under Brezhnev didn't add 3-page handwritten denouncements to official party reprimands. Honestly, I have to take a breath. It's something that, again, well, you hear me shouting. I mean, this drives me to it. It's something that, how do we deal with the hideous irony of our times? I will say it again because, of course, it needs to be said. Saying Liz Cheney isn't a Republican proves the grand old party is nothing but a cult of personality. I mean, over the weekend, in case you did not know, the Wyoming Republican Party voted to no longer recognize Representative Liz Cheney as one of their own. The resolution dropping Cheney from the grand old party, as reported by the Casper Star Tribune, reads, to further her own personal political agenda, Representative Liz Cheney has not only caused massive disruption, distraction, and division within the House Republican Conference, but has also willingly, happily, and energetically joined forces with and proudly pledged allegiance to Democrat Speaker of the House Pelosi as a means of serving her own personal interests while ignoring the interests, needs, and expectations of Wyoming Republicans. That is communese. That is pure Soviet bureaucraties. The move has zero practical impact. Cheney will still run as a Republican in next year's primary election, but it is a telling indicator of how far the Republican Party has strayed from first principles as it morphs into a cult of personality around former President Donald Trump. I mean, start here. By every measure you can possibly find, Liz Cheney is not only a Republican, but an arch-conservative one. According to the Conservative Heritage Action Group, Cheney's lifetime vote score is 80% Republican. National Journal's vote ratings give her a composite 77% conservative score. Calculations done by 538 prove that Cheney voted with Trump 92.9% of the time throughout his term in office. Hell, Cheney's main rival for the Republican nomination in 2022, Harriet Hageman, endorsed her 2016 campaign. At the time, Hageman herself said, "I know that Liz Cheney is a proven, courageous, constitutional conservative, someone who has the education, the background, and experience to fight effectively for Wyoming on a national stage. There have been, and will continue to be, concerted efforts to force true conservatives to sit down and shut up. Those efforts have never worked on me, and I know that they will not work on and have no effect on Liz Cheney." What happened over those 5 years? Did Cheney change? Oh no! Again, according to Heritage Action, Cheney had a 61% conservative rating in the 115th Congress, which was in session in 2017 and 2018. In the 116th Congress, her score jumped to 82%. And so far in this, the 117th Congress, Cheney's rating is 96%. So if anything, Cheney has gotten so much more conservative, she's goddamn fossilized into a reactionary, at least in terms of her voting record, since she came to Congress, and since Hageman praised her as a proven, courageous, constitutional conservative back in 2016. Cheney hasn't changed, except she's gotten worse. What has changed is what it means to be a Republican. Out are things like adherence to smaller government or hawkishness in foreign policy, or even so-called family values. In is worshipping at the altar of Trump. See, the only thing that's changed about Cheney is that she was one of the most outspoken Republicans in Congress in condemning Trump for his role before, during, and after the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol. She was one of the 10 Republicans in the House who voted to impeach him. She has said, repeatedly and publicly, that she does not believe he should have a role in the future of the party. For those views, she was ousted earlier this year from her role as the third-ranking Republican in the House and replaced with New York Representative Elise Stefanik, a Trump favorite. Stefanik's lifetime score with Heritage Action is only 48% Republican vote-wise. And for those views, she is in the fight of her political life against Hageman, whom Trump endorsed in September. In that endorsement statement, the former president called Cheney a warmonger and a disloyal Republican, a bad communist. Cheney is in all of this political trouble not because she abandoned any conservative principles or moved to the left ideologically. She's in this position for but one single reason: because the postmodern Republican Party is a cult of personality, and she had the audacity to speak out against the cult leader himself, Comrade Trump. This comparison is more than a metaphor. It is a warning. A dying party can still be a dangerous party. The communist leaders in those last years of political sclerosis arrayed a new generation of nuclear missiles against NATO, invaded Afghanistan, tightened the screws on Jews and other dissidents, lied about why they shot down a civilian 747 airliner, and, near the end, came immediately close to starting World War III out of sheer paranoia. Their Republican Party is, for now, more of a danger to these United States than to the world. But like the last Soviet-era holdouts in the Kremlin, its cadres are growing more aggressive and ever paranoid. They blame spies and provocateurs for the Capitol riot. And they are obsessed with last summer's protests. Indeed, they be fixated on all criminals and rioters other than their own, to a point that now echoes the old Soviet lingo about antisocial elements and hooligans. They blame their failure at the ballot box not on their own all-too-obvious shortcomings, but on fraud and sabotage as the justification for a redoubled crackdown on democracy. Another lesson from all this history is that the Republicans have no path to reform. Like their Soviet counterparts, their party is too far gone. Gorbachev tried to reform the Soviet Communist Party, and he remains reviled among the Soviet faithful to this day. Similar efforts by the remaining handful of reasonable Republicans are unlikely to fare any better. The Republican Party, to take as a phrase from the early Soviet leader Leon Trotsky, should now be deposited to where it belongs, in the dustbin of history. But we're left with their puppet masters, the Sino-Slavic synaxes. The U.S. intelligence community is struggling with an intelligence blind spot as it continues to monitor irregular Russian military movements near the border with Ukraine. U.S. officials have said publicly that they don't yet know what Russia's intentions are, and there is concern the country is looking to repeat in some way the 2014 invasion of its western neighbor. The United States has long struggled to penetrate the Kremlin or get strong intelligence around Russian dictator Vladimir Putin and his inner circle. Regarding the Russian Empire's current maneuvers, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said the United States remains committed to Ukraine's sovereignty and independence. NATO's Secretary General warned Moscow against potential aggressive actions regarding the proliferation of Russian troops, which has deepened concerns over the potential for a wider geopolitical crisis. Taiwan's fate may be decided in the Ukraine. Russian dictator Vladimir Putin recently surged nigh 100,000 troops, along with significant numbers of aerocraft and equipment, to his empire's common border with the borderland, Ukraine and the Russian. His message was clear: the continued existence of a vibrant, democratic, and independent Ukraine will always be threatened by Moscow's whims. With barely disguised Russian proxies occupying significant portions of eastern Ukraine, as well as the Crimean Peninsula, it is a message to be taken seriously. Having just returned from Kiev and the line of contact between Ukrainian forces and Russian-backed separatists, there are some people that I've had contact with who have stated to myself emphatically that the government and people of Ukraine will never be intimidated by Mr. Putin's strong-arm tactics. The attitude of Ukrainians at all levels of society is increasingly supportive of further integration with Western institutions, from the European Union to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, which they must be made a member of immediately. Indeed, Mr. Putin's bullying, by all evidence, has had the opposite of its intended effect. Yet it is not simply Ukrainian resolve that the Russian thugocracy is testing. One of the central tenets of post-World War II, well, the post-World War II international system, even though World War II is still legally on, World War II ended with the Japanese Empire, so we can use that term, is the rejection in this system of military force as a solution of territorial disputes. Over the past dozen years, the West has repeatedly acquiesced to attempted changes in the world's map by unlawful military means, issuing largely empty statements or inadequate sanctions that signal the tacit acceptance of such weaponized tactics, literally weaponized invasions. In fact, you know that communism throughout the time of the Soviet Union never really spread by revolution. All revolutions failed. Communism only succeeded by invasion. In 2008, the year of our worldwide economic collapse, post-communist Russia invaded Georgia and occupied the disputed regions of Abkhazia and South Ossetia. 13 years later, they remain under Moscow's dominion. In 2010, Red China began its campaign of land reclamation in the South China Sea, establishing facts on the ground in a series of territorial disputes with its neighbors that have gained Beijing significant military advantages. In 2014, Russia occupied the Crimean Peninsula and portions of eastern Ukraine, fomenting an ongoing proxy war that has killed over 10,000 innocent souls, civilians, and displaced over 2 million Ukrainians, and still shows no sign of abating. In 2015, Russia intervened in Syria on behalf of the mad dictator Bashar al-Assad and has since strengthened its military presence on the Mediterranean and abetted the slaughter of countless civilians in pursuit of Moscow's perceived regional interests, to point where now, in Latakia, the port speaks only in the Russian language, and they have direct access to the Mediterranean Sea, from where they can invade the Isle of Cyprus. In 2020, Chi-Com, Chinese communist soldiers, attacked an Asian Indian Army patrol in the Himalayas, along a disputed border, bludgeoning 20 Indian soldiers to death because both sides had outlawed use of arms. They simply used clubs wrapped in barbed wire to mass murder the Asian Indians, throwing their bodies into a bottomless crevice. That the West reacted weakly, actually not at all, to any of these provocations has not been lost on the world's authoritarians. They have understood the resulting message well. Force is paramount, and a preponderance of force will ensure one's political objectives. Mr. Putin's recent behavior towards Ukraine is simply another chapter in this saga. Nowhere is this lesson being watched more closely than in Beijing, which has dialed up its aggressive posture toward my Taiwan since the Biden administration took office, with new records for air incursions over Taiwanese territory set almost daily, and communist Chinese officials competing to issue the most warlike pronouncements about the renegade province. The atmosphere across the Black Strait of Taiwan is the most tense in decades. Communist Chinese dictator Xi Jinping's commitment to the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and the realization of the Greater China Dream appears to rest on his ability to resolve the question of my Taiwan on Beijing's terms in this decade. It is increasingly clear that Taiwan will never peaceably accede to a political accommodation with Beijing, having seen what Chinese authoritarianism at work in Hong Kong and Tibet does to exterminate the populations. Mr. Xi's only route to realize his objectives is a forcible unification with Taiwan. And as all the world watches the Taiwan Strait with trepidation, the clearest predictor of future events is the West's consistent non-response to similar aggression. Mr. Xi is well aware of the success of his fellow authoritarian in Moscow has had in altering the geopolitics of his region at gunpoint. As he considers the likelihood of American intervention in a potential Taiwan conflict, Mr. Xi has ample evidence, in fact all evidence, arguing against any forceful Western response. The United States and its allies and partners have an opportunity in Ukraine to demonstrate our commitment to the existing international order and thereby deter potential aggressors long before military force is required. In Ukraine, the United States can act quickly to extend major non-NATO ally status to said country and to significantly expand the scope of its security assistance, including by providing counter-drone technologies, more sophisticated personal protective gear to frontline troops, and carrying out enhanced freedom of navigation operations in the Black Sea alongside our NATO partners. Such signals will send a clear message not only to Moscow, but to Beijing, Tehran, and Pyongyang as well. Weakness remains provocative, while only strength deters. The coming decade is not necessarily destined to be one of continued military aggression and adventurism by our authoritarian competitors. But preventing it from being so requires Washington to work proactively before it be too late for deterrence. Because the fight for Taiwan will come all too soon. Beijing thinks it has an opening to seize the island before the West's military investments pay off. These United States and the Communist Chinese Empire are engaged in a strategic competition, as the Biden administration so puts it, with Taiwan emerging as the focal point for all the world. But an ascendant view inside the administration seems to be that while Red China represents a serious economic, political, and technological challenge to American interests, it doesn't pose a direct military threat. This is a very imprudent assumption that will lead to war, and ultimately, American defeat. To avoid that disastrous outcome, the American empire must recognize that Red China is a military threat, and conflict will come as soon. What makest Red China an urgent military threat? First, Beijing has made it clear that it is willing to use force to take my Taiwan. Subordinating my island isn't only about incorporating a putative lost province. It would be a vital step toward establishing communist Chinese hegemony in Asia and world domination by Taiwanese technology. This isn't mere talk by any measure. The Chi-Com military has rehearsed amphibious attacks, and commercial satellite imagery proves that Red China practices large-scale attacks on U.S. forces in region. The Chinese military has already begun gray zone operations. An all-out attack on Taiwan looms as Beijing continues to escalate. The threat of Red China invading my Taiwan is growing every day, but these United States can stop it. In his speech celebrating the Chinese Communist Party's 100th anniversary on the 1st of July, Chairman Xi Jinping proclaimed that Red China has never bullied or oppressed the people of any other country. Yet that is exactly what Beijing is doing to my Taiwan, and its intensifying aggression toward my democratic island is increasingly raising concerns that it will try to take it by force. For years, world leaders have been hesitant to respond to Red China's military aggression in region, but Beijing's escalating rhetoric and military developments are pushing Washington and our allies to work together in ways we've never done before, such as the joint U.S.-Japanese military planning for a conflict with Red China over my Taiwan. Just after Independence Day in these United States, the Japanese Deputy Prime Minister, A̶hirs, declared that in the case of an attack on my Taiwan, in his words, the Empire of Japan and the United States must defend Taiwan together. Now, unifying Taiwan by force as a Chinese policy has existed since Chairman Mao Zedong coined the term. Though the onset of the Korean War spared my Taiwan such a fate at that time, China's unfulfilled aspirations continue to haunt the Communist Party. In recent years, Xi has tied the annexation of my Taiwan, which split from the Chinese mainland amid the Civil War in 1949, to his Greater China dream for the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation. That's his Make America Great Again, people. His MAGA mantra. In the eyes of the Communist Party elites, unifying Taiwan is the final piece in making China great again. The Communist Party now controls the most powerful military in all Asia, the People's Liberation Army, and Beijing's increasing sense of urgency to annex my Taiwan is evident in major changes to its military posture. Beijing understands that the United States is the most significant obstacle to its conquest of Taiwan, and has transformed its force to specifically offset U.S. operational advantages in the Pacific theater of war. To this end, the Chinese military has developed anti-ship ballistic missiles, attack submarines, and an array of aerial and naval platforms for conducting saturation attacks to overwhelm enemies, all supported by space-based systems that make it more integrated and lethal. Taken together, Red China's emergence as a near-pure military competitor to these United States represents the single greatest strategic challenge facing Washington today. The pace and intensity of Red China's military modernization seem to have caught American leaders by surprise. This is perhaps less due to Beijing's mastery at concealing its efforts and more to Washington's complacent neglect of the Communist Party's ambitious pursuit of national rejuvenation as a means to challenge the American-led post-Cold War world order. In this environment, it is impossible to accurately predict when China will attempt a full-scale invasion of Taiwan. Given the complexities involved, even Xi may not have a definitive timeline. However, the existence of a significant military imbalance between China and my Taiwan, with the far more powerful side intent on bringing the other under total political domination, increases the possibility and temptation for war. Nay, it guarantees it. What is certain is that the Communist Party is already taking action against my Taiwan. For years, it has carried out deliberate and incremental military provocations below the threshold of armed conflict, with the objective of compressing the space in which Taiwan's military can operate while intimidating my people. These operations have created significant challenges for Taiwanese leaders, who must carefully calibrate their responses according to the level of ambiguity and varying severity. Such sub-conflict operations, known as gray zone aggression, include the frequent airspace incursions by the People's Liberation Army fighter aircraft. Shows the force, well, these shows of force by Commu-Chinese warships around my Taiwan, cyber attacks, and disinformation campaigns designed to demoralize my Taiwan's society and undermine popular support for the government in Taipei. Let me go full historical on you. Try and gather my wits about me so that I can dig into the attic of my mind and bring to you an example of what exactly I'm talking about. This is the kind of lesson from history that probably most of you would simply find incomprehensible. It's not going to make much sense because it's too militarily specialized. And yet, it has to be explained as best as I can to a layman. And that would be well, let me try and express this. It would be the Israeli model of dastardly sneak attack, surprise strike that the communist Chinese will be emulating. This is something that, of course, requires me to breathe so that I can come back to express this for you in a language you can understand. And that should help us all put these violations of Taiwanese airspace into perspective. Now, in terms of this kind of gamesmanship, brinksmanship is the proper term. Let me try and remember what it was like when Israel struck out. Israel's 1967 surprise attack on Egypt is a warning for Taiwan. Exactly 54 years ago, the Israeli Air Force, the IAF, launched surprise airstrikes on the morning of June 5th, 1967, when I was but months out of my mother's womb, against major Egyptian airfields, air defense sites, and command and control centers at the start of the Six-Day War. By the afternoon, the IAF, the Israeli Air Force, had attacked 17 Egyptian airfields with about 500 sorties. 1,000 sorties. Out of the blue, quite literally. Their Pearl Harbor of the sands. The Egyptian Air Force lost more than 200 aircraft destroyed that day. All of them on the ground. Not a single jet had a chance to lift itself out of the sand. The IAF, the Israeli Air Force, also attacked airfields in Syria, Jordan, and Iraq, gaining air superiority over the ground phase's operational areas by eventide. Just as the Japanese not only attacked Pearl Harbor, they dropped more bombs on Darwin in Australia than they ever did on Pearl Harbor. They attacked all over Asia. It was a fortune knit, 14 nights of infamy. They wiped out the Americans on Clark Field while the Americans were trying to load up their aircraft in the Philippines to bomb Taiwan, and wiped out all their aircraft while MacArthur had them on the ground loading up, vulnerable, fueling, getting armed, highly explosive, and set the fields aflame. Just like the Japanese before them, the Israeli surprise aero raids enabled the Israeli ground forces to penetrate deep and rapidly into the Sinai Peninsula, and by June 10th, Israel had occupied the Sinai, the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, and East Jerusalem, and the Golan Heights, correctly pronounced Jolan. These stunning victories were facilitated by the aero raids that destroyed Israeli adversaries' air power, which provided the Israeli ground forces with the ability to advance without many interruptions or any interruptions by enemy aircraft, and the IAF to relatively freely conduct CAS, close aerial support missions, and battlefield interdiction strikes. There be strategic lessons that can be drawn from the IAF being able to launch such a surprise attack on Egypt for Taiwan today. For years, the IAF had conducted flights over the Negev Desert, collecting intelligence along the way. At first, the Egyptians tracked these flights with their radars, their radio detection and ranging systems, and occasionally scrambled fighters to intercept them. But after a while, got used to these usual flight routines and did not even take them seriously. For 2 years before the Six-Day War started, the IAF had conducted almost daily morning flights over the Mediterranean Sea. IAF aircraft would fly low, almost at sea wave height, getting the splash of salt water on their windshields, disappearing from Egyptian radar screens before emerging again on their flight home. When the Israelis launched their surprise air raids on the morning of June 5th, Egyptian air defense personnel detected what they thought was regular daily error activities by the IAF and relaxed their watch. The successful IAF deception plan to mask their surprise airstrikes was built over many years of constant and regular patterns of seemingly non-threatening flights. This, by the way, is called conspiracy to war. This is what everyone said the Third Reich was guilty of. And then they attacked every nation around them. What everyone says the Third Reich was guilty of, that's called an empire of aggression. And this appears to have parallels with today's China People's Liberation Army Air Force, the PLAAF, PLAAF, and their constant flying within the Taiwanese ADIZ, ADIZ, Air Defense Identification Zone. Since yesteryear, the PLAAF has sent aerocraft buzzing into Taiwan's ADIZ nearly every day and regularly crossed the median line, buzzing Taiwan's aerodefensive systems. From January to October in 2020, the Taiwanese Air Force, the Republic of China Air Force, the ROCAF, scrambled its fighters 2,972 times. It's 3,000 times to intercept the PLAAF aircraft flying into Taiwan's ADIZ. The Taiwanese Ministry of Defense has started to release information regarding these incursions in mid-September of yesteryear. The constant scrambling of aerocraft each time to intercept PLAAF intrusion was not cheap. For example, in aerocraft fuel, and had cost my Taiwan about $1 billion United States dollars, or 9% of its 2020 defense budget. Apart from that, the intensive regular scrambling of the ROCAF aerocraft also caused wear and tear on the fighter aerocraft, resulting in high maintenance costs and lower numbers of operationally ready fighters. By late March this year, the cost of scrambling fighters has finally taken its toll on Taiwanese resources. The ROCAF has decided not to scramble its aerocraft every time PLAAF enters the ADIZ, but will use its radars and aerodefensive missile systems to track the PLAAF aircraft. Red China, however, has never lowered the tempo of its near-daily PLAAF flights into my Taiwan's ADIZ. On April 12th, the PLAAF conducted its largest overflight to that date with 250 aerocraft, which included 14 Shenyang J-16 strike fighters, 4 Chengdu J-10 multi-role fighter planes, and 4 Xi'an H-6 strategic bombers carrying nuclear payloads. To atomic bomb my island. There are numerous claims about the purported intentions of these PLAAF flights, including maritime surveillance of the strategic Bashai Channel, shows of force against Taiwanese military and U.S. Navy operations. The PLAF conducting training exercises at longer ranges with their newer aerocraft and political signaling to both the United States and my Taiwan. Nevertheless, the strategic similarities between Communist Chinese aero sorties and Israel's aero deception campaign against Egypt months before the Six-Day War, which yielded spectacular results, cannot be easily dismissed. All the CHICOM, or Chinese Communist maneuvers, began on Red China's National Day of October 1st, a holiday commemorating the founding of the Communist People's Republic and a natural moment for acts of military posturing. But that wasn't the only reason for the record-breaking drills. They capped months of heightened tensions between Red China and my Taiwan. Experts concluded the deteriorating relations are due to two things: an increasingly assertive and confident Taiwan, sparked by warming relations between Taipei and Washington, and domestic communist Chinese politics. Although Taiwan and China have been separately governed for more than 70 years, Beijing views the democratic island of 24 million free people as part of its territory and has regularly stated its aim of reunification, despite the fact that Taiwan has never been ruled by the Chinese Communist Party for even a second. To try to force Taiwan's hand, Beijing has spent the past 40 years trying to isolate my island by chipping away at our diplomatic allies with offers of support. Taiwan now only has full diplomatic relations with just 15 countries on the surface of the earth. But despite Beijing's best efforts to do its worst, my Taiwan has gained more global influence since early 2020. And countries around the region are defending Taiwan's right to self-governance like never before. The Empire of Japan's defense minister, Nobuo Kishi Nobuo, putting his surname first, told CNN that Tokyo would respond accordingly to any attempt by Red China to take my Taiwan by force. While Australia's Foreign Minister, Maurice Payne, committed to forging stronger ties with my island. And the support extends beyond Asia-Pacific. Exemplī grātiā. In September, Lithuania becoming the first European nation in decades to allow us, my Taiwan, to have a diplomatic mission under our own name. Taiwan's closer relations with these United States have emboldened it on the world stage. Under the Trump administration in 2020, Taiwan welcomed some of its highest-profile U.S. visitors in decades, and to Beijing's frustration, the Biden administration has not reversed that trend. The growing tensions between the American and communist Chinese empires have also helped my Taiwan boost its profile. My Taiwan realizes that the international community is becoming a little more accommodating to island China, more understanding of the role that my Taiwan as a liberal democracy has to play in this growing clash of ideologies. Bonnie Glaser, directress of the Asia program at the German Marshall Fund of these United States, observes that rather than a prelude to an invasion, the increased Chinese flyovers are a symbol of Beijing's frustration and a reminder to Taiwan and the United States not to cross China's red lines, herself denoting that those red lines, which if crossed could spark a military escalation from Beijing, include campaigning for formal Taiwan independence or a decision to deploy large numbers of U.S. troops to my island. To quote Xi, China wants to keep Taiwan in a box, and it is using more and more coercion against Taiwan. They want to intimidate Taiwan. But Beijing's audience isn't only in Taiwan and these United States, it's also at home. By putting pressure on Taiwan, President Xi Jinping is trying to shore up support ahead of the 2022 Chinese Communist Party Congress. You know, their version of our electoral midterms. That's when Xi's second term ends, though it's almost certain he'll stay on as dictator for life because that's what he's arranged for. So, Xi also wants to garner support ahead of a meeting of the Communist Party next month. Well, this month now, in November, where a short list of candidates for higher office will be finalized. Well, there you have it, people. Little man trying to make a big impression. But to get myself back on track, now that we've given you your history, your military history lesson, we should at least bring you back into, well, where we're at today. The potential is there for all that I've described. In fact, I know this is what the Communist Chinese plan. And in the time we have remaining, all too little, I'll do my best to try and draw together a kind of sense of closure to the severity of the situation that we suffer right now. In terms of where we are with all of these space-based systems navigation directed flights over Taiwan, as I said, when it comes to the environment we're in right now, let's just put it this way. Soon, it's quite probable we'll see escalation short of all-out war. The exchange of fire between Chinese and Taiwanese forces, small-scale missile attacks, and Communist Chinese seizure of Taiwan's outer islands are all too possible. If Xi's bid for a third term at the Chinese Communist Party's 20th Party Congress in 2022 should fumble due to internal opposition, taking military action against my Taiwan would be the only way to validate his credentials as both a champion of Greater China's great rise and a strong dictator, a tyrant who can stand up to America's so-called hegemonic forces. All-out war, however, is rationally unlikely to occur in the near future, as the People's Liberation Army still needs to address significant operational issues to mount an amphibious invasion of my Taiwan. But the Communist Party has proclaimed that the military will be a fully modernized force by 2027, which could be when Red China perceives a window of opportunity for a full-scale invasion of my Taiwan. Factors that could tempt Beijing to such military adventurism include diminished U.S. deterrence and continued failure by Taiwan to implement critical military reforms. Deterring this potential conflict requires the United States and Taiwan to create uncertainty in the minds of the Communist Chinese government elites, while credibly demonstrating the ability to impose unacceptable costs if Beijing should choose conflict. This means my Taiwan must rapidly strengthen near-term combat capabilities and defense readiness based on asymmetric warfare. This could be accomplished by fully implementing and institutionalizing the force modernization priorities described by Taiwan's own ODC, our Overall Defense Concept, which the U.S. government has strongly endorsed as it would effectively allocate Taiwan's limited resources on systems that directly improve its defense strategy. The ODC aims to maximize Taiwan's combat power to survive a Commu-Chinese attack, disrupt Commu-Chinese operational flow, and deny its military mission effectiveness. Taiwan's defense acquisition should be focused on systems that are cost-effective, affordable in large numbers, mobile, survivable, and lethal. The United States, for its part, should prioritize Taiwan's defense readiness and work with Taipei to expeditiously reform and implement its defense strategy, while streamlining its acquisition system through establishing a U.S.-Taiwan joint working group that focuses on implementing the ODC. Moreover, these United States should position stocks of munitions, spare parts, and other key defense equipment that could directly improve Taiwan's war readiness. This would also demonstrate U.S. commitment and political will. Congress could model this initiative on the War Reserve Stocks for Allies program that it maintains with Israel. The United States should also prioritize capability building among allies and U.S. forces who can work together to target critical People's Liberation Army vulnerabilities in a Taiwan contingency. Together, we must develop the means to disrupt, deny, degrade, destroy, or deceive the Communist Chinese military's assets, thus preventing them from achieving military success against my Taiwan. Doing so would greatly enhance credible deterrence, and that alone may yet prevent all-out war. The threat of Chinese military aggression is no longer hypothetical. Gray zone operations have already begun. Should the Communist Party's aggression continue to escalate, an all-out attack on my Taiwan will become unavoidable, with economic and military consequences that will shake the fucking world. Now, we have but a few minutes remaining. 20. WTF says, much love DD, D and all, chilling back with a CC, listening to tonight's transmission. Almor Fadi was laughing at the Winnie the Pooh thing there. Joe Tai, God bless him, was back with us. We maintain excellent connection. In the 20 minutes we have remaining, should democratic Taiwan be but another Crimea or Afghanistan? In 2014, the Crimean Peninsula, located along the northern coast of the Black Sea in Eastern Europe, which was part of the sovereign territory of Ukraine since the disintegration of the giant communist-ruled Soviet Union when the former, in fact, earned her independence, was annexed by Russian Federation under the semi-democratic or autocratic, anachronistic ruler Vladimir Putin, a political product of the Soviet Union, taking advantage of his country's Ukrainian civil war. This is, in fact, the greatest setback to the democratic movement in the world in the last decade. And following that incident, a lot of hullabaloo has taken place all around the world without any tangible repercussion on these encroachers. On the 15th day in August this year, when the world's largest democracy, Asian India, was celebrating her 75th Independence Day, in her western neighbor and Afghanistan, where India has invested a lot for the promotion of democracy, a functional democracy, of course, was in her nascent stage, was allowed to be assassinated by a religious fundamentalist cult branded by many as a terrorist regime, infected with 7th century drafted beliefs and fanatical faith, with the tacit support of the world's second largest and oldest constitutional democracy and superpower, the United States of America, which in fact is accused of having trained and promoted with provisions of lethal arms and ammunitions to the outfit, soon after the Soviet Union invasion of a landlocked nation in 1979 during the latter part of the Cold War, from 1979 through to 1991. To the critics of the withdrawal of U.S. forces in Afghanistan, who had been there since the those daring terror attacks on the heart of the superpower in 2001, and acted as the country's protectors against evil terrors and to strengthen nascent democracy during the period, the newly elected President Joe Biden had lame-ass excuses, such as, well, one, his administration was just executing the previous administration's agreement. 2, the U.S. was there in Afghanistan to flush out enemies of America, which had been accomplished with the capture and killing of the terrorist fountainhead, Al-Qaeda, head Osama bin Laden. Not for the generation of war. And of course, Osama bin Laden being assassinated is a total hoax. 3, the U.S. forces were not there in civil war-infected country to build a nation. No nation building. And lastly, the 4th, quaternary rationalization, to concentrate in the Indo-Pacific region where America's close allies are facing increasing threats from belligerent communist China now. This is actually the only legitimate and viable rationale. though the told reason to concentrate in the Indo-Pacific is a welcome move by Asian India, the land of 1 billion people in the world's largest English-speaking democracy on earth, and deservest applause. Yet the trust that the oldest and most powerful democracy has for a trusted ally for democracies has evaporated with smoke from the terror blasts near the Kabul airport, the killing of selected Afghanis who had worked for U.S. and NATO forces for 20 years, 21 years, from 2001 through 2021, and in a fight between the Pakistani army-backed Taliban forces and the Northern Alliance, which was part of the democratic governments in Afghanistan in the Panjshir Valley since Western forces' withdrawal. Here it should be noted that the Northern Alliance relentlessly fights the Pakistani-backed terror regime in Kabul without any visible outside support. Anyway, what has to happen in the hapless Afghanistan, where for the last 4 decades millions have been suffering from the loss of their nears and dears and their dislocations, which have severe impacts on economic, social, and cultural lives, and human rights violations beyond repair in the century, for factually no fault of their own, happen to be believing that the wisdom of the most powerful person on earth is unquestionable in their naive minds when thinking about our president? If the same is repeated in the Indo-Pacific region, in which Communist China has territorial disputes with the majority of her neighbors, including littoral countries of the South China Sea on which the People's Republic of China claims her sovereignty based on dubious historical evidence and saber-rattling, the sea's littoral countries, the majority of them are democratically ruled, throwing to the Pacific Ocean the same tested United Nations Convention for the Law of the Seas, the UNCLOS, the UNCLOS, provisions, and particularly in democratically self-ruled Taiwan, now on top of the hit list of Communist Chinese belligerent leader Xi Jinping. To start with, a virtual protectorate of superpowers, going by her TRA, her Taiwan's Relation Act of 1979, and the June 11th Mark Milley statement. Mark Milley being the chairman of the United States Joint Chiefs of Staff, confirmation during a congressional hearing that the country is capable of defending Taiwan in the event of a People's Liberation Army invasion from China. Well, this will be a great disaster for the democratic movement in the world, even if we don't count in the technological impact of the loss of all microchip industry. Geographically, well, it's not a tiny island. It's almost the size of Japan itself. And island China, my democratic Taiwan, with our population of 24 million people, our gross domestic product of 668 billion United States dollars, our annual military spending of around 11 billion, is just 130 to 180 kilometers away from giant mainland China with their population of 1,400 million, a billion and 400 million people. Their gross domestic product of 15 trillion US dollars, and their military spending of 209 billion US dollars. Already, Communist Chinese leadership has made its intention towards Taiwan clear by saying that my island is a renegade part of mainland China, is to be annexed with the PRC if required by force, and that the PLAF, the People's Liberation Army Air Force, has been violating our Taiwanese ADIZ, our Aero Defensive Identification Zone, in regular intervals, sending sophisticated fighter jets, including nuclear bombers. By declaring an implicit United States security obligation, Biden aims to head off that prospect. But is the American empire, well, is U.S. deterrence even credible? Would Americans really be willing to risk war with the Communist Chinese Empire to prevent it from depriving Taiwan's 24 million inhabitants of their freedom? To put it succinctly, will America fight for Taiwan? Although Biden has reassured U.S. allies that America is back, many aren't confident that the Americans are ready to resume the burdens of global leadership. They were taken aback by our country's swift relapse under the Trump administration to an America first insularity not seen since the isolationist 1930s. Will a deeply polarized America, worn down by 2 decades of counterterrorism and wars in Southwest Asia, have the stomach to face down Red China's depredations in Asia? No one, including Americans themselves, really knows. Apart from this basic question of national will, there's also the related question of whether we have the means to deter Communist China. The United States still spends a lot more on defense to meet its worldwide commitments, but China is arming rapidly and concentrating its forces on the Pacific Rim. The shifting regional balance of power recently led some former commanders of U.S. forces in Asia to warn that Red China could take military action against Taiwan in the next 6 years. According to the ONI, the Office of Naval Intelligence, Red China's People's Liberation Army Navy, the Plan, PLAN, already both floats and submerges the largest naval force in the world in every conventional sense, having already acquired about 360 combat ships, far ahead of what was so far the largest naval force that comprises the U.S. Navy, when compared with 297 hulls for these United States. The Biden administration wants to push these the United States of America total to 372 manned ships, but Red China has vastly greater shipbuilding capacity and is planning to increase that number to point of floating 450 Sino-hull ships within this decade. It is also methodically closing the quality gap for both ships and sailors. Is this preparation not enough to go us beyond the ongoing violation of ADIZ to the occupation of the island nation, although Russia occupying Crimea circa 2014 and the Taliban occupation of Kabul within days of the U.S. force withdrawal from Afghan soil in the recent past? The United States, however, has a force multiplying advantage Red China can't match. Capable allies. China's hegemonic ambitions in the South China Sea have provoked new regional security cooperation, such as the quadrilateral security dialogue involving these United States, Asian India, the Empire of Japan, and Australia. And despite the unfortunate row with France over submarine sales, the AUKUS pact Washington has forged with Australia and Great Britain will also help balance the power equation in region. Yes, democratic Taiwan vows to defend her independence, comest what may, but it is difficult to believe that despite Taiwan's determination, island China is safe, going by the giant PRC's determination and its leaders' recently exhibited belligerence and land hunger. Again, in recent days, the U.S. is found focused on China in the Indo-Pacific, but where is the tangible action on the ground befitting the latest development in the South China Sea? Just sending aerocraft carriers, frigates, etc. to the Taiwan Strait and the South China Sea, military exercises in the Western Pacific and Indian Oceans, sending so-and-so U.S. administration officials and parliamentarians to Taiwan, and diplomatic rhetoric here and there won't work. The nearest U.S. bases in the region are there in the Japanese Empire and Guam, which are far away from my Taiwan compared to the distance from mainland China. In view of this, if truly the U.S. and the democratic world, including Japan, South Korea, India, Australia, etc., want promotion of democracy via the oligarchy, autocracy in the name of socialism in the Indo-Pacific region, which is the axle of the world's the world economy's supply chain, with 61% of the world's population and 62% of the world's gross domestic product, they should forthwith give up their one-sided obsession with the one-nation theory of China, open their embassies in my Taipei, and set up military bases in island China simultaneously, forthwith, for tangible deterrent. Otherwise, PRC occupation of my Taiwan could be said to be a matter of years, which has been candidly forecasted by the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff when he said, China unlikely to try to militarily seize Taiwan in the near future means China likely to try to militarily seize democratic Taiwan in the distant future. Well, what is the duration of the near future and distant future? Nobody is fixed. Let us work to save democratic Taiwan in the distant future, building credible deterrent without loss of time. If we fail, island China could be a huge, unsinkable aircraft carrier for belligerent China in the Western Pacific and its surrounding seas.